Chen Xuan, having traversed into a contemporary high martial arts harem narrative, finds himself cast as a sycophantic antagonist. He unlocks a daily survival system, which rewards him with survival points for merely enduring each day, allowing for the exchange of lavish rewards. Alas, Chen Xuan merely desires to cultivate quietly until the grand conclusion, wishing for the female protagonist to maintain their distance from him. Yet, it appears that the plot has unraveled. Why? These female leads are not adhering to the storyline at all. The once aloof school belle, who ought to have withdrawn from their engagement, seems to regard him with lingering glances. What does it signify that the playful little loli clings to him daily? What intentions does the alluring mature woman have in bestowing upon him her subordinate's gold card? Why does the lethal female antagonist, who ought to be targeting the male lead, incessantly seek his closeness? How have the female protagonists been altered to such an extent? Chen Xuan is utterly bewildered. Fated child, allow me to elucidate. It is not as it seems. Chapter 1. Cherish life and steer clear of the female leads. I merely offered a critique of the plot, and yet I have been thrust into this narrative? At the foremost martial arts academy in Linghai City, Chen Xuan stands in the corridor, his expression one of disbelief. He has crossed over, entering a melodramatic harem high martial arts tale he was currently perusing, becoming a villainous heir sharing his own name. In this high martial arts narrative, the protagonist relies solely on the female leads for elevation, devoid of any enhancements or elixirs. Each woman associated with the protagonist is an extraordinary body, granting him increasing prowess with each one he unlocks, ultimately amassing a harem to ascend as the supreme martial emperor. He merely intended to mock the author's cliched premise. Who could have anticipated that he would become part of the story? Chen Xuan felt utterly dazed. Like countless other villainous archetypes, he too possesses a distinguished lineage. The Chen family is one of the 5 major financial conglomerates in Linghai City, with his father, Chen Sihai, being unequivocally among the top 10 martial experts in the city. As the sole heir of Chen Sihai, Chen Xuan epitomizes the privileged second-generation rich, basking in adoration from all around. Yet, who could have foreseen that such a flawless rich heir would be a sycophant? In keeping with numerous melodramatic tropes, Chen Xuan is also betrothed to Han Binglu, the legitimate daughter of the Han family in Linghai City. The primary female lead of this tale has been promised to him since their childhood. Both attend the same martial arts school and are in the same class. For 3 years, Chen Xuan has never missed a day bringing breakfast to Han Binglu, yet she has never once accepted it. After all, her character in the narrative is that of an icy beauty, a genius maiden who perpetually presents a frigid facade to others. What a heartfelt sentiment wasted on a dog. Reflecting on the plot, Chen Xuan could not help but let out a sigh. As a villain, being betrothed to the first female lead in the story was a sure path to demise. Soon, Chen Xuan would face humiliation, a broken engagement, and ultimately, a desperate scheme to plot against Han Bingluo. Then, the protagonist Yi Fan would make a grand entrance, leading to the end of his life. What a cliché. Truly, it is a cliché. Chen Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily. With his family shattered and the resources of the Chen family over decades bestowed upon Yi Fan as a wedding gift, such was the fate of a villain destined to perish within 3 chapters. Now that he had traversed into this realm, Chen Xuan was determined to alter both his and the Chen family's dismal fate. Ding! The activation of Destiny Alteration is now official. Please strive to survive until the conclusion of this world. Host. An electronic voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Having perused countless novels, Chen Xuan naturally understood this was his golden finger. Upon meticulous examination, clarity dawned upon him. As long as he altered the villain's fate, he would receive rewards for each stage of survival within narrative. Furthermore, for every successful day of survival, Chen Xuan would accrue survival points, which could be exchanged for various rewards in the system's marketplace. Isn't this simply a means to ensure my survival until the grand finale? Chen Xuan slapped his thigh in delight. It was precisely what he desired. As long as the villain refrained from self-sabotage, he would remain unscathed. The protagonist Yi Fan? He could not provoke him, but could he not evade him? Once he obtained the system's rewards, even if Yi Fan were a favored child of destiny, it would not be impossible for him to take a chance. 30 years of fortune in the East and 30 years of fortune in the West. Do not underestimate Chen Xuan's impoverished state. Of course, that would be in the future, for at present, Chen Xuan had yet to reap any benefits from his system father. The issue was that he had already established a connection with Yi Fan. As the devoted fiancé of the female lead Han Bingluo, it seemed inevitable that he would encounter Yi Fan. Wait, In the current storyline, it appears Yi Fan has yet to meet Han Bingluo. Recalling the timeline, Chen Xian's expression shifted with realization. It was not too late at all. From this moment forward, he would cherish life and steer clear of the female lead. With this thought, Chen Xian could not help but hum lightly, his steps brisk as he made his way towards the classroom. The bets are on. The bets are on. I wager that Han the Great Schoolflower will toss Chen Xiao's breakfast into the trash. I bet she will share her breakfast with her desk mate. As he approached the classroom door, Chen Xian overheard the hushed whispers of his classmates clustered at the entrance. A smile froze on Chen Xian's face. This had become a daily betting ritual in their class. The original owner had been indifferent to such gossip for 3 years, but now, hearing these remarks stirred uncomfortable feelings within him. Such scenarios belonged in melodramatic narratives. Given his family background, did he not possess the means to attract numerous admirers? He certainly did not lack for Han Bingluo alone. Adjusting his mindset, Chen Xian entered the classroom, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a stunning figure before him. As the belle of the top martial arts school in Linghai City, Han Bingluo was impeccable in both her lineage and appearance. Her skin was delicate and fair, her eyes sparkled like stars, and within her gaze lay an aloofness that kept others at bay. Even without makeup, Han Bingluo's beauty seemed as though it had been meticulously crafted by the heavens, devoid of any flaw. So much so that Chen Xian found himself momentarily entranced. However, he quickly regained his senses and shifted his focus to Han Bingluo's breakfast. He could not gaze any longer. Desire was a blade that struck unseen. Han Bingluo had just taken her seat when her eyes fell upon the breakfast on the table. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly. Without a doubt, it was a gift from Chen Xian. Han Bingluo sighed inwardly. At her age of maturity, she felt a sense of rebellion. Here she was, a paragon of excellence, the school flower, yet unable to dictate her own marital fate, which was rather absurd. Marriage was a significant commitment for a lifetime, and Han Bingluo was reluctant to hastily determine her future happiness by allowing her parents to arrange it. She felt no aversion towards Chen Xian, but neither did she harbor any fondness. This individual was devoid of merit aside from his deep affections. His martial arts level was merely at the second tier of the transcendent stage, making it difficult for him to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts academy. In contrast, she was a fifth-tier transcendent, considered an exceptional talent in Linghai City, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Yet, she currently lacked the strength to resist and pursue her own happiness. Once the martial arts examination concludes and I gain admission to my desired academy, I will confront my family. Han Bingluo resolved firmly in her heart that even if her family opposed her, she would annul this engagement. What era was this, still arranging marriages? With her determination set, she looked up just in time to see Chen Xian entering, staring at her in a daze. Upon noticing her gaze, he quickly averted his eyes. This furtive demeanor caused Han Bingluo to furrow her brow, prompting her to speak. Chen Xian, it has been a full 3 years. Could you refrain from engaging in such meaningless endeavors? I harbor no particular feelings for you. Your actions fail to stir me in the slightest, only serving to reinforce my perception of your obstinacy. Han Bingluo sought to assert her stance, wishing to compel Chen Xian to retreat in the face of adversity. Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was utterly cliché, truly befitting of a melodramatic harem narrative. Despite his profound affections and impeccable character, he had yet to sway the heroine's heart. Could this be the effect of the villain's halo? However, this suited him just fine. He was eager to distance himself from Han Bingluo. Unbeknownst to her, her words aligned perfectly with Chen Xian's sentiments. Upon noticing his silence, she let out a sigh. The martial arts examination is imminent. Can't you focus your thoughts on more pertinent matters? If only you could. All right. Chen Xian's succinct reply left Han Bingluo momentarily stunned. Chen Xian raised his hand and declared with righteous fervor, "Rest assured, Han, the illustrious campus flower, I vow from this day forth to abstain from such foolish antics." Upon hearing this, Han Bingluo was taken aback, observing Chen Xian's earnest demeanor, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. However, before she could fully process her thoughts, a voice abruptly echoed in her mind. "From now on, if you bring me along, I shall be your dog. I long to distance myself from you. You play the heroine, and I shall be the wealthy heir. Let us keep our waters separate." What? What did you say? Han Bingluo gazed at Chen Xian in astonishment. Yet, Upon reflection, she realized that Chen Xuan had not actually spoken aloud. Frowning, she began to suspect she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. I swear I will no longer harass Han, the illustrious campus flower. Rest assured, I wish to live peacefully until the grand finale. Do not think that you are the only woman in the world. With my family background, do I truly lack for young ladies? What a joke. Once I sever all ties with you, I shall embrace my freedom. Han Bingluo's pupils widened in shock. This time, she could confirm that she was not experiencing auditory hallucinations. Following Chen Xian's response, another voice emerged in her mind, unmistakably his. There could be no mistake. In that moment, Han Bingluo was utterly astonished, but soon she appeared to contemplate deeply. Could this be the voice of Chen Xian's true thoughts? Realm, transcendence, transformation into essence, warrior, splitting the sea, martial master, breaking through the void, great martial master, universal realm, grandmaster, reincarnation realm, title grandmaster, martial sage. Chapter 2. The plot is not unfolding this way. Han Binglu narrowed her eyes, utterly perplexed. However, she scrutinized Chen Xian, realizing that he had harbored such thoughts all along. While professing his admiration for her, his heart bore a completely different visage. How remarkable! Chen Xian. The persona of a lovesick suitor cultivated over 3 years was nothing but a facade. Did you secretly wish for my disdain? To distance yourself from me? How could one articulate Han Binglu's current emotions? It felt akin to discovering that her fervent admirer had merely been playing a role all along. The revelation ignited a potent anger within her. The realization that Chen Xian had been acting all this time made her feel like a mere jester in a farcical play. The impulse to hurl the breakfast on the table at Chen Xian was almost overwhelming. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xian's voice echoed once more in her mind. But I must admit, Han Binglu, the first female lead, is indeed captivating even when glaring. Alas, thoughts like these should remain unspoken. A woman of her caliber is best left untouched. She is the first female lead, a pure saint body, destined to be one of Yi Fan's harem. The foremost alchemical vessel. Upon hearing these musings, Han Binglu was rendered utterly bewildered. How did Chen Xian know of her pure saint body? She was certain her fiancé was oblivious to this secret. Yet now, it seemed she had no secrets left in his presence. Moreover, it appeared he was aware of her future trajectory. Would her saintly body become someone else's bridal attire? Would she be reduced to a mere vessel for another? Would she truly find herself among someone else's harem? And who exactly was this Yi Fan? Chen Xian had mentioned his name more than once, suggesting a deep-seated aversion. Why would she become Yi Fan's vessel? Han Binglu's mind was a tempest of questions. As the legitimate daughter of the Han family and a renowned gem of Linghai City, she could not abide by any of this. She could not accept a preordained fate, such as being bound to Chen Xian after their engagement, or adhering to the life Chen Xian had mapped out for her. In this rebellious phase of her life, Han Binglu could not countenance it all. Her destiny ought to be in her hands, unshackled by the chains of fate. Lost in thought, Han Binglu's peripheral vision caught Chen Xian attempting to pilfer the breakfast she had brought. Such a delightful little cake. To give it to you would be a travesty. Chen Xian could not resist the allure of the delectable cake. After all, wasting food was a shameful act, especially since he had skipped breakfast. Beside him, Han Binglu's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Xian's inner thoughts. What did he mean by saying it would be a waste for her to eat it? The anger that had just begun to subside flared back to life. Han Binglu felt as though she might explode with rage. Her back teeth ground together as she longed to sink her teeth into Chen Xian, her delicate, pale hands clenched tightly beneath the desk, fists balled up. It was you who delivered the cake, and now you say I cannot eat it? On what grounds? Why must everything cater to your whims? If you deny me, I shall not relent. Today, I am determined to savor this treat. Just as Chen Xian was about to seize her delightful cake, Han Binglu's slender hand shot out with remarkable speed. In her haste, she ended up grasping Chen Xian's hand instead. Silence. The entire classroom fell into a hushed awe. Countless onlookers gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide. What was happening? Was the sun rising in the west? Had the lovesick dog finally pierced through the clouds to see the light? No one had anticipated such a turn of events. It seemed today's narrative diverged from the usual script. All eyes were glued to the pair. What are you doing? Isn't this my breakfast? Han Binglu feigned calmness, though a flush of crimson graced her cheeks. This was the first time she had ever touched a man's hand, while a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Even coloring her fair neck, Han Binglu refused to release her grip. You wish to sever ties with me? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. A sly smile crept across Han Binglu's mind, an unconventional delight taking root within her. What is happening? Chen Xian was taken aback by the icy sensation of her hand upon his brain nearly short-circuiting. His pupils dilated as he gazed at Han Binglu, feeling as though he were dreaming. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, yet Han Binglu held on steadfastly. Chen Xuan, coming to his senses, relinquished his hold. Observing Han Binglu take bite after bite of the cake, a sense of dread washed over him. Something was amiss. This female lead was behaving unusually today. In the original narrative, Han Binglu had never once accepted breakfast from Chen Xuan. This is not how the script is written. What is happening here? Not only Chen Xuan, but the entire class was left in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What was going on? Han Binglu was actively engaging with Chen Xuan? Yet Chen Xuan appeared reluctant to offer breakfast to the illustrious Han. Instead, she was asserting her will. Seeing the shy demeanor of Han Binglu moments ago, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Their gazes flitted between Chen Xuan and Han Binglu, sensing that both had stepped out of character, as if they had exchanged scripts. Regardless, all that mattered was that the esteemed school beauty had accepted the breakfast from Chen Xuan, and their hands had touched. Like many a rich scion, Chen Xuan had two devoted underlings. Zhang San and Li Si beamed with excitement, genuinely pleased for their brother. Quick, inform the entire school. What? The school beauty accepted Chen Xuan's thoughtful breakfast? They touched hands. What? You mean to say that the school beauty accepted Chen Xuan's confession? They even held hands. What? They shared a kiss. By the end of the morning, rumors of Chen Xuan and Han Binglu swirled throughout Linghai City's foremost martial arts academy. Brother, this is all thanks to us. Zhang San and Li Si exclaimed with pride. Good, good, good. Chen Xuan stood in the corridor, his expression darkening as he regarded his enthusiastic underlings, gritting his teeth as he repeated those 3 words before returning to the classroom. The unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations. Chen Xuan felt as if his head might explode. With the male lead Yi Fan about to enroll, how could he withstand these rumors? No, I will not allow this situation to spiral beyond my control. Chen Xuan steeled himself, his expression grave. He would personally intervene to put an end to this. I will call off the engagement. I must swiftly annul my betrothal to Han Binglu. Only then can I sever ties with her, and all rumors will cease. Chen Xuan resolved within himself. He was unperturbed by the thought of Han Binglu's descent. According to the original plot, he should have been the one to be rejected. Yet now, Chen Xuan could no longer wait. He was eager to become a stranger to Han Binglu. This aligns perfectly with Han Binglu's wishes. Chen Xuan smiled confidently, feeling that everything was within his grasp, unaware that behind him, Han Binglu had heard his thoughts and was crushing her pen in frustration. Chapter 3. Something's amiss. The protagonist's character has crumbled. He actually wants to call off our engagement. Han Binglu's eyes blazed with fire, her heart filled with a mixture of emotions, a bitter smile playing on her lips. How dare he, Han Binglu, feel aggrieved by marrying me? Is he so eager to sever our ties? As she contemplated, a flicker of grievance stirred within her. She was already one of the most renowned beauties in school. If Chen Xuan were to take the initiative to annul their engagement, what would become of her dignity as a school belle? The marriage cannot be withdrawn. Han Binglu's gaze was resolute. Although she had previously entertained such thoughts, the situation had changed. She could not fathom why she could hear Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts, nor had she verified the existence of Yi Fan. Nevertheless, despite the uncertainties, Han Binglu had gained clarity regarding Chen Xuan's true nature. After feigning a deep affection for years, it was only by overhearing his thoughts that she realized even she had been deceived by his acting. The sudden revelation sent her emotions spiraling like a roller coaster. Previously, she had felt no particular affection for Chen Xuan, but now, her once tranquil heart brimmed with resentment. Was it not enough that he had disgusted her for years? And now he wished to annul their engagement? Was this not akin to rubbing her face into the dirt? How could such a thing happen in this world? This marriage, at least for the time being, must not be dissolved. She needed to confirm everything she had heard and understand why Chen Xuan was exhibiting such contradictory behavior. For now, Han Binglu hoped to maintain the status quo. The esteemed school belle, Han, rarely skipped class. Although her intelligence rendered a single absence inconsequential, it nonetheless astonished the entire class. After all, for 3 years, Han Binglu had never missed a single lesson. What had happened today? Everyone was perplexed. While Chen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. All day, he had felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. With Han Binglu's departure, that unsettling sensation vanished. At the Chun residence, Han Binglu arrived bearing a plethora of gifts, resembling a new bride covertly visiting her in-laws. Auntie, uncle, my parents send their regards. Han Binglu seated herself elegantly, her legs delicately crossed, her back straight, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She was the epitome of a refined young lady, demure and gracious. Very well, be sure to convey my regards to your parents as well. Qin Su, Chen Xuan's mother, replied, her smile unwavering, her eyes sparkling with joy. Such a wonderful future daughter-in-law was indeed a dream come true for her. Even Chen Xuan, typically stern and unyielding, made an effort to appear amiable. As for Han Binglu, he found himself increasingly satisfied with her presence, embodying the adage that a father-in-law grows more fond of his daughter-in-law with each passing glance. For both families, being among the 5 prominent clans of Linghai City, this marriage represented a formidable alliance. Chen Xuan, being the sole heir, would naturally inherit everything from the Chen family. It was common knowledge throughout Linghai City that Chen Xuan was utterly infatuated with Han Binglu, and marrying her would ensure she would not suffer any indignities. However, Chen Xuan harbored concerns regarding the Han family. Although Han Binglu was a daughter, she had already demonstrated exceptional martial talent. Having just reached adulthood, she had achieved the 5th rank of the Transcendence realm. Such aptitude was noteworthy even in Linghai City. Given time, Han Binglu would undoubtedly secure admission to her desired martial academy. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan, aside from his unwavering affection for Han Binglu, was merely a slothful heir, lacking any semblance of his father's industrious spirit. To this day, he had only attained the 2nd rank of the Transcendence realm with such meager talent. Not only was admission to prestigious schools unlikely, even acceptance into obscure institutions would prove challenging. The Chen family had always been on edge, fearing that the Han family might one day come to annul the engagement. Yet, unexpectedly, rather than a withdrawal, it seemed the future daughter-in-law intended to uphold the betrothal. While somewhat bewildered, both Chen Xuan and Chen Su felt an overwhelming sense of delight. "My dear, how fortunate we are that our son has found such a thoughtful and understanding fiancé," Chen Su said, affectionately grasping Han Binglu's hand. Han Binglu smiled softly, though her expression soon darkened. "Auntie, uncle, whether I can truly become part of the Chen family remains uncertain." "Huh." The moment her words fell, smiles froze on Chen Su and Chen Sihi's faces. "Little Luo, what do you mean by that?" The couple exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts racing. Could it be that all the previous pleasantries were mere illusions, and the Han family was indeed preparing to withdraw from the engagement? "Chen Xuan, it seems he does not harbor feelings for me." As their thoughts raced, Han Binglu sighed despondently, her expression evoking sympathy. Any classmate who happened to witness her would surely be left agape. Chen Xuan, upon seeing her, could not help but give her a thumbs up. This woman was undoubtedly a born actress. What? Chen Sihai and Chen Su felt as though they had entered a realm of disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. They had never contemplated such a notion. In Linghai City, who could see Chen Xuan without praising him as a devoted admirer? In their eyes, Chen Xuan was infatuated with Han Binglu to the core. For years, he had relentlessly prepared heartfelt breakfasts for her, undeterred by rain or shine. Even on weekends, he would rise early, dutifully waiting at the Han household just to catch a glimpse of Han Binglu. Yet now, Han Binglu was audaciously proclaiming such words? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Sihai bellowed, vehemently asserting his stance. Beside him, Chen Su hurried to defend her son. "That's right, little Luo, there must be some misunderstanding. Who doesn't know how our son adores you?" Indeed, who in Linghai City was unaware of how Chen Xuan had shamelessly pursued Han Binglu for years? Yet the crux of the matter was, they had all been deceived. Deceived. Han Binglu's heart seethed with indignation. Had it not been for her ability to hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, she too would have been a fool, manipulated by him. The thought of this only intensified her desire for revenge. "Uncle, auntie, dad, mom." Just as Han Binglu began to speak, the door to the Chun residence was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, and Chen Xuan stormed in, his voice booming. "I'm here to annul the engagement with Han." As he burst through the door, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock. "Han Binglu, what are you doing in my house?" Chen Xuan was flustered, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. "Uncle, auntie." Han Binglu gazed up at Chen Sihai and Chen Su with a look of feigned innocence, her star-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though they could speak. "You see, there's no need for me to explain. He wants to annul our engagement as soon as he returns home." In an instant, Chen Xuan felt 2 invisible waves of hostility directed at him. "You scoundrel, how dare you call off the engagement? You would dismiss such a fine fiancé so casually?" Chen Su was furious, slamming her hand on the table, while the weight of a father's love was profound. Chen Sihai silently withdrew his belt, ready for confrontation. Stunned, Chen Xuan was completely bewildered, staring at Han Binglu as his mind screamed. "What is happening? This script is all wrong. How did you end up in my home?" As Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed in her ears again, Han Binglu smiled sweetly. Watching Chen Xuan, frozen in place and bracing himself for his father's impending reprimand, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. So much so that he appeared more endearing than before. In truth, Chen Xuan was not entirely without merit. At the very least, the cake he selected was quite delicious. Chapter 4. The school bell Han actually stayed at his home for dinner? Come, Xiao Luo, enjoy the delicacies. This is the blood and flesh of a 6th-tier demon beast, the Thunder Tiger. It holds immense benefits for those at your level, capable of refining vitality and fortifying the body. Chen's father and mother had invited Han Bingluo to stay for dinner. A heavy weight that had long resided in their hearts was finally lifted. Both parents wore broad smiles, with a hint of pride glimmering in their eyes. They had never anticipated that their son could indeed win over a daughter from the Han family. For a long time, they had assumed that in this engagement, Chen Xuan was the one harboring unrequited feelings. Yet today, their understanding was completely overturned. In the spirit of joyful occasions, Chen Sihai, who rarely indulged, savored 2 cups of wine and had the 6th-tier demon beast he had hunted a few days prior simmered in the kitchen, all to leave a favorable impression on Han Bingluo. The sumptuous dinner exuded an enticing aroma, and Han Bingluo felt somewhat out of place sitting beside them. The Han family was also a prominent lineage in Linghai City, but they paled in comparison to the Chen family. Chen Sihai was undeniably one of the 5 great masters of the void-breaking realm in Linghai City. In contrast, Han Bingluo's parents, while accomplished in business, did not possess remarkable martial prowess. Her grandfather, though one of the top martial artists in Linghai City and the honorary principal of the foremost martial arts academy, was now frail and could not match the vigor of the robust Chen Sihai. Ultimately, strength reigned supreme, even if the Han family was affluent. Some things could not be purchased with wealth, such as the 5th-tier demon beast's flesh on the table. From a distance, Han Bingluo could sense the immense vitality contained within, and she instinctively swallowed. As Chen Sihai had mentioned, the flesh of demon beasts held significant allure for individuals at their level. Observing Chen Xuan devouring his meal with gusto, Han Bingluo felt a pang of envy and resentment. If only she possessed Chen Xuan's advantages, her own strength would surely ascend to greater heights. However, her upbringing prevented her from indulging as he did, so she delicately picked up a small piece with her chopsticks. On one side sat the graceful and composed Han Bingluo, while on the other, the ravenous Chen Xuan feasted indiscriminately. Witnessing her son's lack of decorum, Chen's mother felt exasperated and playfully smacked Chen Xuan on the back of his head. "You little rascal, all you do is eat. Why not serve some to Xiao Luo?" As she spoke, she placed a dish in front of Han Bingluo. "Don't be shy, Xiao Luo, enjoy. This delicacy is wasted on him." "Thank you, auntie," Han Bingluo sweetly exclaimed, while Chen Xuan looked on, disheartened. "One might think you all are family." With a suppressed giggle at Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, Han Bingluo gradually relaxed. This familial atmosphere was something she had never experienced. Her parents were perpetually preoccupied with business. From a young age, Han Bingluo had been well-behaved and sensible, and in many ways, she yearned for such a warm environment. It seemed that this dinner experience was quite pleasant. Han Bingluo felt content, but for Chen Xuan, it was utterly dreadful. Watching the 3 of them in harmonious merriment, he sighed inwardly. The situation had spiraled entirely out of control. The school bell Han had actually stayed at his home for dinner. Where did it all go awry? Why is Han Bingluo here? Chen Xuan was baffled. In the original storyline, aside from the matter of the annulment, Han Bingluo had never visited the Chen family. Yet now, the developments had diverged significantly from his expectations. Perhaps I was too hasty? After all, logically, it should be Han Bingluo who is anxious, not me. The more he pondered, the more plausible this seemed. In the original narrative, Han Bingluo was the one most eager to annul the engagement, while he was the recipient of the annulment. Now, his proactive approach seemed to have ignited Han Bingluo's rebellious spirit. Chen Xuan discerned the crux of the issue. As a daughter of privilege, even if she did not harbor affection for him, being the one to be cast aside was undoubtedly a blow to her pride. At their age, maintaining face was paramount. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding. Let us proceed methodically. Han Bingluo has yet to meet Yi Fan, but that will soon change. The martial arts college entrance examination is imminent, and they will likely cross paths in the coming days. Once they meet, compared to Yi Fan, I will be utterly incomparable. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's excellence, Han Bingluo will naturally be enamored and willingly become his furnace. Furthermore, the Han family's decades of resources will all be at Yi Fan's disposal. Just the thought is disheartening. Yi Fan? There it was again. As Han Bingluo quietly raised her head, feigning nonchalance, she cast a glance at Chen Xuan. Was it because of this Yi Fan that Chen Xuan sought distance from her? Her curiosity about Yi Fan grew, tinged with a hint of resentment. From Chen Xuan's words, it seemed as if her becoming his furnace was a foregone conclusion. Because of him, the Han family's resources amassed over decades would be squandered? How unreasonable. Han Bingluo furrowed her brows. She refused to believe that Yi Fan possessed such allure that she would willingly become a furnace for him, allowing the Han family to become his vassal. With their thoughts diverging, neither individual felt inclined to continue their meal. After dinner, Han Bingluo returned to the Han household, while Chen Xuan retreated to his own room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving another day, earning 100 survival points. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the system marketplace and the lucky spin wheel. As night fell, the system notification echoed within Chen Xuan's mind, startling him. He promptly checked the system marketplace. Universal Convergence Divine Art encompasses the laws of heaven and earth, allowing practitioners to harness the power of all things. Exchange value 10,000 points. Reverse heaven and earth technique. Returning one's own path against the foe. Exchange value 10,000 points. Star-shattering fist, a celestial grade martial skill. Exchange value 10,000 points. Tetanus blade, a celestial grade divine weapon. Exchange value 10,000 points. Breakthrough pill, upon use, can immediately advance one realm. Exchange value 10,000 points. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. These items sounded incredibly impressive. The system marketplace was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with a diverse array of martial arts techniques, saintly bodies, and medicinal elixirs. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had only 100 survival points. Chen Xuan gazed longingly at the system marketplace. Suddenly, he set his sights on the lucky spin wheel within the marketplace. Newbie benefit. Today's spin starts at 1/10 the cost. 100 survival points for a single spin? Let us do it. Chen Xuan acted without hesitation. Fortune favors the bold. In the next instant, the system notification reverberated in Chen Xuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for winning the divine grade pill, Dragon Blood Martial Pill. Can enhance the host's martial arts aptitude and foundation upon consumption. Grants the Dragon Martial Sacred Body, significantly elevating martial cultivation. Not only could it elevate one's realm, but it could also improve martial talent. A sacred body. Chen Xuan was somewhat astonished. In the latter part of the story, sacred bodies had become quite common. Yet, for a mere side character who had only appeared for a few chapters, a sacred body was a luxury he had never possessed. A sacred body symbolized martial talent, representing boundless possibilities. Yet now, Chen Xuan had acquired the Dragon Martial Sacred Body. Moreover, it was produced by the system. Its power needed no further elaboration. Could this truly be the protective period for newcomers? The chance of obtaining a divine grade elixir was indeed a delightful surprise, and Chen Xuan smiled. With a flicker of intent, the Dragon Blood Martial Pill appeared in his hand, which he promptly swallowed. In the next instant, a surge of formidable vitality spread throughout his body. Chapter 5. Suddenly not affectionate anymore, yet feeling a tinge of loss. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his vital energy surging like a tempest. The Transcendence Realm was originally meant to break the limits of a mortal body, allowing one to condense their vitality and take the first steps toward becoming a martial artist. Yet at this moment, Chen Xuan sensed an infinite power brewing within him. This force transcended his comprehension. His vitality expanded and solidified, leading to a qualitative transformation of his physical form. What was once a rather unremarkable body now appeared robust, with distinctly defined muscles. This was far beyond the vitality that one could possess in the Transcendence Realm. As he absorbed the power within, Chen Xuan was astonished. The Dragon Blood Martial Pill not only endowed him with the Dragon Martial Sacred Body, but also laid a foundation far sturdier than what one could possess in the Transcendence Realm. Even Yi Fan in the same realm could hardly compare, could he? Given the current martial arts hierarchy, even if he faced a second-tier Transcendence Realm practitioner, Chen Xuan felt confident he could take on 10 of them. However, the transformation did not cease there. In mere moments, Chen Xuan felt the bottleneck of his second-tier Transcendence Realm being forcefully shattered, propelling him into the third-tier Transcendence Realm. A single elixir had elevated him a whole realm. The system was indeed terrifying. After acclimating to the newfound power within him, Chen Xuan exhaled deeply. Despite his sudden rise in strength, he still intended to keep his distance from the protagonist. After all, Yi Fan was the male lead of this narrative, the favored child of destiny. Chen Xuan was all too aware of the terrifying nature of such protagonists. They were invincible at the same level and could easily defeat foes of higher realms, activating hidden potential in life or death situations. Even if one were to vanquish him and cast him off a cliff, such protagonists could still obtain absurd opportunities. This was utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, at least he had gained strength and an infinite array of possibilities for the future. Yi Fan. He might have luck on his side, but I possess a system. For now, he merely needed to bide his time, waiting for the system's continuous rewards to flow in, and then he would emerge as the ultimate antagonist. Chen Xuan steeled himself, being at the best martial arts academy in Linghai City. Even those hailed as prodigies could only reach a maximum of the 7th tier in the Transcendence Realm. Han Bingluo, celebrated as a heavenly beauty, had only achieved the 5th tier. Moreover, Chen Xuan was confident that his transcendence realm prowess was unlike anyone else's, even as a 3rd-tier practitioner. He believed he was not inferior to them. With a full 100 days remaining until the martial arts examination, he was supremely confident in his ability to gain admission to the martial arts academy. Uncontrollable joy filled Chen Xuan's heart. He no longer wished to bear the title of a waste. However, he was not yet inclined to reveal his strength. He still had to contend with Yi Fan. The genius of this story. Did he think he could rival Yi Fan with just a single system reward? Chen Xuan knew that was impossible. The next day, as Chen Xuan rose and entered the hall, he found his mother, Qin Su, busying herself with several bags filled with already cut pieces of thunder tiger flesh. Xiao Xian, you'll need to take these to the Han family for Xiao Luo later, she instructed upon seeing him. Wait, we're actually giving these to Han Bingluo? Chen Xuan felt a pang of heartache at the sight of the overflowing bags. Given his current status, he still needed to steer clear of Yi Fan. As for Han Bingluo, with whom he had a betrothal, Chen Xuan also intended to draw a line. He merely wished to develop in silence. Delivering these items would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog, only serving to deepen his sorrow. My father doesn't he find it easy to hunt demon beasts either. Enough chatter, you still need to go to the Han family today. It's just on the way, Qin Su insisted firmly. Coincidentally, you're going anyway. Huh. Qin Su looked at Chen Xuan with confusion, reaching out to feel his forehead, noting that he did not have a fever. Chen Xuan's devotion was well known. She was aware that for 3 years, he had brought her breakfast daily, and even on rest days, as long as he was well. He would rise early to wait at the Han family's entrance just to catch a glimpse of Han Bingluo. However, today was different. Puzzled by Chen Xuan's sudden change, Qin Su decided to push on. You must go. Yesterday, Xiao Luo brought gifts, so you need to visit the Han family as well. It's only proper. Coming from a prominent family, Qin Su understood the nuances of social etiquette. Both the Han and Chen families held significant stature in Linghai City, and she certainly did not want the Chen family to be spoken of behind their backs. You must make a good impression in front of the elders of the Han family. Perhaps Xiao Luo will think more favorably of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a surge of dread. Make a good impression? What kind of joke is this? I would rather diminish the goodwill. But mother, I also need these demon beast remains to solidify my realm. Chen Xuan made a final attempt to resist, but the moment he spoke, Qin Su shot him a fierce glare. You're only a 2nd-tier transcendence realm practitioner. How could you possibly need so much? Under his mother's piercing gaze, Chen Xuan felt an urge to reveal his true strength. However, he restrained himself. Such a revelation would only worsen matters and further solidify their family's perceptions of compatibility. Just wait, he thought to himself. Once Yi Fan makes his appearance, Han Bingluo will call off the betrothal. When the martial arts examination arrives, I will astonish everyone. Reluctantly, Chen Xuan took the items and stepped outside. Yet, standing by the trash bin, he suddenly conceived a bold idea. Just as this thought arose, his mother Qin Su's voice echoed from behind. Make sure to bring everything to the Han family. I will inquire with Xiao Luo afterward. At the Han family, in the 2nd-floor bedroom, Han Bingluo stood by the window, her gaze hollow as she stared toward the entrance. It's getting late. Why hasn't Chen Xuan arrived yet? She furrowed her brow as she glanced at the time. In that instant, her pupils widened. What am I anticipating? Why am I waiting for him? A flush crept onto her cheeks, her heart racing. Typically, at this hour, she would see Chen Xuan waving at her from her doorstep, and she would promptly draw the curtains, preferring not to see him. Yet today, with his absence, she felt a twinge of disappointment. There was an inexplicable emptiness within her. Having learned of Chen Xuan's facade of deep affection, Han Bingluo felt even more irked today than she did yesterday. A nameless anger brewed within her, but she lacked a proper outlet. Sister. At that moment, the door swung open, and a lively girl who appeared to be of similar age to Han Bingluo, clad in a Lolita outfit, bounced into the room. She too approached the window to gaze outside. This was Han Bingluo's twin sister, Han Bingling, who also attended the first martial arts academy in Linghai City, currently at the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm. The Han family's exceptional genes were evident in their appearances. Han Bingling was also one of the school's beauties. Sister, that clingy fool hasn't he arrived yet? Han Bingling scanned the surroundings, not spotting Chen Xuan. Han Bingluo lowered her head, feigning indifference as she replied. He is coming. He is coming. However, at that moment, Han Bingling suddenly leaped up with excitement. Han Binglu hurriedly looked up, and indeed, a familiar figure was sauntering not far away. Sister, don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely drive him away. Han Bingling assured, thumping her chest. Driving away Chen Xuan had become a delightful pastime for Han Bingling during her days off, every holiday. She took on the burden of shooing away this pesky fly. With that, she couldn't wait to dash outside. Wait, Han Binglu suddenly called out to her. What's wrong? Sister? Han Bingling turned back, her large eyes filled with confusion. Han Binglu bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. How about we let him in today? In an instant, Han Bingling's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 6. Why does it feel like a courteous respect between a married couple? Han Bingling gazed intently at her sister, her face a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment. Having grown up together, she knew Han Binglu's temperament all too well. The previous night, when Han Binglu didn't return home with her, she sensed something amiss. Learning that she had dinner at the Chen family's left her utterly flabbergasted. Yet, before she could pass judgment on Han Binglu, this unexpected twist occurred. In the past, let alone entering the household, she wouldn't even spare Chen Xuan a glance, fearing he might misinterpret her interest. How could her attitude have undergone a complete reversal in just one day? Han Bingling felt as if her brain had shriveled, utterly perplexed. Don't look at me like that, Han Binglu said, feeling somewhat shy under her sister's gaze. After all, the Chen family treated me warmly last night. It's only been a night, and I can't just refuse to let Chen Xuan in. Such behavior would tarnish the reputation of the Han family, and I wouldn't want to disappoint the Chen parents. Seemingly satisfied with her own reasoning, Han Binglu nodded as she spoke. Han Bingling felt as though she had encountered a ghost. Now she felt that maintaining decorum was essential, yet she had always been frosty towards Chen Xuan. She had never allowed him past the threshold of the Han family home. Although she still believed her sister was making excuses, Han Bingling couldn't bring herself to argue against Han Binglu's resolute expression. Shall I go open the door for him? Han Bingling ventured cautiously. Han Binglu nodded. But then, observing Han Bingling descending the stairs, she followed suit. Chen Xuan stood at the entrance of the Han family home, hesitating to ring the doorbell. He was torn within himself. He truly didn't want to enter the Han household. Yet, glancing at the items in his hands and recalling his mother's instructions, he felt overwhelmed. Perhaps I could leave the items at the door and just message Han Binglu, he thought to himself, feeling rather clever. However, just as he was about to set down the things he held, the grand door of the Han family swung open. Before him stood a somewhat resentful little face. Han Bingling still sensed something was off. An audacious guess began to form in her mind. Could her sister have developed feelings for Chen Xuan? She certainly did not wish to call this person brother-in-law. At that moment, looking at Chen Xuan, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. Yet, Chen Xuan felt a wave of relief. In some respects, he was far more familiar with Han Bingling than with her sister. Every holiday, Chen Xuan would go to great lengths to catch a glimpse of Han Binglu, naturally interacting with Han Bingling, who was a fierce protector of her sister. One sought to enter the Han family, while the other sought to thwart him at every turn. Over the years, they had engaged in a battle of wits, exchanging countless words, far more than he had with Han Binglu. Han Bingling was not the frosty figure like Han Binglu. In the original story, her character was depicted as a spirited and mischievous young girl, who, captivated by Yi Fan's identity, gradually developed feelings for him. Wait, don't act hastily. I'm not here to see your sister today. Seeing Han Bingling look as if she wanted to devour him, Chen Xuan quickly interjected, raising the bag in his hand as a gesture. Today, I'm just delivering something. You can take it inside. Chen Xuan wanted nothing more than to avoid any entanglement with the two sisters, wishing to complete his mother's task and then make a swift exit. However, Han Bingling stood motionless, pouting. You take it inside yourself. My sister wants you in. What? Chen Xuan was taken aback. What was happening? Han Binglu actually wanted him to enter. Just the thought was incredulous. Had his long-held wish come true the very first time he visited the Han family? Why did he always sense that events unfolded in ways he least expected? I'm too afraid to enter. I simply cannot. Chen Xuan was about to decline. But at that moment, Han Binglu's figure appeared within sight. She wore her usual icy demeanor, her voice cold as she said, Come in. I do not wish for outsiders to claim that the Han family lacks decorum. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan swallowed his words. Have a seat. I'll pour you a glass of water. In the Han family's living room, Han Binglu maintained her frigid demeanor, yet her words left Han Bingling dumbfounded. Although she still seemed aloof, Han Bingling could sense that her sister's attitude towards Chen Xuan had changed completely. Was this still her sister? Why did it evoke a feeling of courteous respect akin to that of a married couple? In the past, she wouldn't have even offered him a glass of water, let alone anything more intimate. Han Bingling continued to glare fiercely at Chen Xuan. Why is this little girl glaring at me? I haven't done anything to provoke her. Just let me be. I wish to have no association with either of the Han sisters. You all can peacefully serve as Yi Fan's harem. I simply wish to live quietly. As Han Binglu was about to head to the kitchen to place the items down, Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed in her ears. You all. This implied that her sister was also involved with Yi Fan, a candidate for his harem? Han Binglu stumbled slightly, her eyes widening, her chest rising and falling in agitation. She had allowed Chen Xuan inside not only to avoid losing face, but also to see if she could glean any insights into Chen Xuan's thoughts or perhaps uncover some secrets. Yet, She had not anticipated hearing news that could completely shatter her worldview. That fellow named Yi Fan had his sights set on her sister too. Sisters sharing a husband? Just the thought filled Han Binglu with immense fury. Sister, what's wrong? Seeing her sister stagger and freeze in place, Han Bingling inquired. It's nothing, I tripped. Turning, Han Binglu forced a smile, providing a hasty explanation, and then hurried off to the kitchen to quench her anger. Hey, what kind of potion did you give my sister? Once Han Binglu vanished from sight, Han Bingling couldn't help but question Chen Xuan. 1,000 questions swirled in her mind, even leading her to suspect that her sister had been possessed. Of course, all of this could not have arisen from thin air. There must be a reason, but she simply couldn't fathom it, and she felt that this transformation in both of them stemmed from Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was taken aback, utterly clueless about what Han Bingling was referring to. Stop pretending. I can sense that my sister is treating you differently. Han Bingling glared at Chen Xuan with a mournful expression. You felt it too. This phrase resonated with Chen Xuan, sending a shockwave through him. This was not good. Previously, he had sensed something amiss, yet, being unfamiliar with Han Bingluo, he felt there was no cause for concern. However, the two sisters, who spent every waking moment together, could not be mistaken. Han Bingling's intuition was unmistakable. Han Bingluo's trajectory had completely veered off the script. Chen Xuan had initially intended to allow the plot to unfold in a natural progression, but now he found himself compelled to intervene. Turning his gaze toward Han Bingling, he earnestly inquired, do you believe my relationship with your sister can return to what it once was? Startled, Han Bingling took a moment to process his words, her mind swirling with confusion. Return to what it once was? Are you speaking sensibly? Weren't you the one yearning to be close to my sister? Why the sudden change? No, something was off with him too. Chapter 7, A Dual Sacred Body? The astonishment of Han Bingluo. Han Bingling was utterly flustered. Today had completely overturned her understanding of reality. It was as if they had swapped scripts, their roles reversed. Her mind was in a whirl, unable to fathom the situation. Yet, Chen Xuan continued to wear an expression of earnest inquiry. I mean, is there a way to make your sister loathe me? To the extent that she would wish never to see me again? Are you suggesting you want my sister to despise you? Han Bingling, regaining her composure, swallowed hard. Exactly. Chen Xuan nodded. As Han Bingling gazed into Chen Xuan's eyes, her shock and confusion slowly transformed into a gleam of excitement. Although she was uncertain about the peculiar behavior of these two today, it was undeniably entertaining. Her heart leaped with joy. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, You've come to the right person. Let me tell you, my sister detests strangers, especially men who invade her personal space. If you truly wish for her to despise you, just heed my advice. In a little while, you should act inappropriately towards her, and she will surely abhor you. With a mischievous grin, Han Bingling mused that the term abhor was too mild. She was certain if Chen Xuan dared to act thus, her sister would slap him soundly. The mere thought of Chen Xuan receiving a resounding slap sent waves of excitement through her. You want me to act inappropriately towards your sister? Are you still her sister? Chen Xuan replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Han Bingling, however, dismissed his concern. It's merely a little playful interaction. It's not as if I'm asking you to do anything else. This isn't some archaic era. A little touch here, and there is nothing. Just trust me. It will work wonders. Han Bingling continued to entice him, eager to witness the spectacle of her sister's disdain for Chen Xuan, which would bring her immense satisfaction. After years of playfully tormenting Chen Xuan, she held no respect for him as a brother-in-law, nor did she wish to become his sister-in-law. Very well, Chen Xuan conceded, resigned to this path for the sake of ensuring his own survival until the grand conclusion. Fortunately, during this period, Yi Fan had not appeared. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly daunted at the prospect of laying a hand on the female lead. After all, the ironclad rule of harem stories dictates that anyone other than the male lead who touches the female lead meets with demise. After a brief moment, Han Bingluo placed a glass of water before Chen Xuan and then, feigning nonchalance, sat beside him. Across from them, Han Bingling's eyes widened once more. Chen Xuan, however, felt nothing out of the ordinary, only a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, lifting his spirits considerably. As he glanced at the adorably naive Han Bingling, he couldn't help but steal a look at the exquisitely profiled Han Bingluo, letting out a silent sigh. How infuriating that such a pair of extraordinary sisters have become part of Yi Fan's harem. The cliché of it all. Alas, I can only grumble inwardly. That kid has luck on his side, leaving the Han family, with their dual sacred bodies, as nothing more than his furnace. Moreover, Han Bingling has yet to awaken her sacred body, and the Han family remains unaware of it. This requires Yi Fan to play the part of the benefactor. Let the Han family be grateful to him. The mere thought of this plot made Chen Xuan feel utterly exasperated. Han Bingluo's grandfather was a top-tier martial artist in Linghai City. How could such a formidable figure fail to recognize that his granddaughter possessed the legendary sacred body, allowing Yi Fan to be the one to identify it upon their first meeting? Was this not a blatant display of forced drama and absurdity? Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon Han Bingling, his mind racing through the narrative. What sacred body does this little girl possess? Upon noticing Chen Xuan staring at her in a stupor, Han Bingling felt a surge of anxiety, desperately trying to catch his attention, yet he remained oblivious. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's body jolted. The Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Yes, that's it. This girl possesses the Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. This type of sacred body is innately revealed and can only be unearthed through later exploration. Requiring the concoction of a medicinal brew using the blood of a fourth-tier spirit bird, the phoenix-tailed golden pheasant, combined with frost grass to activate it. The Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. My sister is actually the Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Chen Xuan mused to himself, unaware that Han Bingluo was already displaying profound astonishment upon hearing his thoughts. Han Bingling also possessed remarkable martial talent, having reached the 5th rank of the Transcendence realm. Just like Han Bingluo, the Han family had previously speculated that Han Bingling might possess a sacred body, but it had never been confirmed, leading them to merely regard her as exceptionally gifted. Although both were at the 5th rank of the Transcendence realm, possessing a sacred body was an entirely different matter. For instance, in martial examinations, even within the same realm, those with sacred bodies were inherently superior. A sacred body signifies talent, potential, and advantage in martial examinations. If Han Bingling failed to activate her sacred body during the martial examination, she would naturally be unable to enroll in a top-tier martial academy. In the original plot, Yi Fan's mere hint would alter Han Bingling's fate and the standing of the Han family. With the title of dual sacred bodies, the Han family's status would undoubtedly soar, leading to their gratitude towards Yi Fan. At this moment, having learned this secret through Chen Xuan's thoughts, Han Bingluo trembled with excitement, making sure to commit the method for activating the sacred body to memory. This was indeed a secret. She had only read about the Ice Phoenix sacred body in books, understanding it to be a special constitution concealed within the bloodline. Due to the rarity of such sacred bodies, even the methods for activation had been lost to time. Now, not only had it been confirmed that Han Bingling possessed a sacred body, but she had also learned the method for activation. And one could only imagine Han Bingluo's current state of exhilaration. Having grown up together, the two sisters shared a deep bond. And upon learning of her sister's great fortune, Han Bingluo's gaze toward Chen Xuan transformed. All previous grievances were cast aside, replaced by a heart full of gratitude. Although she understood that Chen Xuan's thoughts suggested they would eventually learn about it through Yi Fan, she still had no idea who Yi Fan was. How could she feel grateful to someone she had never met? Moreover, Han Bingluo was certain that this Yi Fan harbored ulterior motives, likely using this matter to elicit gratitude from the Han family, deceiving her sister. The mere thought of Yi Fan possibly taking both sisters as his own only fueled her anger. Now that she had learned this secret from Chen Xuan's thoughts, Han Bingluo felt it was for the best. She did not need Yi Fan. Compared to him, she preferred to place her gratitude upon Chen Xuan. After all, he was still her nominal fiancé. I should try to understand him better. Thinking along these lines, Han Bingluo's cheeks flushed with warmth as she boldly grasped Chen Xuan's hand, saying, "You, come with me for a moment." Chen Xuan felt a soft warmth enveloping his hand, the gentle sensation radiating through him, momentarily clouding his mind. He stared blankly at Han Bingluo, completely forgetting to think. Like a puppet being led upstairs by her, Han Bingling watched this scene unfold, her scalp prickling in disbelief. Wait, she had been anticipating that slap. However, before Chen Xuan could make a move, her sister unexpectedly took the initiative to grasp Chen Xuan's hand. This revelation utterly shattered her worldview. She was aware that Han Binglu possessed a slight aversion to the opposite sex, yet in this instance, it appeared that Chen Xuan was not bound by such restrictions. As she watched the two ascend the stairs, heading straight for Han Binglu's private quarters, a ludicrous thought emerged in Han Bingling's mind. Could it be that her sister was so impatient that she wished to play at having a child? Chapter 8. The conquest instinct of Han Binglu is completely aroused. Chen Xuan, feeling dizzy, was ushered into the boudoir by Han Binglu. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and it was only then that Chen Xuan regained his senses. As the warmth of her hand slipped away, he experienced an inexplicable sense of loss. One must admit, Han Binglu's delicate hand is truly soft and smooth. Had it not been for the lingering warmth in his grasp, Chen Xuan might have thought himself caught in a dream. Han Binglu had actually taken the initiative to hold his hand? This was utterly unbelievable. Yet, before Chen Xuan could ponder how this situation had come to be, he found himself confronting a rather pressing dilemma. He, an adult male, was being led into the boudoir of Han Binglu. Although contemporary society is far removed from the ancient times, the notion of a young woman of 18 inviting a young man into her private space and closing the door behind them inevitably prompted Chen Xuan to indulge in fanciful thoughts. What on earth is happening? What does Han Binglu truly intend? Is there no one to rescue me? If she truly desires that, what should I do? No, you shall not have my body. With his arms crossed defensively, Chen Xuan regarded Han Binglu with a wary expression. Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Han Binglu's fair complexion flushed an enchanting shade of crimson. She acknowledged her earlier excitement, a fervent desire to share her intentions with Chen Xuan, and in her haste, she had not considered the implications. However, now that the deed was done, Han Binglu realized she harbored no feelings of repulsion. Rather, it was Chen Xuan's thoughts that left her feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Was she perhaps being unfair to him? As a prominent beauty, if anything were to transpire, would it not be he who stood to gain? The moment she discovered that Chen Xuan had been feigning a romantic persona all along, a peculiar emotion stirred within her. Now, observing Chen Xuan's demeanor, she felt a pang of grievance. Yet, Han Binglu chose not to reveal her emotions, burying them within her heart. As someone who had always been the epitome of excellence, Han Binglu possessed a natural pride. She prided herself on being no less than anyone else, whether in terms of appearance, character, or cultivation. What she desired, she invariably attained through her relentless efforts. Now, gazing at Chen Xuan, who seemed eager to distance himself, Han Binglu felt an unfamiliar yearning for conquest arise within her. Perhaps, at this moment, Chen Xuan was akin to a mystery box, with Han Binglu uncertain of the delightful surprises that awaited her. What is it, Chen Xuan? Were you not always looking forward to seeing me like this? Han Binglu feigned a tone of grievance as she spoke. Upon witnessing Han Binglu's demeanor, Chen Xuan felt utterly flustered. Damn it, I knew this icy beauty would present such a stark contrast. Who could possibly withstand this? As the leading female protagonist in the story, Han Binglu's beauty was beyond question, especially now that she was so close to Chen Xuan. Just gazing upon her exquisite features caused his heart to race fervently. Moreover, at this moment, Han Binglu had completely overturned Chen Xuan's understanding of her, revealing a vulnerable side that evoked sympathy. He sensed his resolve beginning to crumble. Why do I now feel as though you are conflicted, desperately wanting me to keep my distance? As Han Binglu stepped forward, a gentle fragrance wafted into Chen Xuan's nostrils. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her beautiful eyes locked onto his, awaiting his response. This was the question she yearned to answer most. Was it merely because of Yi Fan? Or was there another reason? If it were solely Yi Fan, she could not comprehend why Chen Xuan held him in such apprehension. The Chen family was among the most powerful in Linghai City. Even if one Chen family were insufficient, there was still the Han family. The two top-tier forces combined should not fear a single Yi Fan. Unbeknownst to Han Binglu was the terrifying nature of someone like Yi Fan, a fated individual. Not even the prominent families in the imperial capital could withstand him. Opposing him was akin to courting death. I find myself intrigued by the transformation of the esteemed Han school beauty. Could it be that she has genuinely developed feelings for me? Chen Xuan did not answer, but instead voiced his own confusion. What could have led a once cold school beauty to metamorphose into this? Was it a loss of morals? Or had her humanity begun to twist? As for Han Binglu perceiving his desire to keep distance, Chen Xuan dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that his current posture was, in truth, somewhat reactive. Like you? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Han Binglu was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that the proximity between them felt rather ambiguous. A blush swiftly crept across her face, rendering her cheeks warm. This was her first experience being so close to a male, and she instinctively took a step back, turning away. Understanding that Chen Xuan did not wish to explain, she did not press further, believing in the passage of time to reveal the answers. Chen Xuan, I do not harbor feelings for you, Han Binglu stated calmly, returning to her prior demeanor. Regarding Chen Xuan, she could not profess love, at most. She felt a slight fondness coupled with curiosity. Though they had reached adulthood some time ago, this was not the moment for romantic entanglements, and she hoped he would focus on preparing for the martial arts examination. Han Binglu spoke earnestly. Despite knowing that Chen Xuan had been playing the role of a lovesick individual all along, she did not wish for him to delay significant matters in his life. Women are inherently drawn to strength. Han Binglu did not want her partner to be at a considerable disadvantage compared to her. She hoped Chen Xuan would strive to excel. Even if he did not surpass her, gaining admission to a respectable martial arts university would still be a satisfactory outcome for the Chen family. As for their potential marriage, that was a matter for the future. At that moment, however, Chen Xuan's inner thoughts echoed in her mind. Is this yet another attempt to fill me with platitudes? The martial arts examination? There are still 100 days left. Who knows, by then I might have transcended the mundane realm and entered the martial artist stage. Participating in the martial arts examination as a martial artist? Wouldn't that be an overwhelming advantage? I can choose any prestigious academy I wish. Are you really worried I won't qualify for a top-tier academy? Humph. On the day of the martial arts examination, I shall dazzle you all with my brilliance. Han Binglu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. She was taken aback, even more so than when she first learned that Han Bingling was the Ice Phoenix Saint body. Achieving the martial artist stage in 100 days? Chen Xuan had been concealing his true strength all this time. Han Binglu could hardly believe the depths of Chen Xuan's concealment, yet his inner thoughts were undeniably truthful. As she recalled the words she had initially thought, Han Binglu felt her face grow even warmer, perceiving herself as a fool. However, after the initial shock, a surge of anger ignited within her. Chen Xuan was not a useless individual. Was this facade of a good-for-nothing merely a ruse? Perhaps it was a strategy to make her despise him and keep her distance? Han Bingluo's thoughts spiraled into an increasingly irate realization. Was I truly so repugnant to you? Very well then. Chen Xuan, you have thoroughly stirred my desire for conquest. Chen Xuan, turning to face him, Han Bingluo spoke with grave seriousness. After the grand martial examination, I shall endeavor to cultivate feelings for you. You too shall come to like me. Han Bingluo had never subscribed to the notion of love at first sight. She believed that emotions were nurtured gradually. Chen Xuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by her declaration. It was not a question, but a pronouncement, akin to an ultimatum from Han Bingluo. Chapter 9. The long-awaited prodigy makes his entrance. Chen Xuan felt as if he were on the brink of despair, unable to fathom how Han Bingluo could utter such words. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the notion that she and her mother had conspired to spur him into gaining admission to the martial university. However, he swiftly dismissed such an absurd thought. This was a plot line too cliché for even the most hackneyed of authors to conceive. With a sigh, he lamented the struggles of existence, for narrative developments invariably veered towards the contrary of his desires. Perhaps it was his mere butterfly flapping its wings that had incited such a shift in the world's storyline. Nevertheless, regardless of how the plot twisted, Chen Xuan remained steadfast in his singular aspiration to survive. He had not forgotten his identity as a minor antagonist, one who was meant to fade into the background and avoid the likes of Yi Fan, dutifully playing the role of an observer. However, the unfolding narrative had compelled Chen Xuan to confront the harsh reality. Much like the inevitable encounter between the protagonists, he, too, was a villain endowed with an innate allure that irresistibly attracted the male lead. Coming to this realization, Chen Xuan fell into silence. Since evasion was futile, he would inevitably meet Yi Fan. Thus, he resolved to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Perhaps it was merely because Han Bingluo had yet to encounter Yi Fan that she exhibited such behavior now. Upon meeting Yi Fan, would she perhaps experience a change of heart, yearning to call off their engagement in tears? Han Bingluo, overhearing Chen Xuan's inner musings, could not suppress a cold laugh. Though she had yet to meet Yi Fan, she already harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. Firstly, her foreknowledge of her destined path incited a rebellious spirit within her. She resisted the idea of her life's trajectory being predetermined. Secondly, she regarded Yi Fan as far from virtuous, whether for his intentions to take her and her sister as part of his harem or for having made her family indebted to him by revealing her sister's innate talent. All of this seemed to imply that Yi Fan had meticulously orchestrated his schemes concerning the Han family. Han Bingluo was determined not to acquiesce to his designs. The room fell into a heavy silence as both individuals calculated their next moves. Suddenly, the sound of car horns resonated at the entrance of the Han residence. A sleek black luxury vehicle was making its way through the gates. "Why is father back today?" Han Bingluo exclaimed, surprised upon seeing the license plate. The Han family was deeply entrenched in various industries, including the trade of exotic beast materials, biomedicine, and biotechnology. Han Tiangang, her father, was often preoccupied with work, making it rare for the sisters to catch a glimpse of him. "Let us step outside. It would not be appropriate for uncle to see us in here," Chen Xuan promptly suggested, not wishing Han Tiangang to think he had taken advantage of the daughter he had painstakingly raised. Han Bingluo nodded in agreement. Chen Xuan eagerly opened the door. Oh, the moment he swung the door open, Han Bingling nearly stumbled in surprise. "Little sister? What are you doing in front of my door?" she asked, her tone laced with incredulity. Hee, Han Bingling chuckled awkwardly, looking somewhat guilty. "Let us go greet father," Han Bingluo said, shaking her head in resignation, well aware that her mischievous sister had likely been eavesdropping. Descending the narrow staircase, Han Bingling lingered behind, seething with jealousy as she observed Chen Xuan's back. As a clever young girl, she had successfully gleaned snippets of their conversation. Once again, her worldview was shattered. Did this imply that her sister was the one making advances? How could her sister possibly consent to such a marriage? The thought of her sister attempting to cultivate a relationship with Chen Xuan baffled her. She sensed an unspoken secret had developed between them. A pang of betrayal struck her. Feeling a rift had formed between herself and her sister, who now withheld secrets from her. I must uncover the truth. I refuse to refer to this guy as brother-in-law. Han Bingling silently vowed, her fists clenched in determination behind Chen Xian's back. Father, mother, uncle and uncle? Upon descending the stairs, Han Bingluo spotted Han Tiangang and a group entering the living room. Unlike the Chen family, the Han family was robust, with a lineage thriving under the auspices of their patriarch. However, aside from the elder and the two sisters, the remaining members of the Han family lacked extraordinary martial talents. All serving in various capacities within the Han Corporation, they were typically busy, making gatherings like today's rare. A sense of foreboding washed over Han Bingluo. Something significant appeared to be afoot today. Ah, how fortunate that you are all home, Han Tiangang remarked, his expression brightening upon seeing his daughters. However, his smile froze when he noticed Chen Xian standing behind them, morphing into a look reminiscent of someone who had just consumed a fly. The father-in-law's growing irritation at the sight of his son-in-law was palpable. Han Tiangong's expression darkened. Anyone would feel distressed knowing that their beloved daughter, a paragon in her own right, was to wed a veritable wastrel. Yet, despite his discontent, Han Tiangang found himself powerless. This engagement had been arranged by the elder, who still presided over the Han family, leaving him without recourse. After all, as a businessman, Han Tiangang knew the family's reputation was upheld by the elder, a formidable martial artist, and he had no authority to speak against it. Chen Xian is here as well, Han Tiangang forced out, before continuing. Good. Since you are all here, come with me. Father, where are we going? Han Bingluo inquired. To welcome an extraordinary martial genius. At the mention of this, a smile returned to Han Tiangong's face. This remarkable young man is of your age, yet his martial talents are leagues beyond yours. Even you, little Luo, with your innate potential, cannot compare. His words brimmed with admiration and esteem. He casually cast a glance at Chen Xian, his disdain unmasked. People are to be measured against one another. Even if Chen Xian possessed half of this genius's prowess, he would not be met with such scorn. However, Chen Xian had become irrelevant to Han Tiangong's plans today. He intended to introduce his daughters to this prodigious talent. A genius? Of the same age? Chen Xian's pupils contracted upon hearing Han Tiangong's introduction. Is it Yi Fan? It must be Yi Fan. In the original storyline, Yi Fan had first encountered Han Tiangang, who was astounded by Yi Fan's martial prowess, ultimately becoming the first benefactor in Yi Fan's life, providing him shelter and support to attend the premier martial high school in Linghai City. As a shrewd businessman, Han Tiangong's motives were clear: invest in an impoverished genius and await the returns. However, Han Tiangang could never have anticipated that becoming a distinguished figure akin to a fated child of destiny would entail sacrificing everything. Decades of accumulated family resources. The two precious daughters he painstakingly raised. Were it not for the influence of the harmonious deity, Han Tiangang might have lost even his wife. Yet, this ordeal was far from over. Associating with such individuals would subject him to physical torment. In the latter chapters of the narrative, he suffered the indignity of having all his limbs severed by a formidable antagonist, only for Yi Fan to heroically make his entrance. Chen Xian found himself utterly at a loss for words. Such melodramatic tropes had become the hallmark of these simplistic narratives. Chapter 10. The Han sisters show no mercy. There was no time to pray for Han Tiangang, for this elder had taken a disliking to him. In a certain sense, Han Tiangang, his father-in-law, shared the same nature as the antagonist. Both served as mere stepping stones for Yi Fan's ostentation. But why am I even here? Logically, I shouldn't be encountering Yi Fan today. Chen Xian felt a pang of frustration. In the book, Chen Xian's first meeting with Yi Fan transpired at the first martial arts high school in Linghai City. While delivering breakfast, he was chastised by a man who claimed to be Han Bingluo's bodyguard. It was at this moment that a sycophant began his descent into darkness. Obliterating Yi Fan became Chen Xian's initial objective. Naturally, this marked the commencement of his own demise. Regardless, since I am already here, I shall go with the flow and remain inconspicuous, as long as I do not attract Yi Fan's attention. Chen Xian silently mused. He certainly did not wish to emerge like a villain seeking animosity. Today was Yi Fan's stage. Moreover, from any perspective, Chen Xian's emergence would merely serve as a bridal gown for Yi Fan. This fellow is currently at the 7th tier of the Transcendence realm. His prowess is formidable, rivaling my own, rendering him invincible within the same realm. Crossing tiers is an effortless feat for him. I shall simply enjoy the spectacle, awaiting the moment when the Han sisters, Han Bingluo and her sister, are left in awe by Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Does such a person truly exist? A sense of astonishment washed over Han Bingluo, Everything appeared to align perfectly with Chen Xuan's thoughts. He could genuinely foresee the future. Han Bingluo struggled to comprehend this. Yet upon realizing her ability to hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, she deemed his foresight less far-fetched. Stealing a glance at Chen Xuan, she concluded that if Yi Fan truly existed, then her sister's sacred physique must also be real. At this moment, there was no longer a need for validation in Han Bingluo's mind. Yi Fan's appearance further solidified Chen Xuan's credibility, dispelling any lingering doubts within her heart. However, upon hearing Chen Xuan's intentions, a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a cunning glimmer in her eyes. Han Tiangang's welcome did not extend beyond the Han family's threshold. Yi Fan, an orphan, was already prepared to be taken in. Earlier, Han Tiangang had arranged for Han Bingluo's cousin to welcome Yi Fan. A group, led by Han Tiangang, arrived at the entrance, with Chen Xuan intending to linger at the back. Yet, Han Bingluo's gaze persistently beckoned him to walk alongside her. That look seemed to convey an unspoken fear of his potential escape. Damn, it appears I cannot evade this fate. Chen Xuan lamented, feeling tears well up. He had briefly considered slipping away, but Han Bingluo's unwavering gaze made it impossible. Father, a peer my age, even if he is a genius, surely does not warrant such a grand welcome? Standing at the Han family's entrance, Han Bingling pouted. Why is there such a vast disparity among peers? She was at the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm. Although lacking a sacred physique, she was still considered a prodigy among high school students in Linghai City. Yet, she had never experienced such treatment, let alone the fact that the Han family was a prominent clan in Linghai City. All of this just to welcome a genius? Is it truly necessary? What do you understand? Han Tiangang shot a serious glance at his younger daughter. Both are geniuses, yet there exists a palpable gap between them. Do you comprehend his realm? What realm? Han Bingling inquired. The 7th tier of the Transcendence realm. Han Tianggang's voice was laced with profound astonishment. Even though he was already aware of Yi Fan's level, he remained astounded. This was 2 entire tiers above his daughter Han Bingling. Do not underestimate this difference. The Transcendence realm cannot simply be attained from birth. Only upon reaching adulthood can martial arts prodigies condense their vital energy to ascend into the Transcendence realm. The time from adulthood to participate in the martial arts entrance examination is less than a year. Within that year, every minor tier illustrates the inherent disparities among individuals. Yi Fan's aptitude, even amidst the throngs of geniuses in the imperial capital, would be deemed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yi Fan had never attended school and had not received systematic training. Thus, upon learning of Yi Fan's solitary plight, Han Tianggang's thoughts of investment began to take shape. Now do you understand why I hold this youth in such high regard? Han Tiangang shifted his gaze towards his 2 daughters. Upon hearing of the 7th tier of the Transcendence realm, Han Bingling was left utterly stunned. This young girl was once again deeply impacted, her expression one of sheer shock. Han Tiangang wore a knowing smile, yet his gaze turned to Han Bingluo, brow furrowed. Han Bingluo displayed no sign of surprise, her demeanor entirely placid. This reaction exceeded Han Tianggang's expectations. In his mind, even if Han Bingluo did not exhibit surprise, she would at least manifest a competitive spirit. Yet at this moment, he discerned no trace of such emotion on her face. Unbeknownst to him, Han Bingluo had already learned this news ahead of time through Chen Xuan's thoughts. She hadn't even paid close attention to Han Tianggang's words. Did Yi Fan's status as a martial artist hold any significance for her? She was solely preoccupied with listening to Chen Xuan's musings. This little girl must be stunned into silence. Chen Xuan found amusement in observing Han Bingling. Although Yi Fan may be showing off, this quiet enjoyment of the spectacle is quite delightful. A gaggle of short-sighted individuals, a genius? That merely serves as a threshold to encounter Yi Fan. By the way, should I also put on a show when Yi Fan demonstrates his prowess against the vitality testing machine? Chen Xuan fell into contemplation once more. Ding! Just as the group exchanged a few words, the distant sound of a car horn echoed. A sleek black luxury vehicle gradually came to a stop. A modestly dressed, composed youth emerged from within. Yi Fan surveyed the assembled crowd, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the Han sisters for a moment longer. Is this what you speak of? My destined opportunity? He mused silently, before fixing his gaze upon Han Tianggang's face. Uncle Han, Yi Fan greeted with a faint smile. You finally arrived. Han Tiangang replied warmly, pulling Yi Fan into an embrace before addressing the Han sisters. This is the genius I mentioned. Yi Fan, please make his acquaintance. Genius is an overstatement. Uncle Han is flattering me, Yi Fan humbly replied, then turned his gaze towards Han Bingluo, extending his hand. Hello, I am Yi Fan. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any distraction, and this gesture was merely a matter of courtesy. One would expect Han Bingluo to reciprocate. Yet, Han Bingluo did not extend her hand, instead scrutinizing Yi Fan. unable to discern anything particularly exceptional. Moreover, she felt an unsettling shadow lurking in Yi Fan's gaze, which made her quite uncomfortable. Han Bingluo, Han Bing lightly remarked, seemingly indifferent to Yi Fan's awkwardly suspended hand in the air. Yi Fan, don't take it to heart. Xiao Luo is not targeting you. She has a natural aversion to the opposite sex. Noticing Yi Fan's awkwardness, Han Tiangang offered a brief explanation. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. An aversion to the opposite sex? Had no one ever touched her? How fortuitous. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes, as if the pure insane body was already within his grasp. This is my youngest daughter, Han Tiangang said, directing his gaze towards Han Bingling. Hello, Yi Fan said, turning his outstretched hand towards Han Bingling. Observing Yi Fan's gesture, Han Bingling glanced at her aloof sister and then at her smiling father. Suddenly, she withdrew her small hand, declaring, if my sister won't shake hands, neither will I. I am Han Bingling. Awkwardness enveloped the room. Han Tiangong's smile froze on his face. He could hardly confess that his daughter also harbored a form of aversion. He had initially hoped to leave a favorable impression on Yi Fan, even entertaining the notion of having him as a son-in-law. Yet, the current circumstances were entirely unexpected. Why did both of his daughters seem so disinclined towards Yi Fan at their first meeting? Observing Yi Fan's hand awkwardly suspended in the air, even Han Tiangang, an adult, felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Xuan took the initiative to extend his hand. Chapter 11. Why does it feel like the chosen one's face has darkened? Aware that he could not escape, Chen Xuan opted to confront the situation with composure. The entirely unforeseen turn of events led him to consider a shift in perspective. While his primary goal remained to distance himself from the female lead and Yi Fan, he could no longer afford to act like an outsider, especially since they attended the same school and were in the same class, and today they had crossed paths. However, on a brighter note, today could indeed present an opportunity. As long as I don't act recklessly, I should be fine. Chen Xuan had yet to be labeled a villain by Yi Fan and had not made it onto his list of adversaries. He certainly did not wish to provoke fate. And observing Yi Fan's hand, he resolved to first cultivate some goodwill. I'll just say I'm Han Bingluo's classmate, coincidentally visiting the Han residence. Chen Xuan had mentally rehearsed his lines and wore a beaming smile. He firmly gripped Yi Fan's hand, still suspended in the air, and said, hello. I am Chen Xuan, Han Bingluo's fiancé. Before Chen Xuan could finish his introduction, Han Bingluo interjected from the side. In an instant, a chilling silence fell over the room. Han Tiangang and the uncles of Han Bingluo wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone was stupefied. They could scarcely believe that Han Bingluo was capable of uttering such words. They assumed that Han Bingluo, like them, would oppose the engagement. Their reasoning was simple. The illustrious daughter of the Han family could not marry a waste. Although the Chen family held considerable power, Chen Xuan, lacking martial talent, did not seem a worthy match in their eyes. Moreover, Han Bingluo's previous behavior had only reinforced their suspicions. However, unlike them, Han Bingluo seemed to be breaking the mold today. She was actively introducing Chen Xuan as her fiancé. Meanwhile, Han Bingling wore a knowing expression as if she had anticipated this moment. She had already experienced several shocks to her worldview, so this revelation did not seem as outrageous. Chen Xuan's enthusiastic smile froze on his face, and upon hearing Han Bingluo's words, he felt 1,000 wild horses stampeding through his mind. Han Bingluo, what are you doing? Aren't you revealing too much? I can speak for myself. Why does it feel like Yi Fan's face has turned dark? Oh. Haha. Chen Xuan forced a calm laugh, attempting to salvage the situation. Looking at Yi Fan, he spoke earnestly. This is merely an agreement from the previous generation. It doesn't hold any weight. It doesn't hold any weight. My grandfather is still alive, and both families intend to honor the engagement. Han Bingluo interjected once more. What era are we in? Naturally, we oppose arranged marriages. One cannot establish oneself without faith. We advocate for free love. If Han Bingluo. Enough. I will remain silent. Chen Xuan relented, releasing Yi Fan's hand and quietly stepping aside. He felt that speaking too much could lead to missteps and regretted his previous comments. He sensed that Yi Fan's gaze towards him had shifted. Chen Xuan resolved to say no more, yielding the floor to Yi Fan. Just as he planned to discreetly retreat behind the crowd to divert Yi Fan's attention, Han Bingluo caught hold of Chen Xuan's clothing. You will stay by my side today and won't sneak away. Han Bingluo whispered closely to Chen Xuan's ear. This intimate gesture resembled two enamored lovers sharing secrets, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Yi Fan instinctively clenched his fists. Wasn't he this contrary to her aversion to the opposite sex? In an instant, Yi Fan's gaze towards Chen Xuan darkened. With a tingling sensation in his ears and a faint fragrance wafting through the air, Chen Xuan felt his heart flutter. But upon raising his eyes, he was met with the Chosen One's piercing glare. Han Bingluo, please don't put me in such a predicament. As everyone entered the Han family's living room, Chen Xuan naturally adhered to his earlier thoughts. Had there been a crack in the floor, he would have wished to disappear into it. Of course, aside from Han Bingluo, no one paid Chen Xuan any mind, as today, Yi Fan was the center of attention. Han Bingluo's elders had already learned about Yi Fan through Han Tiangong's words. Yi Fan's displayed talents had thoroughly captivated them, given Yi Fan's potential for growth. It was anticipated that in a few years, even graduating from a martial arts university, he could evolve into a martial arts master of great renown. At that time, the Han family's status would naturally rise dramatically. Today, they had a common purpose in visiting the Han residence, to persuade the family patriarch to allow Yi Fan to stay at the Han residence and transfer to Linghai City's top martial arts high school. Such a prodigy should not be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders, and a shrewd group of merchants had set their sights on the Han sisters. In the original storyline, transferring schools posed no issue and did not require the involvement of the elder Han. But the matter of Yi Fan residing at the Han family home was fraught with complications. Although the elder Han was astonished by Yi Fan's martial talent, he was known for his stubbornness and traditional views. Allowing a peer, an unfamiliar young man, to live with his two unmarried daughters? That seemed unreasonable. In the plot, Yi Fan presented a condition that the elder Han could not refute. He could assist Han Bingling in activating her saint body. Upon seeing the two exceptional daughters of Han Tiangong, Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, both of your daughters surely possess saint bodies, correct? Here it comes, here it comes." Finally, we have reached the first part of Yi Fan's shocking revelations to the Han family. Chen Xuan's spirit surged, sitting up straight in preparation for the performance. A family with dual saint bodies? Han Tiangong was momentarily taken aback. The existence of saint bodies was a closely guarded secret, known only to Han Bingluo and the direct members of the Han family. Now, with Yi Fan so brazenly exposing it, the crowd was stunned. This young man had an extraordinary insight. However, a family with dual saint bodies? Han Tiangong chuckled, feeling that Yi Fan had misjudged the situation. Before Han Tiangong could respond, Yi Fan explained, "Uncle Han, please don't take offense. Due to certain unique reasons, I can sense the existence of saint bodies, and this perception is infallible." Is that true? Upon hearing Yi Fan's unwavering certainty, Han Tiangong's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently inquire further. Is that truly the case? Surely Uncle Han is not unaware? Yi Fan replied, a hint of amusement flickering within him. Indeed, the enigmatic figure had not deceived him. The Han family was blissfully ignorant of Han Bingling's possession of the sacred body. Once revealed, he would undoubtedly be honored as a distinguished guest within the Han household. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated, unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. However, just as Yi Fan reveled in his triumph, the voice of Han Binglu broke through the air. "Father, my younger sister truly possesses the sacred body. This is a fact I alone am privy to, and I intended to disclose it to you." What? In an instant, all eyes turned to Han Binglu. Unlike the others, Yi Fan and Chen Xuan were particularly astounded. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? How could you possibly know? Chapter 12. Yi Fan. I can't shake the feeling that the eldest daughter of the Han family harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me. The true protagonist remains unflinching even in the face of catastrophe. Yet, despite their composed exteriors, both Chen Xuan and Yi Fan were engulfed by tumultuous thoughts. Chen Xuan, well-versed in the narrative, prided himself on his memory, but how could Han Binglu be aware of Han Bingling's sacred body? Such a detail was never mentioned in the text. His gaze towards Han Binglu turned sorrowful. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's eyes darkened. Although he could not predict the unfolding events, everything that transpired today had been meticulously planned. An orphan by birth, yet blessed with the aura of a destined child, Yi Fan had already seized a monumental opportunity. He had acquired a remarkable artifact, within which lay the remnant soul of a martial sage. The martial sage, a legendary figure symbolizing the pinnacle of martial arts, whose will endures even when the physical form perishes. Yi Fan had taken this martial sage's soul as his mentor, embarking on his journey of martial cultivation. Under the guidance of this martial sage's remnant, he learned of his own sacred body and, due to its unique nature, understood the necessity of finding suitable furnace vessels to fully awaken his sacred bloodline. Yin and yang in perfect harmony, they complemented each other. Once his sacred body was entirely activated, Yi Fan would ascend to the highest realm of martial arts. Simultaneously, a mysterious individual had approached him, urging Yi Fan to infiltrate the Han family as an insider. While he remained oblivious to this figure's identity and had no intention of serving her, through her, he had uncovered numerous secrets of the Han family. For instance, Han Binglu was indeed a pure Yin sacred body. Thus, Yi Fan devised a series of plans. The intricate entanglements between the Han family and this mysterious figure were of no concern to him. His singular desire was to claim the two sisters. One possessed a pure Yin body, the other, an Ice Phoenix sacred body, perfect vessels for unlocking his own sacred body. Naturally, if his plan succeeded and he secured the sisters, Yi Fan would align himself with the Han family, aiding them in resolving matters concerning the mysterious individual. Yet, at present, he could not shake the sensation that the eldest daughter of the Han family was targeting him. Yi Fan felt an inexplicable aversion emanating from Han Binglu and could not fathom what had provoked such disdain. Prior to today, they were mere strangers. Why then did Han Binglu harbor such animosity towards him? Pondering this was not prudent at the moment. Regardless, he resolved to remain within the Han family. With a shift in mindset, Yi Fan concocted a new strategy. Even if she was aware of Han Bingling's sacred body, how could she possibly know the specifics of its nature? A smirk graced his lips. The Ice Phoenix sacred body had not surfaced for centuries. Records of it were exceedingly rare, merely a mention among countless tales. Father, my sister's sacred body is indeed unique. Even the text provides scant information, labeling her as the most enigmatic Ice Phoenix sacred body. Just as Yi Fan basked in his self-satisfaction, he heard Han Binglu's voice again. His pupils dilated. Could it be that she was aware of the Ice Phoenix sacred body? Yi Fan's expression darkened. Was there a miscommunication? Or had the eldest daughter of the Han family obtained this knowledge through other means? Confusion flooded his mind. How could Han Binglu ascertain that Han Bingling was an Ice Phoenix sacred body? Yet, even if she knew of the Ice Phoenix sacred body, did she truly grasp the methodology required to activate it? Yi Fan's teeth gritted in frustration. The scant records regarding the Ice Phoenix sacred body hardly touched upon the activation process. However, through the martial sage's remnant soul, he had not only gained a comprehensive understanding of the Ice Phoenix sacred body, but also the methods to awaken such obscure sacred bodies. This knowledge was his confidence. Ultimately, the Han family would rely on him to activate Han Bingling's sacred body. When the Han family found themselves in dire straits, it would be Yi Fan who delivered them from their plight, and they would undoubtedly express their profound gratitude. Clenching his fists, Yi Fan reflected, alas, who would have thought that little Ling was the Ice Phoenix sacred body? As anticipated, upon hearing about the Ice Phoenix sacred body, the members of the Han family sighed in unison. The Han family enterprise primarily dealt with beasts and various materials required for activating sacred bodies. Thus they possessed a certain understanding of each sacred body. However, the Ice Phoenix sacred body had not manifested for centuries, and such knowledge had faded from memory, let alone the means of activation. Now, upon learning that Han Bingling was indeed the Ice Phoenix sacred body, they were left uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Here it comes. Yi Fan's theatrical performance in the Han family is about to unfold. Hurry, seek his wisdom. He must know that the blood of the phoenix-tail golden rooster combined with frost grass is the key. As for Chen Xuan, Yi Fan, and Han Binglu, they were the only ones unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Yi Fan awaited the moment of his grand revelation, while Chen Xuan seethed internally. And Han Binglu wore a subtle smile. Thank you, Chen Xuan, for reminding me of this crucial detail, she mused. Uncle Han, why the long faces? The fact that Miss Han Bingling possesses a sacred body is indeed a cause for celebration. Yi Fan could hardly contain his excitement, feigning surprise. Han Tiangang sighed heavily and spoke. Young brother Yi Fan, this particular sacred body is a hidden one, requiring specific elixirs for activation. But the formulas for such elixirs have long been lost to time. Lost. Yi Fan pretended to be taken aback, then suddenly smacked his thigh. Uncle Han, you may find this hard to believe, but I happen to possess the formula for activating such a sacred body. What? At Yi Fan's proclamation, the members of the Han family widened their eyes in disbelief. Han Bingling, the very subject of the discussion, gazed at Yi Fan with wide, pleading eyes, filled with a sense of yearning. Han Tiangang, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation, repeatedly inquired, Young brother Yi Fan, are you certain? To be candid, Uncle Han, this formula is the sole legacy bequeathed to me by my ancestors. It is the hidden treasure of the Yi family. My father made it clear before his passing that no one outside the Yi family may know of it, Yi Fan stated, sighing as if to underscore the formula's value. Han Tiangang, understanding the implication of Yi Fan's words, became serious. Young brother Yi Fan, while I recognize the immense value of this formula to you, little Ling is in dire need of it. If you can assist in activating her sacred body, my Han family will be eternally grateful, and I, Han Tiangang, shall regard you with utmost sincerity and loyalty. The matter concerning his daughter's martial future was of paramount importance, and Han Tiangang was willing to set aside his pride. He even considered bowing in gratitude to Yi Fan. That is too much, Uncle Han. You honor me. Yi Fan quickly rose, supporting Han Tiangang earnestly. It is merely an ancestral formula. It pales in comparison to the generosity you have already shown me. Do not merely regard it as a precious formula. Even if it requires the blood of Yi Fan to awaken your daughter's sacred body, I, Yi Fan, shall not hesitate. Yi Fan declared with resolute conviction. In that instant, the gaze of the Han family members shifted towards him, their eyes glistening with admiration and a hint of moisture. Han Tiangang was particularly eager to give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Yi Fan, how noble and righteous you are." Everything unfolded just as I had anticipated. Yi Fan cast an appreciative glance at the crowd, a weight lifting from his heart. However, as his gaze fell upon Han Bingluo, an unsettling tension gripped him. Han Bingluo regarded Yi Fan with a cold smirk, and when their eyes locked, she scoffed. "Since this formula is a family heirloom of the Yi clan, I believe it is unnecessary." Chapter 13. Yi Fan. Seemingly stripped of all strength and means. At this moment, Han Bingluo's words were akin to a thunderclap, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Xiao Luo, what are you saying?" Han Tiangang exclaimed incredulously, glaring at his daughter. "This pertains to your sister's martial arts sacred body. How can you dismiss it so casually?" Han Tiangang was truly angered. Today his daughter seemed inexplicably antagonistic towards Yi Fan. Refusing to shake hands with Yi Fan could be somewhat excusable, but rejecting his assistance was utterly incomprehensible. He certainly did not believe that Han Bingluo was merely afraid of being surpassed by her sister. The bond between the two sisters was exceptionally strong. Even if such thoughts crossed Han Bingluo's mind, she was astute enough not to voice them at this moment. "Miss Han, while I am unaware of your reasoning, this matter fundamentally concerns your sister and should not be yours to decide," Yi Fan said, his gaze darkening as he faced Han Bingluo, increasingly vexed by her interruptions. Were it not for the fact that Han Bingluo was a pure Yin sacred body, he might have entertained thoughts of eliminating her. "When the time comes, I shall ensure you are thoroughly taught a lesson." Yi Fan seethed inwardly. "Sister." Beside them, Han Bingling was becoming increasingly anxious. Grasping Han Bingluo's hand, she pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears, looking up at her sister with a sense of helplessness. Since childhood, with their parents engrossed in their careers, her elder sister had been Han Bingling's pillar of support, and she harbored a maternal dependence on Han Bingluo. However, concerning her sacred body, which she longed to possess to enter the same martial arts university as Han Bingluo and follow in her footsteps, she was bewildered by her sister's words. "Foolish sister." Han Bingluo gently patted Han Bingling's hand and turned her gaze back to Yi Fan, her eyes now icy. "Look at how a mere sacred body has caused her to become so stubborn. If Yi Fan's schemes succeed, not only will the Han family owe him a debt of gratitude, but Han Bingling will also be completely under his influence. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Bingluo could not allow Yi Fan's machinations to flourish. She repeatedly claimed the formula was a treasured heirloom, yet when it came to the moment of truth, she self-righteously sought to offer it without conditions, to assert that Yi Fan possesses no selfish motives. Han Bingluo held no belief in that. "Father, uncles, I do not wish for my sister to suffer due to selfish reasons. I would be happier than anyone if Xiao Ling could possess the sacred body." Han Bingluo explained to the assembled crowd. "If Miss Han is truly concerned for her sister, then she ought to accept my goodwill. Reject? No, it is not a rejection. Rather, it is unnecessary." Han Bingluo countered, her lips curling into a smirk. "Without your Yi family's secret formula, my sister will still awaken the Ice Phoenix sacred body." "What? How is that possible? You must be dreaming." The crowd erupted in shock once more, and Yi Fan, uncharacteristically, lost his composure. Yet upon sensing a chilling glare from Han Bingluo, he quickly amended, "I merely find it hard to believe that Miss Han is being overly optimistic. Without our Yi family secret, what do you possess to awaken the sacred body? The Yi family's secret formula? Not to be passed on to a third party?" Han Bingluo smiled slightly, questioning Yi Fan. "How unfortunate. I too possess a method to activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body." "What? You have your own secret recipe?" "No. It cannot be. How could you possibly possess a method to awaken the Ice Phoenix sacred body?" Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Han Bingluo, internally lamenting the absurdity of the unfolding narrative. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered such a divergence from the expected storyline. Han Bingluo continued to shatter his preconceptions. He even began to doubt whether she was also a traveler from another realm. However, he quickly dismissed this ludicrous notion. It was far too far-fetched. Could it be that his unpredictable presence had inadvertently influenced and altered the rules of this world? Meanwhile, Yi Fan was even more astonished than Chen Xuan, shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible. This cannot be. It is my Yi family's ancestral secret. You cannot possess it," Yi Fan asserted with certainty. He was convinced that this formula was not an ancestral heirloom, but rather knowledge imparted by the remnant soul of a martial sage. He could not fathom that Han Bingluo was privy to it, or that she shared a similar connection with the martial sage's remnant soul. There is nothing impossible. Han Bingluo chuckled lightly at Yi Fan's expression. My method is not a secret. I will share it with you. To activate the Ice Phoenix sacred body, one requires the blood of the phoenix tail golden rooster and the ice grass. I wonder if the Yi family's formula aligns with mine. Yi Fan remained silent, his pupils dilating in shock, his expression vacant as his body trembled slightly. It matched. Everything matched. At the moment he heard Han Bingluo's words, he felt as though the world was collapsing around him. Had his will not been so resolute, he might have collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Yi Fan muttered to himself, his complexion paling. Is it truly identical to that of the Yi family? Witnessing Yi Fan's disarray, Han Tiangang also felt incredulous. However, joy soon flooded his heart. Although he had previously spoken hastily, they had yet to utilize Yi Fan's formula. This was the Han family's formula, and it had no connection to Yi Fan. Previously, he had contemplated supporting Yi Fan with the expectation of a future favor, not out of a desire for the Han family to owe him. Now, seeing Yi Fan in such a disoriented state, Han Tiangang had no doubts regarding Han Bingluo's formula and immediately picked up the phone to have it sent to the Han family. Who would have thought, Xiao Luo, that you would know about Xiao Ling's sacred body and even possess a formula? Han Tiangang beamed with delight, unaware of how Han Bingluo had acquired this knowledge. Yet, it mattered not. He cared little for the process, only the outcome. As long as Han Bingling could awaken her sacred body, that was sufficient. Sister, you are the best. Han Bingling cooed, clinging to Han Bingluo's arm. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and jovial, yet two individuals seemed utterly out of place. Yi Fan sat on the sofa, a look of despondency on his face, as if he had lost all strength and means in the face of Han Bingluo. Chen Xuan, though smiling, wore a facade. He cast a discreet glance at Yi Fan, his expression shifting abruptly. How could this fellow appear more despondent than himself? What is happening? Brother Yi Fan, you are the protagonist. You must rise to the occasion. Chen Xuan certainly did not believe that Yi Fan had succumbed to despair as a destined child. His inner strength was undeniable. He was merely concerned that if things continued to develop in this manner, they would spiral beyond his control. Although the situation had already exceeded his grasp, Chen Xuan still wished for Yi Fan to persist in the charade orchestrated by the Han family. Perhaps Yi Fan could even find residence within the Han household. Who knows, maybe a spark would ignite between Han Bingluo and Yi Fan. Or perhaps he could still cling to his position. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that Han Bingluo was incessantly thwarting Yi Fan's grandiose displays, and the patriarch of the Han family would no longer make an appearance. How, then, would the final act of Yi Fan's ostentation unfold? How could he shatter the blood-testing machine before the gathered crowd and flaunt his prowess? How might he capture the hearts of the two Han sisters, who were so enamored with strength? After a brief pause, Chen Xuan took a deep breath, feeling an itch, and inquired, Uncle Han, do you possess a power-testing machine? I wish to throw a few punches. Chapter 14. The fated son cast out from the Han family. Chen Xuan resolved to intervene. Perhaps this was the very reason he happened to be present today? He felt compelled, for the original storyline necessitated that Yi Fan's triumphant trilogy of displays remain untouched. First, he would reveal his dual sacred body, astonishing Han Tiangang, followed by offering the Ice Phoenix sacred body to evoke gratitude from Han Bingling. Subsequently, he would shatter the blood-testing machine, shocking Han Bingluo and drawing out the patriarch of the Han family. Only through the activation of Han Bingling's sacred body could Yi Fan smoothly take up residence in the Han household, becoming the nominal protector of the two sisters. Yet now, due to the anomaly that was Han Bingluo, it seemed the narrative was on the verge of concluding. That simply wouldn't he do. In an instant, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan. Since introducing himself, he had uttered not a single word, yet at this moment, he spoke. The members of the Han family regarded Chen Xuan with a sense of bewilderment, as if questioning his sanity. Conversely, Yi Fan felt invigorated. He had relied entirely on his unparalleled martial talent. However, due to the relentless setbacks from Han Bingluo, he had forgotten to showcase the very aspects he ought to present. Hearing Chen Xuan's reminder, he suddenly came to a realization, his gaze towards the fiancée of his intended softening with gratitude. Itching, then go hit the wall. Yet at that moment, Han Bingluo's voice rang out. She regarded Chen Xuan with a piercing gaze, her disdain palpable. This abrupt transition, this clumsy performance. She had no interest in witnessing Yi Fan's ostentation any longer. Moreover, even if Yi Fan were to destroy the testing machine, her heart would remain unmoved. Upon learning of Yi Fan's intended display through Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, she would merely find him amusing, akin to observing a clown's performance. Father, you made your intentions clear, didn't you? You brought Yi Fan here for a specific purpose? Han Bingluo inquired. Han Tiangang paused, a resigned smile gracing his features. Little Luo, you truly are perceptive, he admitted. Today, several uncles and I brought Yi Fan here to evaluate his potential. Additionally, we wish for him to reside in the Han household. Perhaps you could speak to your grandfather about him enrolling at Lingheim Martial Arts High School. Indeed. A cold smile crept across Han Bingluo's face. Enrollment was a trivial matter, but the crux of the matter was securing Yi Fan's residence in the Han household, requiring her to persuade her grandfather. Han Bingluo shook her head in resignation. She had surmised her father and the uncle's intentions. Their business acumen was glaringly evident. They would even utilize their daughters or nieces as tools to woo a genius, should it benefit the Han family. A chill ran through Han Bingluo. Once married, a daughter was like water spilled. Her family's thoughts had already turned to the future, even though neither sister was wed yet. While it was only natural to prepare for the Han family's future, she could not help but feel a pang of discomfort, sensing an emerging rift between herself and the members of the Han family. Father, uncles, Han Bingluo stood, addressing them. I comprehend your intentions, but I must assert that the family's prosperity ultimately relies on its own people. Even if I, Han Bingluo, were to marry, I would not turn a blind eye to the Han family's troubles, even if I were powerless to assist. And Chen Xuan, and the Chen family. Huh. Chen Xuan straightened abruptly. Wait, Han Bingluo, why am I being dragged into this? Han Bingluo continued. Moreover, currently, neither of us sisters is married. We are not your tools to attract geniuses. Little Luo, what do you mean? What do you mean we are tools to attract geniuses? Han Bingluo's second uncle interjected, his expression darkening as he stood up. While the brothers understood the underlying sentiments, they could not articulate them so bluntly. They had their pride. Such words, if spoken aloud, would tarnish their reputation. Han Bingluo scoffed. Do you mean to say that none of you have such intentions regarding me, or little Ling? At her words, the members of the Han family fell silent. Upon realizing her sister was pointing at her, Han Bingling gradually comprehended the implications. Did her father and uncles intend to find a son-in-law for her? In an instant, her gaze towards Yi Fan shifted, becoming wary. Find whom? Her sister was engaged. Not her. She had no desire to wed the man before her, though she did not despise him. She certainly felt no sense of love at first sight upon their initial meeting. Let me be clear, your desire to support a genius is your affair, with your capabilities. Gaining admission is not insurmountable, but I will not agree to him residing in the Han household. Han Bingluo declared resolutely. Me too. Han Bingling, her sister's ardent supporter, raised her hands in agreement. Little Luo, this matter is non-negotiable. If you believe my words carry no weight, you may consult grandfather, Han Tiangang asserted, struck speechless. Originally, he had hoped for Han Bingluo to persuade her father, but now, all discussions were futile. The living room fell into silence. Listening to Han Bingluo's unwavering stance, Yi Fan's expression darkened, as his meticulously crafted plan crumbled entirely. He had not even been afforded an opportunity to showcase himself. A surge of unbridled rage ignited within him, yet he found no outlet for it. Faced with two exceptional potential partners, he was compelled to maintain his composure. This was more distressing than death. Adopt a strategy of retreat for future gains, Yi Fan consoled himself. Furthermore, there was no alternative at present. It would be more prudent to leave a favorable impression on the members of the Han family. However, before he could speak, Han Bingluo's icy gaze swept over him once more. Yi Fan, I do not know whether your desire to reside in the Han household is of your own volition or some other reason, but I must inform you. The Han family will not take you in. Please, at once, leave the Han household. Han Bingluo's tone was resolute, her voice devoid of any hint of anger. Her seemingly calm words carried a profound warning. Yes, leave my home. My family does not welcome you. Han Bingling echoed vehemently. In contrast to Han Bingluo, Han Bingling displayed no restraint. She had never been one to mince words. Observing the united front of the two sisters, Yi Fan's expression shifted repeatedly. He was furious, yet forced to maintain a smile. Uncle Han, it appears the Han family does not welcome me. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed the Han household in haste, though as he turned, a shadow of deep foreboding lingered in his eyes. He would return to the Han family, and when he did, he would make the entire Han family bow before him. Is this how it ends? Watching Yi Fan momentarily look dejected, only to regain his swagger like a protagonist as he strode out of the Han household, Chen Xuan let out a quiet sigh. He understood better than anyone the tenacity of Yi Fan. That which could not destroy him would ultimately render him stronger. Humiliation will only transform into Yi Fan's motivation. This is a characteristic trait of protagonists in all novels. Watching Yi Fan's departing silhouette, Chen Xuan could not help but silently pray for Han Bingluo. Oh, Han Bingluo, you have no idea what kind of existence you have provoked. You cannot fathom the terrifying nature of such a person. May fortune favor you. I can only offer my silent prayers for you. But is it merely a silent prayer? Han Binglu cast a furtive glance at Chen Xuan, feeling a twinge of melancholy, wanting to distance herself. Yet you are my fiancé. Chapter 15. Without space to maneuver, one can only strive harder. Uncle Han, I too shall take my leave. After witnessing Yi Fan's departure, Chen Xuan lost the desire to linger at the Han residence. Everything that had transpired today was far beyond his expectations, and he needed time to recuperate. Han Tiangang responded with a slight sound, and then cast a glance towards Han Binglu's cousin. No need, Uncle Han. Chen Xuan initially thought Han Tiangang was instructing his cousin to drive him home, but just as he spoke, he observed his cousin striding straight out of the living room without sparing him a glance. Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly as he finally understood the implication of Han Tiangang's gaze. Although Yi Fan had not taken residence in the Han household, Han Tiangang would not relinquish his investment in Yi Fan. Given the Han family's financial prowess, providing Yi Fan with accommodation was hardly an issue, and it was inevitable that Yi Fan would join the same class as him as a transfer student. I'll see you off. Observing Han Tiangang's treatment of Chen Xuan, Han Binglu felt a pang of sympathy for him. Had it not been for her knowledge of Chen Xuan's secret, she might have viewed him through the same tinted lenses as everyone else. However, upon discovering that Chen Xuan's demeanor was merely a facade, she felt a sense of pity for him. Was it really necessary to feign incompetence for so many years just to distance himself from her, or out of fear of Yi Fan? Han Binglu could not comprehend it. Yet her gaze towards Chen Xuan softened unconsciously. Though she had never experienced the feeling of being considered worthless, she understood it must be unbearable. At this moment, she found herself feeling a twinge of heartache for Chen Xuan. No need. You should just stay at home obediently. Chen Xuan, fearing Han Binglu might concoct some further mischief, hastily waved his hand and fled the Han household in a near panic. As anticipated, upon stepping outside, he spotted Yi Fan climbing into the car of Han Binglu's cousin. Although the narrative had shifted, Yi Fan's character remained unchanged. The Han sisters were the key to unlocking Yi Fan's sacred body, and it was inevitable that his attention would be directed towards them. As he watched the car gradually disappear from view, Chen Xuan stood in place, lost in thought. Damn you, Han Binglu. After a brief moment, Chen Xuan's expression grew dark as he muttered a curse under his breath. He had originally intended to lay low, striving to avoid attracting Yi Fan's attention and minimizing their interactions. Yet now, everything had spiraled into the worst possible scenario, unfolding the very plot Chen Xuan dreaded most. The wedding was off, and Yi Fan had discovered that Han Binglu had an engagement. Moreover, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. This had utterly thrust Chen Xuan into the spotlight. Even if he wished to remain an outsider, he understood that his connection to Han Binglu made that exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, reflecting on Han Binglu's actions today that had shattered his preconceived notions and character setup, Chen Xuan felt he had no room to maneuver. Remembering Han Binglu's introduction of herself at the Han residence, Chen Xuan's lips quivered involuntarily. Though his primary goal was to remain inconspicuous and avoid direct conflict with Yi Fan, he could not help but contemplate the most dire of outcomes. The presence of the illustrious Han campus belle intensified Chen Xuan's sense of urgency. This was a world of martial prowess, where only formidable strength could provide peace of mind. Mother, where are our family's martial arts techniques? Upon returning home, Chen Xuan eagerly sought his mother, Qin Su. Family martial arts? Qin Su looked at Chen Xuan with surprise. What do you need that for? What else could it be for? I, your son, have had an epiphany. I have decided to immerse myself in the secret chamber from this moment forth and train diligently every day. Chen Xuan declared with a steadfast determination to turn over a new leaf. Although puzzled by the sudden change in her son, even suspecting it might be a fleeting enthusiasm, Qin Su felt a sense of gratification from his words. This is the foundation of your father's standing and our family's closely guarded secret. Moments later, Qin Su presented 2 martial arts manuals before Chen Xuan, Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist and Heavenly Flames Ash. Though these techniques did not reach the heavenly grade, they were cherished treasures of the Chen family, the greatest reliance of Chen Sihai, capable of fetching astronomical prices in the market. Chen Xuan glanced at them, then set aside Heavenly Flames Ash and picked up Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. It was not that he dismissed Heavenly Flames Ash, on the contrary. It was Chen Sihai's signature technique. This martial art was based on igniting one's own vital energy, and when executed, both fists would blaze with terrifying flames reaching thousands of degrees, easily melting through alloy armor. However, this type of technique was not something Chen Xuan in his current transcendence realm could practice. He was still in the stage of refining vital energy and enhancing strength. And igniting vital energy was beyond his current capabilities. Only by breaking through the transcendence realm to become a martial artist, entering the transformation realm, could he harness the myriad applications of vital energy. At present, various fist and foot techniques were undoubtedly more suitable for someone of Chen Xuan's level. Generally, even heavenly grade fist and foot techniques had very low requirements for the utilization of vital energy. A mere accumulation of a bit was sufficient. Mother, I shall go train. You needn't call me for dinner tonight. After informing Chen Xuan entered the training chamber of their home. The training room was immaculate, clean, and orderly. Spanning over 100 square meters, filled with various fitness equipment aimed at refining vital energy and increasing strength. Naturally, given Chen Xuan's level, he had no need for such a space. It was specifically prepared for Chen Xuan. However, the original owner of this body had been preoccupied with matters far removed from martial arts. Chen Xuan could hardly recall the last time he had been here. As he surveyed the room, Chen Xuan felt a sense of familiarity akin to that of a gym. The only item that piqued his interest was a strength testing machine located in the corner. In the original storyline, Yi Fan had shattered this very strength testing machine designed for the Transcendence realm. It featured a central target with an electronic screen above it. When a fist struck the bullseye, the screen would display the strength value. The Transcendence realm consisted of 9 tiers, with the first tier corresponding to parameters of 100 to 200, the second tier to 200 to 300, and so forth. Of course, these were not the definitive standards for classifying the Transcendence realm. What truly mattered in the Transcendence realm was breaking through physical limits, unlocking the 9 genetic locks within the body, thereby ascending to the martial artist level. The strength testing machine served to demonstrate the potential within the Transcendence realm, the foundation of vital energy, and to gain self-awareness of one's abilities. Even among individuals at the same realm, their strengths varied significantly, excluding external factors such as martial techniques. Strength was the most intuitive manifestation. A minor realm would see fluctuations within the 100 strength value range. Of course, this was merely the case for ordinary individuals. There were always some prodigies who astonished everyone, such as Yi Fan, who shattered the strength testing machine at the 7th tier of the Transcendence realm. His 7th tier strength had already reached the level of a martial artist. I wonder what strength value I can achieve with a single punch. Setting aside the martial technique in his hands, Chen Xuan approached the strength testing machine, eager to gauge his own capabilities. An ordinary 3rd tier Transcendence realm individual would typically have strength parameters ranging from 300 to 400. Yet Chen Xuan was well aware that he was no ordinary 3rd tier Transcendence realm individual. Perhaps it could elevate to a slightly higher realm? Could he surpass 500? Chen Xuan had never contemplated shattering the strength testing machine, for Yi Fan was of the 7th rank, while he himself was merely of the 3rd rank. If his strength could match that of an ordinary 4th rank, he would already be quite content. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan summoned all his might and struck out with a punch. Chapter 16. Effort determines the lower limit. The system determines the upper limit. Are you saying this lad has been in the training room all day? At dinner that evening, Chen Xuan listened incredulously to Chen Xu's remarks about Chen Xuan. I hope he isn't just sneaking in there for a nap. Come on, are you not pleased that your son is working so hard? Chen Xu shot a glare at Chen Xuan. In my opinion, Xiao Xian's dedication this time is not merely a fleeting enthusiasm. He might actually attain admission to a martial arts university. Haha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly. He desired nothing more than for his son to be accepted into a martial arts university. As the top expert in Linghai City and the highest commander of the military station there, he was particularly concerned about his reputation. Yet, Chen Xuan was perceived as a useless sycophant. What could he do? He endured daily ridicule and mockery. With only 100 days remaining until the martial arts entrance examination, Chen Xuan was merely a 2nd-tier practitioner at the Transcendence realm. No matter how hard he tried, how many small realms could he possibly break through? His martial arts talent was exceedingly poor. He lacked a sacred body, and having been pampered since childhood, he could hardly endure hardship. Even if he were to turn over a new leaf now, what would it matter? Moreover, if effort were sufficient, what need would there be for talent and a sacred body? Chen Xuan was well aware that Chen Xu was not entirely ignorant. She simply lived in a dream of hoping for her son to soar. He sighed inwardly, pondering if this boy could indeed persist and reach the 4th rank by the time of the examination. He would shamelessly put his reputation on the line and leverage the Chun family's resources to help this boy gain an advantage. In the training room, Chen Xuan lay sprawled on the mat, panting heavily. The screen of the strength testing machine in the corner glowed, displaying several prominent numbers. 888. This was the peak of Chen Xuan's punch, and he was quite satisfied, even exceeding his expectations. From a purely strength perspective, he had already caught up to an average practitioner at the 7th rank of the Transcendence realm. This afternoon, Chen Xuan also studied the ancestral martial art, Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Whether honing his vitality or practicing martial techniques, progress was not instantaneous. Not everyone is a genius. To excel beyond others requires significantly more sweat and toil. After a busy afternoon, all Chen Xuan could claim was a rough understanding of the fist technique, and to assert that he possessed combat effectiveness would be far-fetched. In summary, despite his efforts throughout the afternoon, he felt it was of little use. For someone like Chen Xuan, who urgently needed to improve his strength, the results of his efforts were agonizingly slow. If only the system could grant him points, or perhaps shorten his lifespan to cultivate martial arts to perfection. Chen Xuan mused whimsically, yet his system lacked such functions. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving one day. You have earned 100 survival points. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed. Chen Xuan jolted, quickly sitting up. Fatigue vanished in an instant. Upon hearing the system's divine voice, he felt a surge of hope in his life. Effort may only determine the lower limit, but the system could define his upper limit. Draw I must draw. Chen Xuan eagerly checked the system. He had overlooked the system shop, which contained valuable items. However, as a penniless individual, he could only place his hopes on the lucky draw. With a few minutes left in the new user benefits and a 1/5 discount, Chen Xuan hurriedly chose to participate in the lottery, seizing the last opportunity for system welfare. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the heavenly grade martial technique, Supreme Fist. Heavenly grade? Chen Xuan marveled at his good fortune. Martial techniques are categorized into 5 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and human. The martial arts passed down through the Chen family were merely of the profound grade. Even nationwide, earth grade techniques were exceedingly rare, while heavenly grade ones were truly exceptional. Now, Chen Xuan had acquired a heavenly grade martial technique. With a thought, Chen Xuan began to examine the martial technique. Supreme Fist. When utilizing this technique, it activates one's potential, gathering vitality and strength into a single punch, greatly enhancing one's current power. However, be warned, after executing the Supreme Fist, you will be left utterly drained. Would you like to learn it? This upon seeing the description, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. Although there were some side effects, feeling weak after a single punch, this technique would undoubtedly become his greatest trump card. It could unleash his potential and produce incredible combat power. As if it were tailor-made for Chen Xuan. Currently, he was not on par with Yi Fan. Should they face off, he would have no capacity for resistance. Though the system could rapidly enhance his cultivation, the thought of catching up to Yi Fan left Chen Xuan feeling uncertain. While Yi Fan lacked a system, he was guided by a remnant soul of a martial sage as a teacher, and as the protagonist, Yi Fan's innate talent was extraordinary, advancing his rank as easily as drinking water. Now, with this Supreme Fist, Chen Xuan finally felt a glimmer of possibility to exchange blows with Yi Fan. However, it seemed that every major antagonist had some sort of wicked technique to enhance their potential. Chen Xuan felt himself increasingly leaning towards becoming the ultimate villain, as every notorious antagonist possessed such methods. While contemplating the introduction of the Supreme Fist, Chen Xuan discovered another intriguing detail. Would you like to learn it? Gazing at the final line of text, his heart raced. Could it be? Learn. In an instant, Chen Xuan's mind buzzed. Upon opening his eyes, he comprehended all aspects of this martial technique. The moves, the circulation of vitality, everything came together seamlessly. It felt as though he had practiced this technique countless times, achieving mastery. Perfect. This was precisely the sensation. If effort were truly sufficient, what need would there be for the system? Meanwhile, in the Han family's training room, upon learning about Han Bingling's Ice Phoenix sacred body, Han Tiangang had already arranged for the materials necessary to activate her sacred body. At this moment, under the supervision of the Han family patriarch, Han Bingling successfully activated her Ice Phoenix sacred body. A wave of frigid energy erupted, even through the door. One could feel the chilling aura. The door of the training room slowly opened, and Han Bingling emerged, her face alight with joy as she skipped up the stairs. Sister. Thank you. She pushed open Han Bingluo's door and dove into her embrace. Did it succeed? Han Bingluo gently stroked her younger sister's hair. Han Bingling nodded, her eyes sparkling. Sister, I truly am the Ice Phoenix sacred body. You were absolutely right. But how did you know? Changing the subject, Han Bingling looked at Han Bingluo with suspicion. She had always been inseparable from her sister, and even she hadn't known about her sacred body. How then did Han Bingluo come to know? At that moment, Han Bingling was filled with curiosity. Han Bingluo did not explain. She seemed to recall something, smiled gently, and said, Don't ask. However, I can tell you that the person you should be most grateful to is Chen Xuan. Han Bingluo did not claim Han Bingling's gratitude for herself. Considering Han Bingling's slight disdain for Chen Xuan, she was even more determined to reshape Chen Xuan's image in Han Bingling's eyes. After all, they could potentially be family in the future. However, Han Bingluo then solemnly added, Promise your sister you won't ask him, and don't tell anyone. Han Bingling nodded dully. Upon hearing the name Chen Xuan, she was already in a state of confusion. Chen Xuan? What connection could there possibly be between activating the sacred body and Chen Xuan? Chapter 17. Han Bingluo's little cotton-padded jacket began to leak air. Han Bingling was besieged by a myriad of questions, but no matter how she probed, Han Bingluo remained tight-lipped. Even when she resorted to the art of coaxing and charming, Han Bingluo still refused to utter another word. The fact that Han Bingling had contemplated the merits of Chen Xuan was the utmost extent of her capabilities. She could not afford to reveal her secret of being able to hear Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts. Though she was her younger sister, Han Bingluo was reluctant to share. After all, this matter was somewhat fantastical and a secret shared only between her and Chen Xuan. Han Bingluo trusted that her sister would not defy her wishes. Han Bingling had always been obedient since childhood, especially towards her, which put Han Bingluo's mind at ease. Yet, unbeknownst to Han Bingluo, as soon as Han Bingling left the room and closed the door, she was already jumping up and down in a flurry of anxiety and anger. I knew it. Han Bingling stood defiantly at the door. I knew you had a secret with him. Her eyes glimmered with resentment as she stared at the door, as if she could scrutinize Han Bingluo from within. Ever since the peculiar behavior of Han Bingluo began, she had harbored suspicions, and now, Han Bingling was thoroughly convinced. With a slight pout, she felt a sense of grievance. Her sister was already keeping secrets from her. Rarely did Han Bingling suffer from insomnia, but that night, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen Xuan and her sister's little secret, pondering why her sister had urged her to express gratitude towards Chen Xuan. A profound sense of abandonment and an overwhelming feeling of crisis filled Han Bingling's heart. It felt as if Chen Xuan was gradually usurping her sister. The next morning, Han Bingling, sporting dark circles under her eyes, gazed longingly towards the front door. Like Han Bingluo the previous day, she too found herself anticipating the appearance of Chen Xuan. Although she had promised her sister not to inquire, her cunning mind was determined to discover their little secret by alternative means. Han Bingling felt a tingling curiosity, much like an inquisitive kitten, eager to unravel each of her lingering doubts. It was nearing noon, and she began to wonder if he would even show up. Casting a glance at the clock, Han Bingling's disposition soured. Since he wasn't coming, she would have to pay him a visit. Han Bingling clenched her fists. It was time to take the initiative. While she couldn't ask about her sister's request, she could confront him about his unusual behavior yesterday. Oh, and there was that question too. Han Bingling slapped her forehead, her confusion deepening. Just yesterday, he had asked her for advice on how to make her sister dislike him. It made no sense, and she couldn't fathom it. Without clarity on their relationship, she would face another sleepless night. Sister, I'm going out for a bit. Han Bingling called up the stairs. What for? Han Bingluo's door swung open, revealing her curious expression. Today, she seemed to be in much better spirits. Having anticipated Chen Xuan's thoughts, I'm going out to buy some little cakes. Yes, that's right, little cakes. Han Bingling's eyes twinkled mischievously, her demeanor steady and composed. The previous afternoon's rigorous training had left Chen Xuan feeling sore and achy this morning. Even though his physical condition had significantly improved due to the elixirs provided by the system, and his foundation in the transcendence realm was stronger than that of others, a sudden high-intensity workout was still quite taxing. As long as I don't die, I'll push myself to the limit, Chen Xuan vowed. Without a robust physique, how could he ever become the ultimate antagonist? He had no intention of becoming a mere punchline. Xuan, are you not going to the Han residence today? His mother, Chen Su, inquired during breakfast. The Han residence? No, I'm not going. Chen Xuan, with his mouth full, quickly shook his head. After taking a sip of water to clear his throat, he looked at his mother earnestly. Women will only hinder my growth. I need to train. You child. Chen Su chuckled, bemused. In just a day, her son had undergone a remarkable transformation, and she found herself struggling to adapt. What had transpired was a mystery, but Chen Su sensed that Chen Xuan had experienced some sort of stimulus. Sigh. Chen Su sighed as she watched Chen Xuan's retreating figure. While she was pleased with his current demeanor, believing that a young man should aspire to great heights rather than be ensnared by romantic entanglements, she worried about how he would communicate with her talented daughter-in-law if he trained so excessively. Ding. Lost in her thoughts, the doorbell rang. Chen Su stood up to answer it. A young girl, seemingly of the same age as Chen Xuan, stood at the door, her double ponytails framing a delicate face full of youthful vitality. Hello, Auntie, is this Chen Xuan's home? Her voice was as melodious as a lark, and her smile radiated warmth, instantly uplifting the mood. Indeed, this is Chen Xuan's home. I am his mother. And you are? Chen Su inquired, astonished that such a beautiful girl had come to see Chen Xuan. It had been years since a girl had visited him. However, a nagging thought crossed her mind. Was it possible that this girl was the reason for Chen Xuan's sudden change in affections? Hello, Auntie. I am Han Bingluo's sister, Han Bingling. She replied politely. Oh, so you're the little sister. Chen Su exclaimed, surprised, but relieved, her face breaking into a wide smile. Why, it's little Ling. Come in. Come in. My, how you've grown. I used to carry you in my arms when you were small. Auntie, I thought I had come to the wrong place. You look far too youthful, not at all like Chen Xian's mother. Oh dear, you sweet girl. You have such a way with words. Follow me. Chen Xian is in the training room. Though the reason remained unclear, it appeared that Han Bingluo was quite resistant to Yi Fan. In the training room, Chen Xian was engaged in his exercises while contemplating Yi Fan's next potential moves. The storyline had already diverged. And while he was aware of the significant events between Yi Fan and the female protagonist, Chen Xian found it challenging to ensure that things would unfold as he envisioned. For example, Yi Fan not residing in the Han household. What would he do next? If he were Yi Fan, he would not approach Han Bingluo at this time, as that would only exacerbate her resistance. Conversely, Han Bingling presented a far more accessible opportunity. Chen Xian mused. Recognizing that winning over Han Bingling would undoubtedly be less challenging than contending with Han Bingluo. At the very least, she did not exhibit the same level of aversion towards Yi Fan as her sister did. Furthermore, having been well protected by Han Bingluo since childhood, this girl was rather naive. It wouldn't be accurate to say she lacked cunning. Rather, one could say she was inexperienced and easily deceived. For Yi Fan, Han Bingling truly represented an exceptional choice. If things unfolded as he hoped, he should be able to enjoy some peace for a while longer. This little girl had no connection to him whatsoever. She would surely prefer him to keep his distance from her sister. The thought of any affection for him was far-fetched. It was a blessing if she didn't speak ill of him behind his back. Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief. As Han Bingling, his nominal sister-in-law, had never been on good terms with him, any developments between her and Yi Fan could hardly implicate him. In an instant, Chen Xian felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Xian, stop your training. Look who has come. At that moment, his mother Chen Su's voice rang out, and the door to the training room swung open. Turning around, Chen Xian was greeted by the sight of Han Bingling standing behind Chen Su. Chapter 18. Han Bingling, who also heard Chen Xian's innermost thoughts. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xian found himself questioning his own perception, yet there stood Han Bingling at the door, her smile unwavering as she waved her hand. Chen Xian felt a sense of disillusionment. Just moments ago, he had asserted that there was no connection between him and Han Bingling, and yet here she was, arriving unannounced. Why did it seem that the Han sisters were continuously at odds with him? Gazing at Han Bingling, Chen Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Having just deciphered Yi Fan's intentions, he now regarded Han Bingling as even more formidable than Han Bingluo, for she could very well be Yi Fan's next target. Chen Xian had no desire to be entangled with Yi Fan due to Han Bingling's interference. What brings you here? Your sister isn't with you, is she? He glanced towards the entrance, failing to catch sight of Han Bingluo. This only deepened Chen Xian's confusion. It was understandable for Han Bingluo to visit, given her status as his fiancée, but Han Bingling had no apparent reason or motive to be here. To her, he was merely an interloper who had usurped her sister's place. Chen Xian was skeptical that Han Bingling had come to foster any emotional connection. Why shouldn't I come? Han Bingling retorted, her youthful visage scrutinizing Chen Xian, and with a haughty snort, added, Do I appear unwelcome to you? Of course not. You're most welcome, Chen Xian replied, forcing a smile that barely concealed his discomfort. He dared not express his true feelings. He understood her temperament all too well. The moment he showed any sign of disapproval, she would hold it against him for life, seeking revenge in her own whimsical manner. Internally, Chen Xian was already lamenting, I welcome you with open arms. Yet you are far more troublesome than your sister. I would rather you keep your distance. This little girl was undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity. Getting too close would only invite a series of ludicrous misfortunes. In the narrative, a mysterious force had long been targeting the Han family, even attempting to recruit Yi Fan as an insider, only to be rebuffed. Compared to Chen Xian, this force wielded significantly greater power. In the original storyline, after moving into the Han household, Yi Fan became Han Bingling's protector, adeptly handling various predicaments. Of course, it was through these unexpected tribulations that Yi Fan stealthily endeared himself to Han Bingling, ultimately capturing her heart, overshadowing even her sister, with whom she spent her days. Chen Xian was no fated son of destiny, nor did he possess the capabilities or vigor that Yi Fan did. One Han Bingluo was already enough to give him a headache. Adding Han Bingling into the mix would surely render him exasperated. Suddenly, two distinct voices echoed in Chen Xian's ear, startling Han Bingling, who fixed her lively gaze upon him, her brows furrowing. What did you say? I said, of course. I welcome you, miss. Chen Xian raised his voice, donning a polite smile. What? Is your hearing failing at such a young age? This time, Han Bingling scrutinized him intently, her certainty unwavering. She had not misheard. That second voice belonged to Chen Xuan, yet he had not spoken aloud. What was going on? A tempest of confusion stirred within her. How could she encounter such absurdity right after awakening her sacred body? At her age, she was quick to grasp concepts. And with her astute mind, she immediately formed a daring hypothesis. Could it be that she possessed a martial talent that allowed her to hear the thoughts of others? Instantly, Han Bingling's eyes sparkled, her face breaking into a foolish grin. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's inner voice resonated once more. Alas, this naive girl finds joy in a mere sentence. Yet her days of bliss are numbered. The force targeting the Han sisters will soon make its move. The Han family's business has grown too vast. Perhaps Han Tiangang never anticipated that it would bring calamity upon his daughters. The Han family could easily be dubbed the wealthiest in Linghai City, yet their status was built upon their riches. In terms of true strength, the Han family fell short. Although they had elder Han, he was now a fading tiger, relying solely on the reputation he forged in his youth. Having enjoyed years of tranquility, the Han family was now surrounded by wolves, while Chen's family boasted an official background. There were those eager to test the waters. If their power did not match their ambition, the Han family would surely fall from grace. Targeting the weak spot was crucial. Naturally, Han Tiangong's two daughters were primary objectives. Due to the Chen family's recent rise, Chen Sihai was thriving, serving as the highest military commander in Linghai City, while Han Bingluo, with her aloof demeanor, preferred solitude to training, rendering her an unlikely target. In contrast, Han Bingling, with her vivacious spirit, could hardly remain at home, making her the prime target. It's almost cliché. The mastermind behind this force is a woman, and regardless, the underground queen of Linghai City will eventually become part of Yi Fan's harem. Damn it. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Chen Xuan could not help but voice his disdain for such a ludicrous trope. Male antagonists deserved to be vanquished, while females were destined for harem status. This was the absurdity crafted by that wretched author. Did Chen Xuan possess some hidden knowledge? Meanwhile, Han Bingling's smile gradually faded as she absorbed Chen Xuan's thoughts, which conveyed a wealth of information. She felt overwhelmed, confounded by how Chen Xuan had acquired such knowledge. She sensed his unwavering confidence. Her curiosity deepened. Today she had intended to investigate the secret between Han Bingluo and Chen Xuan. Yet one revelation after another left her feeling dizzy. She contemplated much, ultimately dismissing the notion that she was an extraordinary genius or a dual-gifted individual. That theory was untenable. If she truly possessed such a talent, why couldn't she hear anyone else's thoughts? Why only Chen Xuan? Then, another bold speculation arose in her mind. Could it be that her sister could also hear Chen Xuan's thoughts? Han Bingling's eyes brightened as she felt she had stumbled upon the most reasonable explanation. If her sister could hear thoughts, she would know that Han Bingling was the Ice Phoenix sacred body and would thus want her to express gratitude towards Chen Xuan, while preventing any questioning. This was the only possibility. The more she pondered, the more sense it made, and her conviction grew. As for how Chen Xuan knew these secrets, a brief reflection led her to smile knowingly. This was no challenge for her astute mind. The truth was singular. Chen Xuan was far from the simpleton he appeared. His actions might well be a facade. He was not a mere waste devoid of a sacred body. He was an extraordinary being, a unique entity capable of peering into the river of time and foreseeing the future, a provisioned sacred body. Han Bingling whimsically concocted a name. Yet, all of this was inconsequential. At this moment, she simply wanted to commend her own cleverness. Unable to suppress her glee, she let out a soft hum, her eyes narrowing with a fierce glare directed at Chen Xuan. Had he just called her a silly girl in his thoughts? Chapter 19. The reckoning begins. And thus, she lost her heart. The thought of Chen Xuan internally labeling her as a silly girl stoked her ire. How clever I am. Upon arriving at the Chen family, I have already uncovered my sister's secret. Knowing she could hear Chen Xuan's inner thoughts filled her with exhilaration and a sense of triumph. This individual is so inconsistent. Though he verbally expresses one thing, it could very well be mere fabrication. Han Bingling pondered, a desire to discern Chen Xuan's impression of her stirring within her. Chen Xuan, what do you think of me? Or rather, what qualities do you perceive as my strengths or weaknesses? With a faint smile gracing her lips, Han Bingling gazed at Chen Xuan and spoke. Chen Xuan was taken aback by Han Bingling's unexpected inquiry. What on earth is wrong with her today? Why would she ask me such a question? Despite his confusion, Chen Xuan feigned contemplation. Then, under Han Bingling's expectant gaze, he replied, "You are clever and obedient." This first compliment struck a chord deep within Han Bingling, who nodded vigorously. What else? Beautiful. And kind-hearted. Go on. Vibrant. Is there more? Chen Xuan. It was no wonder Han Bingling was eager to hear more. While he was uttering these words, she did not perceive his inner thoughts. Did this not imply that these were indeed his heartfelt sentiments? In that moment, Han Bingling's gaze softened considerably as she looked at Chen Xuan. So, I am so remarkable in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt a touch bashful. In truth, I am not that admirable. I possess numerous flaws. Alas, what flaws could you possibly have? If I were to name a single shortcoming, it would be this. What is it? You are simply too exceptional. So exceptional that in your presence, everyone else feels inadequate. Han Bingling. She felt a dizzying sensation, utterly enchanted by Chen Xuan's flattery. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Xuan's inner voice echoed in his mind. This silly girl cannot genuinely believe she is so extraordinary, can she? That is quite baffling. Does she not possess self-awareness? While I cannot fabricate strengths, I must admit there are numerous shortcomings as well. To call her intelligent is accurate. Yet she misuses it. She appears perpetually like a child who has yet to mature. Clever, kind, innocent, and beautiful. Ultimately, it all boils down to a phrase: ample bosom, scant intellect. I wonder what occupies her mind each day. Moreover, she can be petty and vengeful. If anyone wrongs her, she remembers it for a lifetime. She yearns to retaliate daily. Spoiled, willful, and unruly, yet she believes herself to be flawless? Upon hearing this, Han Bingling instantly awakened. Her chest heaved slightly. Her breath quickened, and her silver teeth began to clench audibly. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. So it was all a ruse. Han Bingling realized she had been made a fool of. Had it not been for his inner monologue, she might have been deceived, though she had prepared herself mentally. She could not contain her indignation. How could he speak of her in such a manner? Retribution. It was imperative to seek retribution. Already, her mind began to devise ways to retaliate against Chen Xuan. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's thoughts resonated once more. Sigh. But I do feel a pang of sympathy for this girl. Despite being in the Han household, she remains so innocent. Should I commend Han Bingluo for her protection? Or should I attribute it to her character? Typically, she presents herself as articulate and cunning, yet no one understands her. All of this merely conceals her profound loneliness. Aside from her sister, she has no one close to her, not even a friend at school. No one has ever comprehended the true depths of Han Bingling's inner world. No one realizes that what she craves is not wealth, but companionship. With these thoughts, Chen Xuan's gaze towards Han Bingling turned somewhat compassionate. It was not that Han Bingluo failed to understand her sister. Rather, by virtue of her character, Han Bingluo could not be there to indulge Han Bingling's whims daily. As a paragon of excellence, Han Bingluo possessed her own pride, dedicating herself entirely to the martial arts. And Han Bingling, while indeed petty and vengeful, also harbors a deep sense of gratitude that lasts a lifetime. Growing up in the Han household, deprived of parental companionship, she directed all her emotional needs towards Han Bingluo. Because her sister treated her well, she often targeted Chen Xuan, not wanting her sister to depart from her side, and certainly not wishing for such an exceptional person to marry a worthless individual. But today, at this moment, Han Bingling fell silent. Realizing that the person who understood her best was Chen Xuan, she had never considered that her years of pretense, the loneliness concealed deep within her heart, could be perceived by him. Chen Xuan's thoughts shattered the facade she had maintained, striking at her core. Of course, this was merely Chen Xuan's inner voice. Had anyone uttered such words in her presence, Han Bingling would undoubtedly have vehemently denied them. However, at this moment, her dignity remained intact. Simultaneously, she recognized that she had found someone who truly comprehended her. With her eyes glistening, Han Bingling felt the moisture welling up, her heart perceiving an outlet for the grievances she had long harbored. Chen Xuan, with a sudden outburst, she could no longer contain herself. Throwing herself into Chen Xuan's embrace and weeping profusely. What? Do not cling to me. Do not cling to me. Chen Xuan was utterly taken aback, finding himself enveloped by her softness. Looking down at Han Bingling, he was bewildered by the situation. This is absurd. Why does it feel as though our relationship has suddenly escalated to an entirely new level? A shiver coursed through him. He nearly wished he could slap his own mouth. Have I overly praised her, causing her to feel this way? Chen Xuan found it difficult to comprehend. Was Han Bingling truly this sentimental? This was without him even exerting any effort, and she had already succumbed? Had she never been complimented before? Utterly speechless. No wonder you were the first to be pursued by Yi Fan. It seems far too easy to win you over. Chen Xuan's lips twitched. He had no idea that to dismantle Han Bingling's defenses, he merely needed to start from her most vulnerable inner self. For years, she had yearned for someone who truly understood her, someone who could provide an outlet for her emotions and reveal her softer side. This person need not possess great strength or martial talent. They simply needed to indulge her, cherish her, protect her, and understand her. Do you truly despise me? Are you unwilling to embrace me? Suddenly, Han Bingling looked up, her large eyes filled with pleading. At this moment, she genuinely craved a warm embrace. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by her question. However, Upon seeing her pitiable expression, he found himself unable to refuse. Though I do not comprehend why she has suddenly turned into a weeping mess, it appears she is in dire need of an embrace. Oh well, after all, Yi Fan cannot see this. Chen Xuan extended his arms, gently enveloping Han Bingling. Chapter 20. Satisfying the inner fantasies of this lovelorn girl. Han Bingling's gaze softened. She no longer thought of Yi Fan, as her relationship with him was entirely Chen Xuan's speculation, something yet to transpire, and moreover, she felt it unlikely to ever happen. She harbored no feelings for Yi Fan. She felt no obligation to dislike someone her sister found disagreeable. She relished the present moment. Chen Xuan's embrace bestowed upon her an unparalleled sensation, distinct from the warmth her sister provided. So much so that Han Bingling's eyes narrowed in delight. Enveloped in the arms of beauty, yet Chen Xuan's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Although she was his sister-in-law, the notion of such a relationship stirred a tantalizing thrill of taboo. Yet, Chen Xuan was oblivious to these sentiments. The entire situation unfolded in an utterly bewildering manner. Without fully grasping the circumstances, was he now poised to deepen his bond with Han Bingling? Chen Xuan could not accept such a development. His mind was preoccupied with mere survival. As for Han Bingling, that was one thing, but if Han Bingling were to entangle herself with him further, the very thought was too much to bear. Chen Xuan trembled internally, wishing only to dismiss Han Bingling as quickly as possible. Let us pretend I'm her father, satisfying the needs of this love-starved girl. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's inner thoughts echoed again. Han Bingling's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with indignation. You want to be my father? Bang! Furious, Han Bingling struck Chen Xuan, then stormed off without uttering another word. The once harmonious atmosphere shattered. She had no desire to linger. How dare she be labeled a love-starved girl? She felt a mix of shame and anger, adamantly denying any such deficiency. No, are you out of your mind? Chen Xuan was momentarily dazed by the punch. Han Bingling was simply unfathomable, incomprehensible. Perhaps this was the essence of womanhood. Chen Xuan made no effort to pursue her. Her departure was preferable, as he secretly welcomed the scene. However, in the next instant, he overheard a conversation between Han Bingling and her mother. Xiaoling, stay for lunch. What would you like me to cook? No, thank you. Auntie, I still need to go to the cake shop. I'll visit you again next time. Initially, Chen Xuan felt indifferent, but moments later, a realization struck him. The cake shop? In the original plot, Han Bingling's first crisis unfolded in a cake shop. A rampaging first-level beast had suddenly appeared, nearly claiming Han Bingling's life. Of course, thanks to Yi Fan's intervention, it merely became a minor episode. Simultaneously, it marked the first occasion Han Bingling felt protection from someone other than her sister. Reflecting on the timeline, it was exactly the day after Yi Fan moved into the Han household. Today, the timing and location aligned perfectly. Yet the troubling fact remained. Yi Fan was not by Han Bingling's side. In an instant, a chill coursed through Chen Xuan. This shouldn't concern me, he thought helplessly. He truly wished to have no connection with the Han sisters. Yet now, he was the sole individual aware that the narrative had diverged. While uncertain whether his peculiar existence played a role, the original storyline and character trajectories had undoubtedly shifted. Without Yi Fan, would Han Bingling face this crisis? It was inevitable. This event had been meticulously orchestrated. What would the outcome be without Yi Fan? The worst-case scenario was undoubtedly Han Bingling's demise. Chen Xuan's heart sank. Logically speaking, if Han Bingling were to perish, it would be a boon for Chen Xuan, as the unlocking of Yi Fan's holy body would be hindered by her disappearance. Yet why did he feel a twinge of discomfort? Gazing at the tears staining his chest, Chen Xuan felt conflicted. This girl had just been in his arms, and now she could very well become a lifeless corpse. And he, fully aware of this, chose to remain a passive observer out of fear of inviting trouble. Though he yearned to survive, avoiding contact with Yi Fan, if survival meant witnessing the downfall of familiar faces, or standing idly by despite possessing the capability to intervene, then what significance would it hold even if he emerged as the ultimate villain to thwart Yi Fan? Chen Xuan questioned himself, unwilling to accept such an ending. If enduring meant facing such a cost, he would rather not survive. His gaze hardened with resolve. He had to confront a question. If he continuously evaded matters associated with Yi Fan, what would be the purpose of his journey into martial arts? In that moment, Chen Xuan discovered his answer and understood what he must do. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit, he exclaimed, dashing out in haste, stealthily trailing Han Bingling. In truth, he possessed alternative methods to avert Han Bingling's impending crisis, such as anonymously alerting the city's safety center about the impending presence of a rampaging first-level beast on that very street. However, after much contemplation, Chen Xuan deemed this approach inappropriate, fearing exposure. After all, it would be difficult to explain how he acquired such knowledge. Moreover, he He sought to ascertain whether there existed any melodramatic plot threads connecting Yi Fan and the female lead. Yi Fan had not moved into the Han residence nor become Han Bingling's protector, but if fate allowed him to cross paths with her today, Chen Xuan would be genuinely impressed. If all the altered events could still converge with the original narrative, then what need was there for him to hide? He could simply wait for Yi Fan to eliminate him. Just then, a dull bark echoed, snapping Chen Xuan back to reality as he realized he had followed Han Bingling to a particular street. This is it. Chen Xuan's body jolted as he began to survey his surroundings. The entire street was brimming with food, toys, and children's goods, filled predominantly with women and children, devoid of any martial artists. And as for Yi Fan, not a trace to be found. Chen Xuan was unsure whether to feel relieved or sorrowful. In the original tale, this incident had been meticulously planned, featuring a deranged first-level canine beast. A first-level beast equated to a martial artist's realm and was far beyond Han Bingling's capacity to handle. Moreover, this girl, despite her cultivation level, possessed zero practical combat ability. Was I meant to intervene? Chen Xuan felt tears welling. He had no idea if he could contend with the beast. Even if he could, he didn't wish to reveal his strength or let Han Bingling know he had saved her. Chen Xuan pulled out his phone, preparing to act as a concerned citizen. Yet at that moment, the ominous barking resumed. A sewer cover suddenly shifted. Then, with brute force, it was thrust open. A canine beast emerged, its foul stench permeating the air. This creature was massive, its drenched black fur clinging tightly to its gaunt bones, clearly starved for days. Sewage dripped from its body, pooling on the ground into a puddle reeking of rot. Its appearance was starkly incongruous against the bustling street. In an instant, chaos erupted along the thoroughfare. What is that? A beast? How could there be a beast in the city? Children run, women screamed, and children cried, creating a cacophony of panic. Meanwhile, the beast paid no heed to the frantic crowd, its blood-red eyes fixated hungrily on Han Bingling, saliva dripping as if it had spotted the most delectable meal. Damn it! Han Bingling had already been ensnared. Chen Xuan silently cursed under his breath, and then, lost in thought, struck a nearby glass display case with his fist, shattering it. Inside lay a set of costume attire. Chapter 21. Indeed, the One-Punch Man, Chen Xuan. At this moment, the street was in chaos, faced with a first-tier monstrous beast. Everyone was solely focused on fleeing for their lives, and thus failed to notice as Chen Xuan smashed the showcase and snatched a form-fitting outfit. Damn it! Hurry up and change, Chen Xuan said, glancing at the situation with Han Bingling while hastily donning the snug Ultraman costume. He did not wish to reveal his true self. If Han Bingling discovered he was no longer a useless individual and had also saved her, it was difficult to imagine what feelings this little girl might develop towards him. He was not like Yi Fan, a notorious womanizer. He had no interest in this girl, who was even more troublesome than her sister. Given his current feeble strength, Chen Xuan was eager to avoid such complications. For now, he had no choice but to disguise himself. Mom, why isn't that sister running away? In an instant, everyone had escaped to safety, leaving only Han Bingling behind. Her small face was ashen, and her delicate white legs trembled uncontrollably. It was not that she did not wish to flee, but an overwhelming sense of peril gripped her heart. She knew she had become the target of the monstrous beast. Gazing into the beast's crimson eyes, Han Bingling's heart raced wildly. I am at the 5th rank of the transformation realm. I can do this. I can do this. She feigned calmness, trying to muster courage. But in the next moment, the beast let out a ferocious howl, unleashing an aura of terror that swept through the vicinity. Even those who had taken refuge in nearby shops felt an intense sense of dread. I can't do this. I am useless. Even Han Bingling, at the 5th rank of the transformation realm, turned paler. She felt on the verge of tears, realizing her own impotence in this moment. A first-tier beast was typically matched against those at the martial realm, and she was merely at the 5th rank of the transformation realm. The mere presence of the beast's oppressive aura had stripped her of her will to fight. Having been the pampered jewel of the Han family, a sheltered flower, Han Bingling had never faced such circumstances. She possessed a high rank, but lacked any real combat capability. The roar left her mind blank. She forgot all the martial techniques learned in school and the family's teachings, turning to flee. However, the instant she moved, the beast lunged fiercely at her. Casting a desperate glance behind, Han Bingling stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah! She shrieked, feeling as if death was imminent, her voice laced with despair. People only heard her desperation. Some women closed their eyes, while only the oblivious children stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth. It stood out starkly in the empty street. Countless children looked at the figure, their eyes instantly lighting up. Mom, look! It's light! Boom! Faced with a first-tier beast, Chen Xuan did not dare to hold back. He unleashed his supreme martial technique, the ultimate fist. All his vitality and strength converged into one punch, landing squarely on the beast. Bang! With a muffled thud, the beast was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a shop wall. Chen Xuan did not dare to relax. He kept a vigilant eye on it. However, the beast twitched a few times, a trickle of blood oozing from its mouth, and then fell silent. Did I just kill it? Chen Xian's taut nerves finally eased, feeling a wave of relief. This was not typical for a first-tier beast. It had not exerted its full strength. Some unknown substance had rendered it irrational, dulling its natural agility. It had not sensed Chen Xian's approach, allowing him to strike with full force. Coupled with several days of starvation, it was in a weakened state, leading to its demise from a single blow. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, this was still a first-tier beast, while Chen Xuan was merely at the third rank of the transformation realm. Panting heavily, Chen Xuan suddenly realized he was drenched in sweat, his muscles aching and trembling slightly. A wave of weakness coursed through him. As if he had just endured an exhausting battle, his vision darkening and his legs feeling unsteady. Truly, he felt utterly drained. Chen Xuan could not help but smile wryly. That powerful punch was indeed terrifying, granting him the strength to slay a first-tier beast, but the side effects and drawbacks were glaringly apparent. He had only one punch. If the enemy did not perish, it would be his own life at stake. It seemed he would have to keep it as a trump card for the future. The drawbacks of the ultimate fist made Chen Xuan hesitant to use it casually. He could only consider it as his last resort. However, in addition to his weakened state, Chen Xuan faced a more pressing issue. Han Bingling was staring intently at him. Her large eyes sparkled with wonder. So handsome. Nothing could compare to the sight of a despondent girl whose heart was in despair, only for a hero to descend from above. He truly appeared like a ray of light, illuminating Han Bingling's heart in an instant. Though she did not know what the person inside looked like, Han Bingling was certain he must be extraordinarily handsome. That punch that felled the beast shattered her expectations. Countless romantic scenes from the novels she had read flooded her mind, fantasizing about the melodramatic encounters between herself and this heroic savior. Thank you for saving me. Han Bingling's clear voice rang out. I am Han Bingling. What is your name? Could you help me up? I think I twisted my ankle. Han Bingling looked at the Ultraman with a pleading expression, her delicate tone and pitiful demeanor rendering it impossible for any man to refuse. Yet, Chen Xuan could only remain silent. He feared that if he spoke, Han Bingling would recognize him. Damn it. And she claims to be at the 5th rank of the transformation realm. She twists her ankle while fleeing. But this is actually convenient for me to escape. I must hurry and run. I cannot let this girl latch onto me. Chen Xuan knew Han Bingling's nature all too well. Had she not twisted her ankle, she would cling to him like a stubborn plaster, refusing to relent until she saw his face. With that thought, Chen Xuan moved his heavy legs, hastily slipping away without uttering a word. Little did he know, Han Bingling had already heard his thoughts. Her eyes widened in shock. Is he, Chen Xuan? Watching the limping figure of Ultraman, Han Bingling's heart raced. It was Chen Xuan who saved me, she murmured softly. She was certain she had not misheard. Moreover, she could only hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. Why is he quietly following me, protecting me? Han Bingling did not contemplate how Chen Xuan had acquired the strength to slay the beast. Instead, it aligned perfectly with her previous suspicions that his facade of being useless was merely an act. What she cared about was why Chen Xuan had appeared here just in time to save her, yet refrained from revealing his identity. Was it because he foresaw her danger and was concerned for her? At this thought, Han Bingling's face flushed crimson. Chen Xuan was not worried about any unforeseen occurrences for Han Bingling. Just as he passed through this street, he noticed military vehicles heading towards it. Chapter 22. Is this a punch that even one at the transformation realm could deliver? Just a few minutes after Chen Xuan departed, a cordon was established along the street. A series of formidable warriors arrived at the scene to maintain order. In addition, investigations and remedial measures regarding the incident commenced swiftly. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, both you and I would undoubtedly face accountability. Beside a vehicle bearing the 03 license plate from Linghai City, Chen Sihai was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Although it was merely a first-tier demon beast, it had nonetheless attracted the attention of Chen Sihai, the highest military commander stationed in Linghai City. His duty was to uphold the stability and safety of the city, and in today's world, the only entities posing a danger to humanity were the powerful demon beasts. Each city was safeguarded by corresponding martial forces, whose responsibility was to ensure that ordinary humans could live in safety. You are fortunate. At most, you might issue a warning. If there were fatalities, I might well be forced to resign from this position. The middle-aged man sighed wryly beside him. Chen Sihai commanded the martial forces primarily to prevent Linghai City from suffering a large-scale demon beast invasion. As the one responsible for the city's safety, he would be the first to be held accountable should a demon beast murder occur. Moreover, this incident involved the Han family. specifically the beloved granddaughter of the old Master Han. Is the youngest daughter of the Han family unharmed? Chen Xuan inquired. As the Chen family still had a marriage alliance with the Han family, and Han Bingling was nominally Chen Xian's sister-in-law, so he felt compelled to show some concern. She's fine, just twisted her ankle, and from her demeanor, she doesn't seem to have been frightened at all. In fact, Li Weiguo recalled the moment he had helped Han Bingling into the car. Her expression had appeared rather cheerful. Cheerful? Chen Xuan turned to Li Weiguo, puzzled. Who could remain happy after such an incident? Perhaps I misjudged, Li Weiguo replied, succumbing to self-doubt under Chen Xuan's skeptical gaze. Let's take a look. I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it seems. Soon, the two ceased discussing the issue, due to his position. Chen Xuan was particularly sensitive to demon beasts, and he found it perplexing that one could enter through the sewer. He approached the sewer from which the demon beast had emerged to investigate, but found nothing of note. Old Chen, come quickly. At that moment, Li Weiguo, examining the demon beast's corpse, called out. As Chen Xuan approached, he noticed the gravity on Li Weiguo's face. What is it? It's just a first-tier demon beast, he remarked, somewhat confused. Given their strength, such a low-tier beast was hardly worth their attention. It was too weak to even merit a glance. Moreover, Chen Xuan was not in charge of criminal investigations. His primary concern was the stability of the city and the avoidance of demon beast attacks. Any underlying schemes or conspiracies that did not involve him were of little interest. Look at this fist mark. Li Weiguo pointed to a small indentation on the demon beast's body. Only then did Chen Xuan direct his attention to the lifeless beast. With just a glance, his expression turned grave. A punch relying solely on brute force? Li Weiguo nodded, confirming, indeed, a punch powered purely by raw strength. Given their respective realms and perception, they had detected no signs of a martial artist's intervention. If a martial artist or a stronger being had been involved, the two would have noticed the telltale signs, like the force of a punch or the application of blood qi. Yet, this demon beast had been unequivocally bludgeoned to death by sheer strength. To say it was killed by brute force was something they could also achieve. However, even a casual kick of a stone from 100 meters away could have claimed the life of this demon beast. Why then approach it to deliver a punch? And a punch relying solely on strength? Wasn't that madness? The two exchanged incredulous glances, both equally astonished. Based on witness statements, the individual had run directly over. When the demon beast appeared, he had not been nearby. Their suspicions were further solidified as they spoke in unison. That person is not even a martial artist. They were certain that no martial artist would possess such a morbid sense of humor. In an instant, their expressions transformed into a mix of intrigue and disbelief. To kill a demon beast of this caliber with mere physical strength? They found it utterly implausible. Compared to humans, demon beasts inherently possessed superior martial talents. Their skin was tough, their bones sturdy, and even their internal organs boasted a formidable self-healing capacity. Yet, this first-tier demon beast, typically on par with martial artists, had been pummeled to death by someone who was not even a martial artist? The thought was terrifying. In terms of raw strength, even an average martial artist would struggle to kill a demon beast of the same rank with a single punch, let alone one that transcended tears. Chen Xuan bent down to examine the demon beast's body, and his eyes widened in horror. A punch that shattered its internal organs? Even a few ribs are broken. Hiss. Li Weiguo gasped in shock. Could this be the result of a punch from someone in the transcendence realm? Does that person possess some sort of divine body of strength? Chen Xuan shook his head. Linghai City had no such divine bodies. Among the upper echelons of Linghai City, certain secrets were hardly secrets to the two. For instance, they were well aware of all the divine bodies in the city. However, due to their positions, they would refrain from discussing them. Yet, they had never heard of any genius capable of such feats of strength. Can your daughter deliver such a punch? After regaining his composure, Chen Xuan turned to Li Weiguo. With a wry smile, Li Weiguo replied, "You know well that my daughter does not excel in brute strength." Just as he began to elaborate, Li Weiguo noticed the hint of a smile in Chen Xuan's eyes and suddenly realized, "Are you mocking me?" Li Weiguo often boasted to Chen Xuan about his daughter's exceptional talents, even confidently asserting that she would undoubtedly be this year's martial arts champion in Linghai City. However, with this punch, he found himself feeling somewhat inadequate. "Speaking of your son, how is he doing? Has he recently broken through to the second tier?" Li Weiguo casually inquired. Instantly, Chen Xuan's expression darkened. He ignored Li Weiguo and walked away. Li Weiguo chuckled with satisfaction and followed him. Both men were intrigued by the individual who had delivered that punch. At that moment, reporters were interviewing bystanders about the heroic figure who had stepped in to help. "Excuse me, young children, you witnessed the entire event. Could you describe what this person looked like?" "Not a person." "Right, not a person." The two children being interviewed responded emphatically. "If not a person, then what is it?" The reporter appeared bewildered. "It's Digga. No, it's Zero. It's Digga. It's Zero. It's Digga. It's Zero. The reporter interjected. What's the difference between Digga and Zero? Chen Xuan and Li Weiguo exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they overheard the interview notes. They realized the individual must have been wearing a costume. Perhaps he was a diligent student working part-time. Chen Xuan sighed lightly, while Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. At that moment, neither had the desire to seek out this individual. After all, they could not impose on him, nor did they possess the leisure to do so. They were confident they would eventually meet him. In their hearts, they believed that this year's martial arts examination in Linghai City would be extraordinarily thrilling. Meanwhile, in the seafood market of Linghai City, a man rushed in, his expression frantic. Chapter 23. The operation failed, and it was Ultraman who intervened. Hey, care for some fish? Fresh fish. At a modest seafood stall, a woman with a neatly cropped hairstyle, a lit cigarette dangling from her lips, deftly wielded a small knife. She appeared youthful, no older than 30, with strikingly handsome features. As she noticed the crowd gathering around her, she began to call out like a street vendor, her voice commanding far more authority than those around her. A man, familiar with the stall, approached her and whispered, "Sister, our operation has failed." With a thud, the woman's knife plunged into the wooden counter. She took a deep drag from her cigarette, seemingly needing a moment to collect herself. They had invested a considerable sum into this endeavor. The elaborate scheme they crafted appeared flawless. How could it possibly have failed? Little did anyone suspect that this seemingly unassuming fishmonger was, in fact, the formidable leader of an underground assassin organization in Linghai City. She was also a top-tier martial artist. Having attained the sea-splitting realm, also known as a martial master, rivaling Chen Xuan's void-breaking realm, it could be said that, aside from the 5 renowned masters publicly acknowledged in Linghai City, her prowess ranked among the elite. In the original narrative, she was hailed as the underground queen of Linghai City and was the first force to be subdued by Yi Fan. The ultimate antagonist behind the mysterious forces targeting the Han family was this very woman. However, her vendetta against the Han family was not one of deep-seated enmity. The forces aligned against the Han family were a coalition of several factions, with hers being the most enigmatic. As an underground organization that operated on a fee-for-service basis, they also engaged in the smuggling of beast corpses and materials behind the scenes. In her eyes, Han Tiangang was merely an unworthy competitor. Naturally, being able to accept payment for services while targeting the Han family delighted her, making her the most suitable candidate for action. In the original storyline, the operations against the Han family were spearheaded by Bai Linger herself. Although she was merely a young girl, her caution was dictated by the Han family's unique position and the influence of the elderly Han patriarch, making her hesitant to overstep. Just take out one of them? Like Chen Xuan, Bai Linger, though neurotic, arrogant, and somewhat deranged, was not a fool. Due to the Chun family's involvement, they shifted their focus to Han Bingling. One crisis after another befell Han Bingling, yet, thanks to Yi Fan, all were effortlessly resolved. Eventually, the underground queen of Linghai City decided it was time to take action. However, it was too late. By then, Yi Fan's strength had skyrocketed, and he had successfully taken Bai Linger into his harem. As the underground queen, Bai Linger's abilities were beyond question. She had successfully aided Yi Fan in establishing his first faction. At this moment, Bai Linger furrowed her brows, lost in thought until the burning end of her cigarette jolted her back to reality. She had meticulously prepared for this operation. From acquiring a seemingly uncontrollable beast that accidentally wandered into the city, to waiting for Han Bingling to venture out alone to a prime location. Yet, the operation had still failed. Bai Linger felt a pang of frustration. Missing this opportunity would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty of the next. She was reluctant to deploy assassins or make a personal appearance unless absolutely necessary. She preferred to orchestrate everything as an accident. While astute individuals might recognize it as anything but coincidental, an accident was far easier to explain than an outright assassination. No matter how discreet the assassins might be, their involvement would indicate that someone was targeting the Han family. Should any assassin be captured, they would have countless methods to extract confessions. Bai Linger wished to avoid confronting a cornered tiger, for brazenly assassinating a top family in Linghai City would render her a target for other families. It was entirely plausible that several factions could unite in their efforts to eliminate her. In truth, any coalition against her would be an overestimation of her standing. Once the Chun family intervened, with Chen Xuan and his martial forces, she would have no escape. Who has disrupted our plans? Who? Bai Linger demanded coldly, fixing her gaze on her subordinate. In the original narrative, it was supposed to be Yi Fan who had thwarted Bai Linger's schemes, inciting her ire further. She initially intended for Yi Fan to act as her informant, not necessarily to assassinate the Han sisters, but simply to keep tabs on their movements. Yet, Yi Fan had unequivocally rejected her, turning instead to join the Han family as Han Bingling's bodyguard, thereby dismantling Bai Linger's plans. After a series of events, the two had become adversaries. However, at this moment, Yi Fan was merely a person who refused to serve her interests, eliciting more disdain than outright hatred in her eyes. In fact, she had nearly forgotten him altogether, as she had never revealed her true self before him. Why yes, her subordinate stammered, hesitating as if grappling with something. He had his own channels of information, but what he had heard seemed almost ludicrous, as if treating others as fools. Yet the crux of the matter remained. Who was this individual? The appearance of Chen Xuan had come as a shock, unforeseen by all. Who? Bai Linger shouted in frustration. It was Ultraman, a person dressed as Ultraman, who ruined our plans. Bang! As she spoke, a dead fish struck the man's face. Do I need to know what this person was wearing? I need to know who they are. Find out for me. Han family. The moment Han Bingling encountered trouble, it instantly alerted the elderly Han patriarch. At that moment, this venerable martial artist, the oldest master in Linghai City, wore a grave expression. After a brief pause, he sighed and addressed the Han sisters. From now on, grandfather will accompany you to school. Hearing this, Han Bingling pouted. Grandfather, that's unnecessary. It was just an accident. An accident? The elder chuckled lightly. Though aged, he was not senile. The moment Han Bingling returned home, he had sensed something amiss. The Han family dabbled in biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, and he was acutely aware that someone had administered a substance to his granddaughter that attracted beast attention. Grandfather, I believe it would be best if you did not escort us to school, Han Bingla hesitated to say. Both of them were already adults. Did they still need their grandfather to accompany them? What would that say about their status as campus beauties? But grandfather is worried about you both. Grandfather, I have a splendid idea that won't require you to accompany us, nor will it make my sister and me feel embarrassed. Han Bingling's eye sparkled. You see, while you believe this is not an accident, why did this person refrain from acting impulsively? Isn't it because they have their own reservations? If you are concerned for our safety, why not deepen this person's reservations? Deepen their reservations? The elder was perplexed. How could one cultivate such caution? Han Bingling chuckled. What if we were to attend school with someone whose identity is even more sensitive than our own? Would they still dare to act? Upon hearing this, the venerable Mr. Han seemed to find some merit in the argument. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that in Linghai City, there were few individuals whose status surpassed that of the Han family's two young ladies. Suddenly, Mr. Han's eyes brightened. Wasn't that sycophantic fellow from the Chen family precisely what he was thinking of? Chapter 24. Is the plot to ruin me? Indeed, Chen Xuan was a sycophant. But only in relation to Han Bingluo. To others in Linghai City, Chen Xuan was not only a useless flatterer, but also a quintessential spoiled rich kid. He gathered followers at school and was unruly outside of it. Though he was at the second tier of the transcendent realm, he should have been disciplined for his behavior long ago. The only reason he wasn't was due to his well-connected father. Even with his audacious conduct, no one dared to lay a hand on him. It was evident that if Chen Xuan accompanied the Han sisters to school every day, it would certainly raise suspicions. Given his sycophantic nature, he would likely be more than willing to do so. Yet the pressing concern was how to explain this to Chen Sihai. Mr. Han pondered deeply. Chen Sihai was not oblivious to the Han family's intentions. To put it bluntly, they were essentially exploiting Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan was agreeable, which parent would willingly place their child in such a precarious situation? Mr. Han shook his head and shared his concerns with the two sisters. Han Bingling's radiant smile immediately faded. She had never intended to use Chen Xuan, but merely wished to interact with him. His towering physique and formidable punch had left an indelible impression on her heart. After overhearing Chen Xuan's heartfelt thoughts, she yearned to spend every day with him, eager to uncover more of his secrets. Father, I have an excellent candidate in mind, Han Tian interjected. His suggestion was naturally Yi Fan. While Yi Fan's prowess was comparable to that of an average martial artist, though not a master, he was still adequate. Martial artists were not commonplace. The line separating ordinary individuals from martial practitioners was distinctly marked by this classification. Many might languish their entire lives at the transcendent realm. But once one ascended to the status of a martial artist, a bright future awaited, perhaps in military service or government positions. Such martial artists were invaluable talents. Unless absolutely necessary, none would willingly engage in unsavory activities. As for assassins, who were even rarer than martial artists, they were especially cautious about their lives, should they act. It would signify a determination to engage in a deadly feud with the Han family. Mr. Han still possessed a degree of influence. Particularly given the Han family's ties to the Chen family, no one would dare to act recklessly at this juncture. Even in the original narrative, when Bai Linger, a master of the Sea Rift realm, intervened, it was only as a last resort after Yi Fan repeatedly thwarted her plans, forcing her hand. Furthermore, at that time, Han Bingluo had already initiated the dissolution of her engagement with Chen Xuan, effectively stripping away a layer of protection. I am opposed. As soon as Han Tian spoke, Han Bingluo discerned her father's intentions. She resolutely declared, "If you insist on bringing Yi Fan, then let him solely protect little Ling. I will have no contact with him whatsoever." Han Bingluo harbored an inherent aversion to Yi Fan, aware that he harbored ulterior motives, and she wished to avoid any misunderstandings with Chen Xuan. Yi Fan. Upon hearing her sister mention him, Han Bingling belatedly grasped their father's meaning. She quickly echoed, "I also disagree." She had no desire for any interaction with Yi Fan, and after hearing Chen Xuan mention that she might become part of his harem, Han Bingling felt 1,000 objections rising within her. Han Tian's plan crumbled before it even began. Observing his two daughters, he was utterly bewildered. While he could understand Han Bingluo's reluctance to engage with Yi Fan, why did his younger daughter harbor such animosity towards him as well? He felt a pang of sorrow for Yi Fan. Although the lad was undoubtedly talented, his luck with the opposite sex seemed rather dismal. "Grandfather, if Chen Xuan is inadequate, there is no need for you to escort us," Han Bingling remarked, her gaze fixed upon the elder Han. Sighing, Mr. Han conceded, "Very well. I shall swallow my pride and place a call to Chen Sihai." Chen Xuan found himself in a peculiar dream. In it, Han Bingling cornered him against a wall. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. "Chen Xuan, I know it was you who saved me. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or my sister? Chen Xuan, I wish to marry you." With that, she leaned in to plant a kiss on him, staring at her enticing lips and delicate face. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. "Get away from me," he screamed in despair. Suddenly, he awoke, sitting up in bed, feeling an unusual chill enveloping him. As he raised his eyes, he was met with a figure that made his hair stand on end. "Han Bingling, what are you doing in my house? And why are you lifting my blanket? What madness was this?" Chen Xuan felt as if he were still trapped in that dream. Yet, he heard Han Bingling's voice. "Why are you sleeping without clothes?" Flushing crimson, she bolted from the room. Chen Xuan glanced down at his exposed body, although there was nothing inappropriate. The fact that Han Bingling had entered his room and lifted his blanket carried unsettling implications. His drowsiness evaporated as he hastily dressed and made his way to the living room. In the living room, the lively atmosphere left him wide-eyed. Was this double joy or double misfortune? How could Han Bingluo also be here? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. "Ah, good. Little Xuan, since you're awake, I have delightful news for you. Starting today, you will be attending school with little Luo and little Ling," Qin Su announced cheerfully, her face alight with joy. There was no question of exploitation here. The Chen family's status and strength were well established. They could hardly be intimidated by a potential threat. Besides, Han Bingling was Chen Xuan's sister-in-law. This arrangement could only bode well for the Chen family. The two children would foster a bond, and the Han family would gain favor with the Chen family. To put it another way, with the Chen family showing such goodwill, how could the Han family ever face the prospect of breaking off the engagement? After Mr. Han's phone call last night, Chen's parents felt certain that this marriage was destined to happen. A daughter-in-law of exceptional talent had brought them joy throughout the night, and they rose early to prepare for the Han sisters' arrival. "Are you happy?" Qin Su approached Chen Xuan and whispered. Ecstatic. Chen Xuan managed a strained smile at his mother's playful expression. However, inside, he was already struggling to contain his frustration. This is madness. Absolute madness. Given his familiarity with the plot, Chen Xuan realized he was about to face yet another crisis. Though it was not directed at him, he would inevitably encounter the underground queen of Linghai City. If he intervened to assist the Han family in overcoming their predicament, he would surely attract her ire. Yet, to stand idly by while either of the Han sisters met their demise before him would weigh heavily on his conscience. Perhaps these two women held no affection for him, but they were still familiar figures, and moreover, they were intertwined with his narrative. Even if these sisters do not harbor feelings for me, I still wish for their survival. This could be considered the last vestige of a sycophant's lingering affection, but I would rather not cross paths with that underground queen of Linghai City. Chen Xuan found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. At long last, Chen Xuan resolved to take action once more. No matter what, the plot must return to its rightful course, allowing the two of them to cling to the protagonist's leg. Chapter 25. Which man can withstand such a trial? Despite previous attempts yielding unsatisfactory results, with no alternatives left at this juncture, Chen Xuan was determined to give it another try. The narrative had veered into utterly unforeseen territory. Should it continue on this trajectory, Chen Xuan was uncertain whether tomorrow or calamity would arrive first. Fortunately, Chen Sihai still harbored deep affection for his son, Uncle Wang. Upon spotting the driver by the car at the entrance, Chen Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This middle-aged man was Chen Sihai's aide and also a formidable expert in the sea-splitting realm. Although Uncle Wang was a subordinate of Chen Sihai, their bond was one of brotherhood forged in fire. In the storyline, upon discovering that his son had been killed, Chen Sihai descended into madness. ultimately confronting Yi Fan alongside Uncle Wang. Of course, the outcome is well known. No one has ever bested Yi Fan within the pages of the book. Nevertheless, this serves as ample testament to Uncle Wang's unwavering loyalty to the Chen family. Uncle Wang is at least a sea-splitting expert. He possesses the strength to contend with that woman. Chen Xuan mused to himself. For the time being, safety was not a concern. But this was not a sustainable solution. Bai Linger would undoubtedly take action. His foremost objective now was to contemplate how to steer the plot back on course. With a grave expression, Chen Xuan entered the car. Once inside, he realized it was a luxury vehicle, with the Han sisters seated opposite him and a simple tea table placed between them. Their gazes locked, and Chen Xuan felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. I can't believe my father indulges so much. Sending us to school in a luxury vehicle with seats facing each other? Where am I supposed to look? Han Binglu's lips curled slightly upward. Due to her regular martial arts training, her physique was remarkably well-proportioned, with even her flat abdomen displaying distinct muscle definition. Her long, straight legs were tightly closed, fitting together seamlessly. The only drawback was that she was clad in sportswear today, concealing her exquisite figure, leaving only her stunningly beautiful face to admire. In contrast, Han Bingling appeared more captivating. She had applied a light touch of makeup, accentuating her delicate features. With her signature twin ponytails and dressed in a pink dress that revealed her fair, curvaceous thighs, she radiated charm. Perhaps due to her appetite, Han Bingling appeared even more voluptuous. This subtly plump physique was truly a man's dream, especially since she was wearing high-tech attire today. Chen Xuan endeavored to control himself. Yet the sight of her in those clothes was simply overwhelming. This was no mere matter of temptation. The two of them sitting face to face was sheer seduction. Which man could withstand such a test? Despite his strenuous efforts to maintain composure, Chen Xuan's eyes inadvertently roamed. I had not noticed before. This little girl's fashion sense is far bolder than her sister's. Just look at this outfit. Look at the depths of its design. Weighing in at 98 pounds. With 90 pounds of intellect, the remaining 8 pounds are all in that ensemble. This little girl has just turned 18. Her potential for future development is simply unfathomable. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Xuan felt a kick beneath the tea table. Looking up, he met Han Binglu's icy gaze. Why did you kick me? Chen Xuan demanded. Do you even realize whose car this is? Who is helping whom here? Does this look good? Han Binglu retorted coldly. Chen Xuan. His inner fury instantly extinguished, he lowered his head. What a disaster. I caught her sister in an awkward moment. But hadn't she been engrossed in her book just now? How could she be staring at me? Damn it. Hearing Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, Han Binglu couldn't help but smile slightly. The sensation of eavesdropping on his thoughts was simply delightful. Whatever she did, she could unerringly discern Chen Xuan's true feelings. Even if they were to marry in the future, there would be no secrets between them. Unbeknownst to her, Han Binglu had already begun to envision herself in the role of a wife. What was I thinking? How could I entertain thoughts of marrying him? In a fleeting moment, Han Binglu suddenly realized, her face flushed with embarrassment. She hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel her absurd thoughts. However, she then noticed her sister beside her, whose face was even redder than hers. Han Binglu had never seen her sister in such a state. Her cheeks were as crimson as a monkey's backside. Her head bowed as low as an ostrich, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress, and her petite feet crossed, exuding an air of extreme shyness. Has my sister caught a fever? Han Binglu, of course, was unaware that Han Bingling could also hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. She had no idea what was happening to her. In the past, if Chen Xuan had dared to speak like this, she would have given him a proper lesson. Yet ever since Chen Xuan's punch yesterday, everything had changed. She had not slept a wink, and whenever she closed her eyes, Chen Xuan's figure appeared before her. Recalling the moments they shared, her lips began to uncontrollably curve into a silly smile. And when she realized Chen Xuan had been staring at her the whole time, she felt not an ounce of resistance. Her sister did not harbor any feelings for Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan was well aware of this. Reflecting on Chen Xuan's thoughts from the morning, Han Bingling felt a pang of sympathy for him. She knew her sister had been contemplating calling off the engagement. Although there had been a slight thaw in relations over the past few days, it was likely merely a fleeting curiosity about Chen Xuan. But I never said I disliked him. Han Bingling's face grew even redder, the blush creeping up to her ears. The Chen family parents were kind, and Chen Xuan treated me well. Our Han family cannot let down the Chen family. Han Bingling quietly clenched her fists. If it comes to that, once my sister calls off the engagement, I'll step in. The journey continued in silence, each of the three lost in their own thoughts, until they soon arrived at school. As the three of them disembarked from the vehicle, the students at the school gate were left utterly speechless. That person is Chen Xuan? It is indeed Chen Xuan. But why are the two Han sisters getting out of the same car with him? Need it even be said? Our big brother must have come with the renowned campus beauty Han. Beside them, a nearly 2-meter-tall hefty fellow declared with certainty. Standing next to him was a lanky companion. Equally smug, having told you all along, yet you refused to believe. A few days ago, my sister-in-law even held our big brother's hand. Initially, it was merely shyness. But now it's clear. Our big brother has finally laid his cards on the table, no more pretense. My sister-in-law must have stayed over at my big brother's place last night. Zhang San and Li Si were chattering excitedly, but at that moment, Chen Xuan approached them from behind with a dark expression. Spreading rumors, are we? One blow each. Grabbing his 2 lackeys, Chen Xuan returned to the classroom. His face shadowed. Were it not for their unwavering loyalty, he would have cast them aside without a second thought. The underlings of the antagonist always seemed to possess a few screws loose. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher entered, followed closely by Yi Fan. Classmates, this is Yi Fan, who will be joining our class as a transfer student starting today. Let us warmly welcome Yi Fan. Clapping resounded as soon as the teacher finished speaking, and Chen Xuan abruptly applauded. Very well, seeing Chen Xuan's enthusiastic welcome for Yi Fan. Let us have Yi Fan sit next to you, shall we? Chen Xuan. Chapter 26. Letting one's imagination run wild is the most fatal. As an avid reader well-versed in various novels, Chen Xuan believed he had evaded all the blunders typically associated with villains. He would not provoke Yi Fan without reason, nor would he foolishly present Yi Fan with an opportunity to flaunt his prowess and humiliate him. In fact, even bearing the label of a villain, Chen Xuan aimed to leave a favorable impression on Yi Fan. As things stood, Yi Fan was now inescapable. However, if he intended to leave a good impression and refrain from provoking Yi Fan, surely Yi Fan would not arbitrarily seek his demise. Yet, the pressing question remained. Why had Yi Fan become his deskmate? Had he been overly enthusiastic in his demeanor? Observing the beaming smile of the homeroom teacher, Chen Xuan felt an inexplicable gloom clouding his heart. Hello, Chen. Yi Fan approached him, a smile gracing his face, but Chen Xuan sensed it was a facade. Similarly, Chen Xuan wore a disingenuous smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth as he warmly clasped Yi Fan's hand. Greetings, Yi. We shall be classmates from now on. He must not kill me arbitrarily just because Han Bingla did. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xuan's exuberance. Why was this person so fervent? Sigh. If only the Han sisters exhibited such warmth. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an undercurrent of malice. However, turning around, the classmates behind him appeared unremarkable. Han Binglu gripped her pen tightly. Would Yi Fan slay Chen Xuan? And because of his own involvement? Was this the reason Chen Xuan sought to distance himself, wary of Yi Fan? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's silent thoughts, Han Binglu was once again taken aback. In her mind, Chen Xuan must possess some foresight, which explained his continuous avoidance of risks. Now that the true dilemma troubling Han Binglu was unraveled, she realized that Chen Xuan's thoughts had lost their allure. Yet, as the truth came to light, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. Had she not overheard Chen Xuan's thoughts, she might have genuinely backed out of the engagement and pursued a relationship with Yi Fan. But at that time, she would have remained oblivious to Yi Fan's true nature. He regarded her as a mere vessel, the one who would bring about her fiancé's demise, while her fiancé had always acted to protect her. Han Binglu had no choice but to entertain such notions. If she continued her relationship with Chen Xuan, they would undoubtedly face the threat posed by Yi Fan together. Due to the nature of the sacred body, Yi Fan would inevitably scheme against her. Moreover, Yi Fan was undeniably a prodigious talent, a 7th tier in the same age group. Such aptitude foretold a formidable future, far surpassing that of Chen Sihai. Furthermore, Yi Fan currently had no weaknesses to exploit, making it impossible to stifle him in his infancy. If he were to mature, it would be evident that they could not contend with him. Thus, she feigned affection, allowing herself to be distasteful, facilitating a breakup, and positioning herself as part of Yi Fan's harem, all to avoid facing Yi Fan together after marriage. Contemplating this, Han Binglu's voice quivered unconsciously. A single tear fell onto the paper, soaking a small patch. Chen Xuan, did you never consider whether I would agree? Han Binglu clenched her fists, her resolve suddenly solidifying. No matter how exceptional Yi Fan might be, she would not cower. She would stand with her fiancé against this despicable man, even if it led to their demise. She would not survive alone. She would never become Yi Fan's vessel. Henceforth, Yi Fan had incited within Han Binglu a desire for revenge. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, Han Binglu had concocted a poignant tale of tragic romance in her mind. He was merely contemplating the original plot and had no intention of causing Han Binglu any misunderstanding. With Yi Fan seated beside him, Chen Xuan felt as though he were on pins and needles. Fortunately, the class soon came to an end. As the bell rang, Chen Xuan immediately rose and headed to the restroom. Throughout the entire lesson, he had pondered how to steer the plot back on course. enabling the Han sisters to latch onto Yi Fan's coattails. The conclusion was clear: by refraining from being a third wheel, the male and female leads would undoubtedly spark a connection. Moreover, Yi Fan and Han Binglu were still in the same class, as Chen Xuan had anticipated. As soon as the class ended, Yi Fan's gaze subtly turned toward Han Binglu. After some contemplation, he picked up a book and approached her. Han, I just transferred here and find myself struggling with some theoretical concepts. Would you mind sharing your notes with me? Yi Fan believed he had crafted a flawless excuse. However, the next moment, Han Binglu looked up at him with a cold glare. Get lost. A single, simple word, devoid of any warmth. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet. All the classmates remaining in the room stared at Han Binglu in disbelief. It was hard to imagine the school's belle uttering such words. Even though Chen Xuan had annoyed Han Binglu for years, they had never witnessed her act in such a manner. Their gazes instinctively shifted toward Yi Fan. It seemed this new transfer student elicited unparalleled disdain from the school beauty. Having been publicly rebuked by Han Binglu in front of so many, now all eyes were on him, and even with his remarkable mental fortitude, Yi Fan found it difficult to maintain his composure. Yet, he mused that if he walked away for the sake of his so-called dignity, he might never have another chance to interact with Han Binglu. As for Han Bingling, he had no inkling about her. At least Han Binglu was in the same class. But he had yet to lay eyes on Han Bingling. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan spoke again. Han, I don't understand why you harbor such animosity toward me. Since I'm new here and only know you, could you please help me out? I beg you. Yi Fan adopted a subservient demeanor, completely disregarding his pride. Internally, he was filled with indignation, yet he could only endure, given his sacred body. I said get lost. However, Han Binglu's response was once again beyond Yi Fan's expectations. She resembled an unyielding ice mountain, pushing him away with an impenetrable barrier. Her 4 words left Yi Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he had become the laughingstock of the class. Han, since I've already lost all semblance of dignity, Yi Fan resolved to persist. Why is it that this new transfer student is so shameless? My sister-in-law told you to get lost. Didn't you hear her? Before he could finish, 2 voices erupted from behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 classmates, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, glaring at him furiously. This has nothing to do with you two, right? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, a forced smile on his lips. Had it not been for his recent transfer and being in front of Han Binglu, he would have punched these 2 in a fit of rage to vent his frustrations. This has everything to do with us. She is my sister-in-law, Zhang Xin shouted, instinctively glancing at Han Binglu. In the past, she would have corrected him. But now she remained silent. Her silence was an implicit agreement. Zhang Xin grew emboldened. You little punk, I warn you, stay away from our sister-in-law. What if I don't? Yi Fan's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent brewing within him, his fists clenched tightly. Instinctively, Zhang San and Li Si felt a chill run down their spines. But upon recalling their leader, Chen Xuan, their unease evaporated immediately. Not. The 2 exchanged furious glances, their anger boiling over. The newly transferred student is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Stand there and wait. Today, I shall enlighten you on why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Chapter 27. Have the villain's minions always been this audacious? With a fierce declaration, Zhang San and Li Si stormed out of the classroom, their anger palpable. They split up. And soon, dozens of students congregated in the hallway. How does our big brother usually treat us? Zhang San addressed the crowd. Needless to say, young Master Chen treats us exceptionally well, came the chorus of agreement. The grace of young Master Chen is akin to that of our reborn parents. As a privileged heir to both wealth and power, Chen Xuan commanded respect at school, enjoying both favor and influence. His lavish spending had never deprived his followers, and he was known for his loyalty. Any claim of being one of Chen Xuan's subordinates would ensure his protection. If his little brothers faced any grievances, he would undoubtedly stand up for them. Consequently, many followers claimed Chen Xuan's name, even engaging in misdeeds outside school under his banner, tarnishing his reputation. The students loyal to Chen Xuan were his trusted confidants, all of whom were either of age or had been informed by their families that maintaining a good relationship with him could guarantee them a prosperous future, even if they failed to gain admission to the martial arts university. But now, what should we do about that insufferable brat harassing our future sister-in-law? Zhang Xin questioned angrily. In unison, the crowd raised their arms, shouting, Let us take him down. Let's take him down. Excellent. Our big brother hasn't treated you all in vain. Zhang Xin nodded approvingly at the unified fervor of the crowd, then waved his hand decisively. Now follow me. We shall deal with that arrogant little scoundrel. Let's take him down. Let's take him down. The group moved in unison, a formidable force heading towards the classroom. Upon returning from the restroom, Chen Xuan spotted Zhang San and Li Si leading a throng towards the classroom. A surge of anxiety gripped him, and he hurried to catch up, grabbing Li Si to inquire, "What are you all up to, big brother?" The sight of Chen Xuan ignited a sense of reassurance among the group. Li Si, eager to claim credit, replied, "Big brother, we're going to deal with that new transfer student." "Transfer student?" Yi Fan. "Indeed, that very rascal." Zhang San and Li Si nodded in affirmation, causing Chen Xuan to break out into a cold sweat. Is it customary for the villain's minions to be this brazen? However, Chen Xuan was perplexed. His two henchmen were typically not troublemakers. Could it be that even the villain's subordinates possess a streak of righteousness? Indeed, generally, it is the villain's minions who take the brunt of the punishment first. Chen Xuan quickly asked, "Has he wronged you?" "No, but he has wronged our sister-in-law. He spoke to her. He harassed her. We must take him down." "Yes, let us take him down." The crowd roared once more. Chen Xuan's face turned ashen, his body trembling with frustration. Had his carefully cultivated environment been disrupted by these two foolish subordinates? "Scram! All of you, get lost. Go do what you were meant to do. From now on, focus on your studies. If you don't get into the martial arts university, don't dare call yourselves my subordinates." He dispersed the crowd, then, in a fit of anger, kicked Zhang San and Li Si. He was well acquainted with the principle of villainous self-destruction, yet he could hardly contain the reckless behavior of his minions. "Take down Yi Fan. Are you joking? That fellow is the chosen one, at the 7th tier of the Transcendence realm. Even if we gathered dozens more, we would stand no chance against him." Sighing, Chen Xuan felt utterly drained. "You haven't confronted him yet, have you?" "No, we were planning to, but I sensed that kid would be hard to handle. So we decided to rally support against him," Li Si admitted, scratching his head. Chen Xuan shot them an exasperated glance. "You two aren't entirely foolish. Consider yourselves fortunate. If you had confronted him, you would have been bettered in for days, and I wouldn't have been able to remedy the situation. After all, they were his trusted subordinates. If one of them got beaten, he, as their leader, would naturally have to save face. Otherwise, the morale would plummet. However, the issue was that not only would he seek to reclaim his honor, but he would also inevitably face a beating himself. "Big brother, is that it? This kid is harassing our sister-in-law," Zhang Sen exclaimed, sensing that Chen Xuan seemed inclined to let the matter slide. After all, they had already issued a bold challenge to Yi Fan, and in their world, maintaining face was paramount. Zhang San. "Yes, Li Si. What is it, big brother?" Chen Xuan placed a hand on each of his subordinates' shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Listen to your big brother. From now on, steer clear of Yi Fan." "Why? Are you afraid of him?" With questioning glances, Zhang San and Li Si probed further. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Chen Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly disclose that Yi Fan was the protagonist. Mixing with him would spell doom for them as villains. Sighing helplessly at their perceptive expressions, Chen Xuan reiterated, in short, "Heed your big brother's advice. Keep your distance from this guy. Don't even engage in conversation. Do you understand?" His expression grave, he scrutinized them. Though they were uncertain of Chen Xuan's reasoning, both nodded in agreement. It was always wise to heed big brother's advice. During the subsequent break, Chen Xuan continued his usual routine of heading to the restroom, but due to concerns for his two foolish subordinates, he merely feigned the need to relieve himself while secretly observing. It seemed Zhang San and Li Si had taken his words to heart, as they didn't even glance at Yi Fan. However, the real issue was that Yi Fan had become inexplicably reserved, peering through the back door window of the classroom. Chen Xuan couldn't help but scoff. "Your sacred body is right behind you. Why aren't you moved? Are you waiting for Han Binglu to make the first move? What nonsense. If you don't take the initiative, you'll never have a chance." Chen Xuan felt an urgent anxiety gnawing at him. He had no idea that during the first break, Yi Fan's pride had been ruthlessly trampled by Han Binglu, and in front of the entire class. Even if he considered himself thick-skinned, Yi Fan felt utterly humiliated at that moment and would not seek further embarrassment now. He stole glances at Han Binglu, his heart racing with desperation. It was like being taunted by a delicious morsel of meat, tantalizingly out of reach. "I must secure one of them before the martial arts examination," Yi Fan silently vowed, setting himself a small goal. No one could comprehend the urgency of his feelings. If he could win over Han Binglu or any of her sisters, his cultivation would soar, enabling him to break through to the martial artist rank. Participating in the martial arts entrance examination as a martial artist would be an unprecedented feat. Even those who had spent years in martial arts universities had yet to break through the transcendence realm, let alone a high school student martial artist potential. The most outstanding prodigies in the martial arts examination were merely at the 9th tier of the transcendence realm, teetering on the brink of becoming martial artists. If Yi Fan could break through the transcendence realm and enter the examination as a martial artist, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling genius in history. This would yield immense benefits for him. However, despite his fervent aspirations, Yi Fan remained uncertain. Han Binglu's attitude towards him was evident. He could barely approach her without eliciting her disdain, let alone entertain any other thoughts. Yi Fan felt overwhelmed. Chapter 28. The Innate Sword Dao Sacred Body, Li Jianxin. The morning passed in a haze for Chen Xuan, his thoughts consumed by Yi Fan and Han Binglu. Even during lunchtime, he pondered ways to ensure that the two sisters from the Han family could successfully cling to Yi Fan's side. "Brother, what are you thinking about? You seem troubled," remarked Zhang San, as he and Li Si approached Chen Xuan after collecting their meals in the school cafeteria. "Nothing. Just eat," Chen Xuan replied dismissively. Zhang San and Li Si did not press further, but just as they were about to sit down, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Han Binglu was a center of attention wherever she went, and even in the cafeteria, she stood out like a crane among chickens. There was no need to search for her, as she always shone so brightly. At that moment, Han Binglu was surveying her surroundings with her tray in hand. Her gaze soon fixed upon Chen Xian's back, and amidst Zhang San and Li Si's astonished expressions, she approached him. "Brother." Zhang San nudged Chen Xian, who was still eating, as he noticed Han Binglu seemed to be heading straight for him. "What is it?" Chen Xian replied, startled. "Spring has arrived. Are you lovesick?" Zhang San teased. "No. It's your springtime that has come." Before Chen Xian could fully comprehend the meaning of their banter, Han Binglu's voice rang out as she took a seat opposite him with her meal. "I won't disturb you two lovebirds." Zhang San and Li Si quickly retreated to the side. Han Binglu smiled, sensing that Chen Xian's two little brothers were expanding their horizons. However, Chen Xian's expression darkened as he asked, "What are you doing here? Looking at you gives me a headache. You have left me utterly perplexed." Han Binglu smiled slightly, pulling out a notebook from her pocket. "This is for you." "What is this?" Chen Xian opened it to find it filled with Han Binglu's elegant handwriting. "Class notes?" "Yes." Han Binglu nodded. "I know you haven't properly studied your academic subjects, but the martial arts examination is not solely about physical prowess. Cultural knowledge plays a significant role as well. This contains the key points from 3 years of my studies. You should take a good look at it." Though Han Binglu's voice remained calm, she appeared somewhat uneasy. Holding the fragrant notebook, Chen Xian found himself utterly baffled by Han Binglu's intentions. "What is this? Concern for me? Are you worried that I won't be able to get into a martial arts university, so you brought me your notes?" Chen Xian was reluctant to accept this reality, but it seemed undeniable. Hadn't Han Binglu always disliked him? What did this mean? Although the previous events had taken him by surprise, he had initiated them. He had brought her breakfast and visited the Han family. Yet today, Han Binglu had sought him out in the cafeteria and presented him with notes. "I think this is unnecessary. I'm a failure. Even if I scored full marks in academics, I still couldn't get into a martial arts university." Chen Xian cautiously pushed the notebook back towards Han Binglu. "You are not a failure." Han Binglu's gaze was sincere. "I believe you can definitely get into a martial arts university." The notebook was pushed back towards Chen Xian once more. "Honestly, I think Yi Fan needs it more. Should I pass it on to him?" Chen Xian suggested tentatively. "Yi Fan is just as clueless. You're using the excuse of being a new student who doesn't understand academics to get close to Han Binglu. And now she's using me as a stepping stone? You dare?" Han Binglu's voice involuntarily rose several octaves. The entire cafeteria fell silent. The students eating had been secretly observing the two, once again stunned by their relationship. It was known that Han Binglu had never spent time with any male classmate in the past 3 years. Yet today, she had not only gotten out of Chen Xian's car, but was now sharing a meal with him. Was this a performance that needed no acting? The gossip among the students ignited like wildfire. In a quiet corner of the cafeteria, a girl eating her meal suddenly stood up. Who is talking? This girl was not inferior in appearance to Han Binglu. She was also one of the school flowers of Linghai City's top martial arts high school, Li Jianxin. A natural-born sword body, her insight was as clear as day. Even Han Binglu's talents paled in comparison to Li Jianxin's. At a young age, Li Jianxin had already reached the 6th tier of the transformation realm in martial arts. This was an entire small realm higher than Han Binglu. Han Binglu had always regarded Li Jianxin as her rival. However, Li Jianxin had never considered Han Binglu worthy of her attention. Her talents and pride were destined to go beyond Han Binglu. In other words, Han Binglu was simply one of many prodigies in Linghai City. In an instant, all eyes in the cafeteria turned toward Li Jianxin. She stood tall, her features exquisite, her hair styled in a neat ponytail, framing her sharply defined profile. Especially notable were her bright, determined eyes, which shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Yet at this moment, the girl appeared flustered, her gaze darting around in fear. "Jianxin, what's wrong?" a classmate beside her asked, noticing her distress. Li Jianxin looked at her classmate and then realized that everyone was staring at her. She swallowed hard, cautiously speaking. "Xiaojing, did you just hear some voices?" "Voices? What voices?" Xiaojing looked puzzled, thinking it was normal for there to be noise in the cafeteria. No, it's not the usual noise around the cafeteria. It felt as if someone was speaking directly into my ear, extraordinarily clear. Huh, someone spoke into your ear? What did they say? Li Jianxin furrowed her brow, trying to recall. The sound had been so sudden that it startled her into standing up, leaving her unsure of what had been said. She only vaguely caught two names, Yi Fan and Han Binglu. Li Jianxin chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. I can't remember. Xiao Jing, with an expression that suggested she was unsurprised, firmly said, Jianxin, I didn't hear a thing. It was only you. I feel like. What do you feel? I feel like you're just under too much pressure. You have been training hard, and you need to take a break. Is that so? Listening to Xiao Jing's analysis, Li Jianxin frowned, although she was reluctant to accept it. She felt there was some truth in Xiao Jing's words. Perhaps she truly was under too much stress. Xiao Jing, you eat slowly. I'll go rest for a bit. Li Jianxin forced a smile and then exited the cafeteria. If you dare give my notes to Yi Fan, I will come to your house for dinner every day. Han Binglu glared at Chen Xuan, her tone fierce. Chen Xuan replied, You don't say. This threat is indeed quite effective. Chen Xuan tucked the notebook into his pocket, adopting a serious expression. Rest assured, Han, the school flower, this is your heartfelt gesture. How could I possibly give it to someone else? I intend to hug it while I sleep tonight. Just then, Chen Xuan was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze as Han Bingling approached with her meal and effortlessly sat down beside him. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, why are you here again? Chapter 29. Yi Fan, you're quite the charmer, aren't you? What brings you here? I am not looking for you. I am seeking my sister. So why are you sitting beside me? I merely wish to sit opposite my sister. Hearing this, Chen Xuan shifted one seat over. Subsequently, Han Bingling also moved to another position. Chen Xuan was perplexed. Han Bingling flashed a mischievous smile, declaring, Now I wish to sit next to you. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. His mind was in turmoil, and he could only remain silent. As he sensed the scrutinizing gazes around him, he felt an urge to vanish. He could not enjoy such a blessing among peers. If Yi Fan were to see this, he could not bear to contemplate it. He feared that if Yi Fan caught sight of him, he might be driven to murderous intent. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon Yi Fan entering the cafeteria. He was all alone, quietly serving himself a meal, until their eyes met. In that instant, Chen Xuan noticed Yi Fan's expression darkening, and he discreetly hid one hand behind his back. However, Chen Xuan, with his keen eyes, discerned the tension in his clenched fist, the veins on his wrist bulging with intensity. Damn it, seeing me with his two designated furnace cauldrons has already ignited his murderous intent. I am merely at the third tier of the transformation realm. Even if I could unleash the strength of a martial artist with a single punch, I am no match for Yi Fan. No, I cannot allow Yi Fan to harbor resentment against me. I must alter Yi Fan's perception of me. His animosity towards me should, at the very least, not manifest at this moment. The thought of unleashing the strength of a martial artist at the third tier of the transformation realm, Chen Xuan pondered to himself, unknowingly stirring a tempest of disbelief within Han Binglu. How could this be possible? Han Binglu found it hard to believe that there existed a gap of 6 minor realms between the third tier of the transformation realm and a martial artist. Furthermore, the 9th tier of the transformation realm and a martial artist represented a significant divide. How could one at the transformation realm possess the strength of a martial artist? Yet, considering this was Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, he spoke no falsehood. It was his self-assessment, grounded in reality. However, such a reality severely undermined Han Binglu's confidence. Regardless of its veracity, she resolved to work even harder. Taking a deep breath, Han Binglu quietly clenched her fists. Even if what Chen Xuan said were true, if he was so wary of Yi Fan with such strength, one could only imagine the terror of Yi Fan's true capabilities. Han Binglu did not wish for the entire burden to rest solely on Chen Xuan's shoulders. She, too, must contribute in opposing Yi Fan. For now, all she could do was double her efforts. Meanwhile, Han Bingling, hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, held no particular sentiment. She had long been aware of Chen Xuan's prowess. Now, his inner voice only served to further confirm that the person who had acted that day was indeed Chen Xuan. She gazed at Chen Xuan, her eyes beginning to glisten. As for Yi Fan, her heart brimmed with animosity towards this stranger with whom she had only a fleeting acquaintance. Yi brother, over here. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up as he waved towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan paused, then looked at the Han sisters beside Chen Xuan. His eyes brightening as he realized this was his opportunity, the only chance to connect with the Han sisters. Perhaps, through this meal, he could change their perception of him. Yi Fan's heart surged with excitement, and his gaze towards Chen Xuan softened, tinged with gratitude. What a coincidence. Chen, my table mate, you're dining here too. Why would I eat anywhere else but here? Chen Xuan chuckled. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you, Yi brother, here as well. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Chen Xuan gestured to the spot opposite him, right next to Han Binglu. Yi Fan discreetly glanced at Han Binglu, who remained composed, and his spirits soared. Xian refused. There's hope. However, to his surprise, just as he sat down, Han Binglu sprang to her feet. Chen Xuan, I've finished eating. I'm leaving now. With that, Han Binglu turned away without casting a glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was left in a state of awkwardness, staring at the barely touched food on Han Binglu's plate, his expression darkening. Had she grown to despise him to this extent? Don't take it to heart. Yi brother, Han Binglu has always had a small appetite. Really? I'm not well read. Don't deceive me. Of course, just look into my sincere eyes. Chen Xuan waved dismissively. Forget her. Let us enjoy our meal. He then winked, suggesting that there was still one more Han sister present. One is left, but we still have Han Bingling here. Don't lose sight of the watermelon while picking up the sesame seeds. Go for it, Yi brother. With your exquisite charm, your witty humor, your insights into martial arts, and the interesting anecdotes of life, win her over. Captivate her. Although Yi Fan was unclear whether Chen Xuan's facial twitches were due to a cramp or something else, he recognized that there was still one Han sister remaining. Compared to the cold and distant Han Binglu, this neighborly girl seemed a tad easier to approach. Yi Fan cleared his throat. But just then, Han Bingling also rose to her feet. I'm full too. She wore a smile and added, Chen Xuan, enjoy your meal. Remember to wait for me to go home together tonight. With that, Han Bingling skipped away, just like her sister, never once glancing at Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt as if he wanted to slap himself. Though the girl wore a smile, it was not meant for him. In an instant, his gaze towards Chen Xuan turned resentful. Why was there such a vast disparity in how people treated him? From Han Bingling, he sensed a similar aloofness as with her sister. But why? Why did both sisters harbor such disdain for him? Yi brother. Facing Yi Fan's resentful gaze, Chen Xuan wore a serious expression. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person. They must first endure hardships. Enough, Chen brother. Although Yi Fan did not comprehend why Chen Xuan would say such things, he felt that Chen Xuan truly understood him. Just when his resolve was on the verge of crumbling, Chen Xuan rekindled his spirit. Looking at Chen Xuan, who was of similar age, Yi Fan found it hard to maintain his disdain. His opportunity was facilitated by Chen Xuan, and it was merely his own shortcomings that hindered him. Yi Fan sighed. Speaking earnestly, Chen brother, you're actually quite a decent person. Just then, the afternoon class bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, entered the classroom. He tapped on the desk. Class, the martial arts entrance examination is fast approaching. In truth, there's little left for the school to teach you. Are we about to have a vacation? The class erupted with excitement upon hearing Wang Jian's words. Every year, at this time, the school became merely a tool to assist students in registering for the martial arts examination. This was also the reason Yi Fan had transferred schools. Without a student registration, one could not participate in the martial arts entrance examination. Silence. Wang Jian rapped the desk firmly, speaking with gravity. While the school recognizes that your immediate priority is to elevate your realms, vitality, and strength compared to the school, perhaps martial arts halls and rest areas are more suitable for you. However, as we grant you a break, our school will conduct a baseline test. A test? Isn't that an exam? A student inquired, puzzled by Wang Jian's terminology. Examinations are not unfamiliar to them. Small tests every 3 days and major tests every 5 days have been part of their academic journey. However, this test? What does it signify? Wang Jian, with a mysterious smile, confirmed, indeed, it is a test, one you have never experienced before. Chapter 30, The Excitement Factor Test of the Transcendence Realm. As the premier martial arts high school in Linghai City, the first martial arts high school boasts a formidable faculty, beyond its top-notch equipment. Even the gymnasium is an indoor facility. Before long, Chen Xuan and his classmates followed their homeroom teacher, Zhang Jian, into the indoor gymnasium. Teacher, what exactly are we testing today? Upon entering the gym, they realized that not only their class had gathered, but also 2 other classes from the senior year. Is that class 1? Li Jianxin is here too. My goddess is just too cool. The mere thought of testing alongside her sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Nearby, several classmates from Chun Xian's class whispered among themselves. As a prominent figure in the school, Li Jianxin draws attention wherever she goes. She is so confident. Unlike Han Binglu's frosty demeanor, she always wears a nonchalant expression. This air of confidence captivates both boys and girls alike, winning the hearts of many classmates. Wow, it's the school beauty, Han. Oh my, just the thought of testing with both school beauties has me exhilarated. Similarly, students from other classes, upon seeing Chen Xuan and his friends enter, fixated their gazes on Han Binglu. Han Binglu is still as stunning as ever. Be careful, don't stare too long. Can't you see that Chen Xuan, the devoted admirer, is also here? At that moment, a collective shyness swept through the group as they noticed Chen Xuan. Previously, He had been quite domineering and unreasonable. Anyone caught gazing too long at his fiancée would inevitably face his wrath. Yet now, Chen Xuan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon entering, his attention was captivated by several imposing devices at the front of the gym, towering over a person in height and adorned with intricate instruments. Chen Xuan had never encountered such machinery. These were not merely strength-testing devices, but rather seemed to be groundbreaking innovations from the present world. Could this be the machine that tests the excitement factor in blood and energy? Suddenly, he recalled the plot. Yi Fan's first show-off moment at school had stemmed from this very machine, astonishing the entire academy. All right, students, quiet down. Just as Chen Xuan was lost in thought, Wang Jian, who also served as the guidance director, clapped his hands and announced, "Today, you will face an unprecedented test." He gestured toward the machines behind him, elaborating. "What you see before you is the newly developed and just deployed excitement factor detection machine from the National Academy of Science and Technology. Though martial arts have flourished for a century, human research into it has never ceased. According to the latest scientific findings, human martial artists possess a unique factor in their blood and energy. This factor is termed the excitement factor, which is particularly pronounced in the transcendence realm. Continuous research indicates that within this realm, a higher concentration of the excitement factor in one's blood signifies a deeper foundation and greater combat prowess among peers. The advent of the excitement factor testing machine is a remarkable representation of assessing combat strength within the same realm. It provides a clearer distinction than traditional strength testing machines. While the latter might yield varied results due to numerous factors, the excitement factor detection machine accurately measures the concentration of this factor in one's blood. Its precision and scientific validity far surpass those of strength testing machines. A concentration of 50 or more per 100 milliliters of blood is deemed a passing standard. Wang Jin continued, explaining to the students that a concentration of 60 is classified as good, 70 as excellent, and above 80 as extraordinary. At this point, Wang Jin's gaze notably lingered on Li Jianxin and Han Binglu. In his view, they were likely the only two individuals in Linghai City's first martial arts high school capable of exceeding 80. While this does not directly correlate to martial arts talent or aptitude, it is an undeniable fact that those with sacred bodies will undoubtedly surpass their peers. Then, what if the excitement factor concentration exceeds 90? A student, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired as Wang Jin paused. 90? Wang Jin chuckled, then countered. Do you know what 90 implies? What does it mean? It signifies that your blood and energy are as potent as that of a bull. You've surpassed the human threshold of the transcendence realm and reached the standard of a beast. Wang Jian explained gravely. Humanity is inherently at a disadvantage compared to beasts, and the vitality within is a direct reflection. If the excitement factor exceeds 90, it proves that this individual is invincible among their peers. However, a concentration above 90 is nothing short of a fantasy. Even for Li Jianxin and Han Binglu, Wang Jian held no such hopes. After all, in the entirety of the Great Xia, only one individual from the imperial capital had achieved a 90 concentration of the excitement factor in the transcendence realm. That person, while in the transcendence realm, was heralded as the most likely genius to break through to the martial sage level in a century. To ascend to the martial sage realm and reach unprecedented heights speaks volumes of this individual's extraordinary talent. And what about 100? Another student ventured to ask. Hearing this, Wang Jin's expression darkened as he shot a displeased glance at the inquisitive student. 90 is already exceedingly rare, let alone 100. Do not dwell on such unrealistic notions. Focus on your own capabilities. This test will be recorded in your martial arts college entrance examination files and serves as a standard to assess your strength and potential. Without further ado, let us commence the testing. Wang Jin took out the attendance sheet and began calling names, starting with Zhang Wei. As expected, this is the plot. Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement within him. Finally, the moment for Yi Fan to shine has arrived. I have awaited this day for far too long. If memory serves, Yi Fan's excitement factor concentration reached an astonishing 92. That is 2 percentage points higher than the individual from the imperial capital. Forget Han Binglu. Even the highly anticipated top candidate for Linghai City's martial arts college entrance examination, Li Jianxin, pales in comparison. Moreover, this time, Yi Fan not only astonished Han Binglu, but also caught the attention of Li Jianxin. This proud daughter of the sword path has finally found a worthy rival in Yi Fan, sparking her curiosity. Little did she know, curiosity is often the first step towards infatuation with a man. She would become Yi Fan's third love interest. By the way, what was Li Jianxin's excitement factor concentration again? I believe it was 83. Chen Xuan mused silently, unaware that not far away, Li Jianxin's eyes widened once more. That voice had returned. Chapter 31. once again hearing Chen Xuan's inner voice. It was not an illusion. It was not merely her imagination. Li Jianxin trembled slightly, unable to discern whether it was excitement or fear. Why can I hear other people's thoughts? Confusion swirled in Li Jianxin's mind. Yet what intrigued her most was whose thoughts she was hearing. In the gymnasium, 3 classes, along with teachers and staff, amounted to over 100 individuals. Li Jianxin was uncertain whose thoughts she had just overheard. She could only investigate each possibility one by one. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall its owner. After a silent analysis, Li Jianxin could only conclude that it belonged to a male student. Next tester, Li Jianxin. Just as she was lost in thought, Wang Jian's voice resonated. Li Jianxin promptly collected her thoughts and approached the testing machine, gazing at the device before her. She couldn't help but remember the voice she had just heard. Did he say my test result is 83? How could that be possible? Though she felt a mix of suspicion and curiosity towards this individual, Li Jianxin was primarily struck by the absurdity of the situation. Not only could she hear this person's thoughts, but how could he possibly know her test results in advance? With a cold smile, she mused. Perhaps this was merely a figment of his imagination. First, draw blood, then deliver a solid punch onto the testing machine, instructed the supervising teacher. All right, Li Jianxin nodded. Her mind focused. After the blood draw, she delivered a powerful punch to the machine. Li Jianxin, strength value, 987. Excitement factor content, 83. The teacher announced. Wow, impressive. Truly a martial arts prodigy from Linghai City. Though her cultivation is merely at the 6th tier of the refinement stage, she can output a strength value equivalent to the 9th tier. I observed that Li Jianxin did not exert her full strength. This is not her limit. More importantly, the excitement factor tested at a staggering 83. In comparison, another prodigy, Han Binglu, had just tested at a mere 80. Clearly, Li Jianxin outshone her peers. A chorus of admiration arose among her classmates upon hearing Li Jianxin's test results. Yet, at that moment, she stared blankly at the 83 displayed on the machine. Her heart tumultuous with disbelief. Is it truly 83? My scalp prickles. This thought, could it be accurate? Who on earth is this person? How does he know? Her gaze swept across the crowd, her heart racing. However, she could not discern whose thoughts she had overheard. Suddenly, the voice echoed once more. I forgot. I still need to test my strength value. How annoying. Isn't this going to expose my cultivation level? Is his cultivation really high? Has he been hiding it all along? Li Jianxin pondered. Should I present myself as a 2nd-tier refinement stage cultivator or 3rd tier? Li Jianxin thought. So you have just advanced a minor tier and still wish to conceal it? Are you taking yourself too seriously? She found it somewhat ridiculous, to her. The distinction between 2nd and 3rd tier was negligible. They were all worthless. As students from a prestigious martial arts high school in Linghai City, the majority of their cultivation levels ranged from 3rd to 4th tier, with strength values typically hovering around 400. She simply could not comprehend what warranted such secrecy. Forget it. I might as well showcase my 3rd tier refinement stage strength. Let us just do a simple punch, 321. I wonder what my excitement factor will reach. Yi Fan, under the guidance of the martial sage, along with his own fortuitous encounters, has a solid foundation for his vitality, reaching 92. Although I lack the martial sage's instruction, I should still be able to exceed 70, perhaps even reach 80. Chen Xuan nodded inwardly. The 3rd tier of the refinement stage was not remarkable. His only goal was to conceal his formidable strength. After all, he could unleash a strength value of 888 with full force. As for the excitement factor, Chen Xuan could only make a rough estimate. He was no longer the waste he once was in the original storyline. Thanks to the system, Chen Xuan had improved his body through the dragon blood martial art, experiencing a qualitative leap in talent, aptitude, and foundation. Moreover, he now possessed the sacred body. Regardless of how one looked at it, his values should surpass those of typical individuals. While he might not rival Yi Fan, achieving a level comparable to Li Jianxin or Han Binglu was certainly within reach. As for whether the excitement factor would expose him, Chen Xuan felt no worry. This factor primarily measured potential, combat prowess, and the foundational vitality established. Furthermore, worrying was futile. Attempting to hide it was impossible. This required a blood draw. Such was the power of technology. A simple punch, 321. Li Jianxin, hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, frowned once more before scoffing dismissively. Each strength test was not entirely accurate. After all, no one could control the force they exerted perfectly. This required an exceptional mastery of oneself. The refinement stage could not reach that level. Li Jianxin had no faith that anyone could attain such a caliber. She merely perceived this person as boasting, or perhaps the 321 was just a rough estimate. I must see who you truly are. Li Jianxin stood her ground, focusing on the group of testers. Identifying this individual had become a matter of simplicity. This person had yet to test. 3rd tier refinement stage. Strength value around 300. Excitement factor above 70. This had significantly narrowed down the list of candidates. Li Jianxin held her breath, waiting in silence. Each student was free to leave after their tests. However, due to the novelty of this testing method and their curiosity, all remained in place. Little did anyone suspect that Li Jianxin, who typically would not entertain such thoughts, had chosen to stay. Li, the campus belle. Could it be that she believes someone can surpass her? How is that possible? What is she waiting for? A crowd of students was left pondering, unsure of what Li Jianxin awaited. Is it me? At the back of the crowd, Yi Fan smirked, his lips curling in a wild grin. After traversing mountains and rivers, I discover a new path. At that moment, Yi Fan's excitement was palpable. He never anticipated that in the small Linghai city, 3 potential cultivators capable of unlocking his sacred body would emerge. The innate sword Dao sacred body. Yi Fan clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Li Jianxin's silhouette. Brimming with fervor, Han Binglu and her sister posed challenges he felt powerless against. Thus, targeting Li Jianxin first seemed a prudent choice. Such a proud woman must be conquered through sheer strength. Yi Fan contemplated, his confidence surging. There was no need for anything else. His power was substantial. He was among the top tier in Linghai City, if not the entire Great Xia. Li Jianxin, Han Binglu, call out for me. Tremble before me. Gazing at the 2 campus bells, Yi Fan felt an exhilaration he could hardly contain. At last, the day had come. He was about to embrace his first moment of ostentation. Next tester, Yi Fan. Chapter 32. Yi Fan finally embraces his moment of bravado. With Yi Fan's 7th-tier refinement stage strength, this punch must exceed 1,000. Observing Yi Fan approach the testing machine with unwavering confidence, Chen Xuan thought to himself. During his time at the Han family, Yi Fan had demonstrated his prowess by shattering the strength tester, a testament to his capabilities. In the original storyline, Yi Fan's strength test value had reached a terrifying 1043. The unfolding events aligned perfectly with Chen Xuan's expectations. With a swift punch, 4 digits leaped onto the screen. 1111. Terrifying. Truly terrifying indeed. Chen Xuan never anticipated that Yi Fan would surpass the narrative's depiction by unleashing a staggering strength value of 1111. He was blissfully unaware that Yi Fan had exerted every ounce of his energy. This singular punch seemed to serve as a cathartic release for the pent-up resentment he had harbored for so many days, finally providing him with an outlet for his emotions. Goodness, am I seeing things? Who is this formidable figure from that class? Why had I never heard of such a character before? Astonishing. This punch has transcended the limits of the transformation realm, reaching the level of a martial artist. After a brief moment of silence, the entire gymnasium erupted into a cacophony of noise. Everyone rubbed their eyes, staring at the 4 digits on the screen, feeling as though they were in a dream. Is this the strength value that someone in the transformation realm can produce? All eyes turned incredulously towards Yi Fan. Among them, several young women blushed as they fixated on Yi Fan's stern visage. Yet, at that moment, someone discovered an even more unbelievable fact. Not only the strength value, look at the excitement factor content. A person pointed dumbly at the screen. Everyone focused their gaze. 92. What? Is the machine malfunctioning? Why is it possible for someone to attain a value of 92? In an instant, all eyes shifted to Wang Jian. At that moment, Wang Jian, who was responsible for recording, was also somewhat bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at the value before him, feeling as though he were dreaming. This new transfer student is so formidable. In an instant, Wang Jian's eyes sparkled. This year, Linghai City has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. You will be in charge of the subsequent tests. I need to make a phone call. Suppressing his astonishment, Wang Jian remarked to a nearby teacher before stepping aside to call the principal, who was also Han Bingluo's grandfather. What? The excitement factor content has reached 92. In the principal's office, Old Master Han was taken aback by Wang Jian's report. Are you certain? He inquired once again, unable to believe it. Principal, there must be no mistake. If there is an error, it must be due to a malfunction of the machine. Moreover, not only is the excitement factor value terrifying, but this student named Yi Fan has also delivered a punch that shattered the 1,000 mark in strength value. Wang Jian relayed Yi Fan's situation in detail to Old Master Han. I understand. Immediately bring Yi Fan to my office. Upon hearing this, Old Master Han instructed before hanging up the phone. Sigh. After a moment of silence, Old Master Han let out a soft sigh and shook his head. Upon hearing the name Yi Fan, he recalled that Han Tiangang had mentioned this individual to him before. However, he had not taken it seriously at the time. Even when Han Tiangang sought to have Yi Fan act as a bodyguard for Han Bingling, Old Master Han had refused. Yet now, with Yi Fan shining so brightly, he felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, being an elder and having lived a long life, Old Master Han quickly reassured himself. One cannot be overly demanding. Perhaps there is simply no fate between the Han family and this young man. Having thought this, he dialed another number. These excitement factor detectors are uniformly dispatched from above, accompanied by research personnel who have also arrived in Linghai City. Now that Yi Fan, this anomaly with a content of 92, has emerged, he wished to inquire whether there were any favorable policies to support such talent. Meanwhile, at the Linghai City Research Institute. Thank you, Dr. Jiang, for visiting our research institute to provide guidance. Director Li of the Linghai City Research Institute extended his hand excitedly towards the tall woman in a white coat across from him. The woman shook hands with Director Li. No need for formalities, Director Li. Guidance is not the term. It is merely mutual exchange. However, I only have this afternoon available. Once the excitement factor tests in Linghai City conclude, I will likely depart tonight. The woman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, appeared to harbor a vast ocean of knowledge in her eyes, exuding warmth and wisdom. With a slight smile, she radiated intellectual charm. Do you have any insurmountable challenges at your research institute that we should discuss urgently? Absolutely. Just then, the woman's phone rang. Classmate, are you Yi Fan? My name is Wang Fong. May we get acquainted? Hello, Yi Fan. Here's my phone number. As Yi Fan returned to his original position, a swarm of girls encircled him. Among them, some bold ones handed him notes and cast flirtatious glances. But the issue was, why were they all chubby girls? This motley crew. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of distaste, yet with so many around, including Han Bingluo and Li Jianxin, he refrained from expressing his annoyance. He discreetly observed the two. However, not only Han Bingluo but also Li Jianxin appeared disinterested, merely glancing at him before averting her gaze. In that moment, Yi Fan felt as though he had pretended to be impressive yet had failed to meet his own expectations. Why had he not achieved the anticipated impact? Yi Fan pondered in confusion. In truth, Li Jianxin was deeply affected. Having been the top student of Linghai City High for so long, someone had finally surpassed her. Deep down, she felt a twinge of reluctance, but due to her character, she could never approach Yi Fan like those infatuated girls. Even in the original narrative, Li Jianxin had only challenged Yi Fan after the fact. Now, due to her awareness of Yi Fan's remarkable reputation, she had already become desensitized to his moment of ostentation. It was akin to watching a movie with a spoiler. She found it somewhat dull. However, her interest was piqued solely by Yi Fan's strength. Moreover, she now faced an even graver issue. She needed to locate that person. Next up for testing, Chen Xuan. Finally, it's my turn. Hurry up and finish the test, so I can leave. Although I finally witnessed Yi Fan's display of prowess, I am still somewhat dissatisfied. Chen Xuan mused to himself as he walked towards the testing machine from the crowd. It's him. Li Jianxin's eyes widened in surprise. Turning around, she stared in astonishment at Chen Xuan approaching from behind. As a well-known sycophant in Linghai City, coupled with having a well-connected father, especially since her father was good friends with Chen Sihai, she was not a stranger to Chen Xuan. But the key point was, why could she hear Chen Xuan's thoughts? They had never had any relationship or interaction. Chen Xuan busied himself fawning over Han Bingluo. While Li Jianxin had no reason to engage with a useless person, they were like two parallel lines, and without the ability to hear thoughts, they would have never crossed paths. Could there have been a mistake? Li Jianxin couldn't help but wonder, yet the next moment, that voice echoed again. What is with Li Jianxin staring at me? Could it be that she is captivated by my handsome appearance? Please, you are Yi Fan's harem member. Do not develop any notions about me. Haha, who would have thought Chen Xuan would be so narcissistic? Li Jianxin scoffed, then helplessly shook her head. Chen Xuan was indeed not going anywhere. At this moment, her mind was entirely elsewhere. Even if Chen Xuan claimed she would become Yi Fan's harem member, she had no desire to uncover the reasoning. For this useless person, she felt he was not worth her attention. Rather than pondering such matters, it would be better spent on training. With that thought, Li Jianxin turned to leave. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, Chen Xuan's strength value appeared on the testing machine. 321. Chapter 33. Chen Xuan's outrageous vitality test results. Has Chen Xuan truly broken through to the second rank of the Transcendent Realm? But what does that matter? Each person present is at least at the third rank of the Transcendent Realm, with a vitality score just over 300. Even at the third rank of the Transcendent Realm, he would still be deemed worthless. As Chen Xuan had anticipated, the slightly over 300 vitality score perfectly substantiated his image as a failure. None of his classmates exhibited the slightest surprise. Only Li Jianxin stood rooted in place, her gaze fixated on the numbers displayed on the machine. Could it truly be 321? Was it a mere coincidence, or could he genuinely manipulate his own vitality output? Li Jianxin was reluctant to believe that this so-called failure could achieve the latter. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Having heard Chen Xuan's thoughts beforehand, she understood that he had intentionally produced this result, and not by a fraction. A third rank of the transcendent realm alone would not warrant Li Jianxin's attention. But a third rank with such meticulous control over his own vitality was an entirely different matter. This was not a skill typically possessed by one at the transcendent realm. Or rather, such a skill was of no use to someone at that stage. Only those who had ascended to become martial artists could fully harness the nuances of vitality, allowing them to maximize its potential. At present, Chen Xuan resembled an elementary school student who had self-studied high school material and had even integrated it seamlessly. This was utterly extraordinary. Li Jianxin found herself compelled to reassess Chen Xuan. Today had proven to be a dreadful day for her. The emergence of Yi Fan was already disheartening, and now Chen Xuan had shattered her inner pride. Perhaps I should engage with him, she mused. It was not merely because she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. She yearned to learn how he mastered such control over his vitality. Of course, Li Jianxin remained oblivious to the fact that even if she approached Chen Xuan, he had little to offer her. Since consuming the Dragon Blood Martial Pill and acquiring the Dragon Martial Sacred Body, Chen Xuan felt his control over his bodily vitality had reached an unprecedented level. Perhaps it was due to the Sacred Body, or perhaps it was a matter of innate talent, but certainly, all credit was due to the system. No, I must not be seeing things. Look at Chen Xuan's excitement factor value. Just as Li Jianxin was contemplating, someone exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, Li Jianxin turned her gaze to Chen Xuan's test results, her eyes widening in shock. Chen Xuan, third rank of the Transcendent Realm, vitality score 321, and an excitement factor content of 9,999? At that moment, the instructor responsible for recording the results rubbed his eyes. He felt dizzy, yet the numbers on the machine were glaringly clear. 9,999. What on earth is happening? Hadn't Teacher Wang stated that I shouldn't entertain dreams of achieving 100? Yet now, why is someone nearing that threshold? And it's actually Chen Xuan? A chorus of disbelief erupted among the students as they clasped their heads in astonishment. It was nearly inconceivable that these results belonged to Chen Xuan. In their minds, he could be anyone but him. I am now even more eager to understand what Chen Xuan's results signify. Yi Fan had merely achieved 92, which led Teacher Wang to take him to meet the principal. What then of Chen Xuan's 9999? Surely, that would attract the attention of the entire Ministry of Education. Everyone gazed at Chen Xuan with a twinge of envy. Just a moment ago, they had been deriding this so-called failure, yet now he had outperformed even Yi Fan. Could the machine be malfunctioning? Just as the crowd was lost in thought, Chen Xuan's voice broke the silence. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, Chen Xuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He had not anticipated such a result. This was completely contrary to his expectations. Had he momentarily become the most dazzling genius? What a joke. How could he continue to live in obscurity now? How could he even consider calling off the engagement? Chen Xuan's mind raced with thoughts of the consequences of his newfound notoriety. The Chen and Han families had already hosted an engagement banquet for him and Han Binglu. And the way Han Binglu looked at him was now filled with a mixture of awe and admiration. No, Chen Xuan cried out in despair within. This was utterly terrifying. Genius? That title held no allure for him whatsoever. The so-called genius was merely a stepping stone to surpass Yi Fan. Moreover, knowing the plot, Chen Xuan was aware that this was a mere stroke of fortune for Yi Fan. Surely, Yi Fan has now met that illustrious Dr. Jiang from the capital. If Dr. Jiang were to learn of my existence at 9999, would that not snatch Yi Fan's opportunity right from under him? A shiver ran down Chen Xuan's spine. Thinking along these lines, he was certain that Yi Fan would bear a grudge against him. Though it was a fortuitous opportunity, Chen Xuan desired it not. He was not only concerned about Yi Fan's resentment, but also knew that this opportunity would hold little value for him. In the original story, Dr. Jiang gifted Yi Fan a drop of precious blood from an ancient beast to purify his vitality potential, thereby further enhancing Yi Fan's strength. However, for Chen Xuan, his vitality was already at such an extraordinary level that even a drop of the ancient beast's pure blood would hold no significance. There was a possibility. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the instructor nodded in agreement. Why don't you switch machines and retest? Chen Xuan found himself in a difficult position. He had only wished to avoid drawing attention and had casually suggested that the machine might be faulty. Deep down, he knew better than anyone that due to the Dragon Blood Martial Pill's effects, his vitality had undergone a remarkable transformation, reaching an astonishing level. His vitality was saturated with excitement factors, devoid of any impurities. Perhaps, let it be. Chen Xuan pulled the instructor aside and whispered, Teacher, would it be possible for you to adjust my score to 60 and clarify it to the public? Chen Xuan, are you suggesting I assist you in cheating? Upon hearing this, the instructor immediately adopted a serious demeanor and began to admonish him. Chen Xuan, are you out of your mind? This is a good thing. It will be documented in your personal record and will add points to your college entrance exam. Please wait here. I will call Teacher Wang and clarify this matter. With that, the instructor did not give Chen Xuan a chance to respond, moving aside to call Wang Jian. Upon receiving a call from Principal Han, Zhang Lai hurried to the school and found Yi Fan in Old Master Han's office. To her astonishment, someone from Linghai City had actually achieved 92. Zhang Lai's heart raced. The research on excitement factors and vitality had always been her focus, and she had personally overseen the development of the testing machine. She understood better than anyone the significance of Yi Fan's 92 score. Although the content of excitement factors could not definitively indicate talent or potential, it did signify promise. Her research had revealed that every prodigy who ascended to become a martial saint possessed a significantly higher concentration of excitement factors than others. In other words, the higher the excitement factor content within one's body, the greater the likelihood of achieving the status of a martial saint in the future. Not to mention, Yi Fan already possessed a realm far surpassing that of his peers. In Yi Fan, qualities such as aptitude, talent, a sacred body, and potential were all present. If no unforeseen events occurred during his growth, Yi Fan would undoubtedly become a martial saint. With this thought, Zhang Lai felt even more exhilarated and spoke, "Yi, I have a gift I would like to present to you." Just then, Wang Jian's phone rang. Chapter 34. Please, I truly did not intend to seize the protagonist's opportunity. Wang Jian cast a sheepish glance at Zhang Lai before stepping into the corridor to answer the call. What? What did you say? 99.99 of the excitement factor? Are you jesting with me? Wang Jian could hardly believe his ears upon hearing his colleague's words. Yet, the voice on the other end was unwavering. Teacher Wang, there is no mistake. It is clearly stated on the testing machine. Unless the machine is malfunctioning. Who is it? Wang Jian inquired further. It's Chen Xuan from your class. Wang Jian was utterly incredulous. He could not fathom that this individual, often regarded as the least capable in the class, was the one dragging down his teaching quality. And now, to be told that this underperformer was the most likely candidate to become a martial saint? In that moment, upon realizing it was Chen Xuan, Wang Jian deemed the test results utterly unreliable. How could he possibly believe that the most promising student in all of Linghai City, or even the entirety of the Great Xiao, was Chen Xuan? As Chen Xuan's homeroom teacher, Wang Jian believed he understood him well. Lacking qualifications, talent, a sacred body, and even the ability to endure hardship, Chen Xuan had barely reached the third tier of the transcendence realm. What potential could such a person possess? Wang Jian would rather believe that the machine was faulty. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jian hurried to the office. What's the matter, Teacher Wang? We could hear your shouting from the office, remarked Old Master Han, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Dr. Jiang is still here. What has caused such agitation? I apologize, Principal, but there is an urgent matter, Wang Jian explained, then turned to Zhang Lai. Dr. Jiang, may I inquire if there is any possibility that our machine is malfunctioning? A malfunction? Zhang Lai looked at Wang Jian and laughed lightly. Are you questioning our machine? Teacher Wang, no. I am merely asking if that possibility exists. Absolutely not, Zhang Lai asserted confidently. Each machine is brand new and has undergone rigorous testing before being dispatched to every city. The detection of the excitement factor in one's vital energy is crucial to a student's destiny, as well as to the future of the empire. Each report is meticulously documented and included in the student's personal records. The likelihood of any discrepancies is exceedingly low. Then, Dr. Jiang, may I ask what it means if an individual's excitement factor reaches 100? Wang Jian swallowed hard, awaiting Dr. Zhang's response. Although Chen Xuan's reading was merely 9,999, it was close enough to be akin to 100. 100? Huh. Zhang Lai chuckled lightly at the question. That is utterly impossible. Once the excitement factor in one's vital energy exceeds 90, it has already reached the limits of humanity. A reading of 100 would surpass human capabilities, aligning with the bloodlines of those legendary ancient divine beasts. Their lineage is noble and devoid of impurities. Even their young possess formidable combat prowess. And if they do not perish young, their growth potential is immeasurable. Humans could never attain such a level. If, by some miracle, they could. Zhang Lai pondered thoughtfully. Then that individual, upon achieving the status of a martial saint, would reach the threshold of blood rebirth. Due to the presence of the excitement factor in their vital energy, they would be virtually indestructible. Of course, all of this was merely theoretical. Zhang Lai smiled again, affirming, no one's vital energy could meet that standard. Dr. Jiang, Wang Jian interjected. If you are confident that your machine is functioning properly, then there may indeed be such a person. What? Zhang Lai's body jolted at the revelation, prompting her to ask urgently. Are you certain there is a student whose vital energy has reached the 100 standard? Not 100, but 99.99, Wang Jian replied swiftly. Quick, bring him to see me. Zhang Lai's expression transformed into one of excitement as she spoke. Wang Jin promptly exited the office, calling his colleagues stationed at the gymnasium. The principal's office fell into silence. Yi Fan paced nervously, having overheard their conversation. He understood that a student had emerged who was even more extraordinary than himself. Despite his arrogance, Yi Fan was aware of the reality that there were always those more gifted than oneself. He merely had a remnant of a martial saint's soul to guide him, while numerous powerful figures had walked the earth over the centuries. And he was not the sole possessor of fortune. Yet, what of his own fortune? Just moments ago, he had been promised a gift. Yi Fan felt a growing disquiet within him. As an orphan, he struggled even to attend school, let alone acquire resources for martial arts. Aside from the martial saint's remnant, he was utterly impoverished, relying solely on sheer effort to break through. However, no amount of hard work could compare to the advantages of dual cultivation or consuming elixirs. Dr. Jiang, about that gift you mentioned? Yi Fan couldn't help but remind Jiang Lai. He was unwilling to accept his fate, and his poverty weighed heavily on him. This. Jiang Lai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hesitated. I'm terribly sorry, student Yi Fan, but there is only one gift. Jiang Lai's words were delicately phrased, but Yi Fan understood the implication. With only one gift available, it would naturally be awarded to the most worthy candidate. In an instant, Yi Fan's expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. This was supposed to be his opportunity. Yet, suddenly, an anomaly had emerged, leaving him with nothing, though he recognized that no one was to blame. After all, he was not talented or extraordinary enough. Yi Fan could not suppress his resentment toward this newcomer. Well then, Principal, Dr. Jiang, I shall take my leave. Yi Fan feigned nonchalance as he stood, his face a mask of anger barely concealed by a forced smile. I truly apologize, student Yi. Jiang Lai reiterated her regrets. She made no attempt to retain Yi Fan. At this moment, he was no longer significant to her. While Yi Fan was indeed impressive, he paled in comparison to the one with the 99.99 reading, who held far greater research value. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Lai's eyes. As a fervent researcher, she could hardly contain her eagerness to bring this student into her laboratory for testing. Dr. Jiang. He has arrived. Just as Yi Fan exited, he crossed paths with Chen Xuan entering the office. Hello, Brother Yi. Chen Xuan greeted warmly, a bright smile on his face. What can I do? I can only leave a good impression on Brother Yi. Chen Xuan thought to himself. Yet, Yi Fan remained silent. Perceiving Chen Xuan's enthusiasm as mockery, he had never anticipated that this person would be Chen Xuan. Yi Fan's face turned ashen. The individual with whom he had a marriage pact for his furnace was now the same one who had usurped his opportunity. It felt as though the universe conspired against him. Yi Fan harbored a deep-seated conviction that every event in his life was somehow intertwined with Chen Xuan. Gazing at Chen Xuan, he felt a tumult of envy, jealousy, and animosity. Chen Xuan, one day, I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Yi Fan roared internally. What does not kill him will only serve to make him stronger. Overlooked by all, he would seek to regain his dignity. Yi Fan cast a dark glance at the people in the office. Chapter 35, Chen Xuan, under the gaze of the researcher Jiang Lai. Chen Xuan. As Chen Xuan entered the office, Old Master Han's eyes widened in astonishment. He finally comprehended Wang Jin's earlier feelings. Anyone would be shocked to learn that such a seemingly useless individual was deemed the most promising of all, even though Chen Xuan is her granddaughter's husband. Old Master Han still resorts to the term waste to describe him. Dr. Jiang, are you certain that your research findings are without flaw? Old Master Han quietly inquired. Pulling Jiang Lai aside. What does Principal Han mean by this? Jiang Lai asked, somewhat perplexed. Old Master Han replied. To be frank, even if it were someone else, I would believe you if you claimed he had the potential to become a martial saint, but not Chen Xuan. How could he, with such poor talent and qualifications, at merely the third tier of the transcendence realm, possibly be destined to become a martial saint? Old Master Han was unconvinced. I believe, Principal Han, you may have overlooked a crucial point. Potential does not equate to future accomplishments. While a higher excitement factor indicates greater potential, the key lies in how he will navigate his future path. Success is contingent on human endeavor, yet fate plays its hand too. This excitement factor determines a person's upper limit. Of course, if he fails to exert effort, his lower limit may also be dismally low. Although Old Master Han's words were veiled, Jiang Lai grasped their underlying implication. This Chen Xuan is indeed a waste. Jiang Lai's spirits soared at the thought. If Chen Xuan were an unequivocal genius, her ambition to make him her experimental subject would face significant obstacles. But if he were a waste? Jiang Lai's eyes sparkled as she envisioned him lying bare upon her experimental table. Hello, classmate Chen. Jiang Lai smiled, extending her hand. Hello, Dr. Jiang. Chen Xuan shook her hand. Observing the smile on Jiang Lai's lips, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. What is this? What does this research fanatic intend to do? Surely she doesn't have designs on me? As he pondered, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. In the original narrative, Zhang Lai was portrayed as a research fanatic, relentlessly pursuing the secrets hidden within Yi Fan's body. Due to various factors, Yi Fan's physique defied scientific explanation, igniting Zhang Lai's fervor for research. To the extent that this deranged woman disregarded everything, even offering herself up. Why do I feel as though I'm being treated as prey? Zhang Lai's unwavering gaze bore into him, causing Chen Xuan's heart to race. Is this? His thoughts echoed within him. Zhang Lai's body shuddered slightly, her expression a mix of confusion and astonishment as she regarded Chen Xuan before her. As a researcher, Zhang Lai's studies extended beyond mere martial practitioners, delving into phenomena that elude scientific comprehension. For instance, at this moment, she could hear Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts. How intriguing! A smile crept upon her lips. She quickly regained her composure, realizing that being able to hear Chen Xuan's thoughts was undoubtedly advantageous. Rather than feeling fear, she felt exhilarated. A surge of impulse to dissect this man coursed through her. Regardless, I must bring him back to the laboratory and confine him by my side. A thought flickered in her mind, but then she pondered anew. Have you heard my story? Zhang Lai leaned closer to Chen Xuan, their faces mere inches apart. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and the proximity allowed Chen Xuan to see the pores on Zhang Lai's face. In an instant, his mind felt flooded. This woman is too enticing. Unlike Han Binglu and Han Bingling, Zhang Lai, in her 30s, embodied the peak of feminine allure. Most crucially, Chen Xuan understood the stark contrast within her. Behind those golden-rimmed glasses lay a mind more frantic than anyone else's. Danger. This woman is more perilous than any in Yi Fan's harem. Even if my father is Chen Sihai, given this woman's reckless nature, no one could prevent her from treating me as a lab rat. I must distance myself from her. I'll need several bodyguards wherever I go. A red alert blared in Chen Xuan's mind. He felt as though he were teetering on the brink of disaster, with multiple heroines to contend with. Now Zhang Lai had entered the fray. He faced the looming threat of being treated as an experimental subject. Chen Xuan could not shake this thought. Given the 99.99 excitement factor, he recognized that the woman before him harbored an interest that far surpassed that of Yi Fan. Yi Fan was but a mere triviality in comparison. Chen Xuan grew increasingly anxious. While mingling with the other members of Yi Fan's harem merely required vigilance against Yi Fan himself, with Zhang Lai, he feared that a moment's inattention might result in him being strapped to her experimental table. He quickly took a step back. What do you mean by that, Dr. Jiang? Oh, I apologize. It was merely a casual remark, Zhang Lai deflected, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she regarded Chen Xuan. This Chen Xuan might prove to be even more intriguing than she had anticipated. He seemed to understand her, yet was equally wary of her. Zhang Lai's thoughts sank. This realization undoubtedly raised the stakes for her conquest. Nonetheless, the idea of relinquishing such valuable research material was intolerable to Zhang Lai. Chen Xuan was correct. She was, at her core, a pure research fanatic. When faced with a singular anomaly in existence, she could not afford to let it go. Moreover, her curiosity about the secrets Chen Xuan possessed intensified her interest. She would take her time. I will undoubtedly obtain you. Zhang Lai's lips curled upward, her eyes shimmering with a determined glint. Classmate Chen, this is a gift for you. A drop of ancient beast essence that can purify your vital energy. Zhang Lai presented a small vial to Chen Xuan. Additionally, I've heard that your academic performance is rather lacking, struggling even to gain admission to the martial arts university. Zhang Lai continued. Dr. Jiang, I believe I can still manage to pass, Chen Xuan replied cautiously. In the presence of this woman, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Who knew what schemes brewed in her mind? Zhang Lai smiled faintly. What you say is possible, is not guaranteed. I could offer you an opportunity. As long as you pass the theoretical portion of your exams, I can ensure your admission to the premier martial arts research academy as my assistant. What do you think? Though aware of Chen Xuan's wariness, Zhang Lai couldn't suppress her urge to test the waters. Become your assistant? More like a lab rat. What a deluded fantasy. Thank you for your kind offer, Dr. Jiang, but I believe that all achievements must stem from personal effort. I, Chen Xuan, aspire to enter martial arts university through my own hard work. Relying on backdoor connections feels beneath me, Chen Xuan declared with righteous indignation. Nearby, the homeroom teacher Wang Jian and Old Master Han could only stare in disbelief at Chen Xuan's audacity. With merely 3 months until the martial arts entrance exam, he was at the 3rd tier of the Transcendence realm. Gaining admission to the martial arts academy seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Now, with Dr. Jiang making such declarations, how could he still act so arrogantly? Both men felt a pang of urgency on Chen Xuan's behalf. Old Master Han was particularly inclined to call Chen Sihai immediately to wake his son from this delusion. Oh, I see. I hadn't expected classmate Chen to be so ambitious. Jiang Lai smiled slightly, undeterred. She was prepared for a protracted battle. She was determined to secure Chen Xuan for her research, drawing blood for her studies as her academic project. I must take my leave now, Principal Han. With that, Jiang Lai rose to bid farewell to Old Master Han, then turned to Chen Xuan, a smile gracing her lips. Classmate Chen, until we meet again. Despite her restless heart, Jiang Lai managed to suppress her excitement. As a person of intellect, she understood that now was not the opportune moment for excessive engagement with Chen Xuan. He was well aware of her nature, and all she could do was bide her time, awaiting a chance to strike decisively. Upon exiting the campus, Jiang Lai fell into deep contemplation. She was uncertain how Chen Xuan had gleaned insight into her character, yet she recognized that his description of her was entirely accurate. She was indeed a veritable research fanatic, willing to forsake everything for the sake of her scientific pursuits. Subsequently, Jiang Lai retrieved her mobile phone and dialed her superior. Hello, Dean. I will not be returning. I need to stay in Linghai City for a while, at least until the National Martial Arts examination concludes. She refrained from elaborating on her reasons, as there was no need for explanation. As the most brilliant research prodigy in the nation, her work ethic was well understood by the leaders at the Research Institute. By the way, please assign me an assistant. The higher their martial arts level, the better, at least someone at the void-breaking realm. There was no need for concern regarding her personal safety. I am not in a hurry. Just have someone sent to me before the martial arts examination ends. After hanging up, Jiang Lai exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was impractical to forcibly retrieve Chen Xuan at this juncture. Although she held the title of the Research Institute, she could not engage in such absurd antics as abducting a youth in broad daylight. Furthermore, Chen Xuan was a student preparing for the martial arts examination. She could only wait until after the examination concluded. If, as Principal Han suggested, Chen Xuan truly was inept, then his future would be firmly grasped in her hands. Even if Chen Xuan were reluctant at that time, it would be of no consequence. A person who cannot even pass the martial arts university entrance exam has no right to dictate their own destiny. If all else fails, forcibly taking him away could also be a viable option, though such actions would incur disciplinary repercussions and a myriad of complications. They would pale in comparison to the prospect of researching a being with a blood vitality enhancement factor of 9,999. However, Jiang Lai was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Chen Xuan was not an ordinary individual. His father, Chen Sihai, was a serving military personnel and a master of the void-breaking realm. She preferred to bring Chen Xuan back to the capital under legitimate pretenses. Yet, if matters escalated to the worst-case scenario, even if Chen Sihai intervened, Jiang Lai would remain undeterred. As the youngest scientific genius in the history of the Great Xia, her authority far exceeded that of Chen Sihai. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Lai hailed a taxi to the Chen residence. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, his blood vitality enhancement factor of 9,999 had altered the trajectory of events, and he had fallen victim to Jiang Lai's cunning strategy. In the original narrative, after Jiang Lai bestowed this gift upon Yi Fan, she returned to the capital, only to encounter Yi Fan again upon his acceptance into the martial arts university. Although Yi Fan's test results were equally astonishing, they paled in comparison to Chen Xuan's, remaining within a threshold that Jiang Lai could tolerate. Her interest in researching Yi Fan had only sparked after his inexplicable ascension in rank. Now, however, Chen Xuan's test results transcended the realm of human capability, leaving Jiang Lai utterly astounded and igniting her desire to investigate further. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Old Man Han scrutinized Chen Xuan, shaking his head intermittently. What a pity. Truly a pity. If anyone else possessed Chen Xuan's potential, within a decade, the Great Xia would witness the emergence of its youngest martial sage. Yet now, a sigh escaped his lips. Dr. Zhang's words held merit. Potential alone could not encompass everything. Chen Xuan lacked talent, lacked a sacred physique, and presently stood merely at the third tier of the transcendence realm, an achievement that barely qualified as ordinary. What use was potential without substance? With this in mind, Old Man Han sank into the sofa, releasing another heavy sigh. The dream of having a martial sage as a grandson-in-law lay shattered. Grandfather Han, I have a business proposition for you. Why the sorrowful expression, Old Man Han? Chen Xuan, oblivious to the underlying emotions in Old Man Han's gaze, merely wished to sell the blood vitality he possessed. This substance held no value for him and was only effective for those in the transcendence realm. With no one else in his family, keeping it was tantamount to hoarding medicine. It was far better to convert it into currency. Uncertain of the worth of this drop of blood, Chen Xuan surmised that, given it was a gift from Jiang Lai, it must possess some value. Before him sat Old Man Han, an expert in such matters. As the wealthiest individual in Linghai City, and with 2 capable granddaughters, he was the most fitting buyer. A business proposition? What kind of business? Chen Xuan placed the small vial on the table. This drop of blood is of no use to me. I am considering selling it to you, Grandfather Han. What do you think? Sell it to me? Old man Han's body jolted at the revelation. Casting a glance at the vial on the table before scrutinizing Chen Xuan intently, Chen Xuan's proposal had utterly caught Old man Han off guard. This single drop of blood was worth its weight in gold, a priceless rarity that could enhance blood purity and increase potential. If released to the public, it would incite a frenzy among buyers. The world was not short of wealthy individuals. Chen Xuan could easily fetch an astronomical price elsewhere. Why then had he chosen to approach him? It was due to Xiao Luo. The thought struck Old man Han, and the pieces fell into place. After all, the connection between the Han family and Chen Xuan was tenuous at best. How much do you want for it? Upon hearing Old man Han's inquiry, Chen Xuan understood that this transaction was indeed forthcoming. However, he was at a loss as to the appropriate price, having never engaged in such dealings before. He lacked any frame of reference, merely trusting that the Han family had the means to pay and that Old man Han would not attempt to deceive him. Now, however, with the question posed back to him, Chen Xuan had to contemplate carefully. 10 million? Does that sound reasonable? 10 million. Old man Han stared at Chen Xuan in disbelief. Was this not akin to a bargain? The value of that single drop of blood was easily in the tens of billions, yet Chen Xuan's offer was nothing short of a gift. Old man Han took a long, contemplative look at Chen Xuan, having grasped his intentions. It was indeed due to Xiao Luo, fearing that a direct gift might be refused. He had approached him under the guise of a business transaction, presenting it at a paltry price to express his goodwill. Understanding the crux of the matter, Old man Han now regarded Chen Xuan with a newfound appreciation. Despite his perceived ineptitude, his dedication, loyalty, and sincere affection for Xiao Luo endeared him to Old man Han. In his heart, Old man Han had silently accepted him as a grandson-in-law. Rising, he patted Chen Xuan's shoulder firmly. You young man, I comprehend your intentions. I will keep the item, and the payment will be transferred to you shortly. With that, Old man Han departed, clutching the vial containing the precious blood. Wait, what do you mean? Chen Xuan was left perplexed, his brow furrowing in confusion at Old man Han's words. Yet, it was of little consequence. The important thing was that the item had found a buyer, and that was preferable to retaining it as a mere drink. Chapter 37. Understanding Chen Xuan's intentions, Han Bingluo. Grandfather, you were looking for me? Upon exiting, Old man Han encountered Han Bingluo and handed her the small vial. What is this? She inquired. You are aware of Chen Xuan's test results, are you not? Old man Han responded with a question instead of an answer. Han Bingluo nodded slightly. Of course, I was present during his testing, but what does that have to do with Chen Xuan? This is a gift from Chen Xuan. Elder Han began to explain. Within this vial is a drop of ancient divine beast's essence that can purify the vitality of the human body and enhance the potential of transcending into the extraordinary realm. Upon hearing this, Han Bingluo stared wide-eyed at the small bottle in her hand. Elder Han's few words had already conveyed the preciousness of this item. Han Bingluo had always excelled in martial arts theory, and just the mention of the ancient divine beast was enough for her to realize its immense value. This was a gift from Dr. Jiang of the imperial capital to Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan had sold it to me. Elder Han continued. At this point, Elder Han chuckled lightly. That fellow Chen Xuan didn't want to give it to you directly. Instead, he sold it to me at a bargain price. You must know his intentions, right? After Elder Han's brief explanation, his gaze turned to his granddaughter, awaiting Han Bingluo's decision. Although the two were engaged, Elder Han, being of the elder generation, did not wish to interfere excessively in their affairs. The value of this drop of essence was self-evident. But Elder Han was also unwilling to use it as a means to barter for his granddaughter. Han Bingluo lightly bit her lip, nodding as she tightened her grip on the vial. She understood her grandfather's meaning. Their family, the Han family, already owed much to the Chen family. If they were to add this drop of essence, they would be even more indebted. Accepting this drop of essence would render any possibility of retreating from this marriage impossible. Even if she wished to, her grandfather would not agree. To take, and then still seek to annul the engagement? Not only would her grandfather find it unacceptable, but she would also feel utterly ashamed to do so. So, will you accept it now, or shall I return it? Elder Han inquired. I will accept it. After a moment of contemplation, Han Bingluo made her choice. She could not articulate her current emotions. An unusual stirring within her caused her heart to race. This vial of essence had transformed into a token of affection between her and Chen Xuan. Because of it, she would become Chen Xuan's wife. The thought of this unfamiliar title made Han Bingluo feel a bit bashful, yet she found no resistance in her heart. She understood that Chen Xuan was not a waste. Even if he thought to distance himself from her, he still bestowed upon her such a precious gift. She could not comprehend it. Chen Xuan seemed like a contradiction. She held confidence in her own appearance and could not believe that Chen Xuan genuinely did not like her. The crux of their issues boiled down to one person, Yi Fan. Chen Xuan, you repeatedly claim that I will become part of Yi Fan's harem, yet you still treat me with such kindness without reservation. Rest assured, I will strive to be your virtuous partner and stand against Yi Fan. Han Binglu tightened her grip on the vial, vowing silently. Your bank card has received a remittance. 10 million yuan in total. At his seat, Chen Xuan looked at the notification of funds received, his face brimming with joy. After all, this marked his first instance of earning money through his own means. At this moment, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his desire to celebrate. However, a glance at Yi Fan sitting across the table caused him to temper his excitement. That fellow wore a completely indifferent expression, showing no sign of emotion. Even after Chen Xuan promptly expressed his condolences and apologies upon his return, Yi Fan remained dismissive, though he verbally claimed not to care. Chen Xuan was well aware that Yi Fan was merely putting on an act. As a decisive and ruthless child of destiny, Yi Fan would not hesitate to annihilate anyone who insulted him. Chen Xuan understood Yi Fan's petty nature all too well. Sigh, unbeknownst to me, I have seized Yi Fan's opportunity, yet this was not my intention. Now, Yi Fan may harbor even greater resentment towards me. I must devise a way to mend my relationship with him. The thrill of sudden wealth began to fade, and Chen Xuan fell back into contemplation. To secure the heroine's connection with Yi Fan, he had already created numerous opportunities for several individuals. Yet, alas, Yi Fan was utterly useless. What opportunity could he possibly find? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, bereft of ideas to facilitate their meeting. The two were currently not even speaking. Han Binglu wouldn't even glance at Yi Fan. And Yi Fan did not take the initiative either. At this rate, how could they communicate their feelings? Chen Xuan did not believe Yi Fan would relinquish Han Binglu. He was certain that Yi Fan was scheming something. Yet, that very uncertainty filled Chen Xuan with dread. Events that diverged from the plot were entirely beyond his control, and there was no way for him to be aware. He feared that Yi Fan might succumb to darkness, dropping the facade and seizing an opportunity to strike him. Han Binglu's fiancée, with a single blow. Law? Morality? Apologies, but such concepts were mere illusions in the realm of the destined child Yi Fan. He had never witnessed a protagonist constrained by the law or shackled by ethics. After all, he was traversing through a narrative that defied reason, a modern high martial harem fantasy. As Chen Xuan mulled over these thoughts, his gaze fell upon Han Binglu as she entered. She held her small vial, her eyes immediately locking onto Chen Xuan. Did Elder Han give it to her so quickly? Chen Xuan was taken aback, but he quickly grasped Elder Han's intentions. Though she was still a granddaughter, Han Binglu was the eldest daughter of the Han family, so it was to be expected. However, observing the affectionate gaze in her eyes, Chen Xuan felt that something was amiss. Must act swiftly. Swiftly? Rest assured, I will certainly strive to grow stronger. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, Han Binglu silently vowed. That evening, after school, Chen Xuan purposefully walked alongside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, where do you live? Shall I give you a ride? No need to trouble yourself. Chen Xuan, Yi Fan declined. Looking at Chen Xuan's face, Yi Fan felt no goodwill. Just moments ago, Chen Xuan had snatched away his opportunity and now was parading around in front of him, seeking validation. A ride home? Heh. Yi Fan did not believe that Chen Xuan was genuinely being kind. He suspected that Chen Xuan merely wanted to flaunt his vehicle. Yi Fan's narrow-mindedness conjured a possibility in his mind. It's no trouble. Actually, I'm also giving the two sisters of the Han family a ride home. Chen Xuan feigned ignorance to Yi Fan's refusal and continued speaking. By specifically mentioning the Han sisters, he was certain Yi Fan would take the bait. The mention of the Han sisters indeed piqued Yi Fan's interest. Yes, that works perfectly. We can share a ride. I'll take you both home. Hearing this, Yi Fan's thoughts began to stir. If that were the case, it would provide him another opportunity to interact with the Han sisters. Although Han Binglu was currently disinterested, Han Bingling might be open to some engagement. With this thought, Yi Fan's eyes brightened. Then I must thank you, Brother Chen. Just like that. Upon hearing the Han sisters would be in his car, Chen Xuan was no longer addressed as Chen Xuan, but rather Brother Chen. What a fickle demeanor. Chen Xuan could not help but scoff inwardly, yet he maintained a smile on his face. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Please, get in the car. As he spoke, the two boarded the Chen family's business vehicle, which had long been waiting at the school gate. Chapter 38. Yet another blow to Yi Fan. Inside the car, Han Binglu had already taken her seat early on. Upon noticing Chen Xuan bringing Yi Fan along, her brow instinctively furrowed. Chen Xuan, are you still considering me? Do you wish for me to leave your side, enduring my grievances alone in silence? Han Binglu let out a quiet sigh. She could not fathom what it was about Yi Fan that made Chen Xuan wary. It was as if Chen Xuan had foreseen the future. Perhaps only he comprehended the true terror that Yi Fan embodied. Han Binglu clenched her fist, attributing everything to their current lack of strength, insufficient to contend with Yi Fan. Or perhaps Chen Xuan simply did not want her to be embroiled in it. In a moment of distraction, Han Binglu recalled a saying, "To love someone is to let go." Strangely, her heart ached for Chen Xuan once more. "Come, brother Yi, take a seat here." Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Xuan sat opposite Han Binglu and gestured to the seat beside her. "Ah, this." Yi Fan glanced at Han Binglu, but hesitated to sit down. The scene from the break still lingered in his mind. He did not wish to endure another humiliation at her hands. "Brother Chen, this may not be appropriate. You should sit here instead," Yi Fan politely declined. He understood clearly that it was better to appear wise than to allow Han Binglu to continue her scorn, which would only deepen her disdain for him. Perhaps this would even improve his standing in Han Binglu's eyes, and besides, there was still Han Bingling to consider. Once she boarded, he could let her sit beside him. As he pondered this, a smile spread across his face at the thought of Han Bingling sitting next to him. "No way, brother Yi. What are you saying?" Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. It was well known that a protagonist like Yi Fan possessed a natural aversion to filth. He would not only refuse to sit with his harem, but would obliterate anyone who dared touch his woman. Yet now, it seems Yi Fan's character is beginning to unravel. Nevertheless, he remains the destined child. Staying with his harem guarantees a grim fate. With such thoughts, Chen Xuan sat down beside Han Binglu. The faint fragrance emanating from her body was rather pleasant. The female lead always exuded an alluring scent. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that he dared not indulge in it. Chen Xuan quickly snapped back to reality. Yi Fan was still across from them. He could not appear too familiar. Resolved, he straightened his posture, adopting an air of propriety. At that moment, Han Binglu seemingly leaned closer to him, whispering softly in his ear, "Did you bring the notes I gave you?" As she spoke, a few strands of her hair brushed against his cheek, causing an unexpected tickling sensation, and the subtle scent of her shampoo sent ripples through his heart. "Are you whispering to me? What on earth is happening?" "Goodness. Han. The campus flower. Do you realize what you're doing? This will drive Yi Fan mad." Chen Xuan fumed internally, nodding stiffly, eager to conclude this moment. Yes. I have it. Is the campus flower asking me to show it to Yi Fan?" "Absolutely not." Han Binglu retorted playfully, "My notes are only for you to see." Chen Xuan fell silent. He felt he could only remain quiet. He simply could not comprehend Han Binglu's intentions. It was as if she transformed into a different person in front of Yi Fan. Couldn't he possibly want to get close? Engage in such peculiar behavior that contradicted her character? Yet, Yi Fan's expression darkened, and Chen Xuan's keen eyes caught the slight twitch at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. "Only you can see it?" Yi Fan's anger boiled within him as he overheard Han Binglu and Chen Xuan's exchange. During the break, he had asked Han Binglu for her notes, yet she had dismissed him with a curt "get lost." But with Chen Xuan, she willingly offered her notes. Was this the disparity? Yi Fan could not fathom it. The remnant spirit of the martial sage had informed him that a connection existed between his sacred body and the female lead, an intrinsic resonance that complemented one another. Their bond could be described as a natural attraction. Thus, upon encountering the Han sisters, Yi Fan had already deemed them his women. Yet now, witnessing his chosen harem interacting so intimately with another man filled him with rage. How had it come to this? Was Han Binglu truly offering herself to Chen Xuan? Not even his first kiss. Yi Fan seethed internally, his obsessive cleanliness making it unbearable to accept that his woman could have such a history. Damn it. If only the martial sage's spirit were awake, he would inquire how to handle such a situation. Despite his displeasure, Yi Fan felt powerless, with the spirit in slumber. He had lost a crucial trump card and could only endure. "Sister, Chen Xuan." Just then, a lively young girl hopped into the vehicle. Yi Fan's attention was instantly captivated by Han Bingling. This girl seemed far easier to approach than Han Binglu, and her looks were on par with her sister. Not only that, due to her dressing style, Han Bingling struck Yi Fan with a wave of visual impact. He felt parched and immediately stood up, smiling. "Hello, Han Bingling. It's good to see you again." As he spoke, he reached out his hand, hoping to fulfill his long-held desire to hold Han Bingling's small hand. However, upon seeing Yi Fan in the car, Han Bingling's smile vanished instantly. "What are you doing here?" She frowned, and without a hint of politeness, she confronted him. "Just passing by. I'm giving brother Yi a ride home." Chen Xuan quickly clarified upon noticing Yi Fan's stunned expression. "Seriously, ancestral spirit, your sister's character is crumbling. But you shouldn't dislike Yi Fan this much." Han Bingling huffed in response. How could she not loathe him? Chen Xuan had claimed she was part of Yi Fan's harem. How could she possibly marry such an unremarkable person? Han Bingling could not accept this reality. The man she envisioned marrying should be a great hero, one who would protect, cherish, and love her. As she thought of this, Chen Xuan's striking figure flashed in her mind. All right, let us sit down. I'm hungry and want to go home for dinner. Chen Xuan decided to hastily change the subject, pointing to the seat beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked grateful. Although he had stolen his chance and was related to his furnace, fundamentally, he wasn't a bad person, even if conflicts arose in the future. It wouldn't be a death sentence. Breaking a few limbs would suffice. I'm not sitting there, Han Bingling declared, plopping down beside Chen Xuan. In an instant, Chen Xuan was left bewildered. Wait, what does it mean for both of you to sit next to me? The blessings of a harmonious crowd. Chen Xuan had no desire for such a fate and felt ill-suited to enjoy it. Glancing at Yi Fan, he felt as though the sky had fallen. The man's face was a stormy shade, with veins bulging at his temples, his eyes wide with fury, fixated on Chen Xuan. Brother Yi, please let me explain. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Two beautiful women sat beside him, and Chen Xuan found himself devoid of any other thoughts. Yi Fan's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. What could Chen Xuan do? He could only sit there obediently like a paragon of virtue. The journey home felt longer than ever before. Fortunately, the two sisters from the Han family did not engage in any intimate gestures, and Chen Xuan thought it unlikely, for their relationship did not seem to warrant such familiarity. As soon as Han Binglu got into the car, she pulled out a book, quietly embodying the image of a refined beauty, while Han Bingling began rummaging through her pink backpack. Chen Xuan stole a glance, and was taken aback to find it filled with snacks. The elder sister indulged in some candy. Han Bingling opened a pack of chocolate treats and leaned towards her sister. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xuan felt a shiver run through him, his mind racing with thoughts of the stark difference between the two sisters. Wait, is this really the time to be thinking about such things? Yi Fan is right across from me. Just as he pondered this, Chen Xuan felt Han Binglu pinch him. What are you doing? He inquired. Nothing. Just wanted to pinch you, she replied casually, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards her sister, who was leaning close to Chen Xuan. She dismissed the notion that her sister's proximity was anything to be concerned about, recognizing it as Han Bingling's usual carefree nature. If she were to point it out, it would only create an awkward atmosphere. She merely felt irritated by Chen Xuan's internal musings. Her eyes fell upon her own figure, and she comforted herself with the thought that she, too, was not lacking in stature. Chen Xuan was utterly speechless. What on earth is wrong with her? Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Currently, Chen Xuan had no desire to converse with the two sisters, preferring to remain silent. However, just as he resolved to do so, Han Bingling extended her small hand. Candy, she said, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they met Chen Xuan's. Initially, her gesture had been innocent, but upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, she found no fault in her actions. Instead, she felt a hint of pride. After all, with her sister calling off her engagement, she felt it was her duty to step in and provide Chen Xuan with some early benefits. I'm not eating, Chen Xuan replied, looking at Han Bingling's fair hand. The act of eating or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that Han Bingling seemed intent on feeding him. This was quite the predicament for Chen Xuan, just when he thought there would be no intimate gestures. Here she was, doing exactly that. He feared that Yi Fan's frustration might erupt at any moment. What's wrong? Not in the mood. Han Bingling's small face turned stern, threatening him. Chen Xuan thought, is this little girl going to hold a grudge against me for not accepting her offer? It was merely a piece of candy. After all, beside them, Han Binglu interjected, assuming Chen Xuan felt uncomfortable and would not want to make her sister misunderstand. However, Han Binglu felt quite the opposite. She was pleased that her sister was attempting to strengthen her relationship with Chen Xuan, considering that they would all be family in the future. Well, if Han Binglu says so, then I guess I can't refuse, Chen Xuan relented, glancing at Yi Fan. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Fan was distracted, he swallowed the candy whole. That's more like it. Seeing Chen Xuan eat the candy she offered, Han Bingling beamed with delight and promptly pulled out another piece. Another one. Chen Xuan's expression darkened. It was unfair that she was only feeding him. What about Yi Fan? Shouldn't they all share? After all, he had invited Yi Fan into the car, yet now he felt he was neglecting him. Chen Xuan was reluctant and even more apprehensive about Yi Fan's thoughts. If you don't eat it, I will, Han Bingling said, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, showing no intention of sharing. The delectable sweets were meant to be enjoyed with someone special, and Yi Fan? He was unworthy of such treats. Listening to Han Bingling's words, Chen Xuan found himself at a loss for words, feeling that any attempt to intervene would lead to dire consequences. Yi Fan, don't take it to heart. He managed to force a smile. It's fine, I don't mind not having any, Yi Fan replied through gritted teeth. Watching Chen Xuan wear a smug expression, Yi Fan felt an indescribable fury simmering within him. All right, Chen Xuan, you invited me into this car just for this, didn't you? Yi Fan had completely labeled Chen Xuan as someone with ulterior motives. He had thought Chen Xuan was a decent person, but the reality before him made him feel as though he was being toyed with time and again. Yi Fan's heart felt like it was bleeding. Chen Xuan was stealing his opportunities, now embracing the very women he had feelings for, all while flaunting it in front of him. Was there any humanity left in this situation? Could Chen Xuan even be considered a person? If it weren't for the inopportune timing, Yi Fan would have liked nothing more than to punch that smug smile off Chen Xuan's face. With his mind in turmoil, Yi Fan no longer wanted to remain in the car. Watching the three of them appear as though they were a happy family made him feel worse than if he had swallowed something bitter. He shouldn't be in this car. He should be underneath it, so he wouldn't have to witness their sweetness. Pull over. Yi Fan feigned calmness, addressing the driver. Chen Xuan, just let me out here. Ah, have you arrived home? Chen Xuan asked. Yi Fan forced a smile, but offered no reply. Even if he hadn't arrived home, he no longer wished to remain in the car, fearing that Chen Xuan would continue to flaunt his good fortune in front of him. All right, Uncle Wong, stop the car, Chen Xuan said, noticing Yi Fan's lack of enthusiasm. He dared not keep him any longer. What kind of situation is this? Observing Yi Fan's slightly trembling frame, Chen Xuan let out a sigh. What a mess. Yet another mess. Just because he acted, Chen Xuan was now back to being merely Chen Xuan. He smacked his thigh in frustration. See you tomorrow. At the entrance of the Han family's residence, Han Bingling waved her little hand energetically. Hee. Chen Xuan replied with a forced smile. Once the two entered the house, he finally collapsed into a chair. The thought of spending every day surrounded by these two leading ladies felt utterly exhausting. He had no desire to engage in conversation. This day had left him feeling as though his circumstances had worsened even further. Unknowingly, he had stolen Yi Fan's opportunity, and in trying to be kind, he had only earned Yi Fan's resentment. Chen Xuan never anticipated things would turn out this way, but now, what could he do? He could only silently bear the consequences of his actions. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. Since things have already gone so awry, I might as well let nature take its course. After all, it can't get any worse than this. Young master. Just then, Uncle Wong spoke up. What is it? Uncle Wong? Chen Xuan asked, realizing the car had not yet started. Uncle Wong turned around, his expression grave. I feel as though someone has been following us. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's entire body stiffened. Just moments ago, he had thought nothing could be worse than the current situation, yet now an unexpected twist had arisen. He had not noticed anything amiss, but Uncle Wong, being a master at the sea-opening realm, possessed a heightened sense of awareness. Moreover, having a military background, Uncle Wong was particularly attuned to such matters. His instincts were rarely wrong. So, who could be the one trailing them? The underground queen of Linghai City? Chen Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 40. We tracked down that Ultraman. Chen Xuan felt he was correct in his assumptions. Aside from Linger, he could think of no one else who might be following him. Certainly, this is not about tracking him. Linger has always set her sights on Han Bingling. And now that I am unwittingly embroiled in this affair, I may have caught her attention. That woman, although somewhat eccentric, is not foolish. Given my identity, once she contemplates the circumstances, she will undoubtedly refrain from taking action against me. Nonetheless, I must remain vigilant. She may appear astute on the surface, yet has continually been used as a pawn. One cannot be certain that impulsiveness might not lead her to target me as well. Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. The Han sisters were nothing short of troublemakers. Whenever he interacted with them, he constantly faced crises. The crux of the matter is that these troubles have nothing to do with him, and while he wishes to remain uninvolved, such a desire is utterly unattainable. His father had insisted on escorting the Han sisters to school, leaving him without any authority over the matter. Moreover, the thought of completely disregarding Han Bingling amidst an assassination attempt left Chen Xuan feeling a twinge of discomfort. He realized he could not play the role of the ultimate villain, for he still possessed a modicum of conscience. As for morality, it is ever-changing. Drive on, Uncle Wong. Chen Xuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Ultimately, the situation had already deteriorated beyond measure. He resolved to take it one step at a time. Brat, from today onwards, you must focus on your studies. If you fail to achieve a score of 60 in the theoretical foundation for the college entrance examination, I shall break your legs. Chen Xuan had spoken too soon. Upon returning home, he was met with a stern warning from his father, Chen Sihai. Ordinarily, at this hour, his mother would certainly defend him. However, at this moment, Qin Su appeared with a hefty stack of books. Chen Xuan stole a glance. Good heavens. Genetic mutations of demonic beasts. Secrets of the martial artist's body. Genetics of humans and demonic beasts. Xiaoxian, your father speaks the truth. This is your sole opportunity to gain admission to university. Dr. Zhang stated that as long as you achieve a score above 60, you will be guaranteed a place in the research institute. With 3 months until the college entrance exam, starting today, You needn't worry about cultivating your vitality, given your aptitude. You won't gain admission to a martial arts university. It would be better to enter the research institute. Let me tell you, the research institute holds a status comparable to that of a martial arts university, and Dr. Zhang's position surpasses even your father's. Qin Su continued to ramble on. Dr. Zhang? Zhang Lai? Has she come to our house? It was only upon hearing Dr. Zhang's name that Chen Xuan grasped the situation. He had been outmaneuvered. His heart sank at the realization that this woman was indeed plotting to study him, employing a strategy of feigned compliance while directly working on his parents to secure her agenda. Impressive. He couldn't help but admire this highly intelligent woman for her ability to hit him where it hurts, exploiting his parents' vulnerabilities, leaving him no room for resistance, and compelling him to become her guinea pig. But according to the plot, shouldn't she have returned to the imperial capital? How could she remain in Linghai? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Xuan felt somewhat foolish. His very existence had evidently become an unpredictable variable, causing the narrative to unravel completely. I have inadvertently piqued the interest of this research fanatic. She is bound to pursue me. In an instant, Chen Xuan understood the crux of the matter, feeling akin to a well-behaved young man being eyed by a predator. However, despite being targeted by this research fanatic, he perceived this as merely one of the lesser troubles on his plate. Zhang Lai believed him to be a good-for-nothing, exploiting the fact that he might not gain admission to university, unaware that he was merely pretending. With my talent and system, securing a place at the most prestigious martial arts university would be a trivial matter. Chen Xuan smirked disdainfully, clutching the stack of books his mother had handed him as he retreated to his room. He turned and tossed them aside. Theoretical knowledge? Not worth learning. As long as he gained admission to the martial arts university, this predicament involving Zhang Lai would naturally resolve itself. He was determined to become the top student in Linghai City. He could not overshadow Yi Fan's brilliance, yet he would still be the second best. Such a prodigy could never abandon the scholarly path for martial pursuits. Even if he were to acquiesce, his father would never allow it. What could a researcher do? Dressed in the guise of an official research doctor, could she really resort to kidnapping him? Chen Xuan doubted Zhang Lai would take such self-destructive actions. While he understood her character, the most outrageous thing she had done in the original text was merely to devote herself to Yi Fan. This lunatic would sacrifice everything for research, including her own body. Yet, without the identity of a research doctor, what could she research? All her plans hinged upon her research. But if the conditions for that research vanished, what use would he be to her? Surely, she couldn't become a rogue researcher, could she? An unsettling image flashed through Chen Xuan's mind. To evade capture, they lived in the dark underbelly of the city, where he was bound to a bed, while a frenzied woman, hair disheveled, drained his blood, exclaiming, "I've done it. I have become a doctor." How terrifying. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan hastily banished this thought from his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 survival points. As per usual, the system's notification chimed in his mind. However, Chen Xuan lacked the inclination to examine the system now. The lucky draw had reverted to its original price, and the system shop was too costly to afford. 100 survival points were utterly useless. He would save them up slowly, as there were still 3 months until the martial arts examination. Turning, Chen Xuan entered the training room. The system was beneficial, but one could not rely solely on it. Big sister, we didn't dare take action. In a private booth of the Tianshang Rin Jian Entertainment Club, 2 underlings addressed Bai Ling. At that moment, Bai Linger had shed her disguise from the seafood market. She donned a black leather jacket that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Particularly, her ample curves were accentuated by the leather, making them all the more breathtaking. Why? Bai Linger inquired, casting a fleeting glance that sent chills down her underlings' spines. The two hurriedly explained, "We had no opportunity. Today, Han Bingling was escorted to and from school by the Chen family, and that driver is Wang Hai." Wang Hai? Upon hearing this name, Bai Linger's brow furrowed. She was no stranger to this individual, a master at the sea-splitting realm, and even Bai Linger herself had no assurance of triumphing over him in a confrontation. Has the Chen family caught wind of something? We're uncertain, but it appears the Chen family truly intends to wade into these murky waters. Moreover what? We have uncovered the lead on the individual who thwarted our initial plan. That Ultraman? Bai Linger inquired. Indeed, based on our investigation, the last sighting of that Ultraman was in the vicinity of the Chen family. We suspect that Ultraman may also belong to the Chen family. In that case, we have a bit of a predicament on our hands. Bai Linger lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, her brow furrowed as she seemed to be mulling over something. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the booth's door, and a small brother entered. Big sister, the people from the Sun Group have arrived. Chapter 41. Bai Linger decides to take action herself. In the brief moment following the report from his subordinate, a young man, accompanied by an assistant, entered the private room. The Sun family is one of the 5 prominent families in Linghai City, and the current head of the Sun Group, Sun Zhongtao, is merely in his 30s. Sun Zhongtao seated himself casually, ignited a cigar, and then, with a somewhat displeased expression, addressed Bai Ling, "Miss Bai, our financial contributions are not merely for your enjoyment. After all these days, why has there been no progress whatsoever?" Bai Linger hastily explained, "Mr. Sun, it is not that there has been no progress, but rather that the situation has become quite challenging. Although she is referred to as the underground queen of Linghai City, she still finds herself at a disadvantage when facing the 5 prominent families. The business she conducts is shrouded in secrecy and must align with the wishes of the major families. Bai Linger is acutely aware that such an approach cannot be sustained indefinitely, which is why she is keen on a transformation, with the Sun family's assistance being indispensable." "Challenging? Huh?" Sun Zhongtao scoffed. "Just tell me, how much more do you need?" "It's not merely a matter of money." Bai Linger shook her head. "The Chen family has interfered, and the risks associated with accomplishing this task have escalated significantly. The 2 families she fears most in Linghai City are the Chen and Li families. Chen Sihai oversees the martial forces of Linghai City, while Li Weiguo manages the city's security. Additionally, the Li family operates martial arts schools, making their strength formidable. Confronting them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a solid rock. Her survival in Linghai City can be attributed to the fact that these 2 families have chosen to overlook her activities. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Rather than allowing an unknown factor to rise and become the underground king of Linghai City, it is preferable to let Bai Linger maintain her position. After all, Bai Linger is quite astute, never provoking either family." "The Chen family?" Upon hearing the name, Sun Zhongtao furrowed his brow. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Bai Ling, even if the Chun family is involved, what of it? I never suggested you target Chen Sihai's son or daughter-in-law. It's merely the second daughter of the Han family. Is it possible that Chen Sihai would cleanse all of Linghai City for her?" "However," Bai Linger interjected, "but Chen Sihai's aide, Wang Hai, has been escorting the Han sisters to and from school." "Excuses. These are all your excuses." Sun Zhongtao exploded in anger. "Wang Hai is merely at the Lianhai level. If you take action, I do not believe that this cannot be accomplished." Faced with the furious Sun Zhongtao, Bai Linger fell silent. While she was confident in her ability to eliminate Han Bingling, doing so would expose her. Though they refer to old Master Han as a tiger in his twilight years. A tiger is still a tiger, and no one wishes to confront a grandfather mourning the loss of his granddaughter. "Bai Linger, I see that you are simply afraid." Sun Zhongtao continued. "If you are frightened, just say so. You may withdraw from this endeavor, but you must return all the benefits you have received. Furthermore, our cooperation is hereby terminated, and you and your band of brothers may go and fend for yourselves." Upon hearing this, Bai Linger could no longer contain herself. Their business was already in conflict with the Han family, and with the Han family applying pressure, their financial stability relied heavily on the Sun Group. If Sun Zhongtao's words held true, she and her companions might indeed find themselves in dire straits. "I will take action myself, but I need time," Bai Linger resolved. "Good." Seeing Bai Linger's determination, a smile finally graced Sun Zhongtao's face. His tone softened. "Relax, you are the underground queen of Linghai City. Moreover, you are not alone. As we agreed previously, all you need to do is eliminate Han Bingling, and we will shoulder the consequences. Additionally, I have prepared an aid for you." As he spoke, Sun Zhongtao clapped his hands. The sound echoed as the door to the private room swung open, revealing a fierce-looking young man. "Boss," the newcomer addressed with respect, then stood at attention. His presence radiated a palpable heat, with veins on his face twisting like serpents, as if they might burst forth from beneath his skin. "A martial artist?" Bai Linger narrowed her eyes, sensing the vigorous energy emanating from him. It was clear he had just entered the realm of transformation, but lacked mastery over his own vitality. She was not surprised by his level. Rather, it was the intensity of his energy and the malevolent aura that set him apart from others. "Indeed," Sun Zhongtao confirmed, introducing him. "His name is Li Xiong." "Li Xiong?" Bai Linger furrowed her brow, recalling several recent homicides in Linghai City. The victims were all young girls aged 17 to 19, and the perpetrator was a newly ascended martial artist. After investigation, the case had been swiftly solved, but the culprit had evaded capture, leading to an A-level wanted notice being issued. If her memory served her correctly, the name on that wanted poster was also Li Xiong. Bai Linger regarded Sun Zhongtao with newfound respect, astonished by his audacity. This was an A-level fugitive, if the truth were to surface. Regardless of his position as the head of the Sun family, the other families would seize the opportunity to dismantle him. "What is your intention in bringing him here?" Bai Linger inquired. Sun Zhongtao laughed heartily. "To serve as your aide. Since you have decided to take action, and the Chun family is involved, all you need to do is keep Wang Hai occupied. The rest Let him handle. He gestured towards Li Xiong. All right. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Linger nodded. In truth, she felt a sense of relief. After all, she would not have to act directly, merely needing to restrain Wang Hai, which worked in her favor. When the time comes, I will notify you, Bai Linger stated as she stood and approached Li Xiong. Understood, Li Xiong nodded. His gaze inadvertently drifting over Bai Linger's pronounced curves. Young master son, I will take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Sun Zhongtao, Bai Linger turned to exit the private room, but just as the door opened, her voice rang out once more. Please inform young master son that next time, he should refrain from looking at me with such eyes. Otherwise, he may find himself in peril. With that, Bai Linger stepped out of the private room. Is she threatening me? Li Xiong seethed as he glared at the closed door. Enough, she is not someone you can provoke, Sun Zhongtao remarked. Patting Li Xiong on the shoulder, his earlier arrogance tempered. If it comes to a serious confrontation, she could end your life with a mere finger. True ruthless individuals never boast. Focus on your task, and remember my instructions. Han Bingling must die. Yes. For several days, Chen Xuan endured in torment. He felt as though he had truly become the bodyguard of the Han family, escorting the two sisters to and from school daily. What kind of predicament is this? In the Chen family's training room, Chen Xuan was refining his qi while grappling with a headache. The sisters had taken to role-playing with him. Each day, as Han Bing climbed into the car, she would pull out her textbooks to tutor him, while Han Bingling transformed into a feeder. Chen Xuan sensed that if this continued, their relationship would escalate to an unfathomable level. Bang! Just as he pondered this, a dull sound resonated from his body. Chapter 42. Effort? Is it as gratifying as taking drugs? The sound was so sudden that it momentarily stunned Chen Xuan. Yet the next instant, he felt a surge of energy rushing through him. His face flushed, feeling as though his vigorous qi was about to burst forth from his skin. Chen Xuan sensed the transformation within him. The surging vitality coursed through his body like a wild stallion unleashed, reinforcing and widening his meridians wherever it flowed. Have I truly broken through to the third tier of the Transcendence realm? Suddenly, Chen Xuan realized that he seemed to have shattered the shackles of his genetic lock, stepping into a new echelon, the fourth tier of the Transcendence realm. Exhaling heavily, Chen Xuan sought to calm his somewhat agitated heart. After nearly 10 days of arduous training, he was finally rewarded with a satisfactory outcome today. Unlike the direct enhancements provided by the system, this elevation achieved through his own efforts felt far more precious to Chen Xuan. Yet, upon reflection, if I continue to advance at this pace, I will certainly fail to reach the level of a martial artist before the college entrance examination. For the past week, Chen Xuan had meticulously recorded the fluctuations in his vitality. After consuming the dragon blood martial elixir, he had already approached the threshold of the third tier of transcendence, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through that barrier. However, this progress took nearly 10 days. Although Chen Xuan was not engaged in training every waking moment, merely practicing for a few hours each night, the outcome still felt excruciatingly slow. At this rate, not only would I not become a martial artist, but even reaching the 7th tier would be a daunting challenge. Time was not on my side, Chen Xuan thought with a bitter smile. His desire to grow stronger had become increasingly urgent. Setting aside the fact that Zhang Lai was waiting to capture him as a test subject, or the potential crisis facing Han Bingling, merely thinking of Yi Fan gave Chen Xuan a headache. As Yi Fan's deskmate, Chen Xuan scrutinized his countenance daily, which grew more dismal by the day. In fact, Yi Fan had ceased pretending altogether, now employing outright cold violence against him. In the past, when Chen Xuan showed concern, Yi Fan would at least respond with a dismissive remark. Now, when Chen Xuan attempted to speak with him, Yi Fan completely ignored him. Moreover, he had drawn a clear line, declaring that anyone who dared to cross it would receive a punch. Chen Xuan distinctly remembered those words. He was now even too afraid to sleep in class, fearing that if he inadvertently crossed the line, Yi Fan would deliver a fatal blow. In truth, Chen Xuan empathized with Yi Fan's feelings. After all, the female protagonist, his furnace, accompanied him to and from school daily, entered the classroom with him, occasionally tutoring him during breaks, and even passed him notes during class urging him to pay attention. How could that destined child observe such a scenario without losing composure? It was a miracle that Chen Xuan was still alive. Fortunately, Yi Fan lacked significant power at present. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan dared not relax even slightly. The destined child could not be compared to an ordinary person. The enhancement of cultivation was akin to quenching thirst. Once Yi Fan grew formidable, that would spell his doom. Not to mention surpassing Yi Fan. At the very least, he needed to be on par with him. Chen Xuan's aspirations soared. In truth, he was not without the capacity to contend with Yi Fan at the same level. Although Yi Fan possessed the residual soul of a martial saint and the halo of a destined child, Chen Xuan was not destitute. Thanks to the system's guidance, his foundational vitality was on par with Yi Fan's, and the concentration of vitality-boosting factors within him far exceeded Yi Fan's. Furthermore, while Yi Fan had the martial saint's mentorship and unique techniques, Chen Xuan had access to the system's supreme martial skill, Heavenly Fist, provided their realms were not too disparate. Chen Xuan felt he could still exchange blows with Yi Fan. However, therein lay the issue. The current gap in their realms was considerable. Even at the 4th tier, there was a significant divide between them. That fellow was nearing a breakthrough to the 7th tier, wasn't he? Ding. Congratulations to the host for surviving another day, earning 100 survival points. Just as he pondered this, the system's notification chimed in. Time to draw. Chen Xuan's thoughts shifted. After 10 days, he had accumulated 1,000 survival points, just enough for a single draw. He desired a 10-fold draw, yet accumulating points was simply not feasible. Any minor enhancement would offer an additional sliver of survival. Draw for me. With practiced ease, he accessed the system's Lucky Wheel interface and initiated a spin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a minor breakthrough pill. Consuming the minor breakthrough pill allows for an immediate advancement in one's minor realm. A minor breakthrough pill? Chen Xuan was taken aback, then fervently clenched his fists in excitement. He was well aware of its value, priced at 10,000 in the system's marketplace. This draw could truly be described as a stroke of fortune. With a flicker of intent, a small red pill materialized in Chen Xuan's hand. The overwhelming vitality radiated from it, and upon a mere glance, he could no longer restrain himself and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a mighty surge of vitality erupted within him, once more surging through his body like a tempestuous sea. Bang! Moments after his recent breakthrough, Chen Xuan shattered yet another barrier within him, stepping into the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm. In that moment, he felt an infinite reservoir of power swelling inside him. Hard work? It paled in comparison to the euphoria of consuming a pill. At that instant, Chen Xuan truly grasped the distinction between having an edge and not. The sun rose as usual. Upon opening his eyes, he found the two Han sisters enjoying breakfast at his home. A familiar sensation washed over him. Watching them happily interact with his mother, Qin Su, Chen Xuan mused that if Han Binglu were to marry into their family, there would be no issues with in-law relations. What on earth am I thinking? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Xuan froze. Have I become arrogant? Just attained the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm and already contemplating the female protagonist? Chen Xuan felt a surge of pride. 5th tier? In Yi Fan's presence. That is still a minor player. It's utterly insufficient. Regaining his composure, he focused intently on his breakfast. 5th tier? Had Chen Xuan truly ascended to the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm? Beside him, the two sisters, having overheard his thoughts, were momentarily stunned. Both found it hard to believe this reality. It had only been 10 days. Chen Xuan had actually broken through 2 minor realms? Since they had heard his inner voice, they did not dismiss his words as mere nonsense. Yet, the pace of his advancement seemed utterly unfathomable. Perhaps this was the driving force of pressure. Spurred on by Yi Fan's presence, he was eager to become stronger to protect their bond. Han Binglu thought, gazing at Chen Xuan with tender affection. Meanwhile, Han Bingling looked on with adoration. This was the man she admired, her hero. Yi Fan was no match for Chen Xuan in the slightest. As the day continued, Han Binglu assisted with homework while Han Bingling provided nourishment, and they drifted into the classroom. Upon glancing up, Chen Xuan perceived that Yi Fan's expression was even more grim than yesterday. Let me set a small goal for myself. Survive until the martial arts entrance examination? When would this all come to an end? Arriving at his seat, Chen Xuan muttered softly, letting out a sigh. Ding! Just then, the class bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Wang Jian, entered the classroom. Students, today marks your final day at school. The curriculum that the school can impart has been completed. The path ahead must be forged by your own efforts. In the remaining 3 months, your primary objective will be to elevate your realms in preparation for the forthcoming martial arts entrance examination. Wang Jian's gaze was grave as he scanned his students one by one. As the homeroom teacher who has guided them for 3 entire years, Wang Jian felt a twinge of reluctance as this day finally arrived. He couldn't help but continue to advise, your destinies lie firmly within your own hands. These next 3 months are crucial in determining your futures. You must not allow yourselves to become complacent. Han Binglu. Upon hearing his name called unexpectedly by the homeroom teacher, Han Binglu instinctively rose to her feet. Wang Jian smiled gently, motioning for her to sit down, and then remarked, your innate talent and self-discipline are exceptional, so I have no worries about you. However, you must not let external influences sway you. As he spoke, Wang Jian cast a glance at Chen Xuan. It was evident that Han Binglu and Chen Xuan had been growing closer in recent days, a fact he was well aware of. One was an outstanding student, while the other lagged far behind. Wang Jian was concerned that Han Binglu might be distracted by romance at such a critical juncture. Set a small goal for yourself. With your talent, Reaching the 8th tier of the Transcendence realm by the time of the martial arts college entrance examination should pose no challenge. I will achieve it, teacher. Han Binglu replied earnestly. After consuming the ancient essence blood, she had already ascended to the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm, and she felt confident in breaking through 2 more tiers in the coming 3 months. Excellent. Wang Jian nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to advise a few other students he held in high regard, finally fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan. Yi Fan, teacher, you are quite exceptional, even surpassing Li Jianxin from class 3. However, this is not the time for pride or complacency. I understand, teacher, Yi Fan replied, nodding gravely. He yearned to become stronger more than anyone else. His time in Linghai City had been far from smooth. Not only had he made no progress with his furnace, but he also felt that his opportunities had been snatched away. Although opportunities largely depended on talent and luck, he silently noted Chen Xuan in his mind. Very well, Wang Jian affirmed. I am aware of your circumstances and have applied for a scholarship for you. Although Yi Fan was a transfer student and had only been in class for a short time, his prowess was evident. He remained a student of their class, and crucially, he had the potential to be a dark horse in this year's martial arts college entrance examination, possibly even becoming the top scorer in Linghai City, which Wang Jian took seriously. Do not squander this money. Rent a training room, as it is vital for your future. I believe in you. You might become the first person to participate in the college entrance examination as a martial artist. Wang Jian reiterated earnestly. This was also the reason he had sought a scholarship for Yi Fan. These 3 months would be pivotal in creating a disparity in the realm of martial arts. Wealth and resources were just as significant as talent. Thank you, teacher. I will. Good. Wang Jian nodded, then turned his attention to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, teacher. Upon hearing his name, Chen Xuan immediately stood up. At that moment, he was enveloped in boundless joy, finally awaiting this day. He was liberated. No longer would he have to commute with the Han sisters or face Yi Fan's cold demeanor. In these 3 months, he intended to diligently cultivate and make a stunning impression in the martial arts college entrance examination. Meeting Wang Jian's gaze, Chen Xuan was about to express his determination like Han Binglu and Yi Fan, but Wang Jian lightly interjected. In these 3 months, focus on your studies instead. Research institutions are quite commendable. Chen Xuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His ambitions lay unfulfilled. The key point was that Wang Jian seemed to have been influenced by Jiang Lai. Remembering Jiang Lai, Chen Xuan sneered inwardly. You shall not succeed. The day of the martial arts entrance examination will be the day your dreams shatter. After a few more remarks from Wang Jian, the students finally welcomed their long-awaited liberation. Zhang San Li Si. As school was dismissed, Chen Xuan called over his 2 loyal subordinates. What is it, big brother? Come with me. Where are we going? To do something, of course. Is your big brother such a scoundrel? Can't you think of something good for me? Chen Xuan playfully kicked each of them, explaining, we're heading to the Li family martial arts hall to rent training rooms. Both boys came from ordinary backgrounds, making the expense of renting a training room a significant financial burden. Yet, both possessed commendable martial arts talent. Zhang San was tall and robust, currently at the 4th tier of the Transcendence realm, while Li Si, though slender, was also at the same tier. They had followed Chen Xuan since middle school and had proven themselves loyal, albeit sometimes a bit dim-witted. In any case, Chen Xuan felt it was his duty as their older brother not to let them fall behind in these crucial 3 months. Big brother, are you serious? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Of course I'm serious. When have I ever deceived you? You've called me big brother for so many years. I can't let you call me that for nothing. Upon hearing this, they could scarcely believe that this was their older brother. Although Chen Xuan had never been negligent in the past, he had never been so attentive to their needs. Which older brother would care so much about his younger siblings' well-being? Just providing a meal was already considered a generous older brother. Yet Chen Xuan was genuinely considering their futures. In an instant, they felt they had made the right choice. Tears welling in their eyes. Big brother, from now on, I, Zhang San, will be your devoted little brother for life. Me too. Get lost. Don't wipe your snot on me. Chen Xuan laughed and scolded, then continued. That said, I'll rent the best training rooms for you. Do not let me down. If you don't reach the 6th tier by the martial arts college entrance examination, don't even think about hanging out with me. Generally speaking, reaching the 5th tier of the Transcendence realm was sufficient to gain admission to a standard martial arts university, while achieving the 7th tier or above would qualify one for the top-tier martial arts academies. However, this was not an absolute standard. Cultivation levels were merely one aspect of the martial arts entrance examination, albeit an immensely significant one. Chen Xuan held high hopes for both of them, wishing to push their potential to the forefront. Regardless, they were loyal and talented, making him feel secure about their future. Big brother, don't worry. I'll be in the training room every day. Me too. They patted their chests vigorously, making promises to Chen Xuan. as long as you have that determination. Let us go. Chapter 44. An invitation to duel from Li Jianxin. Upon reaching the school gate, the Han sisters were already waiting in the car. Uncle Wang, please take them home. I need to make a trip to the martial arts hall, Chen Xuan said, greeting Wang Hai. Young master, should I accompany you? Wang Hai hesitated. After all, as a member of the Chen family, his primary duty was to protect Chen Xuan. Chen Sihai had assigned him as a driver for this very reason, and he had sensed someone monitoring them, making him even more uneasy. It's all right, Uncle Wang, Chen Xuan smiled. Being aware of the unfolding narrative, he knew that those individuals were not targeting him. Just ensure the sisters arrive home safely, Chen Xuan instructed, gesturing towards the Han sisters. As the saying goes, to send a Buddha to the West. On this final day, Chen Xuan hoped fervently that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. All right, young master, if you need anything, just give me a call, Wang Hai replied, not insisting further as he started the car. Watching the vehicle fade from view, Chen Xuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, Han Bingling usually couldn't resist meddling in my affairs, so why is she not clamoring to join me today? Chen Xuan found it puzzling, yet soon dismissed the thought. It was perhaps for the best that the girl was not by his side, as he secretly yearned for some peace. When it comes to the most renowned martial arts school in Linghai City, there is no doubt that the Li Family Martial Arts School holds that title. The Li family has established branches throughout Linghai City, and even other cities bear its influence. Chen Xuan and his companions arrived at the largest Li Family Martial Arts School in Linghai City. The building towered dozens of meters high, with multiple floors, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Upon entering, the dense crowd startled Chen Xuan and his companions. So many people. Observing the queue at the reception desk resembling a dragon, Chen Xuan's lips twitched. If they had to wait, they might be here until the year of the monkey. Moreover, judging by the sheer volume of people, even if they managed to get in line, it was unlikely they would find an available training room. Oh my goodness. Just as he spoke, another throng of people surged through the entrance, pushing forward without a word. Chen Xuan narrowly avoided stumbling. Upon looking ahead, he caught a glimpse of that fellow Yi Fan. Damn it, was that little brat Yi Fan the one who shoved me just now? Chen Xuan felt it was highly probable. However, he had to let it slide. After all, it was merely a push. And it was fortunate he wasn't stabbed in the back. By the way, wasn't that kid in the original storyline one of the last few to get into the top-tier training rooms? If that's the case, then queuing now is futile. Glaring at Yi Fan, who was separated from him by dozens of people, Chen Xuan's expression darkened. Even if Yi Fan was not the last in line, he had no chance. Brother, maybe we should just forget it? Zhang San and Li Si were equally taken aback by the frenzied crowd, and, noticing Chen Xuan's grim countenance, couldn't help but suggest, no way. Chen Xuan retorted immediately, a promise is a promise. Rest assured, I have my ways. With that, he patted a man in front of him on the shoulder. What do you want? The man turned around, eyeing Chen Xuan with hostility. Chen Xuan pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. Let me cut in line, and this is yours. The man glanced at the money before uttering 2 words, fool. How dare you insult my brother? Upon hearing this, Zhang San was ready to confront him, but Chen Xuan quickly stopped him. This little brother is serious. The more chaotic it gets, the more necessary it becomes to secure a training room. However, as the best martial arts school in Linghai City, wealthy patrons were not in short supply. Given the significance of the current moment, even if it meant depleting their fortunes, parents would ensure their children had access to quality training rooms. It was unlikely that someone would allow a line cut for a mere 100 yuan. Brother, I think we should just let it go. Yes, big brother, if you're feeling uneasy, you could just get us a card, and we would work just as hard. Zhang San and Li Si urged again. This martial arts school not only offered private training rooms, but also boasted tens of thousands of square meters of public training areas. Naturally, the public spaces were considerably cheaper, and having a card sufficed. However, the conditions in the public areas were vastly inferior. Not only was there a limited amount of equipment, but they might also struggle to secure access, and there were no professional instructors or nutritional meals provided. The disparity with the top-tier training rooms was immense, and Chen Xuan did not wish for his little brothers to endure such conditions. 100 won't do? How about 10,000? 10,000 was no small sum, and Chen Xuan believed that amount could pave a way for him. Yet, the issue lay with the hundreds of people ahead. If everyone offered 10,000, even if he was wealthy, wouldn't he be considered a fool? This is not how things are done, Chen Xuan sighed. Just then, he suddenly spotted a figure, tall and graceful, with a single ponytail, carrying a wooden sword. Beside her was another girl, and as they chatted, they began ascending the stairs. Li Jianxin. Chen Xuan smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten her? She was the daughter of the Li family, the young lady of the Li family martial arts school. Although he had little interaction with Li Jianxin, their fathers were colleagues and shared a decent relationship. With such connections, why bother queuing at all? Follow me, brothers. With newfound confidence, Chen Xuan led his two companions to pursue her. What a coincidence. Jinxin, you're here too. Chen Xuan approached Li Jinxin, wearing a facade of a smile. Jinxin? Chen Xuan? Upon hearing the name Jinxin, the girl beside her shot a surprised glance at the two. The intimacy of those words was striking. As Jinxin's close friend, she had never witnessed a boy address her so affectionately. Xiaoqian's large eyes darted between them, sensing something was amiss. You two have something going on. Li Jinxin, however, remained unfazed by Chen Xuan's familiarity. Ever since she sensed Chen Xuan's feelings, she had suppressed her curiosity. But today, she was genuinely surprised that he would take the initiative to approach her. Why are you looking at me like that? If it weren't for my little brothers, would I bother to involve myself with you? Alas, it's all unavoidable. Brother Yi, I have no desire to provoke your furnace. So, you need something from me? Li Jinxin smiled slightly, intuitively grasping his intent. That feeling was delightful. Xiaoqian, you go ahead, she instructed her friend. Turning to Chen Xuan, she asked, so what is it? Chen Xuan chuckled. Jinxin, could you possibly secure 2 top-tier training rooms for me? Rest assured, money is not an issue. Ah, I see. Li Jinxin understood. Due to her status, many sought her help for such matters, but she seldom intervened. Generally, even classmates with whom she had only a casual relationship wouldn't receive her assistance, save for a select few. Chen Xuan certainly did not fall into that category. However, she was aware of the connection between the Chen and Li families. If her father were to hear of this, he would most likely grant Chen Xuan's request. The catch was that Chen Xuan didn't have her father's contact information and had approached her instead. This request cannot be ignored. Yet it cannot be granted without consideration. Lost in thought, Li Jinxin smiled slightly. Chen Xuan, if everyone sought my assistance, would the Li family martial arts school still be operational? Huh. Chen Xuan was taken aback and quickly responded, others are others. Can they compare with me? I even carried you in my arms when you were little. Huh. Li Jinxin furrowed her brow. Really? I don't remember that. Her expression darkened. Helping you is not out of the question, but you must fight me first. With that, Li Jinxin executed a flourish with her sword. If you win, I will arrange for you to have 2 top-tier rooms for free. Chapter 45. Li Jinxin remained silent, solely delivering swift kicks. Without giving Chen Xuan a chance to respond, she strode directly to the elevator. I'll be waiting for you in the top-tier room, 9999. If you lack the courage to even show up, then you can forget about those top-tier rooms. A smirk danced on Li Jinxin's lips as the elevator doors slowly closed, leaving Chen Xuan and his companions exchanging bewildered glances. Brother, I see that Li Jinxin has no intention of showing any mercy. What realm is she in, and what realm are you in? Isn't this just a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for you? Indeed. Brother, perhaps we should leave. It appears she merely wants to beat you up. Zhang San and Li Si chimed in one after another. It can't be, Chen Xuan muttered under his breath. He bore no grudge against Li Jinxin, and it seemed illogical for her to want to strike him. He sensed that Li Jinxin simply sought a reason, claiming that if he were to defeat her. Yet Chen Xuan felt that even if he did not win, she would still give him 2 training sessions in the Tianzi room. In truth, Li Jinxin did not genuinely wish for Chen Xuan to defeat her, as there was an undeniable gap in their realms. She merely recalled how he had precisely controlled his energy that day and was genuinely curious about his strength, seizing this opportunity to test him with some provocation. As for the 2 training rooms, she would certainly provide them regardless. However, if Chen Xuan truly lacked the courage to face her, she would refrain from engaging with him in the future. As for any inner thoughts, there was no need to consider them. They would never meet again. And those thoughts could be regarded as having never existed. She would not waste time on someone deemed worthless. A duel? Perhaps she aimed to test my bravery? I am no coward. Let us go upstairs. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan led the 2 upstairs. Room 9999 for training. Li Jinxin had already changed into a pristine white martial arts uniform, a black belt tightly cinched around her slender waist. Huh, you did come after all, Chen Xuan. You're not as useless as I imagined, she remarked, a smirk gracing her lips as she observed Chen Xuan entering with his 2 companions. You really dare to show up? Jinxin, go for it. Give him a good beating. On the side, her friend Xiaoqian waved her fists, playing the role of a cheerleader. Brother, if it gets tough, just surrender, don't hold on. Seeing Li Jinxin in a battle-ready stance, Zhang San and Li Si gulped nervously. After all, she was the top high school martial artist in Linghai City, while their brother was regarded as the city's biggest failure. Did they stand a chance? They could only pray that their brother would not suffer too badly. Can't we learn how to cheer like them? They haven't even fought yet. All right, come on. Brother, as long as you don't get killed, that's a victory. Chen Xuan's expression darkened, choosing to ignore his 2 companions. He then stepped into the center of the training room, standing opposite Li Jinxin. Shouldn't we change into martial arts uniforms? No need, let us start right away. Just a simple spar. Is there really a need for all this fuss? A spar? Upon hearing Chen Xian's thoughts, Li Jianxin scoffed, taking it as a sign that he was unaware of the impending danger. She was the foremost martial artist in all of Linghai City. Although Yi Fan had emerged, he was still a solid second. Moreover, her realm was also at the 7th level of the transformation stage. Against Yi Fan, she felt confident of victory. From a young age, she had been a prodigy, and in terms of vitality and martial skills, Li Jianxin believed herself unmatched. A simple spar? It was she who would be sparing. Chen Xian had no right to utter such words. With a cold glint in her eyes, Li Jianxin sprang into action. She charged towards Chen Xian, her right fist cutting through the air with a fierce gust, aimed directly at his face. Bang! Chen Xian hastily raised his hand to block, their arms colliding with a dull thud. Stumbling back a few steps, Chen Xian gasped, so powerful. No wonder she's the top martial artist in Linghai City. You don't need to tell us that. Jianxin hasn't even exerted herself yet, Xiao Qian remarked, raising an eyebrow. Li Jianxin ceased her attack, looking down on Chen Xian with disdain. Was this all he could muster? She internally sneered. She had only used 3/10 of her strength. Yet even that left Chen Xian in such a predicament. It seemed he had no real prowess. However, the next moment, her mind echoed with Chen Xian's thoughts. All right, that's enough. I don't wish to play the fool any longer. Li Jianxin raised an eyebrow, interpreting Chen Xian's inner voice as a dismissive gesture. Her eyes narrowed as she lifted her leg, delivering a swift kick. With this strike, she injected a smidgen more power, estimating it to be at least equivalent to the strength of an average 4th-level transformation stage fighter. She intended to make Chen Xian understand that this duel was not a trifling matter. Bang! Another loud impact resonated. Chen Xian staggered, gasping for breath. Is this the caliber of a prospective top student in Linghai City? Truly terrifying. Hurry up, sister, that's enough. Give me the key card to the Tianzi training room. Still performing? All right. Hearing Chen Xian's thoughts, Li Jianxin's expression hardened, her blood surging in response. She was utterly infuriated by Chen Xian's exaggerated performance. You haven't even made a move, and you're already panting. Bang! Li Jianxin delivered another kick. Chen Xian stumbled once more. Incredible. It was almost unbelievable that such power was wielded by a young girl. Sigh. I'm exhausted. This seems endless. Bang! Li Jianxin struck again. Chen Xian swayed unsteadily, appearing on the verge of collapse. How embarrassing. I suppose I could strive my entire life and never reach even a fraction of Jianxin's strength. Still not stopping? If you don't let up, I'll run out of words to say. But I must admit, your little feet are quite lovely. Chen Xian's gaze discreetly darted to Li Jianxin's exposed feet, slender and delicate, radiating a porcelain-like beauty. No wonder Yi Fan is so fond of her. They are indeed like a pair of jade feet. At his words, Li Jianxin instinctively retracted her foot, her toes curling tightly. Her small face flushed crimson, and she glared at Chen Xian with fiery eyes. At this moment, how could he still be looking at her feet? Li Jianxin was both embarrassed and enraged, lifting her leg for yet another kick. Bang! I can't take it anymore, classmate Jianxin. Is this enough? Is it still not over? More. Bang! Spare me, classmate Jianxin. Do you have a penchant for masochism? Just wait for Yi Fan to deal with you. Bang! I concede. Bang! 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 Li Jianxin remained silent, relentlessly kicking. Meanwhile, the trio watching was utterly astounded by Li Jianxin's escalating fury. Xiao Qian was bewildered. What did our brother do to provoke her? Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, speaking in unison. We don't know. Was it really just an innocent favor that warranted such relentless punishment? One kick after another. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jianxin's strikes grew increasingly forceful. However, what startled Li Jianxin was that Chen Xian seemed to barely withstand each blow. Yet he managed to endure them all. Moreover, upon hearing Chen Xian's inner voice and witnessing his exaggerated performance, Li Jianxin realized that he still had strength left. How could this be? Li Jianxin was astonished. Strength was not her forte, yet she was at the 7th level of transformation. Each kick she delivered had a force of over 700, and how was it that Chen Xian could withstand them? Fueled by anger, Li Jianxin thought, Chen Xian, if you have the ability, keep acting. I want to see how long you can maintain this charade. Chapter 46. Yi Fan decides to explore a different path. Finally, Li Jianxin ceased to restrain her realm and power, channeling all her strength into a ferocious kick. Bang! In that fleeting moment, as she blocked the attack, Chen Xian felt a tremendous force surge towards him, and his expression shifted dramatically. By heavens, Li Jianxin, are you for real? With a mere punch, Li Jianxin, a 6th tier in the transformation realm, can unleash nearly 1,000 units of energy, and now, as a 7th tier, employing a whip kick no less. With this strike, She is confident that few high school students in Linghai City could withstand it. Boom. Indeed, Chen Xuan was sent flying several meters. Big brother. Big brother. Zhang San and Li Si were left dumbfounded. Is this still a competition? Is this merely a test? Why does it feel like attempted murder? Their expressions turned grave as they rushed to Chen Xian's side to check if he still had breath. However, at that moment, Chen Xian, having just landed, immediately stood up. Did he block it? Big brother actually blocked it? Their eyes widened in disbelief. It was simply inconceivable that the one who could withstand Li Jianxin's pure power-infused whip kick was their elder brother. Brother, you seem rather strong, they whispered to themselves, as if they had only just met Chen Xian for the first time. Once again, he blocked it. As they gazed at the standing Chen Xian, Li Jianxin's eyes widened. This was the first time she scrutinized the so-called waste before her with seriousness. Chen Xian was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. A shiver ran down Li Jianxin's spine. Why, if he possessed such strength, did he persist in feigning weakness? She couldn't comprehend Chen Xian's motives. However, pondering this matter was not worth her while. She only felt that Chen Xian was too inscrutable. Yet, being able to hear his thoughts rendered such concerns trivial. What intrigued her most was the true extent of Chen Xian's capabilities. Therefore, let me see if I, the foremost martial arts student of Linghai City, can ascertain your genuine level. Li Jianxin's gaze sharpened as she began to summon her full vitality. Jianxin, is that enough? Chen Xian rubbed his slightly aching arm. He had not taken the hit lightly, and thankfully, he had just broken through 2 realms. Moreover, he had managed to dissipate some of the force by flying backward. Otherwise, that strike could have easily shattered his entire arm. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of this whip kick that Chen Xian felt a surge of anger. Even a mud doll has some fire left in it. Is Li Jianxin trying to kill me? Chen Xian thought. Woman, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for your status as Yifan's furnace, I would have crushed you with a single blow. Chen Xian had no intention of engaging in a serious duel with Li Jianxin. The female protagonist's character was entirely that of a martial arts fanatic. If you were stronger than her, she would relentlessly drag you into sparring sessions. In the original storyline, during the 3 months of preparation, Yifan won over this sword saint's heart by repeatedly dominating Li Jianxin. Chen Xian even suspected that Li Jianxin harbored a slight masochistic tendency. The more one tormented her, the more exhilarated she became. Chen Xian certainly did not wish to provoke such a being. Moreover, to say torment would be an exaggeration, without employing his supreme punch. The two were evenly matched. As he pondered, the situation took a sudden turn. Li Jianxin moved, her figure flashing, and she was before Chen Xian in an instant. She lifted her leg and unleashed a whip kick. However, this was no ordinary whip kick. At the very moment she struck, Chen Xian felt as if the air itself was cleaved apart by her leg. Martial technique. It's a martial technique, Xiao Qian exclaimed from the sidelines. As Li Jianxin's close friend, she certainly understood her prowess. After all, she had once been one of Li Jianxin's training partners. Yet, due to her own lack of skill, Li Jianxin had never unleashed her full strength against her. This is the Li family's signature martial technique, the star-plucking leg. Xiao Qian explained. With the enhancement of this martial technique, the power and speed of this strike were significantly amplified. This was not merely raw energy. Li Jianxin was channeling her blood vitality as well. If this kick connected with Chen Xian's head, it would likely explode on impact. Chen Xian understood that he could not withstand this blow head-on. He bent low, allowing the strike to pass over him. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Jianxin, having missed her first kick, delivered another swift and fierce strike. Even the onlookers, Xiao Qian and the others, were drenched in cold sweat. What animosity lay between them? Yet at that moment, Chen Xian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. Meeting Li Jianxin's crimson foot, Chen Xian raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch. During this time, he had not only been honing his blood vitality, but had also made strides in mastering the Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. This family legacy of the Chen family was characterized by its sheer ferocity. The Blood River aspect indicated the technique's formidable offensive power and lethality, while Heavy Mountain implied that the force behind the strikes was as weighty as a mountain. A punch with the force of a collapsing mountain. Unstoppable. Boom. In an instant, a sound akin to thunder erupted within the room. Boom, boom, boom. The two were forced to retreat a few steps. Chen Xian felt a deep ache in his arm, while Li Jianxin, too, was not faring well. This strike felt as if she had been struck at a vital pressure point, causing her liver to tremble with pain. Not bad. Li Jianxin gritted her teeth against the pain, raising her eyes to meet Chen Xian's gaze. You're not too shabby yourself. Chen Xian shook out his arm, locking eyes with Li Jianxin. In that instant, sparks flew. Once more. Who fears whom? The flames of battle ignited within them as they clashed once again. Meanwhile, the three observers were thoroughly bewildered. watching as the two exchanged life-threatening blows, drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Qian swallowed hard. Do you think if this continues, they won't just be determining superiority, but also fighting for their lives? Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, and in unison replied, we don't know. In a simple comparison of martial techniques, Li Jianxin undoubtedly held the upper hand. In the clash of fist and leg techniques, the latter held a distinct advantage. Li Jianxin's long, straight legs were in constant motion, whipping, kicking, striking, and sweeping, affording Chen Xuan no opportunity to close the distance. Chen Xuan realized this was not a sustainable tactic, so he waited for an opportunity to engage. At last, Chen Xuan seized the moment when Li Jianxin's leg was extended, closing in swiftly, ready to execute a bear hug throw. Not good. Li Jianxin panicked, but her reflexes were quicker, her long legs twisted in midair, ensnaring Chen Xuan's head in a vice-like grip. With a resounding thud, the two fell to the ground, commencing a struggle on the floor. In a contest of pure strength, Chen Xuan naturally held the advantage, yet Li Jianxin refused to yield, her legs tightly constricting him. Meanwhile, on the same floor, Yi Fan arrived at the training room numbered 9991. This was a top-tier training chamber. Yi Fan had rented it for 3 months, expending all his savings. This was not merely to inflate his ego, it was not only for the sake of training. After encountering setbacks with the Han sisters, Yi Fan had finally decided to take a different path. The innate sword saint, Li Jianxin, became his next target. Yi Fan had also learned that Li Jianxin was in training room 9999. These 3 months would present his best opportunity. With that thought, a smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips. Li Jianxin knows my strength. If I extend a hand to train with her, she should not refuse, right? Yi Fan mused happily. Once they began training together, physical contact was inevitable, a necessary condition for the rapid intensification of their relationship. Onward. To find my Jianxin. Yi Fan clenched his fists, summoning his resolve, and then retrieved a bottle of perfume from his pocket, spritzing it upon himself. With a final adjustment to his attire in front of the mirror, he made his way directly to the training room 9999. Chapter 47. Brother Yi, allow me to plead my case. Chen Xuan and Li Jianxin presented themselves before the trio of observers in an oddly intricate pose. Chen Xuan had ensnared Li Jianxin's neck with his legs, forming a chokehold, while Li Jianxin's arms were firmly locked around Chen Xuan's forearms, resting protectively against her chest. Despicable. Chen Xuan, you truly are vile. Li Jianxin's face flushed crimson, torn between the indignation of being restrained and the embarrassment of the situation. Had this been a formal contest, Chen Xuan would have paled in comparison to her skills. In a battle of inches, she dominated him with her long legs, and Chen Xuan was already showing signs of fatigue, unable to close the distance. Yet, with a careless move, the match had devolved into a ground tussle reminiscent of street brawls. Her martial prowess rendered ineffective, Li Jianxin could only rely on her flexibility, which paled against Chen Xuan's formidable strength. As a prodigious high school student from Linghai City, she had intended to teach Chen Xuan a lesson, never anticipating that the tables would turn so dramatically. Despicable. You call me despicable? Chen Xuan's legs exerted renewed force, causing Li Jianxin to roll her eyes in exasperation. Should I not exploit my advantages? Do you think me a fool? On the battlefield, does the enemy indulge you with niceties? Do beasts wait for you to charge your ultimate attack? His series of rhetorical questions left Li Jianxin speechless. Chen Xuan's arguments were undeniably valid. The pursuit of victory justified any means necessary. Yet, she could not bear the humiliation of being bested by someone she deemed a failure. What say you, Jianxin? Will you concede? At that moment, Chen Xuan's infuriating voice rang in her ears, further wounding her pride. Despite feeling dazed, Li Jianxin resolved to fight until the bitter end. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down on Chen Xuan's thigh. Ah! A wail of agony echoed through the training room. Li Jianxin, are you even human? Just 3 inches away. Just 3 inches from being rendered impotent. Their eyes met, and Chen Xuan caught a glimpse of Li Jianxin's smug expression. You said it yourself, by any means necessary. What's wrong with using my mouth? Release me. Let go of my leg. Li Jianxin shook her head, feeling a surge of relief with each bite. The efficacy was undeniable. In her determination, she applied a bit more pressure. Ah! Chen Xuan emitted another blood-curdling scream. All right. Li Jianxin, you forced my hand. With that, Chen Xuan raised his fist, a boulder of a hand aimed squarely at Li Jianxin's posterior. Bang! In an instant, Li Jianxin felt a sharp pain, her cheeks flushing even deeper. No man had ever touched her in such a manner. Though Chen Xuan's strike was merely a playful jab, it was an intimate area for a woman. Li Jianxin, aware of Chen Xuan's lack of malice, felt this could not be forgiven. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit down harder, her resolve intensifying. Chen Xuan, now incensed, refused to relent. If you won't let go, then I shall continue. The two stubborn individuals were locked in an escalating showdown, one willing to sacrifice flesh, the other enduring bruises, both unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, the trio of onlookers, including Xiao Qian, stood dumbfounded. It was apparent that the two had ignited genuine fury within each other, yet they maintained a semblance of restraint, waiting for the other to speak first. What on earth is happening? How did this friendly contest devolve into such chaos? Are they certain this is a competition? I have no idea. Could you two possibly rephrase that? If not, we should intervene. At this rate, they might actually hurt each other. Agreed. As the three reached a consensus, it became evident that the presence of observers was crucial to the integrity of the contest. Had they not been present, it was likely that the two would have fought to the bitter end. Just as the trio prepared to separate the combatants, Chen Xuan abruptly halted. His eyes widened, fixated on something behind them, as if he had witnessed something truly dreadful. The trio turned to see a man standing at the doorway. His hair was meticulously styled, and a faint scent of cologne wafted through the air. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood firmly at the entrance, his gaze locking onto Chen Xuan, leaving him utterly astounded. Why is Chen Xuan in Li Jianxin's training room? However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the shocking reality, in broad daylight. What were they doing? What was Chen Xuan doing with his furnace? Yi Fan struggled to comprehend the scene before him, finally managing to stammer out a question. A competition, obviously. My brother is clearly sparring with Li Jianxin. A competition? Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the entangled pair. This is a contest. You dare tell me this is a competition? Yi Fan's countenance darkened. The sight before him struck him like a bolt from the blue, delivering a devastating blow to his already fragile psyche. In broad daylight, you didn't even draw the curtains? And there are spectators. You city folks are truly brazen. Chen Xuan. He trembled with fury, his anger blazing in his eyes. Why is it always Chen Xuan? Yi Fan's rage intensified as he felt as though Chen Xuan were deliberately opposing him. Despite his efforts to distance himself from the Han sisters, he could not fathom why Li Jianxin still had ties to him. Surely, he had gathered sufficient intel at school. Li Jianxin had never shown any interest in men and had no connection with Chen Xuan. Yet, in this moment, Yi Fan felt as though the entire world conspired against him. A tumult of emotions surged within him: sorrow, confusion, helplessness, and above all, an overwhelming resentment towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan. Finally, Yi Fan could no longer contain his wrath, his voice booming with suppressed fury, as he spat out two words through clenched teeth. At that moment, Chen Xuan shivered. He sensed the palpable menace emanating from Yi Fan. This is truly dire. Chen Xuan trembled, wishing he could slap himself. How unfortunate am I to have inadvertently tangled with Yi Fan's harem while merely trying to secure a training space for my two subordinates. And that's not even the crux of it. Given Yi Fan's obsessive cleanliness, I'm now exposed. Chen Xuan had never anticipated such a ludicrous scenario would unfold in his life. He had only sought a favor from Li Jianxin, but who could have predicted Yi Fan's sudden appearance? Now, it was worse than ever. Yi Fan had always harbored a disdain for him, and this incident would only exacerbate that animosity. In Linghai City, there were but 3 furnaces, and he had somehow entangled himself with all of them. Not even a dozen lives would suffice to withstand Yi Fan's wrath. Chen Xuan, in a state of frantic urgency, leapt to his feet and limped towards Yi Fan. No, brother Yi, allow me to explain. It's not what you think. Chapter 48. Yi Fan feels betrayed by the plot. Chen Xuan and Yi Fan shared a tacit understanding as they communicated on the same channel. Chen Xuan was well versed in the narrative, while Yi Fan possessed the ability to sense his own furnace. Moreover, the remnants of the martial sage's soul had previously informed him that each furnace was destined to be intertwined with him, drawn together by fate. Thus, in his heart, Yi Fan firmly believed that whether it was Li Jianxin or the Han sisters, they were all destined to be his women. However, others completely failed to grasp Chen Xuan's intentions. Even Li Jianxin, who could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, was baffled as to why he felt the need to explain anything to Yi Fan. Was it merely because she was Yi Fan's furnace, one of his harem? Did he fear Yi Fan might misinterpret the situation? Such thoughts crossed Li Jianxin's mind. This was her second encounter with Yi Fan, and thus far, they had not exchanged a single word. Now, Chen Xuan seemed to presume that she had claimed the role of Yi Fan's woman. Li Jianxin found this notion insulting. Her choice of partner was her own affair. Why should she heed Chen Xuan's thoughts? Regardless of Yi Fan's merits, even if he were unparalleled in the world, if she did not harbor feelings for him, he was powerless to change that. The very thought of being designated as Yi Fan's furnace made her regard him with a hint of disdain. Why should she explain herself? They had not engaged in any impropriety, yet it felt as though she had caught a wife confronting her husband and his mistress. With a clear conscience, she thought, I have no reason to fear shadows. She and Chen Xuan had done nothing wrong. Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. unable to articulate anything. Surely, he could not say, "You will one day become one of my harem," right? Initially, he had intended to leave a favorable impression on Li Jianxin and get to know her better. However, now, faced with her frigid demeanor, his heart sank. It appeared that his plans for the day had gone awry. In a fleeting moment, Yi Fan's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Chen Xuan. His eyes now filled with a deeper melancholy. Chen Xuan, standing behind Li Jianxin, found the scene quite terrifying. "What are you looking at me for, Yi brother? It's not as if I questioned you." Chen Xuan lamented, feeling that Yi Fan, the male protagonist, was utterly inept with words. Why was it that both the Han sisters and Li Jianxin would lash out at him, only to shift their grievances onto Chen Xuan? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? He pondered, uncertain of why Li Jianxin harbored such animosity towards Yi Fan. This shouldn't concern me, right? Oh, forget it, I will be lenient. As the saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. I shall lend you brother a hand. With that thought, Chen Xuan tugged at the hem of Li Jianxin's garment and said, Jianxin, I believe you brother is genuinely concerned for us. And he hasn't asked me to explain anything. It is I who should clarify matters with him." Indeed, it was Chen Xuan who insisted on offering explanations. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan seemed to grasp that Li Jianxin's ire directed at him was utterly unfounded. It was Chen Xuan who had insisted on the explanation. He had said nothing at all. It was a case of undeserved calamity. Then why did you feel the need to explain to him? Li Jianxin retorted. Chen Xuan fell silent, utterly at a loss for a response. Do you have feelings for him? Is that why? How could that be possible? Then do you have something going on with me? Jianxin, one must not speak carelessly. Chen Xuan nearly burst into tears. Jianxin, I believe we may be caught in a misunderstanding, Yi Fan interjected. The current situation was entirely unforeseen, and he had no desire to leave Li Jianxin with such an impression. He merely wished to resolve the misunderstanding. Chen Xuan hastily chimed in. It's a misunderstanding, Jianxin. Just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Li Jianxin scoffed, then turned to Yi Fan and inquired. Your name is Yi Fan, correct? Indeed. Yi Fan, one who is unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he hastily introduced himself. Yet, in the next moment, Li Jianxin waved her hand dismissively. That is of no importance. What I wish to ask is why you are here. I have heard that Jianxin is the top student of Linghai City's #1 high school, and I wish to engage in a spar with her, Yi Fan stated, reciting his prepared lines. A spar? Li Jianxin scoffed. If it were merely a spar, that would be one thing. However, Chen Xuan's incessant thoughts served as a reminder to her that she might develop feelings for Yi Fan during such an encounter, ultimately becoming his furnace. I see no necessity for that, Li Jianxin coldly declared, then turned to Yi Fan with a serious expression, adding, moreover, Yi Fan, we are not so familiar. Please refrain from calling me Jianxin, all right? Her chilling rebuff pierced Yi Fan's heart like an ice pick. Observing the furrowed brows and unmistakable disdain in Li Jianxin's eyes, he felt an ache within him. Was this truly the demeanor of his future harem? Why utter such cold words? Yi Fan felt as if the entire world had conspired against him, and his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. While Han Bingla might have been one thing, why was Li Jianxin treating him in the same manner? Moreover, why was it that Chen Xuan could call her by name while he could not? With a bitter smile, Yi Fan replied, if you are not in the mood today, I can always come back another time. He attempted to backtrack, although he hesitated to make it an absolute statement. For Li Jianxin was the most accessible furnace for him at present. Come back another time? Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin shook her head. I believe Yi Fan has misunderstood. There is no need for you to seek me out again in the future. This left Yi Fan utterly dumbfounded. Was this a devastating blow that struck him down? How could this be allowed? He had invested all his savings with this plan in mind, and now it was all in vain? This was unacceptable. Jianxin. In his flustered state, Yi Fan spoke out inadvertently. Get lost. Li Jianxin's expression turned icy. She rarely resorted to such language. But Yi Fan's overt intentions had become all too apparent. Yi brother, you should leave quickly, Chen Xuan urged, casting a knowing glance at Yi Fan. Does this foolish man not realize that Li Jianxin is furious? He still wishes to explain? What a futile endeavor. After all, she is your furnace. How could she possibly become mine? And you get lost too. Li Jianxin suddenly turned around. But what about my 2 training rooms? Bang. The only response to Chen Xuan was the resounding sound of a door slamming shut. What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Xuan felt tears welling up. Turning to see Yi Fan making his way outside, he immediately hobbled after him. Yi brother, please don't leave. Hear my defense. Chapter 50. A convergence of forces at heaven and earth as the underground queen of Linghai City, by Ling Yu's whereabouts are notoriously elusive. To the average person, her appearance and the extent of her influence remain a mystery. However, Chen Xuan is well versed in the narrative. Heaven and earth is where Bai Ling Yu made her fortune. By day, she masquerades as a fishmonger at the Linghai seafood market, but by night, she transforms into the proprietor of heaven and earth, with no other engagements. Bai Ling'er frequents these two locales. Han Bingling, is this not a direct confrontation? Chen Xuan began to understand the source of his unease. It seemed that today marked Han Bingling's impending demise. Uncle Wang, where are you now? Still at heaven and earth? Chen Xuan hastily inquired. Sir, I just dropped off Han Bingling and am heading back. A third-tier ferocious beast has appeared 10 miles outside the city, and my elder brother has tasked me with dealing with it. Wang Hai's elder brother, of course, refers to Chen Xian's father, Chen Sihai. Although Wang Hai currently serves as the chauffeur for the Chen family, he also holds a position in the military and is a trusted confidant of Chen Sihai. When significant matters arise, they are often entrusted to Wang Hai. Naturally, a third-tier ferocious beast is hardly a task that would require Chen Sihai's direct intervention. Leading an elite team of martial artists, Wang Hai is more than capable of handling it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a weight settle in his heart. If Wang Hai were near Han Bingling, he would feel reassured, as a fellow master at the Sea Splitter realm with Wang Hai present. Bai Ling'er would not dare to act recklessly. But now, the situation was dire. Although it was not yet the moment for Bai Ling'er to strike, Chen Xuan dared not take any chances. The narrative had unraveled entirely, and no one could predict what might transpire. Surely, it cannot be this disastrous? Chen Xuan pondered. Yet the more he thought, the more he felt unease. Master, to heaven and earth. Chen Xuan hailed a taxi, not with the intention of playing the hero. If Bai Ling'er were to strike, 10 of him would not suffice to contend with her. Yet, it is better to be prepared for any eventuality. He steeled himself for the possibility of encountering Bai Ling'er. If it came to that, he could only leverage his identity. Lacking in strength, he would rely on his connections. Although Chen Xian's reputation may be tarnished, he is nonetheless a well-known figure in Linghai City. With the backing of the Chen family, and under the protection of Chen Sihai. As the only son, he would command a measure of respect from anyone. Chen Xuan harbored no fears for his life, unless, of course, Bai Ling'er wished for her own demise as well. In the storyline, while this woman was used as a pawn by the Sun family, she was not without her wits. However, expecting an underground assassin and businessman to engage in a battle of intellect was, in all honesty, a bit much. From the outset of orchestrating accidents to ultimately taking matters into her own hands, Bai Ling'er had consistently sought to mitigate the risks of exposure. Even when she finally resorted to direct action, it was merely out of desperation. If Han Bingling did not perish, her and her band of brothers would face starvation. Yet, Bai Ling'er remained oblivious to the fact that, regardless of the outcome, she would ultimately become a scapegoat for the Han family. Once her plan succeeded, Sun Zhongtao had already devised a comprehensive strategy to throw Bai Ling'er to the wolves, quelling the ire of several prominent families. Meanwhile, within the training room of the Li family's martial arts hall, the faint sound of Yi Fan speaking on the phone could be heard. Hello, is this heaven and earth? Yes, I'm looking to take on a part-time job. Rest assured, I can do anything. Washing dishes, serving fruit platters, even karaoke. What? You want me to come now? Tonight? All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He found himself in a rather precarious situation, being impoverished. He had only managed to secure lodging through the financial support of Han Tiangang. Having just arrived in Linghai City, even basic sustenance was becoming a challenge. Originally, Han Tiangang had been providing him with monthly scholarships, but he had recently declined this assistance. The protagonist must not lack in dignity. The two sisters of the Han family had already taken a disliking to him. If he continued to accept their charity, it would only exacerbate their disdain. Thus, after careful consideration, Yi Fan resolved to forego Han Tiangang's aid. He had utilized his school scholarship to rent a top-tier training room for 3 months. Now, with his pockets emptier than his face, even 3 meals a day had become a concern. Although the training room provided accommodation, it only offered 1 meal. So Yi Fan naturally needed a part-time job. He had meticulously chosen the position at Heaven and Earth for its advantageous timing, minimal workload, and, most importantly, lucrative pay. A few hours of part-time work here would yield more than he could earn hauling bricks on a construction site. Yi Fan was determined to make the most of this opportunity. With that thought in mind, he hurried downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Heaven and Earth. Big sister, I've gathered all the intel. Han Bingling is in box 302. Inside a private room at Heaven and Earth. Bai Ling'er's subordinate reported back after surveying the area, while Li Xiong was also present in the room. Who else is there? Bai Ling'er inquired. They are all classmates and friends of Han Bingling. We've been in and out several times. But we haven't spotted Wang Hai or the young master of the Chen family, the subordinate replied. Just one person? Bai Ling'er smiled softly, recognizing it as an opportune moment. Turning to Li Xiong, she remarked, a little girl. Can you handle that? Of course, no problem at all. Li Xiong replied confidently. Though he cast a brief, disdainful glance at Bai Linger, which quickly vanished. He understood that her words implied she had no intention of taking direct action, instead assigning him the task of carrying out the deed. However, Li Xiong felt no concern. He regarded these so-called experts as merely timid mice. The more one trains, the more fearful they become, concealing their aura, remaining low-key, and proceeding with caution. He could not fathom why one would choose to live in such fear. What was the point of achieving the void-breaking realm if one merely cowered in dread? He preferred his own unrestrained existence, doing as he pleased. Living another day was akin to gaining a fortune. When do you plan to act? Bai Linger asked. Now, Li Xiong offered, eager to proceed without hesitation. Not appropriate. Bai Linger shook her head and responded, let us wait an hour. I will help create some chaos, and at the same time, heaven and earth will experience a power outage. Setting the time for an hour later, Bai Linger aimed to establish an alibi for her absence. Li Xiong was already a wanted criminal. Getting caught would mean death, and now he would simply be adding another murder to his record. She, on the other hand, while being the underground queen of Linghai City, had always operated with prudence and caution, never having been implicated in any criminal record. This was, of course, due to Bai Linger's awareness of the times. She never engaged in major incidents that could provoke public outrage or panic. All right, Li Xiong nodded. Place me in the adjacent room. When the time comes, I will naturally take action. After instructing his subordinates to escort Li Xiong to room 301, Bai Linger donned her attire and made her way toward the entrance of heaven and earth. Today was indeed a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. With Li Xiong taking action and Wang Hai absent, it was the best outcome for her. For Bai Linger, there was no labor involved. No risk taken. This would suffice as an explanation to Sun Zhongtao. However, just then, a voice unexpectedly echoed in Bai Linger's ear. Logically, Bai Linger would not take action. Given her nature, she is merely a facade of strength. Her domineering presence is merely a guise. Sigh, one can understand to some extent, after all. With a gang of brothers beneath her, how could she command respect without projecting an aura of ruthlessness? However, that foolish woman probably remains unaware that she has been betrayed by her own kin. Suddenly, Bai Linger came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 51. Does he think I'm Kuan? The voice was jarringly abrupt, yet as clear as a whisper. Bai Linger scanned her surroundings, where handsome men and beautiful women rushed about, not a word spoken. Most crucially, those remarks were entirely about her. A cold sweat broke out across Bai Linger's body. But just then, the voice echoed again. Now the plot has deviated. Bai Linger seems to be trapped in a fatal predicament. I care not for her fate. But Han Bingling must not die. Yi Fan and several female protagonists had completely detached from the storyline, yet Bai Linger's subplot still lingered. Her existence was meant to incite the wrath of the Han family, thereby forcing the old patriarch to reveal his strength. How much strength this aging tiger retains remains to be seen. Even if he were to regain his former glory, the anguish of losing a granddaughter would hasten his demise. Should the old patriarch take action, the inevitable consequence would be the annihilation of the Han family. Without Yi Fan to resolve the crisis of the Han family, Chen Xuan now found himself burdened with this mess. Human emotions are tender. After a few days of interaction, the two had developed a semblance of affection. This young girl was a bit troublesome, yet fundamentally, she was not ill-natured. Previously, and even now, Chen Xuan did not wish for Han Bingling to meet an inexplicable end. A fatal predicament? Upon hearing that ominous voice in her mind once more, Bai Linger narrowed her eyes. The owner of that voice seemed utterly convinced of her demise, which stirred both anger and confusion within her. By what right could he make such a claim? I have no reason to die? Bai Linger was unconvinced. She prided herself on her caution, and aside from the incident involving Han Bingling, she had not taken undue risks. Yet now, with Han Bingling being handled by Li Xiong, she had created a seemingly airtight alibi. What did it have to do with her? Though the events transpired in the realm of the heavens and the world of mortals, Bai Linger felt no alarm. Countless occurrences had unfolded in both realms. Would she be held accountable for each one? What a farce. Yet despite her disbelief, a sliver of uncertainty lingered in Bai Linger's heart. The voice had accurately described her previously, appearing domineering yet vulnerable. Bai Linger reflected on her lack of interaction with strangers. As the underground queen of Linghai City, her temperament was known to few. Though reluctant to heed the voice, the description it offered was undeniably true. This realization only heightened Bai Linger's curiosity, leaving her increasingly anxious upon learning of her supposed fatality. This must be the inner voice of a man, and he cannot be too far from me. Bai Linger, ever astute, promptly narrowed her search. Fortunately, the voice still echoed in her ear. Although it was filled with complaints and grievances, it indicated that the person had not strayed far. Is it him? Bai Linger's gaze fixated on a limping man, who kept his head bowed and walked slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Without hesitation, Bai Linger approached Chen Xuan. Oh dear. In an instant, they collided, and Bai Linger's eyes lit up as the inner voice vanished. She felt a surge of certainty that it was indeed this man's thoughts she had heard, her heart racing, yet upon raising her head to glimpse his face, Bai Linger was momentarily stunned. It was the young master of the Chen family. Bai Linger had never anticipated that the voice she had heard belonged to none other than the Chen family's heir. Although they had not met before, Bai Ling, as a member of the underground organization, was well aware of Chen Xuan's notoriety in Linghai City. What is wrong with you? Are you blind while walking? Chen Xuan took the initiative to question, his tone brusque. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Are you all right? Bai Linger hastily assisted Chen Xuan to his feet. The shock in her eyes had faded entirely. As a skilled assassin, Bai Linger was an exceptional actress, now appearing as a remorseful woman who had erred. I'm fine. Just be more careful next time. Chen Xuan brushed off, dusting himself off. You're lucky to have bumped into someone as easygoing as me. Indeed, indeed. Bai Linger responded absently, then inquired, Are you heading to Tianshang? What? Do you have business there? Chen Xuan scrutinized Bai Linger with caution. I noticed you're having trouble walking. Perhaps I could assist you inside? Bai Linger probed, her large, innocent eyes blinking earnestly. After all, I did bump into you. And seeing you like this worries me. If you're truly fine, I'll leave. Bai Linger had no altruistic motives. She merely wished to remain by Chen Xuan's side, subtly probing for information. Are you familiar with the place? Chen Xuan asked, as it was his first time at Tianshang. Yes. Do you work there? In a manner of speaking. No need, really. Chen Xuan declined again after a moment's thought. He was not there for leisure. His sole purpose was to find Han Bingling and depart. Rest assured, I genuinely have no issues. My mobility troubles are not your fault, and I'm not ancient. I won't try to extort you later. To alleviate the concerns of the well-meaning woman before him, Chen Xuan felt compelled to clarify. However, Bai Linger was determined not to let this opportunity slip. I'll just stay with you. No need. I'll stay with you. Really no need. I'll stay with you. In a moment of desperation, Bai Linger clutched Chen Xuan's arm. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt her grip tighten around him. He glanced down, stealing another look at Bai Ling. Her exquisite features, stylish attire, and pitiful demeanor were bold and suggestive. She clearly worked there. Was she not a courtesan? Staring at Bai Linger's charming face, Chen Xuan found himself momentarily dazed. Is the competition for business in Tianshang this fierce? Do they need to come out and entice clients like this? Does he think I'm Cohen? Bai Linger's eyes widened at his words. Anger welled up within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Was she to claim she was the owner? What a joke. If he thinks I'm Cohen, then so be it. As long as she could stay by his side. That was all that mattered. She imagined her captivating looks and alluring figure would be irresistible to a young man like him. But just then, Chen Xuan withdrew his arm. Another time, I will definitely patronize your establishment, Chen Xuan said earnestly, then limped away. Simultaneously, his inner voice resonated. If it weren't for other matters today, I would certainly want to see what was going on inside. Is this what all the solicitors look like? The entertainers must be soaring. To be fair, Bai Linger seems quite invested in Tianshang. However, one must remain vigilant against internal threats. No matter how she contemplates it, she could never guess that as the foremost den of indulgence in Linghai City, the monthly reports her subordinates present are all fabricated. Trusting her subordinates while they play tricks on her, should she be deemed foolish or naive? Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts once more as she walked away, Bai Linger's expression darkened, and she stormed back to her office. Chapter 52. The second female lead must not die. In the private room, Bai Linger summoned the manager of Tianshang. The man, named Niu, was in his 30s and had been Bai Linger's right-hand man for nearly a decade. From his days as a mere subordinate, Niu had been Bai Linger's confidant, and now, after almost 10 years, he had become a notable figure in Linghai City. Although Bai Linger is the true owner of the establishment, she seldom makes an appearance, leaving most matters to be resolved by Niu. Bai Linger trusts Niu. After a few audits in the initial years, she has not scrutinized the accounts for several years. Sister, why have you returned? Niu inquired. Upon gazing at Niu's countenance, Bai Linger's heart sank. In the past, there would have been no hesitation in choosing to trust Niu over Chen Xuan. Their bond was one of life and death. However, Chen Xuan's sincerity was undeniable, especially since what she heard was a reflection of his innermost thoughts. Niu, please bring me the accounts from Tianshang for the past few months, Bai Linger stated in a low tone. The accounts? Sister, why do you wish to review them now? Niu's heart raced, and a feigned smile graced his face. Bai Linger raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, What? Do I need to report my auditing to you? Or is there something amiss with the accounts? Niu hastily clarified. No. I will fetch them for you right away. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, Niu feigned calmness. After all, Even if Bai Linger were to glance at the accounts, a woman accustomed to wielding a knife would likely find the ledger incomprehensible, just as Niu Air anticipated. Bai Linger perused the accounts briefly, her brow furrowing in discontent. Accustomed to being the boss, she typically left such matters to her subordinates. She had no idea where discrepancies might lie. Observing Niu Air's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Linger realized that he and his ilk were well aware of her limitations, likely knowing she would not discern the truth. Contemplating this, Bai Linger tucked the ledger away. I will hold on to these accounts for now. In a few days, I shall engage a professional accountant to examine them. Her words, seemingly casual, sent Niu Air into a state of panic. While Bai Linger may not have uncovered anything, it did not mean others could not find his faults. Moreover, the accounts were poorly managed. With diligence, the inconsistencies would surely surface. The mere thought of the consequences, should Bai Linger uncover the truth, caused Niu Air's complexion to pale. Sister, why would you seek someone else? Do you not trust your own subordinate? He implored. What? Are you afraid of being scrutinized if something is amiss? Bai Linger chuckled softly, her inherent authority sharpening. The atmosphere in the private room becoming stifling. Noticing Niu Air's demeanor, Bai Linger understood that he was concealing something from her. The accounts were undoubtedly flawed. With a sudden thud, Niu Air fell to his knees. Sister, I was wrong. The accounts are flawed. I was led astray. He continued to slap his own face in desperation. Why? Bai Linger questioned, her curiosity piqued. This was the question that gnawed at her the most. Why had Niu Air betrayed her? It was Ergu. He compelled me to act thus, Niu Air confessed hurriedly. As soon as you decided to collaborate with the Sun Group, Ergu instructed me to falsify the accounts, pocketing a significant portion of the funds each month. I was unaware of it all. Li Gang. Bai Linger furrowed her brow at Niu Air's words. At this juncture, she found it hard to believe that Niu Air would dare deceive her. But why would Li Gang instruct him to do so? Suddenly, Bai Linger recalled Chen Xuan's words. Your brother has long since betrayed you. Chen Xuan had used the term brother rather than subordinate. If there were only a few in her faction who could be considered brothers, Li Gang was among them. Bai Linger's heart sank as she contemplated the implications of Chen Xuan's insights. Betrayal. Regardless of the outcome, she would face death. And this matter was solely related to Han Bingling. Betray me? Was he aligning himself with Sun Zhongtao? What were their plans to ensure my demise? At this point, Bai Linger could no longer afford to disbelieve Chen Xuan's words. She had confirmed the accuracy of his insights, filling her with dread. Yet, a multitude of questions plagued her. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Li Gang directly, but feared it would alert him. Consulting Chen Xuan was even less feasible. Everything must be considered with great caution. Nevertheless, despite her confusion, Bai Linger recognized that all of this was tied to the Han family. Suddenly, she conceived a plan. If Sun Zhongtao was the orchestrator behind her potential demise, then Han Bingling must not be allowed to perish. This entire affair was undeniably connected to the Han family, and inaction was the most prudent course. Should Han Bingling die, there would be no turning back. But I have already enlisted Li Xiong's help. How can I explain his elimination to Sun Zhongtao? As she pondered, Bai Linger's gaze fixed upon a limping figure captured on surveillance. A sudden memory surged forth. Sister, we have uncovered the identity of Ultraman. Bai Linger narrowed her eyes, scribbled something onto a piece of paper, and then handed it to a subordinate. Directing him to the figure of Chen Xuan on the monitor, go, deliver this note to him. Your task is to serve. Serve? Understood, I can do that. In the staff lounge of Tianshang Renjian, the head manager encountered the newly hired server, Yi Fan. Very well, the manager nodded approvingly. However, I must clarify that even though you are part-time, you are obliged to adhere to company regulations. First, do not argue with the guests. Second, knock before entering a private room. Some are accessible, while others are not. Third, if your negligence results in a loss to the company, you must compensate accordingly. If you have no issues with these rules, you may commence work. The pay remains as we discussed, 1,000 for 3 hours. Absolutely no problem. I can start right away. Yi Fan eagerly agreed. He thought to himself, even if there were more rules, he would comply. 1,000 for 3 hours was an incredible opportunity. All right, off you go. The manager waved him off, and Yi Fan donned his uniform and exited. 1,000 for 3 hours, if I work 10 days. My expenses for the next 3 months will be secured. After closing the door, Yi Fan felt exhilarated, but suddenly, he spotted a strangely familiar figure at the bar. Is that Chen Xuan? Hello, I would like to inquire which private room Han Bingling is in. I'm sorry, sir, but that is a guest's privacy. We cannot disclose that information. I am her brother-in-law. I apologize, sir, but even if you were her father, I could not divulge that. I am Chen Xuan. My father is Chen Sihai. Chen Xuan pointed to himself. The lobby manager maintained a polite smile. I'm sorry, sir, but even if you were Chen Wuhai, that would not suffice. Chen Xuan was left speechless. It appeared that his father's reputation held little weight with the common folk. Forget it, I will search on my own. He sighed, turning to leave when the lobby manager's voice rang out again. Sir, I must remind you, if you intend to search room by room, it may disrupt our establishment's business, and I shall have to call security. Chen Xuan was left bewildered. What was he to do now? After trying to contact Han Bingling several times, all of which went to voicemail, anxiety gripped him as he feared something untoward might occur. But with no permission to search, what could he do? Just then, a server approached him. Sir, someone asked me to deliver this to you. He handed Chen Xuan the note. What is this? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow and glanced at the note, his heart sinking immediately. Chapter 53. When did the Transcendent Realm dare to provoke a warrior? 301. Warrior Killer Li Xiong. Action at 8 o'clock. The note bore only a few terse words, yet it sent a jolt of alarm through Chen Xuan. He quickly glanced around. The waiter had long since departed, and the surrounding crowd was noisy and oblivious to him. Who sent this? Why me? The first thought that struck Chen Xuan was that this could be a trap, yet with his status, it was unlikely anyone would dare to target him. Clearly, this Li Xiong was out to kill Han Bingling. But how did this person know? And why deliver the note to me? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. And while it seemed the note's author was trying to aid him, he had no inkling of who this mysterious benefactor was. The plot had not foreseen this, and Chen Xuan couldn't afford to dwell on it. He glanced at the time. 7:50. Only 10 minutes left. His heart raced. Looking at the note again, the name Warrior Li Xiong loomed ominously over Han Bingling's fate. It was far too late to summon help. Create a scene of chaos? Chen Xuan dared not. If panic ensued, it would only make it easier for Li Xiong to strike. The term warrior darkened Chen Xuan's expression. He was currently at the 5th tier of the Transcendent Realm, able to exert a force exceeding 1,000. This barely met the standard of an ordinary warrior. Yet the chasm between the Transcendent Realm and warriors extended far beyond mere force. A warrior could harness their entire vital energy, nurturing their bones, projecting their energy outward into a protective barrier, and unleashing powerful attacks. In terms of combat prowess, warriors and those in the Transcendent Realm were entirely different entities. Though he was arrogant enough to think he could fight beyond his means, in terms of both strength and battle experience, a warrior was far beyond the reach of a novice like Chen Xuan. But I must act. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth. There was no other way. Relying on anyone else was futile. It was solely his fist that mattered, the supreme punch. He could only pray for a surprise attack, to land a single devastating blow on Li Xiong. Chen Xuan felt his blood boil, his body trembling inexplicably, caught between exhilaration, excitement, and fear. He limped his way up to the 3rd floor, oblivious to Yi Fan, who was intently observing him from a distance. It really is Chen Xuan. What is he doing here? Yi Fan pondered, but quickly dismissed his own question as foolish. The Heaven and Earth establishment was the most renowned entertainment venue in Linghai City, and Chen Xuan, being a wealthy scion, was only acting within reason. What else could he be doing? Spending, reveling, indulging in the desires that men could hardly resist. That scoundrel. He is already betrothed to Han Bingluo, and with his close ties to Han Bingling, not to mention the ambiguous relationship with Li Jinxin. Isn't 3 beautiful women enough? Why come here looking for more? Yi Fan clenched his fists in rage. The tragedies and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. At that moment, Yi Fan finally grasped the disparity between himself and Chen Xuan. His heart ached for the 3 women in his harem. Wait. Suddenly, a light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Undoubtedly, Chen Xuan's solitary visit was to engage in some sordid affairs behind Han Bingluo's back. If he could document Chen Xuan's disgraceful conduct and share it with the 3 leading ladies. The more Yi Fan thought, the more exhilarated he became. Envisioning the scene where he exposed Chen Xuan's vile actions, leading to Han Bingluo's withdrawal from their engagement, Han Bingluo's disgust, and Li Jinxin's scorn. Wouldn't that grant him a chance? With these joyous thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Fan could hardly contain his excitement, clutching his phone tightly as he stealthily followed. Just wait. Once he enters the private room and the battle reaches its peak, I will spring forth with my recording. Chen Xuan, today will mark your downfall. Standing before room 301, Chen Xuan took a deep breath. He raised his hand to knock, but abruptly, the door swung open, revealing a man whose face exuded a fierce aura. Hello, are you Li Xiong? Chen Xuan feigned calmness. He could no longer afford to be cautious. Even if the person who delivered the note intended to use him as a pawn, there was no other option. If this man lived, it would be Han Bingling who paid the price. Who are you? Li Xiong retorted, unwilling to answer, as he was now a wanted criminal. And revealing his name was the most foolish thing he could do. Who knows, a bounty hunter might be lurking nearby. He certainly could not admit to his identity. His gaze scrutinized Chen Xuan, his body tensed, and his vital energy surged to its peak. Having evaded capture multiple times, Li Xiong's vigilance was impeccable. I am. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed, Sensing the man's alertness, he was nearly certain this was the warrior Li Xiong. Moreover, a quick glance into the private room revealed no one else inside. The phrase "death to friends is not death to me" echoed in his mind. Though Li Xiong was wary, this was the perfect opportunity. "I'm here to take your life." Chen Xuan unleashed a punch directly at Li Xiong's chest, sparing no effort. Delivering a full-force strike, he refrained from using his supreme punch. Li Xiong was already on guard, and if he missed this opportunity, it would mean certain death for him. However, even without utilizing his supreme punch, this blow held over 1,000 units of force, enough to make any ordinary warrior suffer. Indeed, Li Xiong, prepared for an attack, reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Chen Xuan charged into the room, turning back to see Li Xiong wearing a mocking grin. Transcendent realm? Li Xiong sneered at Chen Xuan. The pressure from that punch had been considerable, but now, he sensed that this individual's strength was merely brute force, devoid of any martial energy. After sizing Chen Xuan up, Li Xiong saw through him completely. Although the force he unleashed was impressive, it was ultimately unremarkable, lacking any external projection of vital energy, clearly indicating he was not a true warrior. Li Xiong sneered. When did the transcendent realm dare to provoke a warrior? As he spoke, Li Xiong's eyes narrowed, and his warrior aura surged ominously. Veins bulged on his face, and his vital energy churned violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Taste my fist," he declared, launching his right fist forward. The sheer momentum of his punch was terrifying. As the punch sliced through the air, the surrounding atmosphere trembled violently, producing a hissing sound, as if that punch could tear through the very air, closing the distance to Chen Xuan in an instant. Now, Chen Xuan inhaled deeply, with no means of evasion left. There was no reason to retreat. He met Li Xiong's punch head-on, activating his heavenly martial skill, the supreme punch, to collide with it. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as two immense forces collided against the frail flesh of their bodies. In that moment, Li Xiong felt a jarring pain radiate through his right arm, his eyes widening in disbelief as the seemingly invincible punch shattered his protective barrier. His entire arm began to contort. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones straining like taut strings sent shivers down Li Xiong's spine. However, this was but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the taut string finally snapped. His entire arm began to twist and contort, and in an instant, that force reduced it to a mist of blood. A resounding crash echoed as two figures were sent hurtling backward, blood tracing a graceful arc through the air. How could this be possible? Li Xiong fell to the ground, horrified as he stared at his empty right arm. The entirety of his limb was gone, with not a shred of muscle tissue left intact. Only a gruesome scatter of flesh remained. Soon after, an excruciating pain washed over him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, Li Xiong could not afford to be distracted. His gaze immediately turned to Chen Xuan. He could scarcely believe that such a punch could be delivered by someone at the Transcendence realm. Under the weight of that blow, he felt utterly defenseless. Even his protective aura had been pierced through. When had the Transcendence realm become so formidable? If that young man could unleash another punch like that, he would surely perish today. A thought of fleeing began to take root in Li Xiong's mind, while he could not ignore the vendetta of his severed arm. It was far better than surrendering his life here. However, in the next moment, Li Xiong exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the young man was not faring any better. Chen Xuan lay heavily on the ground, feeling the repercussions of Li Xiong's punch as agony coursed through his insides. Yet, what troubled Chen Xuan even more was the realization that he had not killed Li Xiong with his own blow. Coughing, he spat out a pool of blood, attempting to rise, but finding himself utterly drained of strength. The after effects of his supreme punch only exacerbated his plight. It seemed he could only await his demise. Young man, prepare to face my wrath. Seeing Chen Xuan utterly devoid of any means to resist, Li Xiong shakily stood up. The formidable physique of a martial artist had already staunched the bleeding from his wound. Even with one arm severed and his vitality in disarray, Li Xiong still exuded an intimidating presence. Steadying himself, his eyes blazed with fierce anger as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan, declaring, "I will not kill you immediately. That would be too lenient." Li Xiong gritted his teeth, considering it an affront to be so humiliated by a mere Transcendence realm fighter. And what fueled his hatred further was the loss of his arm. "You cannot kill me," Chen Xuan gasped, still clinging to life. "My father is. Your father is the king of heaven, but that means nothing," Li Xiong bellowed, interrupting Chen Xuan before he could finish. As a wanted criminal himself, he harbored no fear of Chen Xuan's background. "You just stay put while I finish my business with you," Li Xiong said, casually picking up a chair from the private room, preparing to teach Chen Xuan a lesson. "First, I'll break your limbs, then I'll attend to my matters." With a sinister grin, Li Xiong advanced toward Chen Xuan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Xiong moved slowly, seemingly relishing the endless pressure it placed upon Chen Xuan. Likewise, Chen Xuan felt the fury that threatened to rend him into pieces. Am I to die here? Chen Xuan suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought that as a villain? I would not perish at Yi Fan's hands, but rather at the hands of this garbage? Yi Fan, to be honest, I would feel a bit unsatisfied to die without facing you first. Chen Xuan shook his head helplessly, filled with regret but utterly powerless. In the next moment, he resolved to close his eyes and accept the judgment of death. However, a beam of light suddenly shone through. The door crashed open with a bang. Immediately, a familiar voice rang out. Look, this is Chen Xuan's true self, engaging in misconduct with you all. Chen Xuan opened his eyes to see Yi Fan, dressed as a waiter and holding a phone, standing at the doorway. Stunned, Yi Fan, holding the phone, stood there in disbelief. The room was a chaotic mess. Drenched in the stench of blood, apart from Chen Xuan, there lay a man with a severed arm, making it evident that Chen Xuan was not involved in any misconduct. The scene before Yi Fan rendered him utterly speechless. A duel is a duel, but what are you all doing in this place? Is this a duel venue? He had been waiting outside, only bursting in upon hearing the anguished cries and violent sounds from within. Yet, he had already begun recording. You say you're fighting? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan lying on the ground. It appeared Chen Xuan had lost, and quite miserably. Moreover, Yi Fan glanced at Li Xiong, sensing the new arrival's menacing aura, as if he were completely indifferent to the prospect of murder. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. Rather than allowing Chen Xuan to suffer disgrace, it would be far better for him to vanish from this world entirely. With that thought, Yi Fan wore a benevolent smile. Apologies, big brother. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I'll just be on my way. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned to leave this place of troubles. Just then, Chen Xuan's voice called out from behind. Yi Xiong, save me. That cry was full of strength and tears. Chen Xuan exerted every ounce of his strength, coupled with genuine emotion. This was a heartfelt plea. At the crucial moment, he still relied on Yi Xiong. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion welling up. He finally understood why the heroines in urban harem stories would fall head over heels for the male lead when facing life and death situations. Indeed, I am not destined to perish. How could a villain like me die at the hands of someone inconsequential? A smile returned to Chen Xuan's face. However, in the next instant, he felt a wave of dizziness. That last shout had seemingly taken too much out of him. Yi Xiong, you must save me. Chen Xuan mustered the last of his strength to utter those words before collapsing to the ground. The entire private room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Li Xiong and Yi Fan locked eyes, both staring at each other in stunned silence. Big brother, would you believe me if I said I don't know him? What do you think? Li Xiong's body tensed up again, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Big brother, I'll pretend I didn't see this. Could you let me go? As for him, Yi Fan pointed at Chen Xuan. You'd better kill him. Rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut. Saying this, Yi Fan even raised his hand. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Go to hell. Do you take me for a fool? Li Xiong cursed. This kid saw you and acted as if he had seen a savior, crying with excitement, and you say you don't know him? And now you want me to kill him? The moment I make a move, won't you ambush me? Yi Fan was on the verge of tears. No, you're wronged. Are you going to report me? Absolutely not, big brother. Trust me, I want him dead more than anyone else. Heh, Li Xiong chuckled lightly. Whether he believed it or not was irrelevant, for you would die regardless. From the moment Li Xiong laid eyes on him, he could not possibly spare him. Although he was currently gravely injured, his combat prowess remained intact. This fellow was clearly no martial artist, and Li Xiong dismissed him as a threat. Even against someone at the Transcendence realm, he was confident of victory. Unless this kid could unleash a punch like Chen Xuan's. You really want to fight? Yi Fan's expression darkened, and a commanding aura began to radiate from him. Are you sure? Engaging with me might lead to your demise. Chapter 55. Two Transcendence Realm warriors battle a martial artist. Arrogant little brat, today shall be your last. Upon hearing Yi Fan's nonchalant remark, Li Xiong was consumed by rage. One Transcendence Realm fighter had already cost him an arm, and now another had come seeking his life. When did the Transcendent Realm ever dare to be so arrogant before a martial artist? Without uttering a word, Li Xiong unleashed a powerful punch. Despite having lost an arm, Li Xiong's strike remained astonishingly swift, even surpassing his previous efforts. This punch was infused with intense fury, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Yet, in the face of such ferocity, Yi Fan did not flinch. He inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. As the protagonist of this tale, he had awaited this day with great anticipation. At long last, Yi Fan was poised to revel in his moment of glory. He charged forward to meet the punch head-on. In the next instant, Li Xiong's eyes widened in horror. Xiaoling, what is happening? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room 302, Han Bingling frantically searched for her phone, finding multiple missed calls from Chen Xuan. Something had happened to Chen Xuan. A wave of dread washed over Han Bingling moments ago. She had heard his voice echoing in her mind, and those words had sent her into a spiral of anxiety. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she knew that Chen Xuan was at a critical juncture between life and death. I must find him. Han Bingling dialed several numbers, but the incessant ringing yielded no answers. Unable to remain seated any longer, she sprang to her feet and dashed out. Bang! As Yi Fan and Li Xiong collided with their punches, a thunderous sound erupted. In that moment, Li Xiong felt as if he had replicated the scene of his earlier confrontation with Chen Xuan. His entire left arm twisted grotesquely, retreating in defeat until, in an instant, it erupted into a mist of crimson. The sheer force of Yi Fan's punch was utterly terrifying. As a 7th grade member of the Transcendent Realm, he could obliterate a strength testing machine with a single blow, easily surpassing 1,000 strength points during school assessments. And now, with all his might behind this punch, Li Xiong was sent flying by the overwhelming force, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Agonizing pain seared through him, leaving his face ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on his empty arm. An indescribable feeling flooded his heart. He was a martial artist, a noble martial artist. When had it come to this, that a mere transcendent realm could so easily overpower him? Perhaps encountering a singular prodigy might have been within the realm of acceptance, but two extraordinary beings appearing simultaneously? Li Xiong felt utterly bewildered. When had such monsters emerged in Linghai City? In that instant, regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have allowed that boy to leave. His words may have held truth, which could have saved him an arm. Now, with both arms lost, he was left powerless. Even a figure like Sun Zhongtao would not support him. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill the tasks assigned by Sun Zhongtao. No matter how he looked at it, he was destined for death. And he opted for the most dignified exit. Boom. Yi Fan's mind went blank. Had he just killed someone? He stared blankly at his own hands. Not so much fear, but a profound sense of disorientation enveloped him. He was unaware of the man's identity, but he could only imagine it was not anything good. Besides, he had only thrown a single punch. If anyone were to be considered the true culprit behind Li Xiong's demise, it would be Chen Xuan. As he had witnessed their brawl from the very beginning, Yi Fan regained his composure and decided not to flee. His phone still had the recording. It would serve as the best evidence that he bore no grudge against Li Xiong, and that this was all a result of Li Xiong's own choices. If there was any blame, it would merely be classified as manslaughter. Yet Yi Fan remained unperturbed, aside from Li Xiong's identity. He was a gifted high school student in Linghai City, with immense potential. Even a charge of manslaughter could be mitigated. However, since he was now dead, Yi Fan's gaze shifted towards Chen Xuan, who lay unconscious on the ground. The enmity between Chen Xuan and Li Xiong was unclear to him. But a more opportune moment lay before him. To eliminate Chen Xuan, to shift all blame onto Li Xiong. With this thought, Yi Fan's expression darkened, unconsciously clenching his fists as he approached Chen Xuan step by step. He must die? Once he was gone, all problems would unravel. My furnace will ultimately belong to me. Yi Fan's heart raced faster with each beat. Chen Xuan. Yet, just as Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with malice and he prepared to raise his fist, Han Bingling's voice rang out from beyond the door. Han Bingling, astute as ever, understood that if she could hear Chen Xuan's thoughts, he must be nearby. The door to room 301 remained ajar, quickly capturing her attention. Upon seeing Chen Xuan sprawled on the ground, her face turned pale, tears streaming down like pearls as she cried, "Chen Xuan, wake up, please wake up," she sobbed, cradling his head against her ample chest. The sight sent Yi Fan into a fit of rage. He was the one who should possess that. This was his furnace. How he wished he were the one unconscious at that moment. Yet he knew that even if he were to die, Han Bingling would shed not a single tear for him. Yi Fan. Just then, a furious voice bellowed from the doorway. The hall manager stormed in, fuming. "I warned you that damaging company property would incur costs. Look at what you've done. The pearwood chair costs 300,000. The marble table, 400,000. And the plasma TV, 20,000, not to mention the sound system and sofa. Are you planning to work for this company for the rest of your life?" "Manager, I didn't cause any of this." Yi Fan was utterly bewildered. This was how it was when he arrived. "Is that so?" The manager sneered. "Did you not take action? Then who am I supposed to ask for compensation? This dead man." Yi Fan froze, tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered that Chen Xuan was still alive. He rushed to Chen Xuan's side, shaking him vigorously. "Chen Xuan, wake up. Wake up. Tell them it wasn't me who caused all this damage." Chapter 56. This punch could not possibly have come from the transcendent realm. Yi Fan now felt fortunate that he had refrained from acting. Had this hefty sum fallen upon him, he might truly have been condemned to a lifetime of labor in the underworld. Despite calling out for quite some time, Chen Xuan showed no signs of awakening. It was only then that Han Bingling remembered to call for help. In a short while, the sounds of an ambulance and police sirens echoed from outside. A multitude of medical personnel streamed in, while Chen Xuan was swiftly loaded into the ambulance. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was detained to provide a statement. The metallic scent of blood was overwhelming. Chen Sihai entered the private room with a dark expression. The scene was chaotic, with blood and dismembered flesh strewn across the floor. And the sight of Li Xiong's corpse was particularly harrowing. Both arms had been obliterated, resembling a lifeless stick lying on the ground. He could hardly believe the unfortunate outcome. Standing before Li Xiong's body, Chen Sihai shook his head. Li Xiong had once been one of his own. Yet his nefarious intentions had led to the demise of several young women. Despite having issued a warrant for his arrest, Li Xiong's keen awareness of evasion had kept him elusive. To think that today, he was brutally killed by someone in the transcendence realm. Brother, here is the statement from that kid. Wang Hai approached, holding Yi Fan's account. Chen Sihai glanced at it, his brow furrowing. He claims he only threw one punch. Then who obliterated this arm? Chen Sihai pointed to Li Xiong's right arm. This Wang Hai also found it curious. According to the kid's statement, he had seen Chen Xian and Li Xiong engaged in combat as soon as he entered. Could it have been the young master? Chen Xian? Chen Sihai felt as though he had heard a joke. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Does he not know his own son's capabilities? How could a mere person in the transcendence realm contend with a martial artist? Chen Sihai shook his head repeatedly. Wang Hai had witnessed Chen Xian grow up and shared his disbelief. Yet the problem was that Yi Fan had no reason to lie. They had informed him that Li Xiong was a wanted criminal. As long as he recounted the events, he would not only avoid prosecution but also receive a reward. There was no reason for him to conceal the truth, especially since he had provided video evidence. Video? Let me see it. Chen Sihai took the phone Wang Hai offered. The video played, revealing Chen Xian lying on the ground, desperately crying out, "Brother Yi, save me." Beyond that, it bore no further relevance to Chen Xian. After uttering that line, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The video alone could not elucidate the events between Chen Xian and Li Xiong. Just then, the voice of Li Weiguo resonated at the entrance. The head of the city's security rushed in, followed by Li Jianxin, who walked with some difficulty. He had just finished work and gone to the martial arts school to pick up his daughter when Chen Sihai's urgent call had come in. Leaving no time to escort Li Jianxin home. "Oldly, come see who this is." Chen Sihai pointed at Li Xiong. "Li Xiong?" Upon seeing the rigid body of Li Xiong, Li Weiguo's eyes widened in shock. "Indeed." Chen Sihai smiled. "This fellow is dead, which should alleviate your concerns." "Haha, naturally. Good riddance." Li Weiguo laughed heartily. Li Xiong had preyed upon young women with extreme cruelty, instilling fear across Linghai City. Even Li Weiguo had been anxious for the safety of his own daughter, personally picking up Li Jianxin every day. He had been consumed with thoughts of capturing Li Xiong. So to learn of his demise was a considerable relief. "Who did this?" Li Weiguo inquired after his laughter subsided. The sight of Li Xiong's gruesome end made even him shudder. Both arms obliterated was a particularly brutal fate. Chen Sihai remained silent, handing the statement and video to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo examined them closely and then looked up at Chen Sihai, suspicion etched across his face. "Don't tell me your boy did this to his right arm?" Before Chen Sihai could respond, Li Weiguo quickly dismissed the notion. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it were Chen Xian, he would lose any leverage he had over you." Moreover, Li Weiguo knew Chen Xian well enough to doubt that he could have done this. Chen Sihai, unperturbed, stated, "It seems we can only wait for that brat to wake up to uncover what truly transpired here." As he spoke, he approached Li Xiong's body, scrutinizing the wounds on the severed arms. Although both arms were severed, the injuries were distinct. The left arm appeared as though it had been violently broken, sent flying by immense force. In contrast, the right arm bore signs of being savagely ripped apart, as if a heavy vehicle had mercilessly crushed it into pulp. The reality aligned with Chen Sihai's thoughts. The forensic team collected Li Xiong's arm tissue from the floor, managing to salvage several sizable pieces of left arm flesh. But the right arm yielded nothing. It had truly exploded, dissipating into a mist of blood. "That was a powerful punch," Chen Sihai remarked solemnly. "Indeed, an exceptionally forceful blow." Devoid of reason, Li Weiguo nodded in agreement. That single punch had sealed Li Xiong's fate. The two men discerned the essence of the matter. The right arm was inherently more powerful than the left, and that punch had directly shattered a third of Li Xiong's strength. The gravity of their realization grew with each passing moment. Suddenly, Li Weiguo spoke. "Do you not find this punch familiar?" "Familiar?" Chen Sihai paused, suddenly recalling the first-level demon beast that had caused a stir in the city center not long ago. "It does bear a striking resemblance," Chen Sihai acknowledged. "However, that beast was merely in the transcendence realm. It likely couldn't have delivered such a punch. Indeed, a transcendence realm individual could not possibly deliver such a blow." Li Weiguo affirmed. confident that such power was beyond the capabilities of someone at that level, even considering the possibility. To shatter a martial artist's protective energy was one thing, but to pulverize a martial artist's arm? That was beyond comprehension. Although Yi Fan had achieved this feat, he was a 7th-tier Transcendence Realm individual, which made it somewhat acceptable. The key factor was that Li Xiong had not been in his prime condition. While his strength remained, he was depleted of energy and merely driven by rage. Unable to summon his protective energy, he simply sought to overpower a 7th-tier Transcendence Realm individual with sheer force. In the case of anyone else, it could have been feasible. But this was the fated child, Yi Fan, and relying solely on brute force, Yi Fan effortlessly overwhelmed him. Li Weiguo chuckled, pointing to the wound on the left arm. It's highly likely that this was done by that kid. Quite probable, Chen Xuan conceded. Subsequently, the two men lost interest in discussing who the mysterious Ultraman might be, as it was irrelevant. After all, he was not Chen Xuan's son and seemed to have overshadowed Li Jianxin's achievements. By the way, how is your boy doing? Li Weiguo suddenly recalled Chen Xuan and asked. After all, he was one of the parties involved and, nominally, referred to him as uncle. Not sure. He was sent to the hospital. When he was loaded into the ambulance, I caught a glimpse. It seemed like he was suffering from exhaustion, but nothing serious. Let us go visit the hospital and check on your boy. We still need to ask him about what happened here. All right. Chen Xuan nodded. The group exited the establishment and headed straight for the hospital. Chapter 57. Are you saying that this bite mark was also inflicted by Li Xiong? Exhausted of energy. With a mild concussion, internal bleeding in the chest cavity, for broken ribs, slight internal organ damage, extensive abrasions on the back, and a severe fracture of the right hand. At the First People's Hospital of Linghai City, the attending physician was perusing Chen Xian's comprehensive medical records. Beside him, Li Weiguo cast a glance at Chen Xuan. Is this what you meant by no problem? Given the circumstances, this lad might be bedridden for months and unable to sit for this year's college entrance examination. Indeed. Nothing too serious. Chen Xuan was about to speak when the attending physician continued, casting a profound gaze at Chen Xian, as if beholding a peculiar creature. The cellular activity within him is astonishingly elevated, and the excitatory factors in his blood are incessantly repairing damaged organs and meridians. In other words, his self-healing ability is terrifyingly robust. This extraordinary capacity for self-recovery is not something one acquires through cultivation. It is a gift, an innate talent. The elderly doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement. For an ordinary individual, meticulous treatment would necessitate at least half a year of recovery, yet for him. The doctor raised a finger 1 month. Initial observations indicate that his internal injuries, in the face of such formidable self-healing abilities, require merely a month, perhaps even less. What? Hearing this, everyone in the ward collectively turned their gaze towards the bed where Chen Xian lay. Chen Xian had awakened and, finding himself the center of attention, felt quite helpless. Stop staring. I am merely an unremarkable genius, he thought. Is this truly considered a talent? Li Weiguo's eyes widened in disbelief. Having never encountered such an outrageous claim before, how could it not be? Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his spirits soaring. Although this gift seemed somewhat impractical, it was perfect for Chen Xian. He sought nothing more. Chen Xian's path in martial arts had been fraught with obstacles, and as a father, he feared for his son's safety. But now, it seemed that as long as his son could withstand adversity, he would be fine. Moreover, given his own stature, no one in Linghai City would dare to harm his son. Chen Xuan was unfazed by this astonishing talent. After all, Dr. Jiang from the imperial capital had previously lauded his son as a perfect subject for research, and now that statement seemed validated. Very well, Li Weiguo shook his head, his gaze shifting back to Chen Xian. How did you come across Li Xiong? And it appears you had an altercation with him? Everyone's attention returned to Chen Xian, for this matter was indeed alarming. They found it hard to believe that Chen Xian could have caused the horrific state of Li Xiong's right arm. I had no idea he was a wanted criminal. I was originally looking for Han Bingling, but I mistakenly entered the wrong room. This fellow tried to kill me without a second thought. In a moment of desperation, I exchanged a few blows with him. A few blows? Li Weiguo stared at Chen Xian in disbelief. You, a mere transformational realm martial artist, exchanged blows with him? Did you shatter his right arm? Li Weiguo pressed further. Everyone fixated on Chen Xian, eager to unveil the truth. Right arm? Chen Xian replied blankly, I have no idea. The moment I struck, he kicked me to the ground. And then Yi Fan arrived. Better to play the fool. If I admit my involvement, it might shock their sensibilities. Moreover, I would have to face a barrage of probing questions from these big shots. Just the thought gives me a headache. Chen Xian was reluctant to clarify, especially since the circumstances of his encounter with Li Xiong were convoluted. Was he supposed to confess that he was familiar with the plot and knew Han Bingling was in danger? Ridiculous. It was best to remain a mere bystander. Hearing Chen Xian's words left everyone perplexed, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed the most plausible explanation. Rather than believing that Chen Xuan had pulverized a martial artist's arm with a single punch, they found it far more believable that he had been knocked down. After all, this was in line with Chen Xuan's reputation as a failure. Meanwhile, Han Bingling and Li Jianxin exchanged meaningful glances with Chen Xuan. "This is my hero." Han Bingling's eyes shimmered with tears, her gaze affectionate. Li Jianxin's expression was more complex. She could not fathom how the Chen Xuan who had seemed her equal only moments ago now possessed such terrifying strength. Did he show mercy? Or does he possess other means? Contemplating this, Li Jianxin's thoughts grew more convoluted. Unbeknownst to her, the genius high school student of Linghai City had already left her far behind. Clenching her jaw, Li Jianxin bit her lip, fists tightening. "Chen Xuan, I will surpass you." "Wait a minute, this doesn't add up," Li Weiguo exclaimed, a look of confusion etched on his face. "Yi Fan only injured the left arm. Yet you claim the right arm wasn't your doing. So who did it?" Li Weiguo scrutinized Chen Xuan intently. "Damn it. No wonder he works in criminal investigation. He loves to nitpick." Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, casting a pleading glance at the attending physician. "Doctor, my head hurts. Just thinking about this gives me a headache." The attending physician firmly pushed Li Weiguo aside, declaring, "Sir, please do not disturb my patient's rest." Li Weiguo. Chen Sihai interjected, "Enough, Weiguo, it's really not a big deal, and it's a good thing. It's better that Li Xiong is dead. Let us not dwell on the details." Chen Sihai prioritized the outcome, and the current result was a cause for celebration. "Fine," Li Weiguo conceded, nodding reluctantly. It was merely a professional habit. Though his mind was in turmoil, he understood that pressing further would yield no answers. He sensed that Chen Xuan was being slippery, avoiding the truth at every turn. Yet, he couldn't interrogate him like a suspect. "Is there anywhere else you feel discomfort?" The attending physician inquired softly as he leaned closer to the bed. "My leg hurts. Could you possibly administer some medication?" "Leg pain?" The doctor furrowed his brow, having found no issues during the full-body examination. As he pulled down Chen Xuan's pants, a dark, purplish bite mark appeared at the top of his thigh. "Hiss." The doctor inhaled sharply, asking what happened. "This has broken the skin and poses a significant risk of infection." Chen Xuan discreetly glanced at Li Jianxin. Her face flushed, her eyes wide with fury. "Li Xiong bit me." Under Li Jianxin's threatening gaze, Chen Xuan dared not speak the truth. "Li Xiong bit you." Before the doctor could respond, Li Weiguo erupted. He pointed at the dark bruise, his expression a mix of disbelief and indignation. "You mean to tell me that a martial artist fought you and resorted to biting? Do you take me for a fool?" "Doctor, my head hurts." "This gentleman, please leave." The doctor's tone was stern, and he added, "You all should leave as well. The patient requires peace to recuperate." With that, he ushered everyone out of the ward. Finally, silence enveloped the room. Moments later, a nurse clad in protective gear wheeled a medical cart into the room. Chapter 58, Jiang Lai. "The needle is quite large. Please bear with it. Weren't you just administering medication? What is this for?" Chen Xuan inquired, puzzled. "Oh, sir, this is not for medication. We intend to conduct a further examination of your body." The nurse adjusted her mask, her voice deep and resonant. "Examination? Haven't you already conducted one? We are concerned about any potential complications with your health, so we plan to perform a more in-depth examination." "You are quite diligent," Chen Xuan remarked with a smile before asking, "How will the examination proceed?" "Just a small blood draw will suffice." "Sure, where would you like to draw it from?" "Anywhere is fine." Upon witnessing Chen Xuan's readiness, the nurse's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly retrieved a syringe from beneath the medical cart. Chen Xuan fell silent at the sight. The syringe was as thick as a child's arm, and the needle appeared alarmingly large, resembling a straw. He gulped. "Are you seriously planning to use that to draw my blood?" The nurse glanced at the syringe in her hand, then back at Chen Xuan's apprehensive expression, reassuring him. "Rest assured, sir, I am quite professional. Though the syringe is a tad large, just bear with me for a moment." Reluctantly, Chen Xuan nodded. Despite his trepidation, he understood this was for his own well-being. Closing his eyes, he resolved to endure the procedure. He clenched his fist, trying to relax. As the nurse approached, she pulled out Chen Xuan's left arm, securing it with a rubber band and swabbing it with alcohol. That scent seems oddly familiar. The fragrance of the nurse's perfume stirred a vague memory in Chen Xuan's mind, yet he couldn't quite place it. Before he could ponder further, the nurse eagerly grasped the syringe. At that moment, Chen Xuan felt an inexplicable thrill emanating from her as she beheld his engorged vein. "How much do you intend to draw?" he cautiously inquired, casting another glance at the hefty syringe. "To the brim," she declared as she suddenly plunged the needle in. However, in the next instant, Chen Xuan instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" Jiang Lai shot an irritated look at Chen Xuan. "You were just about to succeed. Why pull back now? And what do you think you're doing?" Chen Xuan retorted, agitated. "That needle is enormous. Are you trying to drain me dry? Am I a blood cow to you? How about half then? Jiang Lai proposed, considering the practicality of the situation. After all, such supplies were limited and essential for research. And she might not have another chance. Half. That's still unacceptable. Wait, can we negotiate the amount of blood drawn? Is there no standard procedure? Chen Xuan fixed his gaze on the nurse before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him like thunder. That gaze was all too familiar. And the excitement she displayed while preparing to draw his blood. You are Jiang Lai, he exclaimed in astonishment. Only that research fanatic would regard his blood as a treasure. To think he recognized me. With her identity exposed, Jiang Lai dropped any pretense, yanking off her mask. Her eyes glinting with a manic fervor. Today, I am determined to take your blood. Chen Xuan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly powerless. His body was wrapped in bandages, his right hand encased in a cast, making him resemble a lamb awaiting slaughter. Help! All he could do was cry for help. But in the next moment, Jiang Lai mounted him, one hand covering his mouth while the other wielded the syringe like an executioner preparing to inflict punishment. Just a moment's discomfort, be obedient, and I promise to be gentle, Jiang Lai cooed, her excitement barely contained, akin to a predator luring its prey. This day had been long awaited. From the moment she learned of Chen Xuan's predicament, she hastened to the hospital. Such invaluable research material could not be wasted, even if it meant he perished. Thankfully, Chen Xuan was still alive, and through his case, Jiang Lai uncovered a shocking revelation. The excitatory factor within him could aid in self-repair. This was nothing short of a groundbreaking discovery. While martial artists inherently possessed superior regenerative abilities, the excitatory factors in the blood of other martial artists did not exhibit such extraordinary levels. Jiang Lai speculated that this was related to the concentration of the excitatory factor. After all, this man before her contained an astonishing 9,999 units of it in his blood. A concentration so high it induced a qualitative change. Of course, these were merely Jiang Lai's hypotheses. Further experimentation was necessary. The thought of soon obtaining this man's blood sent shivers of anticipation coursing through her. Chen Xuan's fist tightened. In the next instant, as he gazed at Jiang Lai in terror, the syringe in her hand lunged toward him. Bang! The door was violently flung open, and Chen Xuan's attending physician stormed in. Release my patient. Upon seeing the righteous old man, Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. An angel. This was his white-clad savior. Take her away. Chen Xuan's physician waved his hand, and several nurses rushed in, seizing Jiang Lai and dragging her away. Ah, my blood. I will be back for it. Jiang Lai protested vehemently, flailing her arms. The sight of this deranged woman sent a chill down Chen Xuan's spine. Jiang Lai held a high position, and this incident would likely have no repercussions for her. Yet the implications of her determination to extract his blood were unsettling. I want to be discharged. I want to leave, Chen Xuan shouted, anxious about what further madness this research fanatic might instigate. Home was safer than the hospital. In another location, Li Gang was bound to a pillar, his body riddled with wounds. Nearby, Bai Linger wore a somber expression. As Chen Xuan confronted Li Xiong, Bai Linger had likewise turned her attention to her organization's second-in-command, Li Gang. After employing various tactics, Li Gang could no longer withstand the pressure and divulged his collusion with Sun Zhongtao regarding falsified accounts. The situation was straightforward. Sun Zhongtao had approached Li Gang, promising him power in exchange for loyalty, specifically that he would become the new underground king of Linghai City. Initially skeptical due to his long-standing presence in Linghai City and Bai Linger's formidable reputation, Li Gang was ultimately swayed by Sun Zhongtao's confidence. He claims to have leverage over me? Bai Linger frowned deeply. Li Gang was unaware of the specifics of Sun Zhongtao's hold. He merely relayed Sun Zhongtao's assurance that he could ensure Bai Linger's complete eradication from Linghai City. Before her disappearance, she was to be utilized as a pawn, serving her final purpose by eliminating Han Bingling, becoming a scapegoat for the Han family. This was an undeniable reality. She had been manipulated by Sun Zhongtao, turned into a sacrificial lamb. If Han Bingling were to perish, she would be next. Although she remained oblivious to Sun Zhongtao's methods, it appeared he was not jesting. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Bai Linger rubbed her temples. Sun Zhongtao held her fate in his hands, the nature of which remained unknown. Now was not the time to confront him. Who knew if he might act against her? The key to unraveling this predicament lay in discovering exactly what leverage Sun Zhongtao possessed over her. However, even Li Gang, who had allied himself with Sun Zhongtao, was unaware of any other potential threats. Wait, perhaps he would know. Bai Linger's mind conjured an image of Chen Xuan. Chapter 59, In the World Outside. One's identity is self-bestowed. Li Gang's betrayal had thoroughly demonstrated the accuracy of Chen Xuan's insights. Although Bai Linger could not discern how Chen Xuan had come by this knowledge, it did not seem far-fetched that she could hear his thoughts. However, the question remained, how was she to approach him? Bai Linger found herself in a quandary. She and Chen Xuan had never crossed paths, let alone developed any semblance of affection. Through her heart's voice, she discerned that to Chen Xuan, she was at best a trivial passerby, her existence utterly inconsequential to him. Furthermore, Chen Xuan was acutely aware of her identity. Should she dare to approach him in her current guise, he would undoubtedly exercise caution. There was even the possibility that his father might apprehend her. In contrast to Han Bingling's safety, she was clearly insignificant. Which hospital is Chen Xuan in? Bai Linger inquired of her subordinate, rubbing her aching temples. She had consistently dispatched individuals to monitor Chen Xuan, even during his confrontation with Li Xiong. After all, Li Xiong was a formidable martial artist and a desperate outlaw. Although it was unavoidable to have Chen Xuan deal with Li Xiong, the alternative was grim. Should Chen Xuan perish in the realm of the living, Chen Shihai would certainly wreak havoc here. Thankfully, circumstances had unfolded favorably. Bai Linger's instincts were not mistaken. Chen Xuan was indeed the one capable of obliterating monstrous beasts with a single blow, as evidenced by the price Li Xiong paid, an entire arm. Madam, Chen Xuan is not in the hospital, the lobby manager, who had burst into the private room earlier, informed her. Not in the hospital? Bai Linger frowned. Has he been discharged? Indeed, Chen Xuan was unaware of the events that transpired in the hospital. He merely received treatment and then returned to the Chen residence. This left her with no opportunity to engage with him. Bai Linger sighed. It would have been more manageable had Chen Xuan remained in the hospital, for she could have disguised herself and clandestinely approached him. However, if he returned home, her chances of seeing him were virtually non-existent. Madam, one of her subordinates spoke. Noting Bai Linger's troubled expression, although Chen Xuan has returned home, he still bears injuries. And so? Bai Linger queried, perplexed. Chen Xuan is currently in need of assistance. Thus the Chen family intends to hire a caregiver. The subordinate produced a paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Chen family seeks caregiver. Female applicants preferred. No age limit. Experience with patient care is ideal. Nursing certification is a bonus. Meals and accommodation provided. Salary negotiable. Gradually, a glimmer of hope ignited in Bai Linger's eyes. Go, procure a forged certificate for me. Madam, please be gentle. Chen Xuan's voice lamented as Qin Su was administering medication to his back. The comforts of home were undeniable, yet the issue lay in his mother's rather rough technique, causing Chen Xuan to break into a cold sweat. Endure it. I'm not a nurse. The fact that I'm even changing your bandages is commendable. Qin Su grumbled while tending to him. Mother, you have no idea. Just mentioning it makes Chen Xuan anxious. That Dr. Jiang, with those enormous needles, was merely treating me like a blood cow. The thought alone sent shivers down Chen Xuan's spine. Fortunately, he had recognized the dangers in time, and his attending physician's timely intervention had thwarted Jiang Li's ulterior motives. Hospitals, despite their merits, were fraught with uncertainties, aside from Jiang Li. He had to be wary of Bai Linger as well. With Li Xiong's demise, she was bound to seek retribution. Who could predict what she might do to him or Yi Fan? Yi Fan might be manageable, but if she sought vengeance against him, given his current state, it would be tantamount to waiting for death. Home, then, was preferable. A little pain was a small price to pay for safety. Qin Su sighed. A few blood draws are trivial. After all, they promised you an opportunity at the research academy in exchange for a bit of blood. It's hardly a loss. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes. Well, lo and behold, my parents are contemplating sending me to Jiang Li as a test subject. Yet, Chen Xuan could comprehend their perspective. After all, in their eyes, he was destined to fail the entrance exam for the martial arts academy. Just wait, I shall indulge in some enhancements. And then astonish them all. Ding ding. Lost in thought, Qin Su's phone rang. Hello, is this the caregiver? Have you arrived at the door? Please hold on. I shall be right out. After hanging up, Qin Su exhaled in relief. Son, your suffering is at an end. The caregiver has arrived. I shall investigate the situation. At her words, Chen Xuan too felt a weight lifted. Finally, a professional was on the way. In the Chen family's living room, Qin Su encountered Bai Ling, who had come to apply for the caregiver position. You are quite youthful, she remarked at first glance, her impression less than favorable. She sought a caregiver, not a daughter-in-law. The young and beautiful Bai Linger exceeded Qin Su's expectations for a caregiver. Noticing this, Bai Linger hastily reassured her, Auntie, fret not. I am a professional with experience. What work experience could someone so young possibly possess? Qin Su scrutinized Bai Linger with skepticism. Bai Linger stammered, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. I have cared for my paralyzed grandfather since childhood, and when I was 6, my mother also became paralyzed. I single-handedly tended to both patients for over a decade. This was, of course, a fabrication. Bai Linger had been an orphan since her early years. Yet, given the circumstances, she saw no other option. When one is outside, one's identity must be invented. I apologize, dear girl. I did not mean to dredge up painful memories, Chen Su said, her heart stirred by Linger's convincing performance. Not at all, Andy. If you still doubt me, here is my advanced caregiver certificate. Linger wiped her tears and presented the freshly forged document. Chen Su glanced at it, and her eyes widened with surprise. You obtained an advanced nursing certificate at such a young age. You truly are professional. My sincere apologies for my earlier assumptions, Chen Su repeated. A single certificate entirely dispelled Chen Su's doubts. She regarded Linger and asked, My dear, what do you consider an appropriate monthly salary? I will clarify our situation. I only require your services for 1 month, after which my son should be sufficiently recovered. Linger nodded. A short-term arrangement is no issue. As for salary, I leave it to your discretion. She was uncertain of what amount would be suitable, fearing that either a low or high figure might raise Chen Su's suspicions. How does 100,000 sound? Chen Su proposed after a moment of contemplation. 100,000? Even without knowledge of market rates, Linger recognized this figure as exorbitant. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all, considering this is a temporary arrangement. As long as you care for my son well, it is worth every penny. Linger nodded earnestly. Excellent. May I ask your surname? Please, call me Ling. Ling. A lovely name. Chen Su smiled and nodded approvingly before handing the medication to Linger. You may begin work now. My son is in need of a bandage change. I shall step out for a moment. Understood. Accepting the medication, Linger approached Chen Xian's room and knocked on the door. Hello, I am the new caregiver. Chapter 60. Are you certain you are a legitimate caregiver? Come in. As the door swung open, their eyes met. You are the new caregiver? Upon seeing Linger, Chen Xian could scarcely believe his eyes. He prided himself on his excellent memory, and there was no mistaking the individual before him. It was undoubtedly her. Yet, how had she transformed into a caregiver? Was the pressure at Tianshang Renjian that overwhelming? Or was she merely moonlighting? Had she turned over a new leaf? Chen Xian could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Have you reformed? Linger, feeling exasperated, thought, How dare this brat still regard me as a mere entertainer? Taking a deep breath, she began to clarify, Young Master Chen Xian, you have gravely misunderstood me. My work at Tianshang Renjian is not as you envision. Chen Xian cast a suspicious glance at Linger. It's not what you think. Then why were you pulling at me at the door? He remarked. Alas, I had planned to seek your company once I recovered, yet you chose to reform. He pondered the fate of the other women in the world, expressing, I do not have high demands. Someone akin to you would suffice. Nearby, Linger, who could hear Chen Xian's thoughts, clenched her fists. Dream on. It was not arrogance that fueled Linger's confidence. With her beauty, she would have undoubtedly been a courtesan in ancient times. Did he truly consider her a mere cabbage? Enough. First, change my bandages, then tidy the room, she commanded. Chen Xian, relinquishing his doubts, turned and allowed Linger to commence the task. Despite her forged credentials, Linger exhibited a professionalism in wound care that was commendable, a skill honed as an assassin. For a fleeting moment, Chen Xian genuinely questioned whether he had misjudged Linger. However, as he passed the room Linger had prepared, he beheld her donned in a nurse's uniform, dispelling any lingering thoughts of misinterpretation. The pristine white attire, with its open collar, revealed her fair skin and profound cleavage. The buttons across her chest appeared on the verge of bursting. Below, she wore a short white skirt that accentuated her long, perfectly muscled legs, barely concealing the upper thigh. The skirt was so brief that Chen Xian dared not gaze closely, fearing the revelation of unwanted colors. What are you doing here? Upon noticing Chen Xian unexpectedly standing at the door, Linger's face flushed crimson. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. She had indeed prepared for work. But upon wearing the outfit she had purchased online, the gravity of her choice became apparent. This was no mere uniform. It was akin to a provocative costume. Chen Xian regarded the alluring Linger, parched and flustered, his already waning vitality further diminished. Though it felt somewhat impolite, he cautiously inquired, Sister Bai, are you certain you are a legitimate nurse? What sort of caregiver dons such alluring attire? One might mistake this for role-playing. I hope you don't end up tending to me and leaving me even weaker. At that moment, Chen Xian had no inclination toward other matters. The presence of multiple female protagonists was already a headache, compounded by the troublesome Yi Fan. He certainly did not wish to create another vulnerability for himself. Ultimately, Chen Xian found Linger a more appropriate outfit. Though still harboring doubts, her efficiency in her duties officially established her as Chen Xian's caretaker for the month. Linger was preoccupied with thoughts of how to extract information about Sun Zhongtao from Chen Xian. Direct inquiries were out of the question, and subtle hints would only appear as desperate attempts. This issue loomed over her like a sword, threatening to pierce her at any moment. As long as she remained of value and Han Bingling was alive, Sun Zhongtao would not readily resort to violence against her. However, This situation could not persist indefinitely. Ding. While lost in thought, her phone rang. Bai Linger glanced at it, disheartened, and retreated to the bathroom to answer. Bai Linger, what on earth is going on? Why is Han Bingling alive while Li Xiong is dead? Sun Zhongtao's furious voice erupted the moment she picked up. He had anticipated a restful night and good news, only to be met with calamity. The mission had failed, and he had lost a subordinate. More critically, he had learned the details of the incident. Wang Hai was absent, presenting a perfect opportunity, yet Bai Linger had not acted. Li Xiong had been killed by an ordinary cultivator. Sun Zhongtao found this utterly unacceptable. Young Master Sun, you cannot blame me for this. Who knew your subordinate was so incompetent as to be killed by a mere cultivator? I admit I had other thoughts at the time, but the crux of the issue lies with Li Xiong. You. Sun Zhongtao's voice faltered, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I cannot wait any longer. I need you to act. Personally. Within 3 days, I want to see Han Bingling's corpse. This is my bottom line. It is also your last chance. The call ended with a sharp beep. Bai Linger glared at her phone, her chest heaving with anger. Sun Zhongtao had openly threatened her. She could not fathom where his confidence stemmed. I must swiftly uncover what leverage Sun Zhongtao holds over me. Unable to contain herself, she casually asked, Young Master Chun, do you frequently visit Tianchong Rinjian? Frequently? Do I look like it? Chun Xian sighed. The day you saw me was my first visit. Your first visit? Then why did you clash with that person? Bai Linger feigned surprise. I later heard he was a wanted criminal. Don't even mention it. Chun Xian sighed, lapsing into silence. If it weren't for dire necessity, I wouldn't have intervened, but the truth is, if I hadn't acted, Han Bingling would be dead. Thankfully, it was merely Li Xiong. Had I encountered Bai Linger, I fear I would have met my end. Yet, why did Bai Linger refrain from acting? Whatever. She's just a character destined to perish. Due to the deviation of the plot, Yi Fan and Bai Linger had entirely strayed from the narrative. The interactions that were meant to occur between them would never manifest, as Yi Fan had not taken residence in the Han household. Without these events, Yi Fan and Bai Linger existed as parallel lines. Chen Xuan sensed Bai Linger's fate looming ominously ahead. In the original narrative, Bai Linger transitioned from being Yi Fan's woman to a mere side character in this world. Without Yi Fan's assistance, she stood no chance against Sun Zhongtao, despite her alluring potential and capabilities. Although Bai Linger's influence is tempting, I still have troubles with Yi Fan, better to avoid entanglement. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan cleared his thoughts. He was already entangled in enough trouble and did not wish to take on Bai Linger's burdens as well. Meanwhile, Bai Linger, who had caught Chen Xuan's thoughts, gritted her teeth. Fine. I am unloved and uncherished, reduced to a side character, am I? My life or death holds no significance. Her desperate struggle to survive felt utterly disregarded, igniting a sense of indignation within her. Why should she be destined to die? I must seize control of my fate. With this thought, Bai Linger's eyes sparkled, and she began to weep softly. Chapter 61. Bai Linger finally understands the truth. Why are you crying? Upon hearing Bai Linger's sobs, Chen Xuan looked perplexed. I haven't said anything. With your behavior, one might think I was bullying you and refusing to take responsibility. How shameless. Bai Linger silently scorned Chen Xuan. This was more distressing than being bullied. After all, she was a beauty. Yet Chen Xuan had the means to save her, but chose to remain indifferent. Of course, Bai Linger only chastised Chen Xuan in her mind. Ultimately, he had no obligation to care for her, and she had to rely on herself. Embarrassed, Bai Linger wiped her tears. I'm sorry, I was reminded of my background. Chen Xuan, why did I suddenly contemplate my own origins? Observing Bai Linger in such distress, Chen Xuan had no intention of inquiring further. Beside him, Bai Linger awaited Chen Xuan to speak. However, Chen Xuan displayed no inclination to engage in conversation. Bai Linger felt utterly paralyzed. Was he not even curious? She had meticulously prepared herself for a dialogue, hoping to glean useful insights from Chen Xuan's innermost thoughts. Yet, the predicament remained that Chen Xuan was entirely unresponsive. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Bai Linger abruptly took the initiative and spoke. When I was very young, my mother became bedridden, and my father fell into the clutches of gambling addiction. Chen Xuan's eyes widened as he regarded the new caregiver. Wait, did anyone even ask you? This narrative feels eerily familiar. A gambling father, a paralyzed mother, a younger brother attending school, and a diligent daughter? Bai Linger continued. The burden of family responsibilities weighed heavily upon my young shoulders. I lived this way until I came of age, but luck was never on my side. My father accrued massive debts from loan sharks, debts I could never repay in my lifetime. Ultimately, my father had no choice but to sell me. To put it mildly, this tale held little allure for high school students. Yet Chen Xuan possessed the maturity to appreciate its gravity. Who among adults could remain indifferent to such a societal tragedy unfolding before them? Moreover, the protagonist was recounting her own story. even if Bai Linger's narration lacked vividness. Chen Xuan felt a flicker of sympathy. How tragic. How utterly devastating. He had never imagined Bai Ling's background to be so harrowing. He had always thought such plots belonged solely to fiction. You were sold? Your father is a scoundrel. Chen Xuan clenched his fists and, with curiosity, inquired. Where were you sold? To the Tianshang Renjian Entertainment Club, Bai Linger replied. Seeing that Chen Xuan had finally taken the bait, she knew she had to steer the conversation toward Tianshang Renjian and herself. However, she found herself grappling with the implications of this question. Fortunately, inspiration struck, and she resolved to concoct another tragic narrative. Tianshang Renjian? Then you must be a courtesan, right? Chen Xuan paused, realizing the awkwardness of his own words. Could it be that Bai Linger was involved in the trafficking of young girls, forcing them into prostitution? What era are we living in, where madams still exist? Chen Xuan was filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, if what you say is true, then I see no reason for Tianshang Renjian to exist any longer. His gaze hardened. He was determined to inform Uncle Li to rectify such immoral practices. No, you've misunderstood. Bai Linger hastily interjected. If Chen Xuan continued down this path of thought, her situation would only grow more perilous. Sun Zhongtao had yet to be dealt with. And now Tianshang Renjian would face Chen Xuan's righteous wrath. This was a matter of life and death for her. The madam at Tianshang Renjian, my boss, did not force me to work. Rather, she lent me money and had me sign a contract. Ah, I see, Chen Xuan realized. So, it seems your boss at Tianshang Renjian is not entirely terrible. By the way, is this boss a woman? Does she share your surname, Bai? Indeed. Bai Linger nodded. We refer to her as Sister Bai, though calling her a good person would be an exaggeration. The contract I signed was essentially a bond of servitude. I am bound to work for her for life, surrendering 80% of my wages each month. A predatory contract? To force Bai Linger into perpetual servitude? Chen Xuan's anger flared again. This scoundrel. Despite feeling sympathy for Bai Ling, he couldn't help but remark, this isn't entirely unjustifiable. After all, business people seek profit. They cannot lend money without expecting something in return. Moreover, you signed the contract willingly. They did not coerce you. I understand. I am merely voicing my thoughts. Bai Linger replied with a resigned smile, her expression a mix of acceptance and despair. Observing her despondency, Chen Xuan felt compelled to act, to rekindle her hope for life. Suddenly, he recalled the fate that awaited Bai Linger, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Fear not, you will not serve Sister Bai for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Bai Linger feigned confusion. Chen Xuan smiled knowingly. Bai Linger will soon find herself without a master. When the lender dies, so too do the debts. Bai Linger's heart raced, and she maintained an air of calm as she inquired, Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Sister Bai will die? How could that be? Sister Bai is a formidable figure in Linghai City. Who would dare to harm her? Chen Xuan smiled enigmatically, offering no response. Bai Linger refrained from pressing further. Having gleaned everything she needed from Chen Xuan's thoughts, while Bai Linger was indeed a notable figure in Linghai City, she paled in comparison to the Sun family. Furthermore, Sun Zhongtao would not directly confront Bai Linger. He held evidence of her smuggling activities accumulated over the years. If exposed, it would leave her with no escape. This incriminating evidence was securely locked away in a safe at Sun Zhongtao's residence. Alongside it lay a fragment of a heavenly martial technique. Bai Linger realized that her smuggling ledger was of little importance. Chen Xuan had merely mentioned the fragment of the heavenly martial technique out of desire. In the original narrative, this fragment was ultimately obtained by Yi Fan, who completed it and even turned it into one of his most powerful skills. However, Yi Fan would not seek to confront the Sun family without reason, rendering this opportunity uncertain. So, it was my smuggling ledger. Bai Linger thought as she exited Chen Xuan's room, her expression darkening. How Sun Zhongtao had acquired it was now irrelevant. What mattered was how to destroy this ledger. The evidence of her smuggling activities would undoubtedly imprison Bai Linger for life. In Sun Zhongtao's possession, it was akin to a ticking time bomb. He could effortlessly ruin her at any moment. Bai Linger could not allow such a latent danger to exist. Locked away in a safe at home, was it? Her eyes narrowed as she devised a plan. If everything went smoothly, she would also steal that fragment of the heavenly martial technique and present it as a gift to him. Bai Linger cast a glance toward Chen Xuan's room, considering it a token of gratitude. She was already plotting her next move, unaware that once she stepped beyond the range of hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, he too began to ponder deeply. Chapter 62. Did Li Jianxin take the initiative to visit? While the heavenly martial technique is tempting, the Xianming elders are formidable opponents. Although Chen Xuan yearned for that fragment of the heavenly martial technique, the risks involved were considerable. Sun Zhongtao consistently gathered desperate individuals, cultivating them into his own power. And within his residence lurked two S-class fugitives wanted for their heinous crimes. This was the Sun family's hidden strength. The two, calling themselves the Shimming Elders. We're at the initial stage of the Split Sea realm, yet, as twins, they shared a profound connection, displaying remarkable coordination. More importantly, their mastery of toxic arts was unparalleled. Their blood energy could transform, and their toxic techniques had been honed over decades to an extraordinary level. In the original narrative, even Bai Linger, one of the top practitioners in the Split Sea realm, struggled against them. As long as Chen Sihai did not intervene, Chen Xuan could not conceive of any means to seize this opportunity. Perhaps it was best to bide his time. While the heavenly martial technique was alluring, antagonizing the Sun family was not a wise course of action. Moreover, regarding the celestial grade martial arts, although everyone regards them as treasures, Chen Xuan is not devoid of other avenues to learn them. He still has the system. Once I recover, I shall first indulge in 3 rounds of luck. Lying on the bed, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement within. Even though he is currently bedridden and unable to cultivate, the existence of the system ensures that he is, in an intangible manner, growing stronger. The following day, the caregiver, Xiao Bai, took a day off. After discerning that Sun Zhongtao had a hold over her life, Bai Linger could hardly contain her impatience. She needed to meticulously prepare for the evening's endeavor. This matter must be executed flawlessly. Early in the morning, upon glancing at the note on the table, Chen Xuan was utterly taken aback. A salary deduction. It is imperative to impose a wage cut. Taking a day off after just 1 day of work is utterly unbecoming. Moreover, as Chen Xuan reflected on what Bai Linger had said yesterday, he began to sense something amiss. He felt no semblance of the spirited essence typical of a top-tier servant in Bai Linger. More crucially, who would delve into such personal matters upon first meeting. At that moment, Chen Xuan suspected that this new caregiver harbored ulterior motives. Are you attempting to negotiate my freedom? Do you take me for a fool? Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly. Regardless of whether this was the case or not, it was not the most pressing concern at present. The immediate urgency was that with Bai Linger on leave, no one was available to administer his medication. Qin Su had left early to play mahjong, leaving him utterly alone in the house. Furthermore, the wounds requiring a change of dressings were on his back, making them utterly inaccessible. The medication must not be neglected. He was on the verge of calling his mother when, unexpectedly, the doorbell rang. Hobbling to the door, he was greeted by a haughty, aloof visage. Li Jianxin? What brings you here? Chen Xuan was momentarily bewildered upon realizing that it was Li Jianxin. What on earth was happening? It seemed that in his memory, Li Jianxin had never visited his home since she had come of age. Are you here to see me? Observing Li Jianxin carrying an assortment of nutritional items, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming headache. The most challenging aspect of enduring the affections of the female lead. The individual before him was one of Yi Fan's alchemical vessels, the third female lead in the original narrative. Initially, Chen Xuan believed that he had little connection with Li Jianxin. Yet now, the plot appeared to be veering in uncontrollable directions. Is this where feelings are blossoming? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's unvoiced thoughts, Li Jianxin's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him, saying, "What? Are you not going to invite me in? Ah, you wish to sit down? Please, come inside." Chen Xuan hastily ushered Li Jianxin in. After all, she had come to see him. He could hardly deny her entry. Moreover, Chen Xuan had grown somewhat more amenable toward these female leads. The first female lead, Han Bingluo. This talented individual, bearing the title of his fiancée, was wholly devoted to her cultivation and, for the foreseeable future, it seemed unlikely that their engagement would be annulled. It was even possible that it might persist indefinitely. Han Bingling, this sister-in-law of his, whether due to her sister or other reasons, similarly harbored disdain for Yi Fan, and unbeknownst to him, their relationship had been gradually warming. The two vessels shared a profound connection with him, and with the addition of Li Jianxin, Chen Xuan felt that it was not so burdensome. Perhaps it is true that the more lice one has, the less one itches, the more debts, the less one worries. Chen Xuan chuckled wryly. Not only were these three involved, but Zhang Lai could also be considered a part of this web. One could say that, aside from Bai Ling, all of Yi Fan's early harem had intertwined with him. However, Chen Xuan was unaware that his caregiver, Xiao Bai, was in fact Bai Linger. Help yourself to whatever you wish. After all, I am the patient, so I shall not tend to you. In the living room, Chen Xuan casually remarked. Li Jianxin nodded, showing no signs of restraint. Curiously glancing around, she soon made her way to Chen Xuan's training room. Is this where you cultivate? Upon seeing the exceedingly ordinary training space, Li Jianxin could not help but inquire. She had expected that Chen Xuan, having grown so powerful, would possess some unique method of training. Yet, this training room was inferior to the training facilities at their family dojo. What do you think? Not bad, right? Chen Xuan responded with a hint of pride. Not bad. Li Jianxin turned to Chen Xuan, incredulous. Are you certain you are not jesting? You train here? Can you even use this strength testing machine? Li Jianxin gently laughed. completely unaware of what Chen Xuan was feeling proud about. A single punch capable of shattering a martial artist's arm indicated that Chen Xuan had never truly struck the machine with earnest effort. Chen Xuan fell silent. The initial sense of superiority he felt for being able to train at home evaporated completely. Li Jianxin's words had struck directly at his sore spot. Although the strength testing machine was intended for martial artists in the transcendence realm, Chen Xuan was no ordinary martial artist. While he was still within the machine's tolerable range, a breakthrough would render the machine incapable of withstanding a single punch from him, let alone the application of the Supreme Fist. Consequently, Chen Xuan was entirely oblivious to his peak strength value. Once you recover, come to my family's dojo to train. You need not worry about any issues with the equipment there. You can go all out. Li Jianxin's gaze was fervent. At that time, you will have me as your sparring partner, and we can engage in some friendly competition. Chen Xuan thought, are you certain you are my sparring partner? Am I not yours? He felt that Li Jianxin merely sought a worthy opponent. After being firmly rejected by Li Jianxin, Yi Fan had undoubtedly become the most suitable candidate. We'll discuss it later, Chen Xuan replied evasively. Whether or not to spar can wait. This training room can be utilized. All right, Li Jianxin nodded, undeterred. As long as they went to the dojo, whether or not they would spar would no longer be up to Chen Xuan. With that thought, Li Jianxin's mood brightened. Take care of your injuries. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Wait. As Li Jianxin turned to leave, Chen Xuan quickly stopped her. What is it? Do you need something? Li Jianxin turned back, noticing Chen Xuan's hesitance. She raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, just say it. How can a grown man be so timid? Chen Xuan began awkwardly. There's no one at home. Could you help me change my dressing? Change your dressing? Li Jianxin paused, then burst into laughter. Is that all? Come on, let's go to your room. Chapter 63. Sister and Heart Connected. You and sister play mind games. As Li Jianxin assisted Chen Xuan, two graceful figures approached not far from the Chen residence. The Han sisters carried large bags filled with various items. Han Bingling's eyes sparkled with mischief as she devised a plan. Sister, why don't I go instead? I can bring your regards to him, and you can return to your cultivation? Han Bingluo glanced at her sister in confusion. Since they had left home, this girl had eagerly volunteered to visit Chen Xuan. Coincidentally, Han Bingluo had not seen Chen Xuan since his hospitalization. After all, he was her nominal fiancé, and it would be remiss not to pay him a visit. Moreover, she had missed Chen Xuan quite a bit. However, upon hearing that she was going, Han Bingling's enthusiasm waned, and she became increasingly distracted. Little Ling, what is wrong with you? We are nearly there. You want me to turn back? Gazing at the imposing gates of the Chen residence, Han Bingling offered a rather forced smile, devoid of any deeper sentiment. Merely concerned that her sister's training might be interrupted, she uttered a perfunctory remark, secretly grimacing. With her sister acting as a third wheel, how could she possibly cultivate a connection with Chen Xuan? Moreover, being a fervent practitioner, her sister would not linger long. Once she returned home, Han Bingling would inevitably follow, much to her discontent, as she longed to spend more time with Chen Xuan. Why is the Chen gate ajar? In the blink of an eye, the two approached the entrance, which stood wide open, revealing a silent living room that appeared deserted. Without further contemplation, they stepped inside. Han Bingling, at ease in her surroundings, found no offense in her actions, while Han Binglu was even less concerned. Why knock at the door of her own future in-laws? As they entered the living room, Han Bingling was about to call out when an unexpected sound emanated from Chen Xuan's room. Ah, that hurts. Be gentler. Just bear with it. It's my first time, and I lack experience. The sisters exchanged stunned glances, their eyes reflecting shock. A woman. There was a woman in Chen Xuan's room. In an instant, their expressions darkened, and in a fit of anger, Han Bingling burst through the door. The door slammed open, revealing Chen Xuan with his bare back exposed. While Li Jianxin was applying medicine to him, the four individuals stood in a state of bewilderment, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming headache. What day is it today? Why are the Han sisters also here? The four of them were so close they could have played mahjong together. Yet Chen Xuan had no leisure for such games. Noticing the sisters' displeased expressions, he sensed a brewing storm. Before he could speak, the two rivals from school, Han Binglu and Li Jianxin, echoed their inquiries in unison. Li Jianxin? Han Binglu? What are you doing here? Han Binglu glared at Li Jianxin, who was tenderly tending to Chen Xuan, her irritation palpable. Taking a deep breath, she replied, This is my fiancé's home. My presence here is entirely reasonable. Indeed, quite reasonable. Han Bingling chimed in, affirming her sister's stance. But you, Jianxin, seem to lack any justification for being here, much less tending to Chen Xuan. Han Bingling narrowed her eyes, continuing, In my recollection, you and Chen Xuan have no prior connection. Yet here was Li Jianxin, a formidable rival in every respect, administering care to her fiancé. This revelation ignited a sense of crisis within Han Binglu. It seemed Chen Xuan had become rather sought after. Yes. Why are you treating Chen Xuan? Han Bingling pressed assertively. Feeling the sister's accusatory gazes upon her, Li Jianxin bristled. Why shouldn't I be here? I've known Chen Xuan since childhood. And our families are well acquainted. If he's unwell, I merely came to check on him. Well acquainted? Han Binglu scoffed. Who isn't familiar with Chen Xuan since childhood? If your relationship is so close, why haven't we seen you at the Chen residence before? If you merely came to visit, I find that hard to believe. Having competed with Li Jianxin for years, both were keenly aware of each other's dispositions. Such cordiality was foreign to Li Jianxin, who perceived it solely as an interruption to her training. Han Binglu was convinced that Li Jianxin had ulterior motives for her visit to the Chen residence. Humph. Li Jianxin retorted. Are you overstepping your bounds, Han Binglu? Must I report my actions to you? Whether or not my relationship with Chen Xuan is good is not for you to judge. We know it ourselves. With that, she turned to Chen Xuan. Isn't that right, Chen Xuan? Do we have a good relationship? In that moment, Chen Xuan felt the weight of 3 pairs of threatening eyes upon him. Wait, what does this have to do with me? I simply asked Li Jianxin to apply some medicine. Why are you two directing your ire at me? Faced with the sister's wrath, Chen Xuan tentatively responded, well, it's not that great. This was his candid thought. After all, he had only met Li Jianxin a handful of times, nowhere near the bond he shared with the Han sisters. Furthermore, being threatened by one person was preferable to incurring the resentment of 2. However, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his back, and he turned to see Li Jianxin's eyes ablaze with fury. Chen Xuan felt near tears. Being threatened by one person was hardly pleasant either. He quickly amended his statement. Actually, it's not bad, just average. What? Just average? Li Jianxin's gaze turned even more menacing. It's quite good. Our relationship is quite good. Chen Xuan hastily revised his words once more. Flip-flopper. The Han sisters were incensed by Chen Xuan's unwillingness to take a stand. In the realm of female rivalry, one could hardly expect a man to intervene. It was a battle that depended solely on themselves. Han Binglu took a deep breath, her expression transforming into a smile. You've assisted my fiancé. I ought to express my gratitude. Yet, with a hint of sarcasm, she added, however, since I have arrived, your assistance is no longer necessary. Employing her status to assert dominance, Han Binglu attempted to intimidate Li Jianxin. Yet, Li Jianxin was not easily swayed. Fiancé? Han Binglu. Why do you suddenly refer to him as such? Were you not previously lamenting your desire to break off the engagement? What has prompted this change of heart? With a smile, Li Jianxin threw the question back at her. What? Are you so eager for me to break off the engagement? Do you wish for me to step in once you do? Han Binglu's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly recovered, responding, what? Are you so eager for my engagement to dissolve? Do you wish to take my place? Li Jianxin chuckled. Taking your place is not out of the question. Dream on. Before she could finish her retort, Han Bingling was hopping mad beside them, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Li Jianxin. If anyone is to step in, it certainly won't be you. If my sister were to break the engagement, there's still me. In that instant, all eyes in the room turned to Han Bingling. Meanwhile, not far from the Chen residence, Yi Fan approached with a compensation list in hand, intent on confronting Chen Xuan. Having lost his job at Tianshang Renjian, the manager was demanding repayment for damages amounting to 400,000. Though he received a reward for his act of valor, it was far from sufficient. Moreover, he hadn't been the one to cause the damage. Why should he bear the cost? He came here specifically to demand compensation from Chen Xuan. Considering Chen Xuan's status, the manager dared not confront him directly, but Yi Fan had no such reservations. Chapter 64. Did Yi Fan just witness me in a compromising position with the female lead? Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Han Bingling suddenly realized her predicament, panic seizing her like a frightened little rabbit. Oh no, how did I let that slip? Well. Li Jianxin was the first to react, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teased. It seems the Han sisters have an unexpected penchant for such matters. She then turned to the equally astonished Han Binglu, mocking what? It appears Han Binglu is oblivious to her sister's feelings. At that moment, Li Jianxin felt she had struck gold with her visit to the Chen residence. This was a plot twist worthy of any drama. In truth, Li Jianxin's feelings for Chen Xuan were merely mild curiosity and a hint of affection. Her previous comments were simply aimed at provoking Han Binglu, especially since they both seemed to have barged in like rivals confronting a mistress, which irked her immensely. Little did she know, her offhand remarks had unwittingly revealed much more. The originally united sisters appear to be succumbing to the trend of infighting. Li Jianxin wore a bemused expression, glancing left at Han Bingluo and right at Han Bingling. But ultimately, his gaze settled on Chen Xuan. His curious and perplexed eyes, shaped like phoenixes, questioned, what makes this young man so special? The two Han sisters are both renowned beauties at their school, ranking among the elite in Linghai City in terms of both family background and physical allure. To speak of Han Bingling's admirers alone would be to count countless talented young men. Objectively speaking, even though Chen Xuan possesses decent looks and commendable abilities, Li Jianxin remained baffled. What could possibly endow him with such charm, compelling not one but two sisters from the Han family to take a liking to him? Jianxin, stop staring. Can you not say a word without it being fatal? Chen Xuan felt quite innocent in this matter. Heaven knows how astonished he was when Han Bingling uttered those words. Han Bingluo's beautiful eyes instinctively turned towards Chen Xuan, meeting her scrutinizing gaze. Chen Xuan seemed to comprehend her unspoken inquiry. How did you manage to charm my sister? I am utterly wronged. I have done nothing. Yet why does everything seem to revolve around me? Han Bingling, say something. Chen Xuan urged, his desperation apparent. This isn't a comedy routine. What are you playing at with these ethical dilemmas? I need a flawless explanation. Even if it were true that my charisma is overwhelming, that would merely signify your uncontrollable affection for me, which bears no relation to me. Chen Xuan raged internally. The three female protagonists heard his inner turmoil, and it was evident that he had not seduced any of them. What, then, was the truth of the matter? Han Bingluo scrutinized her dear sister, shouting, I require a perfect explanation. Han Bingling blushed deeply, fidgeting with her fingers, her voice reduced to a whisper. After all, the Han family owed Chen Xuan far too much. Retreating from an engagement without compensation would reflect poorly on them. Fortunately, as she voiced this thought, she quickly regained her composure and devised a response. Upon hearing it, Chen Xuan's eyes widened. I was unaware you possessed such moral integrity. Li Jianxin's pupils dilated. Was this truly a form of compensation? An engagement withdrawal necessitating reparations? It couldn't be that simple. There must be more to it. Han Bingluo regarded her sister with a look of approval, shouting, It is commendable that you hold such sentiments, but do not speak of this indiscriminately. With a serious demeanor, she asserted, I cannot possibly withdraw from this engagement. It was unclear to whom she directed her words, yet they resonated as her heartfelt truth. Although Han Bingling's sincere utterance concluded in a farcical fashion, the battle between Han Bingluo and Li Jianxin persisted. Jianxin, hand me the medicine. I can administer it to Chen Xuan. Han Bingluo extended her hand, implying that Li Jianxin could take her leave. She could not take responsibility for this matter, as it was Chen Xuan who requested her assistance. Li Jianxin understood the implication but refrained from complying, turning her attention to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, who do you want to administer the medicine? The threatening tone in her words left Chen Xuan feeling utterly defeated. You two can tend to each other. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Annoyed, Chen Xuan limped towards the door. I can't take it anymore. This is absolutely unbearable. Chen Xuan found himself somewhat admiring Yi Fan. How could he maintain such harmony in a harem of numerous women? This was the stuff of novels. Just 3 women already felt like an entire drama. Merely contemplating it made Chen Xuan's head spin. I'll assist you. While lost in thought, Li Jianxin cheerfully linked her arm with Chen Xuan's. Her intentions were purely to irk her rival, Han Bingluo. Of course, Li Jianxin's gesture was not intimate. It was merely a symbolic link. Nonetheless, even this display displeased the two Han sisters. Without hesitation, Han Bingluo clasped Chen Xuan's other arm, bolder than Li Jianxin, even making Chen Xuan feel somewhat overwhelmed. With both arms occupied, Han Bingling grew anxious. Her big eyes darted around, and she swiftly tried to wrest an arm from Li Jianxin. Sister Jianxin, please exercise restraint. This is my brother-in-law, not yours. Li Jianxin refused to let go, quipping, if you call me sister, perhaps Chen Xuan will indeed become your brother-in-law. The 3 of them practically dragged Chen Xuan into the courtyard, where he felt a mix of pain and delight. However, as they exited the living room and approached the door, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in shock. The person at the entrance looked all too familiar. Their gazes locked. Yi Fan? How had this young man seen him again? Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. This scene seemed eerily reminiscent, yet the fact remained that this was his own home. This is disastrous. What do I even call this situation, being seen by Yi Fan with 3 women? With a sigh, he lamented, at this point, I lack the energy to explain any mistakes. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Yi Fan, bear a grudge against me. With no intention of offering an explanation, he inquired, Yi Fan, are you here to see me? Yi Fan had lost the will to question, fearing further humiliation. Clenching his fists, his face darkened with displeasure. He felt an overwhelming urge to escape from the scene, yet poverty ultimately clouded his judgment. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan retorted, there's something. You might want to review the bill for the damages at Tianshang Renjian. As he spoke, he handed Chen Xuan the quotation. Chen Xuan examined it closely. 400,000 was a trivial sum. Yet, why was it that he and Yi Fan were liable for this? The mention of the bill ignited Yi Fan's fury. You don't know? Only the three of us were present. Li Xiong is dead, and you were bedridden. They had no choice but to come to me. You know very well that I wasn't responsible for these damages. Chen Xuan, you're not planning to evade payment, are you? Yi Fan eyed him warily. Chen Xuan chuckled. I certainly won't, as it was indeed my doing, and I can't let you take the fall. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. Yi Fan sighed in relief. However, I have to ask, what if I refuse to pay Tianshang Rinjian? What if you refuse? Yi Fan's voice escalated several octaves. If you don't pay, they will come after me. The lobby manager has been blocking me at the martial arts school daily. I can't even focus on training. Can't focus on training? Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. Then I won T-pay. Chapter 65. Chen Xuan frowned, shielded by the three women behind him. As a villain, he believed that sometimes morality and reputation held little importance. The plot had become excessively melodramatic. Unbeknownst to him, the three female protagonists had become entangled with him, and Yi Fan was undoubtedly harboring resentment. Given the current state of affairs, their relationship offered no room for reconciliation. It was evident that Yi Fan would inevitably confront him, and Chen Xuan had no intention of playing nice. Naturally, he would seize every opportunity to disrupt Yi Fan's training. Let me be a despicable and shameless villain, Chen Xuan resolved within himself. Yi Fan appeared somewhat bewildered. What did you say? I said, I will not compensate. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, articulating each word distinctly. You want to compensate. This time, Yi Fan grasped his words clearly, his entire demeanor turning slack-jawed. If you don't compensate, who will? The lobby manager has been pestering me 8 times a day. I feel like I'm on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Originally, he acted out of righteousness, yet in the end, he was burdened with financial liability. The crux of the matter is that Yi Fan cannot afford such expenses. He has been troubled by basic sustenance, having lost his job at Tianshang Rinjian. He found work at a construction site, barely managing to make ends meet. If he is faced with such a hefty penalty, his aspirations for education and martial arts examinations will be dashed, and he might as well resign himself to a lifetime of laboring on the site to repay debts. The mere thought of such a dreadful fate sent a shiver down Yi Fan's spine. He turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan, seeking to discern his intentions. Yet Chen Xuan merely smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Let whoever owes pay. If you cannot withstand it, then you shall bear the cost. After all, the manager of the establishment would not dare approach him, leaving Yi Fan to be the target of harassment, which only delighted Chen Xuan further. Yi Fan understood well that if Chen Xuan did not take responsibility, he would be left to shoulder the burden. Imagining a life spent hauling bricks at a construction site, Yi Fan's anger boiled over. Chen Xuan, I swear I will fight you. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Yi Fan hurled a punch at Chen Xuan. This strike encapsulated all the grievances and humiliations he had endured since arriving in Linghai City. The ferocity of his blow startled Chen Xuan, his pupils contracting in alarm. He could sense that Yi Fan was genuinely intent on taking his life. This is it. This guy is serious. However, with his legs unsteady, Chen Xuan could not evade the blow. Just then, 3 fragrant winds rushed in, and 3 women shielded Chen Xuan. What do you think you are doing? Han Binglu admonished fiercely. How dare you? Han Bingling chided. You are courting death. Li Jianxin clenched her fists. The first to stand in front was Han Binglu. The gust from Yi Fan's punch tousled her hair, yet she did not flinch, standing her ground resolutely. As Yi Fan's fist drew within an inch of Han Binglu's face, it abruptly halted. He aimed to strike Chen Xuan, not his protector. He could not bring himself to do it. Yi Fan's face turned ashen as he gazed at the 3 stunning figures, his heart ablaze with rage. Why? Why must such a scoundrel take everything from him? Realizing he had no other options, Yi Fan exhaled deeply, his eyes seething with resentment as he searched for Chen Xuan, who was hidden behind the 3 women. Chen Xuan, you better watch out. Yi brother, what are you doing? Chen Xuan remarked, observing the mixture of relief and anger in Yi Fan's crimson eyes. Chen Xuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, regretted not slapping himself a few times. Had Yi Fan truly been forced to pay, he might have been killed. Thankfully, the 3 women were present today, but what about the future? He was already injured and had no capacity to retaliate. It is not yet time for Yi Fan to turn against him. Chen Xuan smiled. See? I was merely joking with you. Why the rush? A joke? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suppressed his urge to leave. You think this is a joke? Do you have any idea that you nearly ruined a talented young man just now? Yi Fan's fury was palpable. He also recognized that his impulsiveness was misguided, while he longed to eliminate Chen Xuan. Confronting him within the Chen family was not a prudent decision. But in that moment, reason had fled, entirely consumed by rage. Indeed, who would have known you had such a low tolerance for humor? Yi Fan retorted. Am I to blame? Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan mentally reassured himself. No anger. No anger. As long as I pay, everything will be fine. As for the enmity between Chen Xuan and me, it will be settled in due time. Chen Xuan, please refrain from jesting with me in the future. Here is the bill. You will pay it. And from this moment forth, I shall have no further dealings with you. With that, Yi Fan attempted to leave. However, Chen Xian's voice rang out once more. Wait, what is it? Yi Fan turned back, his brow furrowing. Chen Xian smiled. See? You are in a hurry again. Payment is no issue, but there is a problem with this bill. A problem? Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he approached Chen Xian. Chen Xian pointed at the bill. Look, aside from a few damaged items, I acknowledge those. However, the charges for floor replacement, ceiling cleaning, and wall painting. Are you certain this has nothing to do with you? Confronted by Chen Xian's skeptical gaze, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. If memory served, when he exerted force, the floor had cracked, and Li Xiong's blood had splattered against the ceiling before he crashed into the wall. Perhaps it was unwise to nitpick. Yi Fan's face flushed crimson as his voice diminished. Your family is quite prosperous. Surely, you can overlook this. Oh, Yi brother, what kind of talk is that? My money does not come from the wind. With Yi Fan at a disadvantage, Chen Xian regained his composure. Well, I was trying to save you. Yi Fan attempted to invoke gratitude to awaken Chen Xian's conscience. Save me? Chen Xian scoffed. If I hadn't overheard your conversation with Li Xiong, I might have believed you. The murderous intent in your eyes still haunts me. At that time, Chen Xian was merely exhausted, and his fainting was a forced act. He had observed Yi Fan's every move, especially the terrifying, murderous glare in his eyes, which made Chen Xian realize there was no room for reconciliation. The three women, overhearing Chen Xian's thoughts, were once again taken aback, their gazes icy and filled with fury directed at Yi Fan. Are you eager to make a move? Han Binglu pondered darkly. Yi Fan, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Han Bingling seethed with rage. This boy is truly malicious. Li Jinxin narrowed her eyes. Feeling the weight of their cold, piercing stares, Yi Fan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Why did it feel as though they were holding a grudge against him? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Yi Fan persisted in maintaining his facade of righteousness. Indeed, I acted to save you. I do not seek your gratitude, but surely, you cannot expect me to share this financial burden. Very well, Chen Xian nodded. Although everything could be attributed to his own cleverness and Li Xiong's arrogance, Yi Fan had indeed saved him and had no retort. Yi brother, please proceed at your discretion, I will cover the costs. Hearing this, Yi Fan departed from the Chun residence with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to exit the door, witnessing Chen Xian being attended to by the three women, he clenched his fists once more. One day, I will disciple. Who is speaking? Why is it so noisy? Just then, a voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, and then elation surged within him. Master, you have finally awakened. Chapter 66. Yi Fan, Martial Saint Master, Martial Princess Dominator. Yi Fan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly cried, tightly cradling the brocade pouch hanging around his neck. Inside the pouch lay a fragment of an ancient artifact, and the indomitable will of his master, the Martial Saint, resided within. Master, I have missed you so much. Finally obtaining a source of spiritual solace, Yi Fan could hardly wait to pour out the grievances he had endured over the past days. Ever since his Martial Saint's residual soul had fallen into slumber, he had been living in a state of turmoil. Without his master's guidance, Yi Fan felt lost in every endeavor. This included his tolerance of Chen Xian. Had his master been present, with a Martial Saint as a backing, even if he had to confront Chen Xian directly, Yi Fan would have felt unfazed. What is it? Disciple? The voice returned, warm yet commanding. However, sensing his disciple's current state, the Martial Saint's tone shifted to one of sternness. Why are you still at the 7th grade of the transformation stage? Since being retrieved by Yi Fan, the Martial Saint had diligently overseen his training. Yi Fan's aptitude and talent were unparalleled, the finest the Martial Saint had ever witnessed. In accordance with the thoughts of the Martial Saint, it is unfathomable that after so many days, Yi Fan remains at this level of cultivation. Yi Fan's sacred body is exceptional. Once unlocked, it would allow him to soar to great heights. Even a partial unlocking would yield significant enhancements to his cultivation realm. However, at present, the Martial Saint perceives no signs of Yi Fan unlocking his sacred body. What has transpired? Before Yi Fan could utter a word, the Martial Saint continued to inquire. Subsequently, Yi Fan recounted the tribulations he had faced in recent days. He too yearned to elevate his realm. Yet, the circumstances were utterly prohibitive. The cauldron of tribulations had not afforded him a single opportunity. His time for cultivation was consumed entirely, as creditors relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no mental space to practice. When he spoke of his recent experiences, tears flowed freely. Master, all of this misfortune is due to that Chen Xian. My current plight can be traced back to him. You cannot fathom the toll it has taken. I have been laboring at the construction site, and my hands are covered in blisters." Observing the blisters on his disciple's hands, the martial saint fell silent. She refrained from delving deeper into who Chen Xuan was. In her eyes, Linghai City was merely Yi Fan's novice trial, and Chen Xuan was at most a minor character. Yet, witnessing Yi Fan's dire state, the martial saint felt compelled to take action. If she did not intervene, her disciple would surely face further hardships. She could not wait any longer for Yi Fan to grow stronger. Her decision to take Yi Fan as her disciple was not without ulterior motives. His unparalleled talent represented her last chance to potentially restore her physical form. She was neither an ancient deity nor a malevolent being who had lived for centuries. Her true name was Long Shi, the youngest martial saint in the history of the Great Xia. A century ago, she had sought opportunities on an ancient battlefield, where she encountered several ancient savage demon kings. After a fierce battle, her physical body was utterly destroyed, yet her martial will remained unyielding, merging with a fragment of an ancient weapon to escape until Yi Fan discovered her and facilitated her awakening. Despite her physical destruction and damage to her soul, Long Shi's realm and insights far surpassed those of others. She knew of an ancient secret method. As long as one's will endured and the soul remained, one could reconstruct the physical body. Therefore, she spared no effort in aiding Yi Fan. Only when he grew powerful could she one day see the world anew. Long Shi sighed. "Previously, I feared that excessive assistance would weaken your martial will. However, it seems that even a novice trial has left you in such disarray." Long Shi contemplated these thoughts but chose to remain silent. Yi Fan possessed a fragile self-esteem, a double-edged sword that could both inspire and hinder him. She feared that voicing her concerns might further demoralize him. "Speak, my disciple, what would you have your master do?" Long Shi spoke with confidence. Though she was merely a will, she was still a martial saint, endowed with the assurance and capabilities to act. Heavenly tier martial techniques, profound methods, and even the act of eliminating Chen Xuan were within her reach. Yet, Yi Fan merely shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Master, I do not wish for you to intervene. That Chen Xuan is utterly detestable. I must personally exact my vengeance upon him, 1,000 cuts to alleviate my heart's hatred." Yi Fan's pride forbade him from relying on his master's strength. He believed Chen Xuan merely had the advantage of circumstance, while he possessed the fortuity of time and place. He felt that seeking his master's aid would invite her disdain. Long Shi, satisfied, exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple, the dragon blood martial maiden. You have spirit. Now what is it that you desire?" "Money," Yi Fan stated succinctly. "Master, I no longer wish to toil at the construction site. If I could devote that time to cultivation, I would have surely broken through to the 7th rank of the Transcendence realm by now." Yi Fan clenched his fists. A mere pittance had thwarted this unparalleled genius. He found himself forced to carve out time for cultivation merely to secure his livelihood. Long Shi fell silent once more. She had never anticipated Yi Fan would voice such a request. While other demands could be readily fulfilled, the matter of money posed a genuine challenge. However, after a moment of contemplation, Long Shi devised a plan. She provided Yi Fan with an address and instructed him, "Write a letter to this location, and naturally, assistance will follow." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was taken aback and curiously asked, "Master, where is this place?" Long Shi replied confidently, "It is an organization I founded long ago, known as the Dragon Alliance." "But, Master, are you certain that after all these years, they will still recognize you?" "And what should I say?" Yi Fan queried, perplexed. "Do not reveal my existence. Simply inform them that you have obtained my complete legacy and demand the funds." Yi Fan further inquired, "Will your legacy be sufficient?" Long Shi asserted, "Acquiring my complete legacy positions you as my most esteemed disciple, the young master of the Dragon Gate. Not only can you request a sum of money, but commanding the entire organization to heed your orders is also within the realm of possibility." At her words, Yi Fan felt a renewed sense of astonishment. The Dragon Alliance. The very name resonated with power and majesty. Moreover, having endured for so many years, it must possess profound depth. Yi Fan even envisioned formidable masters kneeling before him, welcoming the young master back to his rightful place. Merely contemplating this filled him with elation, prompting him to ask, "Master, how can I prove my identity?" "It is simple. I shall teach you my renowned martial technique, the martial maiden's dominating fist. When the time comes, record a video of yourself performing it alongside the letter to send to this location." "Excellent. Please teach me the dominating fist, Master." As night fell, a figure stealthily infiltrated the Sun family villa. Bai Linger cautiously approached the study, where she discovered the documents Chen Xuan had mentioned within the safe. "Indeed, these are the ledgers of my smuggling operations over the years." However, after a cursory glance, her expression darkened considerably. She could not fathom how Sun Zhongtao had obtained them. Perhaps there was a traitor within the organization. Yet, there was no time to ponder this now. Bai Linger tucked the ledgers into her bosom and was about to depart when she suddenly glanced at a small box within the safe. She recalled Chen Xuan's words. Is it the incomplete heavenly tier martial technique? Just as she reached out, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over her. Chapter 67. Bai Linger falls victim to the schemes of the old shadows. Bai Linger abruptly turned around, only to find two elderly figures had appeared silently behind her. Their presence ominous. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The only distinguishing feature was the large green birthmarks on their faces, one on the left, the other on the right, casting an eerie pallor under the dim moonlight. Sea-splitter realm? Bai Linger's gaze sharpened, her body tensing. The ability to approach her unnoticed until they were mere meters away indicated that both possessed at least the sea-splitter realm power. Who are you? The left elder spoke ominously, his aura surging. Brother, it matters not who they are, the right elder replied slowly, his gaze shrouded in a sinister shadow. Young Master Sun once proclaimed that anyone who enters this room must perish. As soon as the words left his lips, both figures seemed to share a telepathic understanding and lunged towards Bai Linger simultaneously. Their speed was astonishing, akin to phantoms in the night. And in the blink of an eye, they were upon her. One positioned to her left and the other to her right, both struck out with their palms, their blood energy coalescing into a formidable force. The malevolent aura surrounding them was palpable, and their skin glowed with an eerie green light, reminiscent of flickering ghost flames. Arrogant. Bai Linger scoffed coldly. The fact that they initiated the attack had undoubtedly revealed their cultivation levels. Their externalized blood energy formed a tangible essence, indicating that they were merely at the Sea-Splitter realm. In Linghai City, within the realm of the Sea-Splitters, she was already among the foremost. Bai Linger showed no intention of retreat. With both palms extended, she engaged in a fierce clash with the two adversaries. The Sea-Splitters were endowed with formidable strength, capable of shattering mountains and cleaving the sea. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire villa as if an earthquake had struck, and a terrifying wave of energy surged outward, generating a fearsome sonic boom. The chandeliers on the ceiling shattered into 1,000 pieces. In the wake of this chaos, two figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing against the walls, blood spewing from their mouths as they gazed in shock at the young girl before them. Are you at the pinnacle of the Sea-Splitters? Bai Linger did not respond. Instead, she let out a cold laugh, regarding the two old men with disdain. Is this all you can muster? You might as well leave your lives here. A murderous intent ignited within her, for the two were undoubtedly disciples of Sun Zhongtao, and having seen her face, they could not be spared. As Bai Linger summoned her inner vitality, she was struck by an unsettling sensation coursing through her body. A chilling and searing sensation emanated from her arms, gradually converging throughout her being, alternating between extremes of heat and cold, coalescing at her chest, where she felt as though she were experiencing the torment of both ice and fire simultaneously. Poisonous techniques. This is poison. Realization dawned upon Bai Linger as she glared at the two cunning elders. Such an insidious attack was impossible to guard against. Practitioners of poison techniques were exceedingly rare, and the mastery of such arts demanded a high threshold, only accessible to those at or above the realm of the Sea-Splitters. The vitality of the Sea-Splitters could morph into a gaseous form, and upon contact with a person, the true energy would infiltrate and poison the very essence of their being. Ultimately, it was Bai Linger's lack of experience beyond Linghai City that led her to underestimate the prowess of the Sea-Splitters. Ha ha ha, indeed. You are correct. It is poison. Left Xian laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. What does it matter if you are at the pinnacle of the Sea-Splitters? My companion and I have traversed the martial world for decades, having unknowingly poisoned countless Sea-Splitters. And you? What do you even count as? Left Xian's voice dripped with arrogance and pride. The duo were no ordinary talents. Having embarked on the path of poison techniques since their youth, they had immersed themselves in it for decades and even created their own combined martial art, the Xianming Divine Palm. While the power of a single practitioner might not be overwhelming, the true strength of the Xianming Divine Palm lay in its combined technique. As twins, they shared an intrinsic bond, their minds in perfect harmony, and with their respective poisonous skills complementing one another, their venomous potency was magnified. Should one fall victim to their attack, they would have no choice but to sever their own hands, and if they attempted to mobilize their vitality, the poison would spread throughout their body. No matter if one were at the void-breaking realm, even divine beings would struggle to save them. Little girl, surrender and yield. We have immersed ourselves in poison techniques for decades, and this Xianming Divine Palm is beyond the comprehension of anyone but us. Right Ming's eyes twinkled with amusement. Although the two lay on the ground, bloodied and devoid of combat strength, they exuded an air of confidence, as if victory were assured. Just as they anticipated, Bai Ling, having been poisoned by their techniques, dared not mobilize her vitality. Yet, surrendering was out of the question. If you do not reveal the antidote, then we shall all perish together. Trading my life for both of yours is worth it. Bai Ling'er's gaze was laden with murderous intent as she advanced step by step toward the two. Bai Ling'er naturally did not wish for a mutual destruction. Having been a formidable figure for so many years, she understood that confrontations between masters bore no resemblance to brawls among ordinary folk. Whoever faltered first would meet their end. It was a contest of resolve, and she could not show weakness. The Xianming elders were momentarily taken aback. This young girl possessed a truly ruthless disposition. However, as they exchanged glances, their ears perked up, and they erupted into boisterous laughter. Kill us? Do you still think you have that opportunity? The earlier tumult of their battle had roused other disciples gathered by Sun Zhongtao. A throng of martial artists was swiftly making their way toward the study. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoing in Bai Ling'er's ears, accompanied by shouts of alarm. Hurry, someone has breached the study. Inform young Master Sun at once. Damn it. Disturbing my slumber. Are they looking to die? Bai Ling'er's expression darkened considerably. Although she had reclaimed her ledger, she now found herself ensnared in peril. Surrender was utterly impossible. Falling into Sun Zhongtao's hands would mean a fate worse than death, as she would live as a mere puppet, subject to his whims. Weighing the odds, Bai Ling'er immediately leaped from the window. Simultaneously, the door was flung open by a throng of people. Without waiting for inquiries, the Xianming elders pointed toward the window and shouted, "Quickly pursue. This girl, having been struck by our Xianming divine palm, cannot escape far." In the enveloping darkness of the night, Bai Ling'er's complexion grew increasingly grim. Her face flushed crimson, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The dual sensations of extreme cold and heat intensified, akin to the torment of ants gnawing at her heart. She dared not mobilize her vitality. Yet the pursuers were hot on her heels. Straining to endure, Bai Ling'er found herself at a loss as to where to flee. Sun Zhongtao was no fool. Upon discovering the ledger was missing, he would undoubtedly suspect her. The realms of heaven and earth, along with the gang, were no refuge. Who could say whether Sun Zhongtao had spies lurking there? And neither location could effectively thwart him. Return to the Chen family. A thought struck Bai Ling. Only the Chen family would deter Sun Zhongtao's men. She felt a surge of relief, still holding onto the identity of Chen Xian's bodyguard. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 survival points. Today's marketplace has undergone a significant update, with new items available. Reforge the body technique, requiring only 10,000 survival points. Impressive. System. New items are available. Chen Xian exclaimed. However, he quickly disregarded the system's marketplace. Survival points were too scarce, and he lacked sufficient funds for a lottery. The reforge the body technique held no value for him. He was not a remnant soul in need of a corporeal form. However, this should also be a celestial grade technique. As long as the soul exists, one can see the world again. But the question remains, who has died yet retains an eternal soul? Chen Xian chuckled and shook his head, suddenly reminded of Yi Fan. Isn't that cheap master of his a remnant soul? Why should I care? In a fleeting thought, Chen Xian chose not to dwell on it any longer. Yet, recalling Yi Fan, he suddenly remembered the compensation. My mobility is limited. Tomorrow, I shall have Bai, the bodyguard, run an errand for me. With that in mind, Chen Xian opened the door, preparing to inform Bai Ling. Chapter 68. Heaven will not abandon Bai Ling'er. Chen Xian. Lend me your aid. Standing at Bai Ling'er's door, he was met with a cacophony of enchanting sounds. What on earth is happening? Chen Xian halted. Hand poised to knock, his face a mask of confusion. Is this really such a serious craving? Should I enter or not? His face flushed a deep crimson. After some contemplation, he decided to leave. Adults ought to afford each other some dignity. However, just as he turned to depart, a hand suddenly yanked him inside. Bai Ling'er, somewhat dazed, only came to her senses upon recognizing Chen Xian. Relief washed over her. It was not one of Sun Zhongtao's men. Oh, it's you, she exhaled, leaning back against her bed, pulling the covers over herself. I'm feeling a bit unwell, she murmured softly. Bai Ling'er sensed the poison raging within her. Her body alternately burning with fever and trembling with chills, now feeling scorching hot, now icy cold, yet she was powerless to act. As the Xianming elders had stated, the Xianming divine palm was entirely unfamiliar to her, let alone any knowledge of an antidote. It seemed she might truly meet her end within the Chen household. Bai Ling'er was engulfed in despair, her heart weighed down by a lingering sense of guilt towards Chen Xian. Her initial intention in coming to the Chen family was to leverage Chen Xian's insights to alleviate her troubles. Yet now, far from repaying him, she feared she had only added to his burdens. What's the matter? Even Chen Xian, who often appeared oblivious, sensed that something was amiss with Bai Ling'er at that moment. Do you have a fever? Shall I call a doctor? He touched her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. Just as he was about to make the call, Bai Ling'er stopped him. With a bitter smile, she replied, "No need, Chen Xiao. It's not an illness. You should go." "Then what is it?" Chen Xian asked, perplexed. Bai Ling remained silent, as her body was once again caught in a tumultuous battle between extremes of heat and cold. She abruptly threw off the covers and tugged at her clothing. "I'm hot. I'm so hot." Her skin, as white as jade, was exposed, and her form hinted at a struggle against restraint. "Don't take it off," Chen Xian exclaimed, grasping her hand. If she were to remove her clothing, it would lead to an irreparable misunderstanding. "Chen Xiao, please leave. I beg you. I'm burning up." Bai Ling's plea, laced with desperation, was utterly irresistible, almost tantalizingly provocative. Yet at that moment, Chen Xian's thoughts were far from illicit. He recognized the severity of her distress reflected in her eyes. What kind of ailment is this? Can it truly cause one to lose their senses? Hang on. The alternating sensations of cold and heat feel familiar? His gaze scrutinized Bai Ling's condition, first drawn to her alabaster skin. While the view was undeniably captivating, Chen Xian's focus settled on the central point of concern. The delicate blood vessels on her fair skin were glaringly visible, with grotesque crimson and azure lines resembling a sinister spider's web converging into a conspicuous red spot. A shiver coursed through Chen Xian. Why does Bai Ling's condition resemble that of someone afflicted by the Xianming divine palm? The thought struck him as absurd. The Xianming elders were S-rank fugitives. How had Bai Ling entangled herself with such notorious figures? Did he truly recognize this poison? Bai Ling's heart raced with terror at this realization. However, she quickly reassured herself. Chen Xian had encountered many extraordinary situations. It was not surprising that he could identify her predicament. Might he also know the antidote? In that fleeting moment, hope ignited within her. With fervent eyes, she embraced Chen Xian, pleading, "Save me, please." Chen Xian, still bewildered, assumed that Bai Ling was merely having another episode. As for her recognition of the poison, he attributed it to his habit of reading novels, quickly flipping through fight scenes while savoring the romantic passages word by word. In the original narrative, Bai Ling had indeed fallen victim to the Xianming divine palm, ultimately saved by the young Yi Fan. The antidote, he recalled, was revealed by the remnant soul of the martial sage. Although the poison was peculiar, it paled in comparison to the martial sage's extensive experience and keen insight. If this truly is the Xianming divine palm, then first, a virgin is required. Bai Ling's eyes widened upon hearing this. What do you need a virgin for? Is the antidote reliant on yin and yang harmony? She glanced at Chen Xian, her mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. Must she truly offer herself to this young man? Wait, was he still untainted? The thought struck her suddenly. This fellow had a chaotic personal life, having visited dubious places as soon as he came of age, and with a beautiful fiancée besides, entangled with several campus beauties. Any other young man would have surely lost his innocence by now. Just then, Chen Xian's thoughts echoed in his mind. Typically, poisons are designed to spread rapidly throughout the body, but the Xianming divine palm takes a different approach. After initially dispersing, the poison converges at a focal point, creating a central source of toxicity. This moment is the optimal time for antidotal intervention, as the poison can be extracted directly through the mouth of a virgin. In truth, Chen Xian felt that a virgin wasn't strictly necessary. In the narrative, the martial sage had rambled on about how a man who had lost his purity lacked the vigor required for a pure and potent extraction. Yet, this was merely an excuse to prevent others from seizing the opportunity to help Bai Ling. Still, I can't be certain this is indeed the Xianming divine palm. Chen Xian found himself in a dilemma. Even if it were true, the location of the poison was exceedingly awkward. Couldn't he possibly have a clean young man lying atop a woman to extract the poison? Could he? Though he felt a wave of embarrassment, Bai Ling was beyond caring at that moment. While Chen Xian hesitated, she was resolute. Those two old fiends had proclaimed that no one but them knew the antidote. Yet they had not anticipated the existence of an anomaly like Chen Xian. The opportunity to survive was before her, and Bai Ling felt her agony diminish significantly. Kneeling on the bed, she clutched Chen Xian's clothing tightly, her expression urgent. "Tell me, are you still a virgin?" How can you, a woman, ask such a question?" Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, his face turning beet red. Just by looking at his innocent demeanor, Bai Ling realized the answer without needing further confirmation. Elation surged within her. Fate had not forsaken Bai Ling. Life was not meant to end here. Her gaze sparkled with the fervor of someone beholding a rare treasure. "Chen Xian, what are you doing?" Chen Xian asked, a hint of trepidation creeping in as Bai Ling's gaze became almost predatory. "Extract the poison vigorously." With that, Bai Ling pressed her hands firmly against Chen Xian's head. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be the Xianming divine palm? There was no time for further contemplation. Saving a life was worth more than constructing grand edifices, especially for someone as stunning as Bai Ling. In an instant, Chen Xuan bit down on the poison source and immersed himself in the task at hand. Chapter 69. The Revelation. I can do anything. Chen Xuan worked diligently, resembling a tireless little bee, extracting the toxic blood and casting it aside. Gradually, Bai Ling began to feel significantly better. The discomfort that had plagued her dissipated. Yet as her clarity returned, she was engulfed in a wave of shame. The unusual sensations across her chest turned her cheeks crimson. Earlier, survival had eclipsed any sense of modesty, but now, with the danger averted, she felt even more embarrassed about their current position. As she felt the powerful hand on her slender waist, Bai Ling bit her lip in mortification. You could have just extracted the poison. But why the extra embraces and touches? She sensed Chen Xuan might be taking advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuan was oblivious to her thoughts. However, if he were aware, he would surely cry out in defense. It's a misunderstanding. Without something to hold, he felt an inexplicable void. More critically, he was unable to exert any force. With a determined breath, Chen Xuan took another deep draw, then spat the toxin aside before continuing. Observing his relentless efforts, Bai Ling found herself at a loss for words. The truth was, there was nothing left to say. Counting this instance, Chen Xuan had inadvertently saved Bai Ling on 2 separate occasions. Both instances could be deemed as life-saving favors. Bai Ling who was averse to owing anyone, now faced the conundrum of how to repay Chen Xuan for these life debts. As her mind raced, a thought flashed through her. A small woman has nothing to offer but her body. The notion caused Bai Ling to tremble with embarrassment. She felt that she was genuinely ill. Otherwise, how could she have developed feelings for someone a decade her junior? An old cow eating tender grass? Bai Ling's heart fluttered wildly. Yet, a dilemma loomed before her. How was she to confront Chen Xuan? Considering their current ambiguous interactions, in order to avoid embarrassment, Bai Ling fainted on the spot. Oh no, Bai Ling, Bai Ling. As Chen Xuan gazed at Bai Ling lying motionless on the bed, he was utterly dumbfounded. Fearing he exerted enough effort, he drew a few more sips of blood until he could extract no more. Am I to become anemic from this? He thought, observing Bai Ling still unconscious. However, seeing her rosy complexion, he felt she didn't appear anemic. Despite 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, Chen Xuan knew it was not the right moment to inquire. He covered Bai Ling with a blanket, tidied the room, and gently closed the door. It was only when the lights dimmed that Bai Ling dared to open her eyes. Looking at the blanket draped over her, a smile unconsciously crept onto her face. After all, having a younger brother was quite nice. Yet, in a fleeting moment, her expression turned cold. Sun Zhongtao, and those 2 old schemers. This matter is far from over. She pulled out her phone, noticing more than a dozen missed calls, all from Sun Zhongtao. Just as she was looking at it, the screen lit up again. Bai Ling answered the call. Bai Ling? Sun Zhongtao's voice came through, tinged with uncertainty and a hint of trepidation. Bai Ling remained silent. And the voices of the 2 old men, Xianming, echoed on the other end. Young master Sun, it cannot be Bai Ling. She has fallen victim to our Xianming divine palm and cannot possibly survive. Indeed, calculating the time, Bai Ling had likely already succumbed to a chaotic state of vital energy and perished. Through the receiver, Bai Ling could feel their arrogance and confidence. She let out a cold laugh. Sun Zhongtao, let the battle commence. With that, she hung up the phone. There was nothing left to discuss. The 2 had completely torn off the mask of civility, leaving no room for retreat. At the Sun family, smiles froze on the faces of Sun Zhongtao and the 2 Xianming elders. Left Xian was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, impossible. It cannot be. How could she still be alive? Right Ming felt as though he had seen a ghost. Without their guidance on the antidote, how had this woman managed to survive? Sun Zhongtao, naturally unaware of their astonishment, was solely focused on Bai Ling's demise, with the Han family still unresolved. Now he had to contend with Bai Ling as well. His face turned ashen, but then he sneered disdainfully. Did she truly believe herself to be a noteworthy opponent? A declaration of war? Did he possess the qualifications to challenge the Sun family? He commanded all his subordinates that the presence of Bai Ling's influence in Linghai City was intolerable. That night, chaos was destined to engulf Linghai City. Streets erupted in violent clashes among martial artists. Even Bai Ling's headquarters, Tianshang Rinjian, descended into turmoil. The infiltrators within Bai Ling's organization, planted by Sun Zhongtao, sprang into action. In an instant, faced with Sun Zhongtao's onslaught, Bai Ling's entire faction began to crumble. Although Bai Ling's underground organization was not without merit, its most formidable asset was Bai Ling herself. Given her current condition, she was utterly unable to fight back, allowing Sun Zhongtao to seize the opportunity without granting her a moment's respite. Speak. Who are you truly? The following day, After changing Chen Xuan's bandages, Bai Linger found herself under his scrutiny. This caregiver was anything but ordinary. Chen Xuan would not allow such an unpredictable element to linger by his side. Bai Linger knew this day would come. She had prepared for it the night before. Taking a deep breath, just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. She did not shy away from answering it in front of Chen Xuan. The moment she connected, even without the speakerphone, Chen Xuan could hear the urgency in the voice on the other end. Sister, the headquarters has fallen. All our territories are lost. We are left with only Tianshang Renjian. With a thud, Bai Linger's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She had grossly underestimated the Sun family's strength, or perhaps Sun Zhongtao's infiltration into her organization. Bai Linger's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. This was the organization she had painstakingly built. To see it dismantled by Sun Zhongtao was unbearable. Yet now, with her injuries and Sun Zhongtao's overwhelming power, it seemed she had reached a dead end. Was it all over? Had everything come to an end? Bai Linger raised her eyes to Chen Xuan. At this moment, there was but one way to break the impasse. And Chen Xuan was gazing back at Bai Linger, his eyes dark and contemplative as he asked, "You are Bai Linger?" "Yes," Bai Linger nodded. There was nothing left to hide. She laid her cards on the table. Upon her acknowledgement, Chen Xuan fell silent. He feigned solemnity, but inwardly, he was cursing incessantly. Damn, why do all of Yi Fan's harem members keep coming to me? Though Chen Xuan was no longer inclined to tread cautiously. Allowing Yi Fan to harbor resentment once was acceptable, twice was inconsequential. The addition of Bai Linger did not faze him. Moreover, due to the deviation in the storyline, the present Bai Linger had no connection to Yi Fan. Because she was not Yi Fan's furnace, Chen Xuan felt even more at ease. However, he still could not fathom her motives. Why have you come to be my caregiver? Or do you have an ulterior motive? Chen Xuan fixed his gaze intently on Bai Linger. Naturally, she could not reveal that she could hear his innermost thoughts. As for her explanation, she had already contemplated it and made her decision. Bai Linger spoke earnestly. Young Master Chen, if you do not mind, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. As long as you can assist me in dealing with the Sun family, Her face flushed crimson. I am willing to serve you for life. I can do anything. Chapter 70. Linghai, a change in the tide. Rather than saying Bai Linger came to ally with Chen Xuan, it would be more accurate to say she was left with no choice. This was her only path forward. Compared to other families in Linghai City, the Chen family was undoubtedly the best option. More crucially, the Chen family not only possessed strength, but Chen Xuan also shared a closer relationship with her. After all, he had even drawn from her bosom. Chen Xuan did not rush to respond. Although Bai Linger's words were laden with ambiguity, he was not a foolish, lecherous wolf. A master of the Splitting Sea realm was indeed enticing, yet the power to decide lay not in his hands. I can introduce you to my father, he said after a moment's contemplation. Whether or not to assist Bai Linger in convincing his father was a matter beyond his own capabilities. All right. Seeing Bai Linger nod, Chen Xuan called his father and briefly explained the situation. That afternoon, Chen Sihai returned home to meet Bai Ling. Why should I help you? In the study, Chen Sihai glared at Bai Linger with an imposing presence. I can become young Master Chen's protector, Bai Linger replied earnestly. Protector? Chen Sihai found it somewhat amusing, as typically only the extraordinary scions of top-tier families had protectors to shield them. His son was merely an ordinary individual, struggling even to gain admission to a martial arts university. Did he truly require a protector? Upon observing Chen Sihai's demeanor, Bai Linger felt a moment of astonishment. It seemed that this elderly father was blissfully unaware of his son's true capabilities. A prodigy capable of contending with warriors in the transcendence realm would undoubtedly stand out even among the elite families. If you deem the role of the guardian insufficient, I am more than willing to serve as a bodyguard for the Chen family. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the safety of the Chen family and Chen Xuan. Bai Linger had no intention of divulging Chen Xuan's secrets. Instead, she opted for a different approach. She smiled and inquired, as one of the 5 formidable masters of Linghai City, do you not worry about the potential dangers lurking at home during your prolonged absences? Chen Sihai's eyes narrowed. This statement indeed struck at the very core of his concerns. Upon learning of Bai Linger's identity, he felt a mix of shock and trepidation. The Chen family had remained untouched for many years, yet that did not imply they were impervious. His daily responsibilities were overwhelming, often leading to prolonged periods away from home. Apart from Chen Xuan, the only other family member was Qin Su, both of whom were essentially defenseless against such formidable adversaries. It would take but one warrior, let alone a master of the Sea Splitter realm, to easily extinguish the lives of the 2 women. Previously, Wang Hai had guarded the Chen family. But after 2 decades of tranquility, Chen Sihai was reluctant to reassign such a powerful protector to mere security duties. Moreover, masters were exceedingly rare, especially those of the Sea Splitter realm. Such individuals rarely consented to serve under others. Naturally, Chen Xuan felt no apprehension regarding Bai Ling harboring ulterior motives, as he held a measure of confidence being one of the 5 void breakers of Linghai City. The Sun family is not to be trifled with, Chen Xuan spoke gravely. Bai Ling smiled. What if I were to say that the masterminds behind the plot against the Han family are none other than the Sun family? Additionally, Bai Ling recalled the 2 elder Xianming and a multitude of warriors in Sun Zhongtao's villa. Sun Zhongtao was harboring numerous wanted criminals, at least dozens. Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened. Are you certain? Absolutely, Bai Ling affirmed. Chen Xuan's eyes flickered. If this were indeed true, then the Sun family warranted severe retribution. Chen Xuan's thoughts began to churn, not for any other reason, but this notion alone positioned him on the moral high ground, offering him immense advantage. Capturing dozens of fugitive criminals in one fell swoop could potentially elevate his standing. However, a solitary effort would require considerable strategy to confront the Sun family. Sun Zhongtao undoubtedly possessed significant backing. His father was also a void breaker, albeit in the twilight of his years, still at the zenith of his prowess. Furthermore, his sister had married the city lord of Linghai, a figure of undeniable authority. This matter would necessitate the involvement of others. With a spark of inspiration, Chen Xuan picked up the phone. Oh, Uncle Li has arrived. Meanwhile, in the courtyard basking in the sun, Chen Xuan noticed Li Weigua approaching in haste. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Weigua snorted, shooting him a fierce glare, still harboring grievances over the hospital incident. The brash young man was someone he had no desire to engage with. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, content to continue his sunbathing. Before long, Old Man Han hurried into the Chen residence. After exchanging a few words with Chen Xuan, he proceeded to the study. It appeared that matters were progressing favorably. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted toward the study on the 2nd floor. His father was decisive in his actions. Bai Ling had not emerged for so long, undoubtedly having swayed his father. More importantly, the arrival of both Li Weigua and Old Man Han indicated that his father was preparing to take action. The specifics of their plans were unknown to Chen Xuan, nor did he have the inclination to pry. However, events unfolded as he had anticipated. That very evening, a cadre of youthful, spirited individuals with crew cuts joined the ranks as Bai Ling's subordinates. A transformation swept through Linghai City. Even without stepping outside, Chen Xuan could sense the palpable tension in the air. Daily broadcasts from the Linghai City radio reported on unexpected violent clashes. From a security standpoint, Chen Xuan led a contingent of external martial artists into the city, under the pretense of safeguarding the populace's life and property. Concurrently, as the highest authority on public safety within the city, Li Weigua apprehended one wanted criminal after another, with each capture making headlines. Meanwhile, Old Man Han frequented the city lord for tea. More than a month later, Chen Xuan found himself in his training room, engaged in rehabilitative exercises. His injuries had long since healed, but Qin Su remained apprehensive, only permitting him access to the training room in the past week. Starting with tentative training sessions, Chen Xuan had since escalated his regimen. His efforts now surpassed those of his previous attempts. Relentless effort was imperative. Bai Ling's matters were not his concern, but there was still Yi Fan to contend with. Heaven knew that during his month of recuperation, that individual had advanced several realms. In the original narrative, Chen Xuan's arc concluded during the martial arts entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, his current level would preclude him from participating. Yet driven by his animosity towards Yi Fan for stealing his fiancée, Chen Xuan had clandestinely set an ambush within the examination's secret realm, intending to eliminate Yi Fan. Little did he know, Yi Fan was also seeking an opportunity. Thus, their paths collided, leading to the dramatic conclusion. Now, Chen Xuan was determined to take part in the martial arts entrance examination, yet he could not evade an encounter with Yi Fan. Although it was merely an examination, the uncertainties were manifold. Fatalities occurred every year during the tests. In this high martial world, such incidents had become as commonplace as forgetting one's examination permit in a previous life. Chen Xuan was convinced that Yi Fan would not let slip this prime opportunity for vengeance. Only through his demise would the several leading ladies have a chance to reconnect with him. While Chen Xuan sensed that Yi Fan's prospects appeared bleak at present, he remained vigilant. Lost in thought, the system's notification chime sounded promptly. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 survival points. Chapter 71. Growing stronger even while recuperating, Yi Fan. What do you possess to contend with me? During this period of convalescence, Chen Xuan had accumulated 4,000 survival points. The reasons were twofold. He lacked the time to utilize items acquired during his recovery, and the rewards from the lucky draw had yielded little of value. The items on the lucky draw wheel were not static. They refreshed every 7 days, presenting random variations. For Chen Xuan at this juncture, elixirs and divine weapons were merely trifles. He sought pills to elevate his realm and, subsequently, Martial arts techniques. Reviewing the system. Today's lucky draw had finally included the mirror-shattering pill. Chen Xuan had waited several days for this moment. Time to draw. He eagerly proceeded with the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one mirror-shattering pill. A splendid start. Congratulations, host. You have also received one boundary-breaking pill. Double the good fortune. Chen Xuan was somewhat taken aback by the consecutive acquisition of two mirror-shattering pills. It seems this mirror-shattering pill is not regarded as a high-tier item by the system. Indeed, given that Chen Xuan was merely in the transcendence realm. Even without the mirror-shattering pill, breaking through would only require a bit more time. The higher the realm, the more precious such a pill became. To Chen Xuan now, it was merely a matter of time. Yet now, he needed to seize every moment. Without hesitation, he continued drawing. Chen Xuan had no intention of hoarding this item. After a month of recovery, he had already lost significant time and was in desperate need of enhancing his strength. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a solitary moment of solitude. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xuan found himself utterly bewildered. Upon checking the lottery records, he was indeed met with a sense of profound disappointment. Nothing at all? Was there truly a thank you for your patronage involved? Chen Xuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. However, after some contemplation, he found solace in the realization that he had already drawn a considerable number of valuable items since the commencement of the lottery. If this continued, the system's shop would become utterly redundant. Clearly, this system was enacting a form of punishment upon him. With 1,000 survival points still in hand, Chen Xuan decided to proceed cautiously, fearing the onset of a disheartening double whammy. With a flicker of inspiration, he summoned a breakthrough pill into his palm and promptly consumed it. A long-forgotten sensation of exhilaration surged within him as his vitality began to boil, akin to mighty rivers surging forth with abandon. Bang! With a muffled thud, Chen Xuan successfully broke through to the 5th tier of the transcendence realm. He pressed on. Another breakthrough pill found its way into his mouth, and once more, his vitality erupted. Moments later, with 2 breakthrough pills consumed, Chen Xuan's cultivation soared to the 7th tier of the transcendence realm. After calming his tumultuous heart, a confident smile graced Chen Xuan's face. This was the advantage of having a cheat. Even while recuperating, he continued to elevate himself. Yi Fan, what could you possibly use to compete with me? Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of arrogance. Yet, he reminded himself to temper his enthusiasm, for Yi Fan also wielded significant power. Pride and arrogance are the chief culprits leading a villain to their demise. Chen Xuan remained acutely aware of the survival rules for villains. Lottery, he declared. Realizing that 1,000 survival points were far too few to hoard, he could not resist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial grade martial art. The immovable king's art. A celestial grade martial art? Chen Xuan felt a rush of joy, for this was his first encounter with such a technique. Unlike martial skills, which serve as a warrior's trump card, martial arts form the very foundation of one's being. In the same realm, to excel and dominate others depends on the quality of both martial skills and martial arts. Chen Xuan hastily delved into the details of the immovable king's art. This was a defensive martial art, comprising 9 tiers. The first tier, copper skin. The second tier, iron bone. The third tier, impervious to blades. When cultivated to its highest levels, its defensive prowess was astounding. The description for the 8th tier simply read, absolute defense. When activating the 8th tier of the immovable king's art, one's vitality could coalesce into a golden protective shield, impervious and capable of withstanding celestial grade martial skills. The 9th tier further bestowed the protection of the king, manifesting a spectral image of the immovable king around the user, achieving an unparalleled level of defense. As long as one's vitality remained intact, no one could breach this defense. Iron King's divine skill. Upon concluding the description, Chen Xuan felt that this name suited the art far better. Although it was a defensive martial art, being celestial grade, it certainly warranted a more dignified title. Chen Xuan felt quite satisfied, considering that he and Yi Fan were in the same grand realm. Even if Yi Fan wished to penetrate his divine skill, it would prove quite challenging. However, in the next moment, Chen Xuan realized something was amiss. Unlike martial skills, martial arts could not be instantaneously comprehended. They required personal cultivation? What nonsense! Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. As he perused the training manual for the immovable king's art, a chill ran through him. It was not that Chen Xuan lacked the ambition to strive, but rather that the highest cultivator of the immovable king since its inception had only reached the 6th tier. The requirements for talent to master this art were nearly draconian. Even the most gifted individuals would require a year to cultivate the 1st tier. And that was not the end of it. Even more absurdly, the time required for each subsequent tier increased exponentially. 1 year for the 1st tier, 2 years for the second, 4 years for the third, 8 years for the fourth, and 16 years for the fifth. Following this pattern, achieving the ninth tier, where one could claim invincibility, would accumulate to several hundred years. It was no wonder that such formidable mastery had never been attained. Reaching the ninth tier was simply unattainable. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan, yet living for several hundred years remained a far-fetched fantasy. Even a mere martial saint would not reach such an age, unless through the means of reincarnation. Yet, with reincarnation, all one's cultivation and martial skills would be lost. In the end, the immovable king's art remained an unsolvable enigma. Chen Xuan sighed. Just as he was about to exit the system shop, he suddenly noticed that a character panel had appeared for him in the system. Under the martial arts section, the immovable king's art was prominently displayed. Could he allocate points? Staring at the numbers, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then clicked. Host's survival points are insufficient. Elevating the immovable king's art to the second tier requires 1,000 survival points. So it truly was possible to allocate points, just as Chen Xuan had surmised. Upon acquiring his first martial art, he had unlocked the character interface and a new application for survival points. In just 10 days, he could cultivate the immovable king's art to the second tier. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat, Yifan finished unloading the last cart and turned to sit on the ground, picking up his phone. Suddenly, a friend request caught his attention. Dragon Alliance. Longya, requests to add you as a friend. Yifan was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes brightened as he recalled a letter he had sent out a month prior. Had there finally been a response? Yifan quickly accepted the friend request. Soon after, a message arrived. Longya. Hello, may I ask if that letter was sent by you? Yifan. Yes, indeed. Longya. How did you obtain the inheritance of Marshal Saint Longxi? Yifan. Sorry, I cannot disclose that information. Longya. Where are you currently located? Yifan. Sorry, I cannot disclose that information. Longya. Our Dragon Alliance needs to meet with you. Do you have time? Yifan. Sorry, I have no time. I will certainly visit the Dragon Alliance, but not at this moment. Longya. May I ask what your purpose is in contacting us? Yifan. Money. I want money. Yifan excitedly typed, his hands trembling with anticipation. Chapter 72. This opportunity is mine to seize. In the imperial capital, within a luxurious estate, two women bearing a semblance of resemblance engaged in conversation. The woman at the forefront donned an elegant qipao, exuding grace and poise with every movement. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet time had only served to enhance her allure. She was none other than Long Yun, the true decision-maker of the Dragon Alliance. As the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Long Yun's prowess was modest, merely at the sea-splitting realm. Her ascension to this position was due to her intellect. However, despite her reputed strategic acumen, the present world remained one where strength reigned supreme. Compared to the former glory of the Dragon Alliance, it could now be deemed as waning. Yet, even in its diminished state, the Dragon Alliance was not an entity a mere local family could triflingly approach. Even in the imperial capital, the Dragon Alliance's wrath could stir the very ground. This was the legacy left by the martial saint. Even if only the brand remained, it would not perish. Long Yun languidly stretched, then softly inquired of the girl across from her, "How much does he demand?" Long Yun stared blankly at her phone until her aunt's question jolted her back to reality. Did he say 10 million? Upon seeing that figure, Long Yun couldn't help but feel that the individual was jesting. If he had truly received the inheritance of Marshal Saint Longxi, he would undoubtedly not lack for that sum. As the youngest martial saint of the Great Xia, the legacy left by Longxi was enough to drive the world into a frenzy, whether in martial skills or martial arts. They were not commodities to be appraised in monetary terms. Little aunt, are you certain that this individual has truly inherited the legacy of the Dragon Stream martial sage? Long Yun inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. The woman opposite her nodded affirmatively, stating, "There can be no mistake. In that video, he employed the renowned martial technique of our predecessor, the Dragon Stream, known as the Martial Princess Dominance Fist." After a moment of contemplation, her face brightened with a radiant smile. "It appears our young master is in dire need of financial assistance. Shall we provide it?" Long Yun continued. "Indeed, we shall." Long Yun replied without hesitation. The fact that he can execute the Martial Princess Dominance Fist and is aware of our Dragon Alliance's secret base renders his identity beyond doubt. Moreover, he may have genuinely acquired the legacy of the Dragon Stream martial sage, yet is in need of funds? What does that imply? Before Long Yun could ponder further, Long Yun elaborated. It suggests that he has never intended to monetize this legacy, or perhaps it indicates that his ambitions are even grander. Long Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement as she cautioned Long Yun, "Do not harbor any intentions of probing into his thoughts. It may alert other factions." As she had asserted, "When the time is right, we shall inevitably meet." From this moment forth, the affairs of this young master will rest solely in your hands. Keep me informed of any developments immediately. Understood. Long Yi nodded, simultaneously replying to Yi Fan's message. Card number. Your bank account has been credited with a sum of 10 million yuan. Yi Fan stared blankly at the text message on his phone, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. In a mere few minutes, he had become a millionaire? Even when breaking through a minor realm, Yi Fan had never experienced such exhilaration. It was not that he had an insatiable love for money, but rather, the hardships of the past had illuminated for him the significance of wealth. Ever since he had moved into the Han family, he vowed to become self-reliant. Yet reality had delivered him a harsh lesson. The training room had consumed all his scholarship funds. The days spent contemplating part-time work, only to face exorbitant compensation demands after confronting Li Xiong, were among the most agonizing he had ever endured. Even though Chen Xuan eventually settled the debts, Yi Fan still had to contend with basic survival. Hey, you little brat. What are you doing? Get to work. Just as he was lost in thought, the construction site foreman arrived, shouting and pointing a finger at Yi Fan. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan might have endured this treatment silently, merely swearing under his breath. However, things had changed. He was now a millionaire and would no longer tolerate such indignities. With a resounding thud, Yi Fan hurled his hard hat to the ground. I quit. He stormed off the construction site and first headed to the mall to procure a refined outfit. Gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he felt invigorated. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, the voice of the martial sage of Dragon Stream echoed in his mind. What is it? Yi Fan asked, his brow furrowing. Your opportunity has arrived. Opportunity? Upon hearing this term, Yi Fan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. However, surrounded by shoppers in the mall, it hardly seemed like an auspicious moment. Watch the television. The voice of Long, she urged once more. And Yi Fan then noticed a news broadcast playing on a screen in the mall. Today, the highest commander of the station military forces, Chen Xuan, and the head of public security, Li Weiguo, have jointly dismantled the criminal organization led by the Sun family. Sun Zhongtao is wanted for harboring fugitives, hiring assassins, smuggling, corruption, and possession of prohibited items. An S-level wanted notice has been issued, and clues are being solicited throughout the city, with a reward of 500,000 yuan for any valid information. Additionally, this Sunday, the First Court of Linghai City will auction off the assets of Sun Zhongtao. On the screen, confiscated contraband was displayed in an orderly row. Following Long Shi's guidance, Yi Fan's gaze fixated on an ancient box. An auction? He murmured. His eyes locked onto the item that Long Shi had referred to as an opportunity. The television revealed the box being opened, revealing a yellowed piece of sheepskin. At a glance, Long Shi's voice resounded. Heavenly grade. This is a heavenly grade martial technique. Heavenly grade? The words caused Yi Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment. Master, are you certain? This item appears rather unremarkable. Even if it is indeed a martial technique, the description on it is damaged. Just acquire it. Leave the rest to me. Long Shi stated succinctly, yet his confidence ignited Yi Fan's excitement. If Master is so sure, then it must undoubtedly be of heavenly grade. I have to secure this box. Yi Fan clenched his fists, feeling emboldened. Despite its lackluster appearance, the item was likely overlooked by others. Furthermore, with 10 million yuan at his disposal, he felt unshakable. Is that the heavenly grade martial technique? Oh no, how could it end up at auction? At the same time, as Chen Xuan died, he too caught sight of the news. He sighed, reflecting on how swiftly the Sun family had fallen, unable to withstand the onslaught of the three families for even a month. The outcome was not perfect, but it had certainly achieved the goals of the three families. To protect the lives of his other family members, Sun's father had refrained from intervening. Naturally, he lacked the courage to do so, with 3 against 1. He had no chance of winning. Rather than sacrifice a son, it was wiser to safeguard the lives of the remaining family members. Moreover, Sun Zhongtao had not perished, but had fled. Additionally, even though the city lord was Sun Zhongtao's brother-in-law, he could not intervene. The three families had positioned themselves at the pinnacle of legal authority, and with multiple charges against Sun Zhongtao, he would never see the light of day again. Even if he survived, he would live like a rat, hiding in the shadows. From this point forward, it could be said that only 4 major families remained in Linghai City. The Chen, Li, and Han families had forged even closer ties following this incident. Among them, the Chen family emerged as a pivotal bridge. Even if Chen Xuan wished to remain low-key from now on, his strength would not allow for it. From this day onward, the Chen family would rise to prominence. However, Chen Xuan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His attention was fixated on the piece of sheepskin in the small box on the television. Except for me, no one else likely knows that this is a heavenly grade martial technique. Even if Yi Fan does, what of it? He has no money. Chen Xuan felt a surge of elation. This opportunity he would seize. Chapter 73. Chen Xuan, you've hurt me. 5 days later. Chen Xuan arrived at the Li family's martial arts dojo. In the Tianzi training room, Zhang San delivered a powerful punch to the strength testing machine. Bang! The screen flickered before settling on the value of 824. Very good, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, noting that he had reached the 3rd tier of the refinement realm. I'll go next. Li Si stepped forward and similarly struck the strength machine, registering 792. Chen Xuan also nodded in approval. Though both were at the 6th tier of the refinement realm, Zhang San's imposing stature gave him a natural advantage in strength, while Li Si excelled in the mastery of martial techniques. Combat among martial artists is not solely determined by strength. The proficiency of techniques and cultivation methods also plays a crucial role in the outcome. However, as the saying goes, one's strength can overcome 10 skills. And achieving overwhelming strength often grants a significant advantage. You two have exceeded my expectations. I am pleased with your progress. After assessing the training outcomes of his 2 subordinates, Chen Xuan expressed his approval. In just a month, they had both broken through 2 minor realms, a testament to their hard work. As Chen Xuan had anticipated, Zhang San and Li Si had practically lived in the training room over the past month. In the past, while they had shown diligence, they would not have trained with such ferocity. Everything began following the fierce duel between Chen Xuan and Li Jinxin. Witnessing their leader's formidable prowess, the 2 subordinates felt an urgent need to match his pace. They understood that to falter would be to face inevitable elimination. Both were acutely aware of this truth and believed that aligning themselves with Chen Xuan would pave a brighter path for their futures. Their simple, hearty laughter was a testament to their loyalty and admiration for their leader. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, reveling in their flattering remarks. Brother, what is your current strength level? Zhang San inquired, with Li Si gazing at Chen Xuan with eager anticipation. The duo had long been intrigued by Chen Xuan's capabilities. After all, he had managed to confront Li Jinxin with the strength of a 5th-tier transformation realm fighter, even holding the upper hand. Now, after his recuperation, he exuded an extraordinary aura, prompting them to seek answers. I am uncertain, Chen Xuan admitted, equally curious about his current prowess. This was one of the reasons for his visit today, as the strength testing apparatus at home could not yield accurate results. Only the equipment at the martial arts school could reveal his true level. With a playful smile, he declared, "One punch will suffice to find out." With that, he struck the strength tester with a powerful punch. Boom! The force of his blow sent the machine trembling, and the screen flickered with rapidly changing numbers. It settled on a 4-digit figure. The 2 subordinates gasped in astonishment. They were aware of Chen Xuan's immense strength, yet they had never imagined that a single punch could yield such a staggering result. This was already on par with the strength of an ordinary martial artist. Yet Chen Xuan was merely at the transformation realm. What might he achieve if he were to break through to the next level? The 2 could scarcely fathom the extraordinary figures he might produce. 1864. The number finally stabilized, prompting both subordinates to swallow hard and instinctively give a thumbs up. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Chen Xuan smiled, unfazed by the revelation. Previously, Yi Fan, also at the 7th tier of the transformation realm, could casually produce over 1,000 in strength. Thus, Chen Xuan believed he could hold his own against Yi Fan. Keep up the diligent training. He patted his subordinates on the shoulder and departed the training room, heading to Li Jinxin's practice area. He had also arranged a challenge with Li Jinxin. The primary purpose of his visit to the martial arts school was to assess the training progress of his 2 subordinates, as well as to gauge his own capabilities. While he already had a sense of his strength, he wished to test the defensive capabilities of the first layer of the immovable king technique. Although he could not achieve perfection in this heavenly level martial art immediately, the system had elevated him to the first stage. Presently, Chen Xuan had reached the copper-skin phase of the immovable king. However, he remained unaware of the true extent of its defensive power. Today's duel with Li Jinxin was intended to unveil that mystery. Li Jinxin was undeniably a formidable presence among high school students in Linghai City. Now at the 8th tier of the transformation realm, making her a perfect benchmark for Chen Xuan. Upon learning of Chen Xuan's challenge, Li Jinxin was exhilarated. Having arrived early at the martial arts school to warm up in anticipation of their bout, the day she faced Chen Xuan had become a source of humiliation for her. And since then, she had devoted herself tirelessly to training, eager to reclaim her dignity as the prodigious student of Linghai City upon his return. The present was markedly different from the past. She was now at the 8th tier of the transformation realm. Furthermore, after experiencing a slowdown in her realm advancement, Li Jinxin had focused intensively on enhancing her strength and martial skills. This time, I will reclaim my glory, she vowed, clenching her fists. Just to clarify, no biting. Li Jinxin's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. Rest assured, this time, I will win fairly. Then let it begin, Chen Xuan responded. standing firm and beckoning her with a finger. Arrogant. Infuriated by this blatant provocation, Li Jianxin stepped forward, unleashing a punch aimed directly at Chen Xuan's chest. Yet, as her fist approached, he remained utterly still. Why not evade? Li Jianxin's form froze. Because I am unafraid, Chen Xuan replied, smiling. Classmate Jianxin, do not hold back. Please unleash your full force upon me. Such flattery. Li Jianxin's cheeks flushed as she threw a punch. With a resounding thud, her small fist struck Chen Xuan's chest. He staggered back a few steps. Though he felt a slight discomfort, it was within tolerable limits. In contrast, Li Jianxin, despite not being forced back, felt as though she had struck iron. That hurt, she thought, glancing down at her now reddened knuckles. Realizing she had exerted quite a bit of strength without employing any martial techniques. The pain was mutual. However, while Chen Xuan seemed unaffected, she was left reeling. The sensation was so intense that her fingers trembled, but out of pride, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, turning her hand away to conceal her injury. Chen Xuan, however, noticed her subtle gesture. Isn't it quite endearing how this tsundere reacts? He began to understand the implications of his copper skin. When purely considering the transformation realm, Chen Xuan was impervious to harm from her raw strength. Even with martial techniques, his copper skin could significantly mitigate the impact. In summary, Chen Xuan was no longer someone a mere transformation realm fighter could contend with. Of course, Yi Fan was the exception. Shall we continue? With newfound confidence, Chen Xuan smiled at Li Jianxin. Upon hearing his words, coupled with the irritating grin on his face, Li Jianxin could no longer maintain her composure. Falling leaf kick. Very well. Seeing her employ a martial technique, Chen Xuan also relinquished his restraint, responding with the Blood River Heavy Mountain Fist. After several days of focused training, he had grown increasingly adept in its execution. Even as Li Jianxin attempted to counter with her legs, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. His strength was terrifying. She was clearly on the back foot, and it was evident her legs were bruising. After just one strike from Chen Xuan, she dared not take another blow head-on. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of strikes that Li Jianxin could not evade, leaving her increasingly distressed. With every hit she received, her frustration mounted. How could she possibly reclaim her honor if every blow she landed barely affected him, while each of his left her in pain? Tears welled in her eyes as she halted her attacks, refusing to block any further. Chen Xuan, you hurt me. Chapter 74. Enemies are bound to meet. Li Jianxin stood her ground, visibly upset, her eyes reflecting a blend of resentment and indignation, resembling a petulant partner in a lover's quarrel. Chen Xuan halted his advancing fist just in time, taken aback by her unexpected demeanor. What is happening? Is this truly the proud Li Jianxin speaking? He was utterly confounded. We are sparring, after all. Hurting one another is entirely normal. That may be, but it cannot be only you who inflicts pain on me. Look, you've left marks on me. Li Jianxin rolled up her sleeves, revealing several conspicuous red welts on her fair skin. Huh. Chen Xuan fell silent. What do you want me to do about this? Should I rub them for you? He had never seen Li Jianxin so melodramatic before. Women were indeed capricious. With a resigned sigh, he suggested, how about you hit me a few times? He adopted a non-defensive stance, pointing at his chest. Witnessing this, Li Jianxin felt exasperated. I want to hit you, but I simply can't. In the end, it was she who suffered the most pain. Reflecting on this, Li Jianxin felt even more aggrieved. Today was supposed to be her chance to redeem herself, yet reality dealt her a harsh blow. Unable to comprehend this fellow, Li Jianxin felt that her month of cultivation had been in vain, especially since she couldn't even keep pace with someone who had been recuperating. Have you been practicing a protective technique? She lamented, her voice tinged with dismay. Chen Xuan nodded, acknowledging the truth of her query. Indeed, according to the method, I have already reached the first level. You needn't use that technique. Just let me strike a few times, Li Jianxin continued, her resolve unshaken. Engaging in a battle of skills with Chen Xuan was no longer appealing, as she knew she could not withstand his punches. However, a simmering frustration urged her to unleash her ire upon him. I can't do that, Chen Xuan replied helplessly. The initial strength of the immovable king was predicated on solidifying oneself, unlike a warrior's defensive aura, which relied on hardened skin and bones. This technique fundamentally altered one's physical constitution, significantly enhancing one's resilience against impacts. These were tangible improvements to one's physique. Devoid of any notion of effort or exertion, Li Jianxin's frustration only deepened. She had heard about various martial arts that could enhance the body, but those required years of practice from a young age, along with numerous prohibitions. But Chen Xuan, she found it perplexing. Yet, given the multitude of secrets he harbored, this one was inconsequential. With a fierce glare directed at Chen Xuan, she declared, I won't fight you anymore. Very well. I should be leaving as well, Chen Xuan replied, glancing at the time. Where are you headed? She inquired. There's an auction this afternoon that I plan to attend. The one featuring the stolen goods of Sun Zhongtao? Li Jinxin queried. Indeed, that very one. After a prolonged wait, Chen Xuan's anticipation had grown unbearable. I must acquire that heavenly-grade martial technique. Li Jinxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavenly-grade martial technique? The rarity of such a treasure requires no elaboration, neither my family, the Li clan, nor the entire Linghai city possesses even a single one. How does Chen Xuan know that such a technique will be at this auction? She had researched the auction herself, and even Li Weiguo had encouraged her to attend, despite her relentless training. Yet, the auction brief revealed nothing of interest, merely some antiques and paintings collected by Sun Zhongtao. There were no resources for cultivation, let alone any decent weapons. Of course, that was not to say Sun Zhongtao lacked valuable items. Rather, the good ones had already been divided among Chen Sihai, Li Weiguo, and Old Master Han before the auction commenced. Yet now, Chen Xuan claimed there was a heavenly-grade martial technique. The three prominent figures of the Broken Void realm had failed to notice it, and she wondered how he could. Chen Xuan had no reason to deceive her. This was his genuine sentiment. Li Jinxin felt a pang of jealousy. Why was it that he was aware of all the good things? Can you take me along to see this? She asked, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. After all, it was a heavenly-grade martial technique. She had never encountered one in her life, and to say she wasn't curious would be a lie. Very well, Chen Xuan acquiesced, reluctantly nodding at the sight of her pleading expression. The cloud of gloom finally lifted from Li Jinxin's face. After she changed into a fresh outfit and slung her cherished bag over her shoulder, the two hailed a taxi straight to the auction venue. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Christie's auction house, the Han sisters were preparing to enter. The sharp-eyed Han Bingling spotted Chen Xuan and Li Jinxin stepping out of the same vehicle and immediately became agitated. What on earth are you doing with her? She accused Chen Xuan, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Jinxin. Oh no, how did I run into the Han sisters? Chen Xuan felt as if he had stumbled upon the legitimate wife while accompanying a mistress. I assure you, it was merely a coincidence. He insisted. A coincidence of sharing a ride. Really? I was just practicing at the Li Family Martial Arts Hall, he explained. Why were you at the Li Family Martial Arts Hall? She pressed. To check on my two younger brothers and spar with Jinxin. Chen Xuan answered truthfully, instantly regretting his words. As expected, Han Bingling erupted in frustration. Her face flushed with rage. You actually sought her out, she exclaimed, turning to her sister. See, I told you that a family flower is not as fragrant as a wildflower, yet you wouldn't believe me. Seeing Chen Xuan and Li Jinxin exit the vehicle together, Han Binglu felt a pang of discomfort and cast a lingering glance at Chen Xuan. Just then, Chen Xuan suddenly turned, his expression grave. What's wrong? The three women were taken aback by his abruptness, their hearts racing with trepidation. Chen Xuan maintained his serious demeanor. It's nothing. Let us go inside. Though he claimed all was well, the three remained on edge, sensing something amiss. However, upon glancing back, they saw nothing unusual. At that moment, Chen Xuan's inner voice resonated. I am truly clever. I have successfully averted a conflict. In an instant, the three women instinctively clenched their fists. He noticed me? That's impossible. He merely at the Transcendence realm, and shouldn't he be this perceptive to detect my presence? In a narrow alley directly opposite the auction venue, Sun Zhongtao leaned against the wall, too fearful to peek out. Chen Xuan's sudden movement had startled him greatly. He had come here with the intention of eliminating Chen Xuan. Now, he felt like a rat in a sewer. And the root cause of all his troubles lay with the Chen family and the other two clans. He could not swallow this humiliation. Death. That was acceptable. But Chen Sihai would not have it easy either. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Today, Chen Xuan must die. Sun Zhongtao seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. The more critical issue was finding an opportunity to strike while Chen Xuan was alone. Bai Linger seemed to have transformed into the Chen family's guardian. Even though Chen Xuan had recovered, she continued to stay by his side. Upon entering the venue, they found a gathering of 20 to 30 elegantly dressed individuals, most of whom belonged to the local minor families of Linghai City. However, Chen Xuan's gaze was drawn to a familiar silhouette. Had he encountered an old acquaintance? It seemed as if their minds were intertwined, for that person also turned to face him. In an instant, their eyes met, both wide with surprise. Chen Xuan? Yi Fan. Chapter 75, Bad News. This kid has become the Dragon King ahead of schedule. Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter with his three alchemical companions, Yi Fan's expression darkened. His heart swelled with fury. Why? Why does it always have to be him with my alchemical partners? Yi Fan's fists tightened in seething anger. Is he really the one you spoke of, that Chen Xuan? Feeling Yi Fan's rising agitation, Long Shi's voice rang out. Yes, master. He is the one who has persistently opposed me at every turn. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want me to help you eliminate him? Longxi's tone was more serious than ever. She had been guiding Yi Fan's cultivation, yet despite his breakthrough to the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, she felt it was too slow. Without an alchemical partner, he could only progress step by step in his training. By the time he could venture into the secret realm on his own to find a method to reconstruct his body, who knew how long that would take? Longxi could not afford to wait, especially since this Chen Xuan was no ordinary opponent. Master, I will handle it myself. Yi Fan reiterated his determination, assuring her that he would strike at the opportune moment. Despite his confidence, Longxi interjected, it may be more challenging than you think to kill him. Master, what are you saying? He is nothing but a worthless fool. Were it not for his family's background, I would have long since put an end to him. Even without inquiring into Chen Xuan's martial talent, Yi Fan was acutely aware of his status as a failure. Yet, Longxi merely offered a cold smile. Worthless? Huh. He may deceive others, but he cannot fool me. Even as a remnant soul, Longxi could perceive the vigorous vitality emanating from Chen Xuan. His foundation is not inferior to yours, and even if he is merely at the 7th rank of the Transcendence realm, you could never defeat him in an instant. Furthermore, Longxi extended a strand of her spiritual consciousness and observed Chen Xuan's bronze-hued skin. He practiced external martial arts, and his defensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary warriors. If you cannot achieve an instant kill, you would be utterly unable to stop him if he attempted to flee. What? Upon hearing his master's words, Yi Fan was astonished. This kid Chen Xuan is so formidable? Although he was deeply skeptical, he could not disregard his master's insights. After all, it was the deduction of a martial saint, and it could not possibly be erroneous. It appears I have underestimated him all along. Yi Fan's thoughts grew heavy, and after a moment, he transmitted a query, Master. What if I break through to become a warrior? Becoming a warrior is certainly within reach. However, before long she could finish her sentence. Chen Xuan patted Yi Fan's shoulder. The communication between the master and disciple was thus interrupted. Although he was reluctant to engage with Yi Fan, Chen Xuan still wished to inquire, what brings you here? Do I even need to say? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. Do you have money? Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, gesturing at his attire. What do you think this is? Chen Xuan glanced over, confused. Brand name. Yi Fan smiled proudly, turning away and ignoring Chen Xuan. Out with the old, in with the new. Yi Fan is no longer that impoverished kid. Watching Yi Fan turn away, Chen Xuan's expression darkened. Originally, he had anticipated that this auction would be a sure thing. Yi Fan's departure from the narrative meant he would not encounter Bai Linger, nor would he come into contact with Sun Zhongtao. By all rights, he should not have had access to this opportunity. Yet, Chen Xuan had gravely underestimated the protagonist's halo. Ultimately, fate had conspired to place this opportunity in Yi Fan's path. Moreover, it seemed that after a month, Yi Fan had undergone significant changes, the most apparent being his newfound wealth. Oh no, could it be that this kid is going to become the Dragon King ahead of schedule? The thought struck Chen Xuan with a jolt. Only if that martial saint had informed Yi Fan about his forces could this brat become wealthy overnight. Beyond that, Chen Xuan could fathom no other explanation. A chill ran through Chen Xuan. Yi Fan's early contact with the Dragon Alliance left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. The strength of the Dragon Alliance was far beyond that of the Chen family. If this lad truly became the young master of the Dragon Alliance and issued a decree to hunt him down, Chen Xuan could envision no escape. However, this remained a mere hypothesis, for the Dragon Alliance's influence resided far in the imperial capital. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan's mood remained grim. Today, he had intended to seize a rare opportunity, but Yi Fan's appearance had extinguished that hope. Who is speaking? At that moment, Longxi's voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan quickly responded, Master, what is wrong? I did not say anything. Longxi, the martial saint, fell silent. She could not have misheard. Just moments ago, she had indeed perceived a voice. This voice was akin to how she communicated with Yi Fan. Could it be that some other Taoist friend was experiencing the same phenomenon? Longxi's spiritual consciousness spread throughout the auction hall. Although this would strain her mental faculties, the situation was too sudden for her to care about the consequences. However, as she scanned the crowd, she found no abnormalities. Could it truly be a figment of my imagination? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the voice re-emerged. No matter, that heavenly-level martial skill must be mine. Chen Xuan did not believe that Yi Fan had come merely for leisure today. With that remnant soul of the martial saint, Yi Fan is bound to be aware of the existence of this heavenly-level martial skill. I cannot allow Yi Fan to grow stronger. Moreover, this is a heavenly-level martial skill. A martial saint? Yi Fan actually possesses a remnant soul of a martial saint guiding his cultivation? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, The three female leads cast their gazes toward the back of Yi Fan's head in unison. Today, they had finally grasped why Chen Xuan was so wary of Yi Fan. A martial saint represents the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm. Even among the remnants of the great Xia, there were but a handful of martial saints left. And Yi Fan, astonishingly, had a remnant soul of a martial saint at his side. The ladies could hardly believe it, and they felt an overwhelming envy toward this fellow's extraordinary luck. He actually knows of my existence. Concurrently, Longshi's spiritual consciousness locked onto Chen Xuan. The reason was simple. This brat was fixated on the back of Yi Fan's head. The situation was evident. The voice she had heard belonged to this boy. How does he know of my existence? Who exactly is he? Longshi, the martial saint, fell into contemplation. As the few of them pondered, the auction commenced in earnest. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceeds from this auction will be used for the infrastructure development of Linghai City. The first item up for bid is Master Qi Bai's landscape painting. The starting price is 1 million yuan. Let the bidding begin. With the auctioneer's announcement, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. However, in stark contrast to the fervent bidding of others, the area where Chen Xuan stood remained eerily silent. Each individual was preoccupied with their own thoughts, paying little mind to the other items. After a short while, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. Next up for auction is an antique box. Following expert evaluation, this ancient box has existed for at least several hundred years, and within it lies a piece of parchment of equal antiquity. As the auctioneer spoke, a beautifully crafted box appeared on the screen, accompanied by a faded piece of parchment that sent both Chen Xuan and Yi Fan into a frenzy of excitement. Here it comes. These two items would be auctioned together, with a starting price of 500,000 yuan, 800,000. As the auctioneer's words fell, an elderly man with a head full of white hair raised his bidding paddle. Those present, aside from Chen Xuan and Yi Fan, were unaware that this parchment concealed the text of a heavenly level martial skill. Even if others were to bid for it, they would have no idea how to reveal its latent power. However, the box that housed this heavenly level martial skill was certainly no ordinary item, preserving its legacy for centuries. This small box was an antique of considerable collectible value. 1 million. Upon seeing someone bid, Yi Fan could no longer restrain himself. 150,000. 2 million. 250,000. Bids continued to pour in, with Yi Fan exhibiting the most fervor. The worth of a heavenly level martial skill needed no elaboration. He had come with the intent of securing it at all costs. Moments later, the price soared, and the number of bidders dwindled. For million. This figure exceeded everyone's expectations. No matter how extraordinary the box might be, it remained merely an antique. Furthermore, there was a fierce competitor in Yi Fan, and no one wished to play the fool. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's heart sank. He had remained silent to gauge Yi Fan's strength. It seems the Dragon Alliance has provided him with a substantial sum. This situation is becoming complicated. He even knows about the Dragon Alliance? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Longshi was once again taken aback. In this realm, each city stands as an individual entity, perpetually besieged by the encroachment of ferocious beasts beyond its walls. Despite the advancements of technology, transportation remains inconvenient. The skies belong to the beasts, and even the mightiest of fighter jets cannot withstand the assault of a mere first-level demon beast. In contrast, the ground undoubtedly offers a greater sense of safety. For the majority, the only means of exiting the city is by train. The Great Xia is crisscrossed by an extensive network of railway tracks, painstakingly constructed over generations. Yet, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. Slow. A letter dispatched by Yi Fan took a month to elicit a response. In summary, although the internet exists, many individuals, even those who have attained martial prowess, have never ventured beyond their birthplace. Linghai City is merely a prefectural city, and Chen Xuan is but a mere transcendence realm practitioner. If he is privy to such secrets, Longshi cannot fathom how he acquired this knowledge. While the internet is indeed developed, the veracity of the information it holds is often dubious. Moreover, how could any corner of the celestial palace be unveiled through the internet? This lad cannot possibly be an old devil resurrected through impure soil. Can he? The more Longshi pondered, the more alarmed he became. This fellow knows of his existence and the existence of the Dragon Alliance, indicating that he is no ordinary individual. Whether through the undying will of martial arts or resurrection from impure soil, both share a common trait, the retention of memories from a past life. Only this can elucidate why Chen Xuan is aware of all these matters. However, even if Chen Xuan is indeed an old devil resurrected from impure soil, Longshi can only feel astonishment. This fellow, familiar with himself and the Dragon Alliance, must certainly be a descendant of his. Could it be that after my misfortune, another martial sage has emerged and then perished? Chen Xuan remains oblivious to the fact that Longshi has labeled him as an old devil reborn from impure soil. At this moment, no one at the auction is competing with Yi Fan. No matter what, even with the support of the Dragon Alliance, I cannot simply relinquish a heavenly-level martial technique. While Chen Xuan's financial resources cannot compare to those of the Dragon Alliance, he does not believe that Yi Fan can mobilize the entire Dragon Alliance's wealth without having met him face to face. Are there no other bidders? Is there anyone else willing to bid? 5 million. A gentleman bids 5 million. The auctioneer exclaims excitedly. Who would have thought that a small box and a piece of sheepskin could fetch such an astronomical price? Who is this great fool? At this moment, Yi Fan is basking in the glory of his newfound wealth, experiencing the joy that money can bring for the first time. Yet just then, a voice unexpectedly resounds from behind. 8 million. The crowd erupts in astonishment, all eyes turning toward the bidder. Who is this great fool? Is it the young master of the Chen family? Then there is no cause for concern. Yi Fan, filled with rage, turns around, glaring fiercely at Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan's gaze remains fixed, completely disregarding him. Infuriated, Yi Fan abruptly spins back, raising his bidding paddle. 8,500,000. 9 million. Chen Xuan's voice rings out once more. 9,500,000. Yi Fan's chest heaves with agitation. Long Ye has transferred him 10 million, and after deducting some expenses, this is all he can muster. 10 million. Chen Xuan continues to raise the stakes, marking his initial claim to all his assets. If Yi Fan were to bid further, he himself would find it somewhat difficult. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan does not immediately stand up. Instead, he pulls out his phone. Is he preparing to call for help? Just as Chen Xuan had surmised, Yi Fan is anxiously messaging Long Ye. He is in a frenzy. For this is a heavenly-level martial technique, worth not just 10 million, but even 100 million. Moreover, he is unwilling to be defeated by Chen Xuan once more, allowing this brat to seize this treasure from under his nose. Although he is confident that Chen Xuan is completely unaware of the technique's heavenly status, he finds himself out of options. It feels as if Chen Xuan is deliberately opposing him. Humph, do not expect to obtain this item while it remains in my possession. Yi Fan, are you there? Are you there? As soon as the message is sent, Long Ye promptly responds. Long Ye, what is it? Yi Fan, could you possibly transfer me another 10 million? It's urgent. Your bank card has received a deposit of 10 million yuan. Moments later, Yi Fan receives a notification of the transaction, his excitement causing him to clench his fists. The organization is truly remarkable. 10 million once. 10 million twice. The auctioneer's voice reverberates in his ears, prompting Yi Fan to quickly raise his paddle. 15 million. The crowd erupts once more. Is this person challenging the young master of the Chen family? My goodness. There is actually someone in Linghai City who dares to disregard the young master of the Chen family. Young hero. Young hero. The audience whispers amongst themselves. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yi Fan puffs out his chest and even turns to provocatively glance at Chen Xuan. I have the Dragon Alliance, founded by martial sages, backing me. I am the future heir of the Dragon Alliance. What do you possess to contend with me? Observing the arrogant Yi Fan, Chen Xuan remains silent. His pockets are devoid of money. Naturally, Chen Xuan is reluctant to relent, for the Chen family possesses far more than this paltry sum. The issue lies in his uncertainty about how to broach the topic with his family. To say he has clashed with another over pride by spending millions? His mother would surely chastise him. To explain that he is vying for a heavenly-level martial technique? That would be even more challenging to articulate. Could it be that this heavenly-level martial technique will end up in Yi Fan's hands? Chen Xuan feels a pang of discontent, yet he finds himself powerless. With a resigned sigh, just as Chen Xuan is about to concede, a hand suddenly extends before him. This is my affiliated black card, containing 15 million. Raising his gaze, he finds Han Binglu looking at him. Her eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, brim with unwavering determination, akin to the devoted support of a virtuous wife for her husband.